Chapter 1. In the summer of 1991, an owl was quietly approaching an inconspicuous household in London, England. It was a messenger from another realm, poised to deliver a letter that would alter the course of destiny. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants within, this moment was about to unfold. "Ruko, which one do you prefer?" A handsome man with golden hair slid 2 letters across the table towards a boy named Ruko, his azure eyes fixed upon him. At the age of 11, Ruko was accompanied by his father, Connor, as they deliberated over which secondary school he should attend. The 2 letters before him contained acceptance notices, having been selected from a pile of similar correspondence, awaiting Ruko's decision. He glanced at the names inscribed on the envelopes: King's School, Ely, and Canterbury King's School. The boy with black hair and blue eyes did not linger on them for long before turning his gaze to the small pile of rejected letters. With a hint of disbelief, he asked, "I wasn't accepted into Caston School?" "Why?" Connor clenched his fists, suppressing the impulse to scold Ruko, and gently explained, "My dear son, that is a school for girls." "But Moon Valley is truly beautiful. I like it there," Ruko replied, a touch disheartened. Yet he soon adjusted his mood and reconsidered the 2 letters on the table. "Perhaps Canterbury, then. If I graduate, I could become a knight or something." After a moment's hesitation, the boy made his choice. "A knight? We are nearing the 21st century. Moreover, it has always been a place for priests and clergymen." Connor chuckled at Ruko's declaration. "You could at least say you join MI6 and become a spy like me. That would be more plausible." "Oh, come on, I would definitely do that. But I need a legitimate identity," Ruko retorted, indifferent to his father's remarks. Born into a family of spies, though not yet a member of MI6, he believed he would join one day. He had yet to determine what that legitimate identity might be, and with parents who were seldom home, they were unlikely to comprehend his aspirations. Perhaps he should choose Cambridge? Usually, in such indecisive moments, following his father's advice yielded satisfactory results. Yet he was still somewhat resentful. Why couldn't he attend a girls' school? Why couldn't he be a knight? Since childhood, he had self-studied the books left by his parents. Mastering disguise and combat masquerading as a girl would pose no challenge. Certainly more so than that older sister he had encountered 2 years prior, who practiced Jeet Kune Do. What was her name again? Ah, yes, Sarah. But none of that mattered. He merely wished to enjoy the scenery of Moon Valley, not to make friends. So why not choose Cambridge? Connor interrupted his son's reverie. He struggled to grasp Ruko's thought process after all. It was Cambridge. Despite having produced a few traitors, it remained the pinnacle of academic excellence in England. He had selected those 2 schools for Ruko's consideration merely to instill a sense of involvement, never expecting that his son would find the prospect of attending Cambridge so troubling. "Oh, perhaps it's just too dull." Dull, this was Ruko's impression of Cambridge as he pressed a finger against the letter from there, rubbing it against the table before reluctantly picking it up, intending to see if its contents might change his view. Wait, a new letter has arrived. Ruko suddenly noticed another letter on the carpet near the door, and the unfortunate Cambridge letter was once again cast aside. Forget it. Is there any school in all of England better than Cambridge? Oxford, perhaps? Connor shrugged as he watched his son dash to the door to retrieve the new envelope, secretly pouring a splash of rum into his drink. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry?" Ruko read aloud, puzzled by the name on the letter. Puffed. Upon hearing this peculiar name, Connor couldn't help but spray his mixed drink. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Connor realized something and quickly pulled Ruko behind him as he opened the door, his instincts suggesting that the visitor might be of significance, perhaps due to the weighty knock or the perfectly timed arrival. Regardless, the person at the door was likely connected to the whimsically named school. Whether out of a desire to protect Ruko or a commitment to his country, as a spy, he felt compelled to learn more about this peculiar institution, for they were recruiting minors who symbolized the nation's future. Then he beheld a man of extraordinary stature standing at the threshold, roughly estimated to be around 3.5 meters tall. "Oh, good morning, sir. I am Rubius Hagrid, a staff member from Hogwarts." The towering figure, with hair and beard merging into one, stuffed a tattered pink umbrella into his embrace and rummaged through his pockets for a while, finally producing a crumpled letter to hand over. "I was instructed to visit Rubius Hagrid at 9:30 this morning." The handwriting was far from elegant, with noticeable spelling errors revealing the writer's educational background, but it remained legible nonetheless. Ruko heard his father read the contents aloud and turned to glance at the clock, which read exactly 9:30 just, as the letter indicated. It seemed inconsequential. "Hello." Connor extended a hand, clasping Hagrid's enormous palm, Connor Ziblin. Their hands shook vigorously, and Connor was grateful for his own physicality otherwise. He might have been thrown off balance. "Apologies. It's my first time doing this. May I come in?" Hagrid appeared somewhat awkward at the door, his massive physique lacking the intimidation one might expect, instead exuding a certain clumsiness. "Please come in. Would you care for a drink?" Realizing this, Connor quickly ushered Hagrid inside. It was hardly prudent to leave such a colossal figure standing at the entrance. "Thank you. Do you have any mead?" "Hey, dear, could you come home for a moment? It's about our son's school choice. Love you." Listening to his father's affectionate phone call, Ruko calculated that his mother would return in approximately 15 minutes, wondering through which window she would enter this time. While pondering, he curiously observed the giants seated at the table. Magic and giants, this was far more intriguing than Cambridge. Hagrid sipped his mead in small gulps, intending to discuss Ruko's acceptance, but before he could speak, the host interrupted him. Connor insisted that such significant news could not be kept from the boy's mother, prompting Hagrid to agree to wait. After Connor finished his call, he took a seat. Both he and Ruko now focused on Hagrid. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of blue eyes, Hagrid felt relatively comfortable, even contemplating using magic to fry some sausages to share with them, though, of course, the newcomer was not of drinking age, so sausages would suffice. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of a key turning in the lock, a woman with long black hair and golden eyes entered. Her appearance was rather ordinary, yet she possessed an indescribable charm that made her both forgettable and likable. "Hi," she greeted cheerfully. "You must be the owner of that motorcycle parked at the door." Upon meeting Ruko's gaze, she instantly understood what her son was thinking, quickly walking over to flick his forehead, saying, "Don't look at me like that. I can still open the door normally when we have guests." Then she turned to Hagrid, adopting a serious demeanor as she shook his hand. "Lynn Ziblin, Ruko's mother. Now, let's discuss the matter of enrollment. Ruby is Hagrid from Hogwarts." Hagrid formally introduced himself once more. "Hogwarts?" A flicker of confusion crossed Lynn's face. "Oh, my apologies." Connor suddenly remembered that due to the unexpected events, he had yet to read the contents of the letter from Hogwarts. But perhaps it was for the best they could wait for his wife to join them. Ruko retrieved the letter. He had already examined the envelope, noting the absence of stamp and the wax seal depicting a large shield with a capital H surrounded by 4 animals: a serpent, a lion, an eagle, and a badger. As he opened the envelope, the content written in emerald green ink came into view. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Ziblin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The trio was initially taken aback by the lengthy list of titles, and soon found themselves bewildered by the need for custom robes, as well as an array of unfamiliar textbooks and equipment. Are you implying that your school teaches magic? Upon encountering such a revelation, Lynn's tone was tinged with a hint of excitement as an agent. Her capacity for acceptance was notably strong, and she contemplated just how formidable an agent proficient in magic could be. Yes, one of my purposes in coming here is to demonstrate the existence of magic to you. Hagrid had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. He produced a tattered pink umbrella from within his coat, having already identified the location of the family's kitchen, intending to use magic to ignite a fire and fry a sausage. Can you open that tightly shut door? To Hagrid's surprise, Connor specifically requested such an action. This posed a dilemma for him. Hagrid indeed possessed the spell to open doors, Alohomora, but due to certain unresolved transgressions, he was not permitted to use magic. However, Igniting a fire, a task that did not require incantation, was of lesser concern. Yet invoking Alohomora could very well provoke the sensitive nerves of the Ministry of Magic, potentially causing trouble for Professor Dumbledore, which was absolutely out of the question. There exists such magic. If Luca were to enroll, he would learn it, but at this moment, I am unable to demonstrate it for you due to various reasons. Oh, trust me, or I could conjure a fireball for your viewing. With no other option, Hagrid began to fabricate an explanation. Observing Connor and Lynn exchanging hushed whispers, he grew anxious that they might be reluctant to believe him, prompting him to hastily add, Luca possesses magical talent, and if Hogwarts does not teach him how to control that talent, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Mr. Hagrid, there's no need to rush. We trust you. What? Hagrid was momentarily taken aback. We are willing to believe you. We simply need to know how to acquire the items on this enrollment list. Hagrid could hardly fathom their readiness to accept his words. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly provided them with the location of the leaky cauldron and the train tickets for Platform 9 3/4, moving with such haste as if fearing they might change their minds. Upon informing them of the travel time, Hagrid suddenly recalled the matter of the Statute of Secrecy. He extracted from his pocket some regulations regarding the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy given to him by Professor McGonagall and shared them with the Luca family before taking his leave. Although he was more than willing to assist Professor McGonagall, he perhaps was not the most suitable person for the task. Indeed, he failed to inform Luca and his family how to navigate to Platform 9 3/4, nor did he mention how to respond to any correspondence. In truth, the reason Connor and Lynn agreed so readily stemmed from a letter they had received from the royal family upon Luca's birth. The letter commenced with congratulations on Luca's arrival, followed by a rather enigmatic statement. If, on his 11th birthday, Luca receives a wondrous acceptance letter, do not be hasty in declining. Instead, reach out to the Prime Minister and his secretary, for they may offer better advice. The two agents had briefly conferred and determined that this was indeed the wondrous acceptance letter referenced in the correspondence. Out of loyalty to their country, they resolved to follow the letter's guidance and pay a visit to the Prime Minister. Moreover, having already studied the Statute of Secrecy, they understood that as long as all parties were holders of magical secrets, discussing matters pertaining to the magical realm would not constitute a breach of the law. It was quite humane. Thus, the trio drove to number 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's office. Upon presenting their credentials, they were swiftly ushered into the Prime Minister's office. There, they encountered two individuals. The approachable Prime Minister Jim Harker, with neatly styled wavy black hair flecked with gray, and his personal secretary, Bernard Woolley, possessing tidily combed dark golden hair and an amiable demeanor. It was rumored that both were exceptionally talented politicians. Luca was not well versed in their specific accomplishments, but from what he had seen on television, both men were quite photogenic. So, you're saying that this young boy, Luca, has received an acceptance letter from the magical world. Upon hearing their report, the Prime Minister's expression oscillated between surprise, astonishment, and terror, causing Luca to wonder if his face had somehow contorted. Yes, Prime Minister. It appears you are indeed aware of the existence of the magical world. Connor replied respectfully, unfazed by the Prime Minister's dramatic facial transformations. Oh, of course. When I took office, they even gifted me a little Trinquita memory ball. If I forget something, it turns red to remind me. Harker produced a transparent sphere, his face beaming with pride over his experience. The mist within the memory ball gradually shifted to red. Harker recalled that it always turned red whenever he retrieved it. Oh, what have I forgotten this time? Bernard? Harker's smile faded as he furrowed his brow, inquiring of his secretary. Prime Minister, Bernard remarked, if you are aware of what you have forgotten, it cannot be deemed true forgetfulness. The Prime Minister, seemingly unfazed by the nonsensical banter, accepted Bernard's words with a certain nonchalance, as though it were a familiar occurrence. He then swiftly adopted a serious demeanor and addressed the three individuals before him. I harbor no doubts about your loyalty. Thus, I am entrusting you with a crucial mission. Should our nation face threats from the magical realm, it is imperative that I am informed. In such times, a man must step forward. As he spoke, the Prime Minister clutched his chest with fervor. That man is you, Luca Chibelin. However, he abruptly shifted the burden onto an 11-year-old boy. Oh, what the Prime Minister means is that we require your assistance in conveying certain information and developments from the magical world. With me as your point of contact, Bernard interjected. Observing the Prime Minister's demeanor. Prime Minister, I will need to take a day tomorrow to arrange for Luca's schooling. If any urgent matters arise, please contact Sir Humphrey. Humphrey? Then I shall accomplish nothing at all, Hark quipped, amusing himself with his own jest. Rest assured, Bernard. Tasks that have remained unfulfilled for centuries shall be realized through my efforts. Jim Hark, a Prime Minister who commands the magical realm. Yet, ever since the revelation of the magical world, Hark had been plagued by a sense of unease. His inherent timidity was exacerbated by the formidable nature of magic, leading him to harbor a touch of paranoia. While Hark daydreamed about the future in his office, Bernard inquired about Luca's contact information, signaling him to accompany him the following day. Luca found the amiable adult quite likable, and upon learning that he would assist in resolving his schooling matters, he readily agreed. Early the next morning, Luca found himself seated in Bernard's vehicle. Where are we headed? Luca inquired with curiosity. Diagon Alley, Bernard replied. To be precise, we are bound for the Leaky Cauldron. The passageway to Diagon Alley is concealed within the Leaky Cauldron, and we shall procure the items you will need for your schooling there. Luca took out the letter and perused its contents. Wizards also use pounds? It surely requires money to purchase items, and Luca was quite curious about the currency employed by wizards. No, they possess an entirely different monetary system. For instance, 1 galleon is approximately equivalent to 5 pounds. A wand typically costs 7 galleons, which translates to 35 pounds. Quite expensive, indeed. As Ruka cast a glance at an extensive shopping list, a pang of sympathy began to stir within him. Yes, the direct exchange is decidedly unprofitable. Bernard chuckled in agreement, then astonishingly remarked, but it's all right, I still have some savings. After all, I am a wizard of some renown. You are also a wizard? Ruka inquired, astonished. Just yesterday, his parents had utilized their intelligence network to uncover Bernard's impeccable credentials. He held dual master's degrees from Oxford and had risen from a public secretary to a ministerial aide. Such a person, it seemed, still had the capacity to practice wizardry. Indeed. In fact, I have even more identities, but now is not the time to disclose them. Some secrets remain beyond one's grasp. As the child of a spy, Ruka understood this principle. However, the fact that Bernard was willing to share this layer of secrecy indicated that he had more to reveal, beyond merely being a wizard or a private secretary. Let us disembark here. Bernard parked the vehicle at the curb. Some wizards find it difficult to accept Muggle items, hence we shall proceed on foot. Muggles? Ruka asked. Oh, those are individuals who do not comprehend magic. As they walked, the streets grew increasingly dilapidated, ultimately leading them to a small, filthy tavern. The Leaky Cauldron. It was brimming with an array of wizards, and Ruka discerned them by their peculiar attire. Some even donned robes reminiscent of the Middle East, their heads wrapped in cloth. Had he stumbled upon this place before discovering the existence of the magical realm, Ruka might have assumed it to be a circus or a fortune-teller's club. Bernard, clad in a suit, and Ruka, dressed in ordinary clothing, appeared distinctly out of place. Nevertheless, the wizards paid them little mind, engrossed in their own affairs, drinking and conversing. Only the tavern owner, stationed behind the bar, glanced at them several times, his attire blending seamlessly with the establishment. Bernard? It's been ages. Your son has grown so much. This balding old man recognized Bernard and greeted him warmly. Bernard responded politely, It has been a long time, Mr. Tom. This is my friend's child. I brought him to purchase supplies for school. Oh, of course, otherwise he wouldn't resemble you at all. Mr. Tom, we wish to go to Diagon Alley. Ruka sensed the conversation veering into strange territory and quickly interjected. You must certainly visit Diagon Alley. Go ahead, Bernard knows the way. Tom waved them off, encouraging their departure. Subsequently, Bernard led Ruka to the tavern's rear courtyard, a weedy expanse littered with numerous garbage bins. Are we to climb into the trash bins? Ruka observed, puzzled. A reasonable guess. All wizards ought to be grateful that the designer of the entrance does not recognize you. Bernard replied, producing a slender wand from his pocket. Remember this sequence. Count 3 bricks up from the top of the garbage bin, then 2 across. And tap the wall gently with your wand 3 times. As Bernard spoke, he demonstrated, tapping the wall in accordance with his instructions. The brick wall trembled, and the bricks obediently receded, revealing another realm behind it. A long street paved with cobblestones appeared, lined with various crooked buildings, bustling with activity. Is there no magic to make the buildings more orderly? Before Bernard could elaborate, Ruka's compulsive tendencies flared up. Oh, you will grow accustomed to it. If not, fret not. Hogwarts is rather orderly. Bernard chuckled awkwardly. Some wizards' architectural styles simply are what they are. Come, let us retrieve some money. With that, Bernard led Ruka to a towering white structure, albeit with pillars that leaned at odd angles. Passing through the first door, a flesh-colored goblin standing guard bowed to them, followed by a second silver door adorned with inscriptions resembling poetry. Luca read the sign, which served as a warning to thieves. He wondered if it would provoke a rebellious spirit in certain wizards. The hall was bustling with flesh-colored goblins, which elicited a faint smile from Luca. These creatures were fairies, exceedingly astute, and presided over the only bank in the magical realm. Bernard introduced to Luca, this place is arguably the safest aside from Hogwarts. Indeed, Mr. Woolley. Do you have your key? A squinting goblin glanced up at them, adjusting his glasses, having already recognized Bernard. Bernard produced a golden key, placing it in the goblin's hand. After a careful inspection, the goblin signaled to another named La Huang to guide them. Luca found the underground vault's transportation system of Gringotts to be quite lacking. Such a reckless roller coaster, devoid of speed regulation, had no place in this world. Sir, this was never intended to be a roller coaster, La Huang coldly countered the criticism. Vault 791. Bernard handed an ample sum of galleons to Luca, and in addition, carried a lengthy box that appeared suitably sized for a wand. After departing from Gringotts, the two procured essential books and equipment, and after ordering their robes, they arrived at the wand shop. The proprietor immediately began measuring Luca's right arm and other pertinent dimensions, displaying a meticulousness that surpassed that of the previous robe shop. The spirited and twinkling-eyed old man named Ollivander proudly claimed to remember every wand he had ever sold and assured Luca that he would undoubtedly provide him with the most suitable wand. With that, he hurried off to sift through a collection of wand boxes. Subsequently, he selected a wand made of elegant 9-inch cedar with a core of unicorn hair. Give it a try, the old man urged, his tone brimming with confidence. Luca skeptically flicked his wand, a gentle aura of magic spreading around, enveloping the three in a serene tranquility. Observing this scene, Bernard felt a tangle of emotions. The choice of these two materials for the wand undeniably affirmed Luca's loyalty. Yet, he pondered, was mere loyalty sufficient for the task he was to entrust to him? You see, I am not exaggerating. Although Ollivander expressed this, he couldn't help but question within. It was indeed quite rare to find the perfect wand so swiftly. Mr. Ollivander, may I try that one again? The path led to a wand that exuded a more formidable presence, its box having just been opened and yet to be closed. Crafted from black walnut, measuring 12 inches in length, its core was composed of dragon heartstring. Ollivander, with a spirit of experimentation, retrieved the wand and proceeded to provide an introduction. Ruko attempted to wave, and in the next moment, a resolute wave of energy resonated within the hearts of the three individuals. Ultimately, both wands proved to be a perfect fit, and they both chose Ruko as their master. The experimental-minded Ollivander selected a few more wands of varying materials from the box for Ruko to try, only to be astonished that each one accepted Ruko's use. Yet none matched the effects of the first two. Ollivander hesitated, having never encountered such a situation before, but after Bernard's persuasion, he consented to Ruko purchasing the initial two wands. Ollivander expressed great curiosity about which house Ruko would be sorted into and hoped that Ruko might send him a letter to share the sorting result in due course. Equipped with new tools, Ruko felt a surge of joy. Bernard, too, experienced a moment of clarity. He recognized Ruko's potential and believed he could entrust his inner matters to Ruko. However, before that, Ruko still needed a pet. After consulting with Ruko, the two ventured to the Elop's Owl Emporium. The shop was dimly lit, filled with the soft rustling of wings, and pairs of gleaming eyes scrutinized them from the shadows like precious gems. Amidst those piercing, intelligent gazes, Ruko chose a particularly endearing little owl. Its body was adorned with scales like feathers, measuring a mere 15 centimeters in length, adorable and petite. Its call was light and brief, evoking a sense of familiarity within Ruko, reminiscent of Morse code learned long ago. Coo-coo-coo, coo-coo. Ruko mimicked the owl's sound, crafting a greeting in Morse code. The little owl responded in kind, matching Ruko's frequency. Oh my, I must have this one, Ruko exclaimed, captivated by the little creature's appearance and intellect. Sensing Ruko's affirmation, the owl turned, revealing its white belly, having just rotated its head 180 degrees to communicate with Ruko from behind. Witnessing this slightly peculiar scene only deepened Ruko's affection for the owl. With the shopping complete, the two returned to Bernard's vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Ruko remembered to express gratitude, aware that the day's expenses were all covered by Bernard, who still had a considerable sum left in his pocket. No need for thanks, I can get reimbursed, Bernard chuckled, though his expression quickly turned serious after his laughter subsided. There are a few matters I would like to entrust to you. Please, go ahead, Mr. Bernard, Ruko replied. Sensing Bernard's gravity and setting the owl cage aside to adopt a more serious demeanor, Bernard gazed into Ruko's resolute blue eyes through the rearview mirror and began to articulate his thoughts. As the Prime Minister's personal secretary, your task is to monitor the developments within the magical community and report back to us. This role is not particularly arduous. You need only focus on your studies, and information will naturally find its way to you. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a significant commitment, he continued, however, as a wizard and in light of my other identities, I hope you will emerge as a leading figure in the magical realm, uniting its power to advocate for the rights of wizards to coexist peacefully with non-magical beings. I'm not quite sure I understand your intentions, Ruko admitted. Feeling a bit lost, the weight of Bernard's words seemed to carry immense responsibility, of which he grasped only fragments and was uncertain about how or why to proceed. What are your impressions of the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley? Instead of directly answering Ruko's inquiry, Bernard chose to guide Ruko's thoughts with a question. Lou contemplated for a moment and replied, it feels as if we have been forsaken by the times. This observation was astoundingly accurate, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Bernard sighed. Indeed, this encapsulates the entirety of the magical realm. Despite the wizard's inflated self-importance, their precarious situation becomes starkly evident in the face of an external world that is advancing at a rapid pace, especially when they are vastly outnumbered. In the early 20th century, a wizard named Grindelwald recognized this predicament and orchestrated an unprecedented rebellion aimed at dismantling the stability upheld by the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. However, his approach was excessively radical, as he sought to dominate the world, ultimately leading to his failure. Nonetheless, his concerns were not unfounded. Even a child like you can perceive the backwardness of the magical community. If this continues, I fear that the magical world will inevitably face obsolescence. Therefore, if possible, I hope you can accomplish that which no one has managed to achieve before. Luca fell into deep contemplation. Bernard's intention was evidently not to enlist his assistance in aiding Huck to accomplish the infiltration and unification of the magical realm, but rather to ensure that wizards were genuinely embraced by the populace. This was no trivial undertaking, considering that individuals today still grappled with biases related to skin color and gender. It matters not. I do not seek any promises from you. I merely wish to convey my aspirations. Bernard, too, recognized the formidable challenge at hand. Luca's prudent decision not to hastily acquiesce brought him a sense of reassurance. Had he done so, he would inevitably have harbored doubts regarding the trustworthiness of such a pledge, and his conscience would have remained unsettled. Here, take this as your gift. At last, Bernard produced the box he had retrieved from the vault and handed it to Luca. Luca opened the box to reveal a slender rod approximately 20 centimeters in length. Unlike a wand, this one was crafted from metal, with a noticeably thicker handle at the base and a crystal tip at the top, resembling a screwdriver in an inexplicable manner. What is this, my third wand? No. It is a product of advanced technology. Yet, you may as well consider it a wand. Bernard's smile returned, for it could assist you in moments when magic fails you. And perhaps one day, with it by your side, you shall come to understand me. Its official designation is the sonic screwdriver, capable of unlocking, repairing devices, and possessing remarkable functionalities, albeit only effective on metal. It can also illuminate, create barriers, and serve various purposes in the magical realm. Most importantly, electronic devices tend to malfunction at Hogwarts. However, the sonic screwdriver is an exception. With it, you can alter telephone frequencies to contact me. We cannot rely on owls to deliver messages to 10 Downing Street all the time. Naturally, discretion is paramount. As a member of an espionage family, Luca indeed possessed a telephone, a large and lengthy model, a rarity in this era. Do not feel overwhelmed. Simply relish the experience of life in the magical world. Bernard's tone lightened, but only for a moment, as he suddenly recalled something. By the way, reliable sources indicate that this year, a child of prophecy will be enrolling alongside you. Keep an eye out for a boy named Harry Potter. If possible, establish a rapport with him, as he holds significant prestige in the magical community. Gaining his support could prove immensely beneficial, regardless of your intentions to alter the magical realm. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Luca noted Bernard's words and expressed gratitude once more. It is nothing. Besides, you need to send a reply to Hogwarts. Simply write it down. And remember the location of Platform 9. As the two carried the snacks they had purchased to the vacant seat beside Ron, Luca suddenly realized something was amiss. The inconspicuous toad had vanished. However, Harry, consumed by his appetite, and the somewhat emotional Ron appeared oblivious to this detail. Ron gazed dreamily at the pile of food, managing to utter, "Are you hungry?" At that moment, Harry had already taken a bite of the pumpkin pasty, responding indistinctly, "Starving." Ron, too, unwrapped his plastic bag, revealing 4 slightly deformed sandwiches crammed together. "Oh, she still can't remember that I dislike canned corned beef," he murmured quietly, dissatisfied with his lunch. "Here, let us trade. I'll exchange a pasty for one of your sandwiches." Harry seemed to discern the root of Ron's discontent and proactively proposed the food exchange. Observing the harmonious scene before him, Luca's conscience persistently reminded him of the missing toad, prompting him to inquire, "Wait, have you seen the toad I brought earlier?" "Ah, I remember." Ron looked up, taking a bite of his pasty and swallowing. "Do you recall where it went?" Luca was taken aback. Ron, seemingly careless, exhibited an unexpected attentiveness. "I recall you brought a toad," Ron remarked, still clutching his pasty. "Very well." Luca turned his gaze to Harry, who also appeared somewhat puzzled, seemingly unaware of the toad's whereabouts. "You two eat. I shall search for the toad nearby." After some contemplation, Luca decided it was best to locate the creature, considering it was, in a way, his responsibility to find it. "What if we eat first, then we accompany you to search for it?" Harry suggested, reluctant to let his new friend search alone while he indulged in food, though hunger gnawed at him. "Yes, it can't go far. Perhaps it has already returned to find its owner." Ron concurred, supporting Harry's proposal. "That makes sense." Luca was persuaded by their reasoning and resumed his seat, though he frequently scanned the less noticeable corners of the surroundings. Luca casually picked up a food item, its packaging labeled Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Be cautious with that," Ron warned, recalling that Luca, like Harry, was a child from a Muggle family, unacquainted with the whimsical culinary offerings of the magical realm. Luca, slightly fortifying her mental defenses, had already placed one in her mouth. A peculiar, unpleasant taste, reminiscent of organ meat, spread across her palate, causing her to squint in distaste. The magical beans encompassed a vast array of flavors, including not only those familiar to muggles but also more outlandish ones like liver, vegetables, and even the essence of mucus. Ron's explanation came belatedly. I think I got a liver-flavored one. Suppressing the taste, Luca noticed the details in his tone and inquired, You seem quite knowledgeable about muggles? Indeed. My father works in the Ministry of Magic's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. He often brings back muggle items, Ron replied, nonchalantly taking the bag of beans from Luca and sampling them. In essence, flavors like liver were akin to Easter eggs among the 700 varieties. A mere fraction of the total. Luca had unknowingly set off a culinary minefield with her single bean, a fact Ron chose not to divulge. Oh, what is this? It can't be a frog, can it? Harry, in unison with Luca, hesitated to try the every flavor beans and instead reached for an exquisitely packaged pentagonal blue box. Cautious after the beans' performance, he scrutinized the wording on the wrapper. No, it's chocolate. Look at the cards inside. I've collected quite a few. But I'm still missing Agrippa and Ptolemy, Ron diligently explained. What? Harry was baffled, unable to grasp Ron's words, from the cards to the unfamiliar names. Each box contains a card that introduces the feats of renowned wizards. As they unwrapped their treasures, Luca felt a subtle premonition, her gaze fixated on the box. Thanks to Ron's words, Harry ignored the chocolate inside, opting instead to extract a card depicting a white-haired, bearded elder with a slightly crooked nose and amusing half-moon spectacles. It's Dumbledore. Though Harry had only a cursory understanding of Dumbledore, he experienced the thrill of unboxing for the first time. You can't say you don't know Dumbledore. Let me have a turn, he exclaimed as Ron took another box. At that moment, the neglected chocolate leapt from its confines, a swift, dark brown shadow darting past the two boys. However, it was quickly intercepted by a hand. It was Luca, who had been prepared and promptly caught the chocolate frog. Chocolate? She stuffed the chocolate frog back into the open box before turning to Ron. Yes, they only jump once, Ron replied matter-of-factly. Luca pressed her lips together. It seemed she required more time to fully acclimate to the conventions of the magical world. Wait, recalling the frog's trajectory and height, she gestured to illustrate its path. Without her intervention, it would have landed near the open window, perhaps even outside. Frogs, toads, jumping, an open window. Luca felt a sense of unease creeping in, her mind racing with unsettling associations. Observing her actions, Harry and Ron understood her apprehensions, swallowing nervously. Ron, can I eat this? Since the beginning, Luca had only tasted the unpleasant bean, and though she wasn't starving, she felt a pang of hunger. Out of respect for magic, she chose Ron's neglected beef sandwich, which at least represented a thoroughly normal food option. Of course, but you might not enjoy it. It's rather dry, Ron admitted, a bit sheepishly. It's fine. I'll like it, Luca replied sincerely, recalling how she sometimes prepared simple sandwiches at home for meals. Taking a bite, she found it somewhat cold and indeed a bit dry, yet the ingredients were plentiful with a balanced mix of vegetables, meat, and eggs. Quite good, she declared, bestowing high praise upon the sandwich as she wiped her mouth, preparing to search for the wayward toad. The other two rose to join her, having consumed enough food to warrant action. However, before they could set off, a knock sounded at the door. A round-faced boy stood outside, his expression sorrowful. Sorry, I wanted to ask if you've seen my toad? We were just about to look for it, Ron interjected upon seeing the owner. Oh, at this. The boy choked back a sob and burst into tears. If you find it, he began, his voice breaking as he closed the door behind him. It will come back to you, Harry reassured through the door. Wait, I have an idea, Luca exclaimed suddenly, flinging the door open and pulling the still nearby boy into the compartment. Don't forget, we are wizards. As the least pure-blooded wizard among them, Luca uttered these words. Seeing the round-faced boy cease his tears and look at her, she produced her wand, the unicorn hair, core gleaming white. I read about a spell called the summoning charm. It can bring the object you desire to you. I don't quite remember the exact motions, but I think it's just a wave of the wand and a flick. As Luca explained, he reminisced, feeling it was about time. He picked up a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and tossed it out the door, preparing to demonstrate. He opened his left hand in a gesture to catch the object, waved his wand with his right hand, and chanted, Bertie Bott's beans, come to me. Nothing happened. Let me try again. Luca slightly adjusted his tone and posture, and this time, a bean flew from the bag that Ron had taken. Could this be deemed a success? Noticing the three of them staring blankly at him, Luca felt a bit embarrassed and quickly diverted their attention, saying, What are you staring at? You're wizards too. Only then did they react, hastily drawing out their wands. Harry and the round-faced boy wielded normal wands, while Ron's looked somewhat worn, with parts of its casing peeling away, revealing a hint of silver core material. Perhaps sensitive to Luca's gaze, Ron quickly waved his wand, proclaiming, Bertie Bott's beans, come to me. Feeling that his pronunciation was slightly off and his movements awkward, he thought it wouldn't work. To Luca's astonishment, a packet of Bertie Bott's beans rose at the doorway. You did it. Luca was taken aback. Was this the true worth of a pureblood family? I did it. Ron was equally astonished, unable to hide his joy and pride, as his spells had rarely worked well before. What did you accomplish? A girl with dense brown hair approached, holding the packet of Bertie Bott's beans at the door, causing Ron's smile to fade. Oh, Neville, you're here too. Have you found your toad? It turned out the boy was named Neville, and the girl seemed to have come for his toad, confirming that the beans had been thrown from this compartment. The girl casually placed them on a seat, and, intrigued by the sight of the four of them wielding wands, asked, So, are you casting spells? Let me see. Her tone was somewhat unfriendly, and her pride radiated as brightly as her striking hair, almost blinding. Sensing the other three were somewhat at a loss, Luca stepped forward to explain his intention to use the summoning charm to retrieve Neville's toad and taught the girl how to use the spell. This seemed to change her demeanor, as she adopted a thoughtful expression. Let me give it a try. I've practiced many spells at home, and they've all been quite effective. I hope this one works too, but unfortunately, no one at home understands magic. She paused, realizing she hadn't introduced herself. I'm Hermione Granger. What are your names? Was this girl also a newcomer from a Muggle family? It was surprising that she had already tried so many spells. Why was the Ministry of Magic overseeing her? Thoughts flashed through Luca's mind, and he was the first to introduce himself, with the others following suit. Luca Zibelin, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Harry Potter. Oh, it really is you? I've seen your name in so many books. Hermione clearly reacted most strongly to Harry's name. And upon seeing Harry's astonishment, she continued, I should have brought those books to show you. But first, finding Longbottom's toad is more important. Just as Hermione assumed a stance to cast her spell, she suddenly halted and turned to Luca, asking, Will this make other toads come flying over? Luca contemplated. I'm not sure that's the case. Just now, I wanted the beans outside to fly to me, but instead, the beans from inside the compartment came. At 1T, Ron interjected confidently. I can guarantee there's only one toad on this train. That pet is so outdated. Potter quickly nudged him, indicating that the toad's owner was still present. Indeed, Neville's expression grew a touch sadder, but he did not deny it. Toads had indeed fallen out of favor since his grandmother's time, but that wouldn't be a reason to abandon his toad. Toad, come. After receiving confirmation, Hermione confidently performed the spell. She truly had the right to be proud, as the toad indeed flew in from outside, landing in the girl's hands. However, it flew at such speed that one worried it might get dizzy. Trevor, thank Merlin, Neville exclaimed joyfully, reclaiming his toad and calling its name, observing the toad's condition. It appeared to be unharmed. Good, Hermione nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave. As she reached the door, she turned back to the group and said, Oh, you'd better change your clothes. We'll be arriving soon. Oh. Hearing this, Neville followed Hermione out, as his belongings were still in the front compartment. Then I'll go change too. Luca intended to say his goodbyes when he noticed 3 more people standing at the door. Goodness, it's too crowded here. While my compartment is just a little further back and so quiet. The entire train was abuzz with the news that Harry Potter was in this room. Was it true? The leading blonde boy stood with his arms crossed, his head held high, scanning the 3 inside. It must be you, right? Based on the information he received. He knew Harry was a boy with black hair. Within the room, there were 2 boys with black hair. One with a messy mop-like style and the other neat and tidy, making the answer evident. This is Crabbe, this is Goyle. He introduced his 2 stout companions as he approached, one wearing a serious expression and the other sporting a confident smile, though their looks gave them a somewhat comical air. And I am Draco Malfoy. As he finished this statement, he stood right in front of Luca, extending his hand. Uff, Ron couldn't help but laugh. The scene before them was simply too ridiculous. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, retracting his hand and placing it behind his back, turning to Ron and, without much thought, spat out cruel words. Do you find this amusing? Don't tell me who you are. You must be a Weasley, with that unmistakable red hair, freckles, and... He quickly scanned Ron's somewhat dirty face and worn wand, concluding with poverty. Seeing Ron's expression darken, Malfoy turned back to Luca with satisfaction, stating, You'll soon understand that some wizarding families are far superior to others. You wouldn't want to befriend the odd ones, would you? His gaze shifted back to the disheveled Harry, contempt evident in his eyes, making his meaning unmistakably clear. I can help you with that, Potter. Malfoy extended his hand, waiting for a response. Actually, I'm not Potter. Luca slightly sidestepped, making way for the real Harry. Harry remained silent, merely brushing back his hair. Though he disliked others staring at his scar, this impolite young lord received the most fitting retaliation. A faint flush crept onto Malfoy's pale face as he awkwardly reached out to the true Harry, hoping to shake hands. He was well aware of Harry Potter's fame, influenced by his father's sycophantic tendencies, wishing to befriend Harry. This was the Malfoy family's approach to socializing, and a poor imitation of his father's behavior. However, Harry did not grant him this courtesy, simply stating coldly, I think I can tell who the odd one is. Thank you for your kindness. Malfoy's face flushed even deeper, his tone becoming increasingly hostile. He deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring that each word was carefully enunciated for Harry's ears. If I were you, I would exercise greater caution in associating with such dubious company. One can hardly say whether you might follow in your parents' footsteps. Upon hearing these words, Luke and his companions stood together, casting threatening glances at Malfoy. Soon, Malfoy's two henchmen joined him, their imposing figures adding to the tension, rendering the atmosphere palpably charged. As the six of them remained locked in a standoff, Goyle seemed distracted by a pile of snacks, reaching out to grab some. This act appeared to be a signal for battle. Ron swiftly moved to protect the snacks, while Luke quickly advanced towards Malfoy, convinced that subduing Malfoy, their principal adversary, would halt the others. However, Goyle's shriek echoed louder than Luke's movement. His chubby hand withdrew from the snacks, a mouse fiercely biting his finger. Scabbers. It was his pet rat. Ron yelped and stepped back, successfully catching the rat that Goyle had flung away. Noticing Luke's attention diverted towards the commotion, Malfoy decisively retreated to the entrance with his cronies, casting a complex glance at Luke before departing. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Luke Zibelin," Luke replied matter-of-factly. Watching them leave, though unspoken, it was clear that fighting on the train was frowned upon. "How is it?" Luke expressed concern for Scabbers. "The only one injured in the skirmish." "Oh dear, Scabbers is asleep," Ron said after a brief examination, his tone lightening. "That's good. I shall change my clothes as well. See you." Luke bid farewell and returned to his compartment. That Malfoy family is nothing but a fair-weather friend. Luke had forgotten that the soundproofing here was rather inadequate. Even within these confines, snippets of conversation could be heard. This made Luke ponder how information about Harry had leaked from the compartment ahead, presumably overheard by those in front, and gradually spreading throughout the train. After a while, darkness enveloped the surroundings. "In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will ensure it is sent to the school," announced a voice, coinciding with a reduction in speed. Sensing the commotion of the crowd, Luke lingered a moment longer, feeling somewhat guilty for deceiving his two friends, reluctant to reveal that he was just in the compartment behind them. At the tail end of the line, Luke arrived at a dimly lit, cramped platform. Ahead, a lantern flickered high above, capturing the attention of the students, illuminating a familiar face, Hagrid, who alone possessed the stature to hold the lantern so high. First-year students. First-year students. This way. Oh, Harry, come here." Hagrid was responsible for guiding the first-year students. And hearing him single out Harry made Luke marvel yet again at Harry Potter's immense reputation within the wizarding world. "Watch your step," Hagrid warned as their group entered a steep, narrow path, flanked by darkness, making the journey rather treacherous. "Turn this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts." Hagrid's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, a stark contrast to his earlier awkwardness at home. Yet, as he spoke, Luke felt a rising anticipation for Hogwarts. Accompanied by gasps of awe from the front of the line, Luke finally caught his first glimpse of Hogwarts. The path opened up to reveal a deep, shadowy lake. And on the opposite shore stood a magnificent castle, its towering spires and countless windows twinkling under the starlit sky. So beautiful. Luke meticulously observed the majestic castle of Hogwarts and its surrounding landscape, finding the scenery to be equally enchanting as that of Moon Valley, which filled him with delight and alleviated a lingering regret within his heart. Furthermore, the architectural style of this castle contrasted sharply with that of Diagon Alley, exhibiting an extraordinary level of symmetry, just as Bernard had described. Lucas squinted, ensuring he was not mistaken. At the pinnacle of the castle, a small spire jutted out at an angle, disrupting the otherwise perfect vertical lines. The longer he gazed at it, the more he felt that the little spire was silently mocking him. It was a minor imperfection, one he could endure. Yet, he harbored a hope that if he were to make a name for himself in the magical realm, Hogwarts might consent to his request to remove that spire. "A boat can only accommodate 4 people. Hagrid's authoritative voice snapped Luca back to reality. He watched as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville climbed aboard the same boat. In his heart, he had already regarded these 4, whom he had only just met on the train, as friends, and witnessing this scene stirred an inexplicable emotion within him. It was as if a voice reminded him of his true identity, not merely an ordinary first-year student, but a covert agent from the military intelligence service, secretly positioned within the magical world, or perhaps something even more complex. Could he genuinely partake in the friendship of these 4? Would they consider him a traitor if they ever discovered the truth? "Hey, young man, it's time to board." A girl with long black hair, gentle features, and a cheerful voice tugged at Luca's sleeve. "Ah, thank you, my apologies," he responded as he regained his composure, earning a soft smile from the girl. Luca became aware that he had been standing in a daze for quite some time. He thanked the girl who had prompted him and followed her closely. The two of them boarded the same boat, where an enveloping silence fell upon the group. Once aboard, they remained mute, gazing at the castle or the surrounding scenery. And neither Luca nor the girl spoke further. As Hagrid embarked alone onto a boat, the fleet set off, gliding across the tranquil lake towards Hogwarts. As they drew nearer, the castle loomed overhead as if towering above them. Passing through a curtain of ivy, they arrived at a concealed yet expansive entrance. They traversed a tunnel leading to the castle's subterranean levels, ultimately reaching a place resembling an underground dock, from which they ascended onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. Eventually, illuminated by Hagrid's lantern, they climbed through a tunnel in the rock, finally arriving at a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. However, their journey was not yet complete. They still had to ascend a flight of stone steps before halting before a massive oak door. After ensuring that no one had fallen behind, Hagrid opened the door, revealing a tall, imposing witch-clad in a green robe standing at the entrance. She surveyed the first-year students, and wherever her gaze fell, they instinctively straightened their posture. Even the notoriously defiant Malfoy was no exception. This first-year cohort was greeted by Professor McGonagall as Hagrid introduced the formidable witch. "Thank you. I shall take over from here." Professor McGonagall affirmed with a nod, acknowledging Hagrid's efforts. She swung the door open wider, revealing the interior of the castle, where stone walls were adorned with torches, and the ceiling soared so high it was nearly invisible. A grand marble staircase led directly upward, following Professor McGonagall into the hall. They heard a chorus of voices emanating from a door on the right, but ultimately they proceeded to a smaller chamber on the opposite side. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall addressed them. "The opening feast will commence shortly. However, before that, we must determine the houses to which you will be assigned." She then elaborated on life at Hogwarts, explaining the 4 houses and the significance of the House Cup, which would depend on their conduct throughout the term, encouraging them to strive for the honor of their respective houses. After this, Professor McGonagall granted them a few minutes to tidy themselves, as the sorting ceremony would take place in front of the entire school community. She then departed to prepare, promising to return for them once she was ready. In the confined space, the students rustled as they adjusted their appearances, and amidst the relatively quiet atmosphere, Luca overheard the conversation between Harry and Ron. "How will they accurately assign us to different houses?" Ron speculated. "I think it will be through a test." Fred said it could be quite painful. "But I believe he is just talking nonsense." "A test? Painful? That contradicts what Bernard said," Luca pondered, biting his lip. However, Ron, being from a pureblood family, raised doubts about whether Hogwarts had changed since Bernard's graduation. No, first of all, a test that would cause harm to the first year seemed unreasonable. Secondly, Ollivander's curiosity about which house I would be placed in suggested that the sorting ceremony was indeed related to some form of quality assessment, indicating that Ron had received misleading information. Luca contemplated within his heart, deciding to downgrade the credibility of the information obtained from Ron by 1 rating. However, a palpable tension had begun to permeate among the first-year students, and the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Professor McGonagall, returning, observed their obedient stance, and for the first time, a satisfied expression graced her serious visage. "Very well, now, form a single line and follow me," she instructed, leading the way. The students trailed closely behind her, traversing the hall and entering the opulent dining area. In the dining hall, 5 long tables gleamed with golden plates and goblets, while students from other years occupied the 4 central tables, with the faculty seated at the table positioned at the far end. Thousands of floating candles illuminated the space, casting a somewhat ominous shadow that caused Luca to worry about fire safety and whether wax would drip onto the food or the students' heads. Unable to suppress such thoughts, he gazed upwards and was momentarily awestruck by the starry sky before him. He heard Hermione's voice behind him. "This place has been enchanted. It resembles the sky outside. I read about it in a book." Realizing she was just a few positions behind him, she explained upon seeing him looking up. "Thank you. You're truly knowledgeable." Luca replied, admiring Hermione for her extensive reading, high success-rated spellcasting, and her ability to use magic outside of school without attracting the ministry's attention. "You should read more diverse books," Hermione suggested, graciously accepting Luca's compliment. She deemed him quite exceptional among the first years, especially since he knew the levitation charm, which he did not, albeit lamenting his somewhat narrow breadth of knowledge. "You are right," Luca chuckled, acknowledging her suggestion as rather astute. The girl, inherently kind but somewhat impulsive in nature, left Luca pondering whether she would be sorted into Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall returned, prompting the two to cease their conversation. She fetched a wooden stool and placed an old wizard's hat atop it. It seemed this was indeed the sorting hat that Bernard had mentioned. All eyes were drawn to the hat, which appeared to sense its audience, much like a grand performer, and began to sing in a deep, raspy voice. The hat extolled its own virtues in an operatic style, elucidating the distinctions among the various houses, swiftly assuaging the freshmen's apprehensions and earning a round of applause from both faculty and students, bowing in acknowledgement of the warm reception. The hat then remained still like a genuine hat. At this moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "When I call a name, that student shall don the hat, sit upon the stool, and await their sorting," she announced in a clear voice, calling out the first name, Hannah Abbott. A rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled forward and donned the hat, which promptly covered her eyes. "Hufflepuff," the hat declared, and she took her seat to raucous applause and cheers from the table on the right, as one name after another was called. The sorting hat repeatedly assigned students to different houses. Luca discerned a pattern. The students were sorted in alphabetical order by their last names, meaning that he, with a surname beginning with Z, would undoubtedly be among the last. Furthermore, the hat seemed to deliberate longer for students possessing multiple qualities, particularly for Harry, who had the hat perched atop his head for quite a while. Observing Harry's delighted expression, it was evident he had successfully negotiated with the hat. This suggested that if the hat deemed him sufficiently complex, he too might have the opportunity to persuade it. Buoyed by this insight, Luca redirected his focus to the sorting ceremony. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were all sorted into Gryffindor, leading Luca to consider whether he might also negotiate with the Hat to join Gryffindor. He concentrated on summoning courage from within. Nightshade. A name of distinct character was called. Following the sound, Luca discovered that the name belonged to the girl who had reminded him to board the boat. Ravenclaw. Once again, applause and cheers erupted. Blaise Zabini. This marked the last student before Luca, a young man of African descent. Slytherin. At last, it was his turn. Luca reflected on the bravest act he had undertaken thus far, coming to Hogwarts as an undercover student, though he knew he must keep this secret from the Sorting Hat. Additionally, he recalled Bernard's instructions, striving to deepen his recognition of that mandate as a demonstration of his courage. Luca Jibin, Professor McGonagall announced, rolling up the parchment and directing her gaze towards him. As the final first year, he found himself the center of considerable attention. Luca steadied his mind as he placed the sorting hat upon his head, intending to engage in a brief dialogue with it. No need to thank me, Slytherin, it proclaimed. Thank you. Luca gritted his teeth in response. The sorting hat offered him no opportunity for conversation. It had barely touched his head before unequivocally declaring its verdict, even dismissing the need for gratitude. For what should he be grateful? For not being cast into the depths of the lake to feed the fish? He had never anticipated being sorted into Slytherin. According to Bernard, Slytherin placed great emphasis on blood purity and to gain entry into its ranks. One must at least be of mixed heritage. Ruko's mind was a tangled mess. He contemplated numerous possibilities, only to dismiss them one by one. He secretly resolved to find an opportunity to report this matter to Bernard. Fortunately, the Slytherin students welcomed him with applause and cheers. Even Malfoy, who had previously clashed with him, clapped awkwardly twice. Although many students were whispering among themselves, curious about his background, even Ron exchanged unexpected words with Harry. Once Ruko took his seat, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass to capture the attention of all students. The elderly man, with white hair and beard, stood up. Ruko recognized him from the chocolate frog cards. He was none other than Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. With arms wide open and a beaming smile, he proclaimed, "Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. Fools. Crybabies. Residue. Twist. Thank you all." The students responded to his words with enthusiastic applause, and Ruko could vaguely hear conversations questioning the meaning behind the clapping and the significance of his speech. Was it important that he spoke less to start the meal sooner? Dumbledore sat down again, officially announcing the commencement of the feast, and the long tables were instantly filled with sumptuous food. However, Ruko's attention remained fixated on Dumbledore's nonsensical remarks. The last time he encountered such illogical sentences was when his mother was deciphering codes at home. Was Dumbledore perhaps a spy? What information was he attempting to convey? And to whom? Which family are you from? Interrupted a proud voice from across the table, belonging to the previous sorting student, Zabini. Zybelin. Ruko replied calmly and succinctly it was merely the truth. The surrounding students exchanged glances, having never heard of it. Only Malfoy appeared contemplative, as if recalling something. Don't tell me you're a Zabini, he began, but his words were cut off by another voice. Zybelin? It's quite unfortunate that none of you recognize this family, remarked a somewhat familiar voice. It was Yeyin. The Ravenclaw table was situated to the left of Slytherin, and Ruko and Yeyin, being among the last to be sorted, were seated back to back. Clearly, she had overheard their conversation and decided to support Ruko. Noticing the curious gazes directed at her, Yeyin said, if it weren't for the Zybelin family, Voldemort's ranks would have included a host of vampires. You actually mentioned that name. Vampires? Such dark creatures. Her words stirred quite a commotion, yet she remained unfazed. Casually tossing a question to Malfoy. Isn't that right, Malfoy? The named Malfoy reluctantly snapped out of his reverie to mutter, yes. Yeyin nodded in satisfaction and turned back to her seat as if nothing had transpired. Thank you for once again coming to my aid, Ruko expressed, relieved that no one else sought to trouble him after Yeyin's intervention. It's nothing, Yeyin replied softly. The Zybelin family has aided me considerably as well. If you have time, could you tell me about my family? Ruko inquired, curious about what she knew of the Zybelin lineage. Of course, once you learn about it, I'll share. Yeyin giggled, clearly indicating her reluctance to divulge information. Well, thank you regardless, Ruko said again, choosing not to press further. He could always inquire with his parents or Bernard, perhaps even Draco Malfoy, even if he couldn't extract the truth from them. He could seek clues and piece together the complete narrative. It was also possible that the girl simply concocted a story to help him out. But that would require Malfoy's cooperation. Moreover, the Sorting Hat would not have placed him in Slytherin without reason. Reflecting from another perspective, he considered Bernard's grand ambitions, which could be seen as courage or ambition. If ambition were the case, being sorted into Slytherin would be entirely reasonable. Furthermore, as one of the wizarding families that places great emphasis on bloodlines, altering this perception from within Slytherin would undoubtedly benefit the goal of integrating wizards into the society of ordinary people. Thus, the feast passed amidst Ruko's musings. Even when a host of ghosts appeared midway, he dismissed them once he determined they posed no real threat. After dining, they followed Slytherin prefect Gemma Farley to the common room. Descending further, they finally arrived at the common room located at the bottom of the lake. Pure blood. Gemma Farley informed them that was the password for entry. At that moment, Ruko experienced a fleeting doubt about whether he would one day be denied access to the common room. However, he had made it inside today. Inside, green orbs of light floated freely in the air, and the overall ambience was both classical and chilly, with the surrounding windows revealing the lake waters, where various creatures swam, including mermaids. The shimmering light danced across the common room, creating an ethereal atmosphere, and if not for the grotesque artworks, this place would have exuded a profound sense of tranquility. This side is the boys' dormitory, and that side is the girls'. Your luggage has already been placed inside, Gemma announced before sending them off to their respective dormitories to rest. Hello, here we meet again. The hands that had missed their chance to shake on the train finally clasped together in the serene depths of the lake. Ruko felt that his luck had truly exploded. First he was sorted into Slytherin, and now he found himself sharing a dormitory with Malfoy. The Sorting Hat's words, "Don't mention it," echoed incessantly in Ruko's mind. Malfoy, too, was taken aback. His father, Lucius Malfoy, was a member of the Board of Governors, and he could have easily ensured that he was placed in a dormitory with his two companions who were certain to be sorted into Slytherin. A dormitory accommodates no more than 4 individuals, and he had previously been unaware of who the 4th occupant would be, even suspecting that there might not be one at all. I am the dormitory head. Do you have any objections? Malfoy posed this question to the boy he had once mistakenly identified as Harry Potter, but he felt no significant animosity towards him. He had merely heard his father mention the Chibelin family a few times. Based on that vague recollection, his father appeared to hold some degree of respect for them, suggesting that Ruko Chibelin was not among disreputable company and was eligible to be his friend. Moreover, it seemed that Ruko maintained a decent rapport with Potter. Perhaps he could use Ruko to enlighten Harry on whom truly deserved to be befriended, and anyone bold enough to spurn his goodwill would surely come to regret it. Ruko had no objections to Malfoy assuming the role of dormitory head. After exchanging a few words, they both succumbed to slumber. Once Malfoy and his companions had drifted off to sleep, Ruko reopened his eyes and retrieved his phone and sonic screwdriver from his luggage. As anticipated, the phone was utterly inoperative here. Treading lightly, he made his way into the common room. At that moment, the common room was deserted, save for the occasional fish gliding past outside the window, the crackling of the logs in the fireplace, and the soothing sound of water flowing outside. Luca made her way to the window, far from the dormitory, and settled down. She activated the sonic screwdriver. A buzzing sound filled the air, which was precisely the reason she had chosen to come out here with it. On one hand, it facilitated her communication. On the other, she was concerned that the noise of the sonic screwdriver might disturb Malfoy and his companions, although Goyle's snoring was quite pronounced as well. After maneuvering the sonic screwdriver deftly against the phone, she successfully initiated the connection. Ruka halted the sound speed device and dialed Bernard's number. "Good evening, Ruka," came Bernard's reassuring voice from the other end of the line. "Good evening, Mr. Bernard. I apologize for calling so late," Ruka replied, lowering her voice, tinged with a hint of regret. "No worries. Are you in your dormitory?" "Yes, I am," Ruka responded, suddenly realizing that this was an intelligence report rather than a casual chat, and promptly shifted to the matter at hand. "Mr. Bernard, I have been assigned to Slytherin." "What? Did the Sorting Hat decide that?" Bernard sounded somewhat surprised. "Indeed. I later discovered that my family, the Zybilin family, prevented the collaboration between vampires and Voldemort. Have you heard of this, Mr. Bernard?" Ruka continued with her narrative. "I am not aware of that. I shall look into it, though it may take some time." Bernard replied thoughtfully. "There is another matter. The headmaster mentioned 4 illogical words during his speech at dinner. Is that a code?" "Which 4? Fool, whimper, residue, twist." Ruka heard the sound of writing from the other end, and after a brief silence, Bernard said, "Consider it a jest. Professor Dumbledore sometimes enjoys such little pranks." "All right." Ruka felt as though she had nothing further to report, but suddenly recalled another inquiry. "By the way, Mr. Bernard, will Hogwarts accept students from China?" "Occasionally, yes. Thank you. I have no more to report. Good night, Mr. Bernard." "Good night, Ruka." After hanging up, Ruka gazed out at the shimmering water and swimming fish, momentarily lost in thought. Struggling against her fatigue, she returned to her dormitory and collapsed into sleep. An early class awaited her the next day, particularly that of the stern Professor McGonagall, and she hoped she wouldn't oversleep. The following morning, Ruka was awakened by Malfoy. Observing her somewhat dazed expression, he remarked, as the prefect, "I shall not permit any member of my dormitory to lose points for tardiness. That would be a profound insult to both me and Slytherin." Rook nodded slightly, indicating that he was awake. Although Malfoy's words were somewhat harsh, he was not unkind to his own. It remained unclear whether Malfoy was considering Rook's interests more or those of Slytherin. They shared breakfast together, and on their way to class, they encountered a middle-aged man with a sullen expression and a balding head. He stared at the students with bulbous eyes, reminiscent of a predatory beast, though the cat cradled in his arms was rather charming. "Who is that?" Rook inquired of Malfoy. "That is Filch." "Filch?" Rook was puzzled as to why Malfoy spoke as if he should be familiar with the name. "How could you forget? You might as well have been sorted into Hufflepuff." Malfoy remarked, displaying a hint of impatience. Dumbledore mentioned him last night, Filch, the castle's caretaker. Do not underestimate his cat. It is like a second pair of eyes for him. What? Rook was entirely unaware that such a conversation had occurred the previous evening, as he seemed to have been preoccupied with eating and pondering. Crabbe, explain it to him. Malfoy's patience had evidently worn thin. However, if he failed to inform Rook, it would reflect poorly on Slytherin, ultimately landing the responsibility back on him as Rook's dormitory head. He almost wished his father would expel Rook instead. Through Crabbe's explanations and Malfoy's occasional interjections, Rook finally grasped the Hogwarts freshman guidelines he had missed the night before. For instance, entering the Forbidden Forest was prohibited, and spellcasting in the corridors was forbidden. The following week would see the Quidditch sign-ups. To which Malfoy interjected that Rook surely lacked the talent for it, so there was no need to inform him. Although Rook was eager to refute this, he knew little about Quidditch, and speaking up would merely provide Malfoy with further opportunities to mock him. Lastly, there was the sternest warning. For those who wish to avoid a gruesome fate, do not venture into the right corridor on the 4th floor. Ruka found it somewhat amusing. If such a campus horror legend were recounted by the principal himself, it would indeed seem quite laughable. Following his conversation with Bernard last night, he speculated that this might be yet another jest by Dumbledore. However, upon observing Malfoy's rather grim countenance, a sense of unease washed over him. Could it be that something within the school posed a genuine threat to the students' lives, and yet they chose to disclose it to the students without addressing it? Was that truly reasonable? Do you wish to hear the school song? Crabbe suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Ruka was taken aback by the hefty boy's unexpected proposition so early in the morning. Don't be foolish, Crabbe, Malfoy retorted, feeling exasperated by his lackey's intellect. It dawned on him why he had been so tolerant of Ruka. He needed someone with a modicum of intelligence in his entourage. Before heading back to the dormitory last night, we sang the school song. Oh, no need for that, Ruka replied with an awkward smile, declining Crabbe's well-meaning offer. Despite the moving staircases and portraits that animatedly shifted, which intrigued Ruka, he refrained from expressing his wonder, noting how Malfoy and his companions seemed utterly unfazed. Clearly, these were merely trivialities within the realm of the magical world. Yet, he did not inquire further. Malfoy, however, took the initiative to say, I wager that Weasley's little brother cannot distinguish the staircases and will be late for Professor McGonagall's class. As he spoke, a victorious smile crept across his face, as if he had already envisioned his triumph. Ruka felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Malfoy's mockery of his friend and decided to take up the bet. I wager a galleon that Ron 1T be penalized for tardiness by Professor McGonagall. Very well, you shall regret this, Malfoy retorted. Upon entering the classroom, Ron and Harry had yet to arrive, and Malfoy gleefully watched as Ruka faced humiliation. For him, a single galleon was inconsequential. Yet this served as a small act of vengeance against Ron and his friends, elevating his mood considerably. After a short while, Ron and Harry finally sauntered in, oblivious to the fact that the cat on the podium was Professor McGonagall in disguise. They were relieved to have made it on time, only to be met with a scolding from McGonagall, who had reverted to her human form, reprimanding them for their lack of punctuality and their failure to recognize her. As the two returned to their seats looking dejected, Ruka poked Malfoy, who was stifling laughter, and declared, You owe me a galleon. What? Malfoy furrowed his brow, perplexed. When had he lost? A sly smile crept across Luca's face as he remarked that he would not incur any penalties for his tardiness. They were not penalized, were they? Having won a galleon from Malfoy, Luca immersed himself in his studies. Although Professor McGonagall showcased several captivating spells that transformed inanimate objects into living beings, the curriculum for first-time students was focused on transmuting matches into needles. Given the similarity in size and shape between matches and needles, Luca successfully completed the task by envisioning the characteristics of a needle, much to Professor McGonagall's satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Luca inquired about her spell that could transform her into a cat. Upon hearing his question, the smile vanished from Professor McGonagall's face, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness as she warned Luca that becoming an animagus was an exceedingly perilous magic, fraught with the risk of permanently losing one's human form. Luca represented the essence of heeding wise counsel, exhibiting a reluctance to embark on endeavors without due consideration. It was only after this that Professor McGonagall proceeded to assess the progress of her other students, demonstrating the meticulous process of transforming a matchstick into a needle. Apart from Luca, only Hermione succeeded in mastering this enchantment. However, the most significant takeaway from this lesson was undoubtedly the term animagus. Following a stern admonition, Luca resolved to exercise greater caution and prepare thoroughly before attempting again. In the afternoon's classes on charms and herbology, having engaged in prior study, Luca performed commendably, particularly in herbology, where Professor Sprout frequently acknowledged his efforts with approving nods. Tuesday's defense against the dark arts class, however, took an unusual turn. Observing Professor Quirrell's peculiar purple turban, Luca recalled having encountered him at the Leaky Cauldron. Yet, in comparison to the instructors of the 3 classes attended the previous day, Professor Quirrell's abilities fell markedly short. His lectures were delivered verbatim, accompanied by an inexplicable odor of garlic, leaving him flustered by the students' inquiries. often struggling to maintain coherence in his responses. Luca found it rather peculiar that, despite the current tranquility in the magical realm, there seemed to be a lack of emphasis on the subject of dark arts defense. On Tuesday afternoon, he attended History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who recounted the notable events and figures of the magical world in a monotonous tone, inducing a sense of drowsiness among the students. After class, Luca approached Professor Binns to inquire if he had any knowledge of the Zibelin family. After a long contemplation, Professor Binns provided an enigmatic response. I have little interest in myths and legends. I only study facts. There are rumors of a wizard by the surname Zibelin who thwarted a collaboration between vampires and a mysterious entity, yet there exists no substantial evidence to substantiate this claim. You ought to focus more on the facts, Mr. Zibelin. With that, he passed through the wall and departed. It seemed that he knew less than Nightshade, and it was evident that he had forgotten Luca's name. On Wednesday evening, they were to attend astronomy class, led by Professor Aurora Sinistra, an esteemed black witch. The class primarily revolved around observing the movements of celestial bodies, and Luca considered it a refreshing departure from the norm in the magical world, owing to its scientific nature. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt that Professor Sinistra possessed a high level of expertise. With a sense of curiosity, Luca ventured to engage her in conversation. Why don't we hold this class in the dining hall? Wouldn't we be able to see the night sky there as well? Professor Sinistra appeared amused by his suggestion and explained that the dining hall's warm and bright environment was unsuitable for an accurate observation of the night sky. Professor, does understanding the starry sky enhance our ability to wield magic? Luca, sensing an opportunity to delve deeper, gradually approached the crux of his inquiry. Why do you ask? Sinistra inquired, her interest piqued. Because I feel that the grandeur of the night sky should not be confined solely to divination, Luca articulated his thoughts. In all my years of teaching, I have never had a student question the significance of this class. Professor Sinistra playfully patted Luca on the head and then said, You have no classes on Friday afternoon, do you? Come to my office then. Certainly, Luca replied, elated, as Sinistra's reaction undoubtedly affirmed some of his suspicions. As Thursday evening arrived, Luca, having attended several classes, was increasingly convinced that Professor Quirrell was indeed questionable. The quality of his teaching was secondary to the fact that his background appeared fabricated. Nonetheless, he understood that if he could discern such issues, it was reasonable to assume that the other professors could as well. Thus, there was no need for undue concern, just a bit more vigilance would suffice. Furthermore, he read in the newspaper that Gringotts had been robbed. Recalling Bernard's earlier assertion that it was the safest place aside from Hogwarts, he couldn't shake the feeling that Hogwarts might be the next target. Suppressing these anxious thoughts, Luca reached out to Bernard once more, reporting the Forbidden Forest, the perilous fourth-floor corridor, the robbery at Gringotts with no apparent losses, and the suspicious behavior of Professor Quirrell. Bernard acknowledged that the Forbidden Forest harbored numerous dangerous creatures and that the fourth-floor corridor might hold some mystery worthy of investigation, albeit with caution. As for the Gringotts incident, there were no leads at present. Based on the newspaper's scant details, it could be inferred that the thief's objective was likely more significant than mere galleons, necessitating further inquiry. Regarding the position of the defense against the dark arts professor, Bernard informed Luca that the instructor was changed annually, occasionally resulting in unreliable teachers, and that diligent study was essential. Before ending the call, Bernard mentioned he had found some records concerning the thwarting of vampires, but the confidentiality level was high. Even he would need to petition the royal family for access. After expressing gratitude, Luca found himself unable to sleep for a prolonged period. Grappling with the weight of his family's past and the anticipation of Professor Sinistra's invitation for Friday afternoon. Consequently, he awoke the next morning feeling somewhat unrest. The first class on Friday was potions. Amidst Malfoy's scrutinizing gaze, Luca settled into the far-right seat of the front row. The classroom's design was exceedingly impractical. A large pillar obstructed the view from that seat entirely. Lighting his cauldron, Luca concealed himself behind the column, hoping to avoid disrupting the class should he inadvertently doze off. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, commanded an imposing presence even in his stride. His voice, as frigid as his gaze, seemed to chill an already cool classroom further upon his arrival. Snape appeared particularly fixated on Harry when calling the roll. He paused to cast a scornful remark about Harry's fame. This irrelevant and unconstructive commentary nearly lulled the drowsy Luca to sleep. However, Snape soon shifted to the subject at hand, elucidating the allure of potions, a sentiment that resonated with Luca, who appreciated the course's essence in crafting various enchanting brews. Yet, it was evident that Snape was not inclined to let Harry off lightly. He abruptly posed 3 questions directly to Harry. Potter, he began in a harsh tone, tell me, what would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Where might I find a piece of dunkstone? What distinguishes a boat-shaped aconite from a wolf's bane? Harry, understandably, could not answer any of them, as it was merely the first class. He seemed to share this sentiment, boldly retorting to Professor Snape and questioning why Hermione, who had raised her hand eagerly, was not permitted to respond. Snape, clearly agitated, approached Harry, intending to sit down and address him directly. Without glancing back, he assumed the seat hidden by the pillar was unoccupied and pulled it out. only to discover that it was occupied by Luca, who was now awkwardly poised in a defensive stance. "Professor, please take a seat," Luca smiled, attempting to deflect the situation. However, Mr. Snape was not one to easily overlook a student hiding behind a pillar. He swiftly redirected his attention to Luca, remarking, "You seem quite confident. Perhaps the rumors surrounding your family have clouded your judgment, leading you to believe it unnecessary to attend my class. Why not answer those 3 questions for Mr. Potter?" With the focus now on him, Luca stood tall and faced Snape, earnestly replying, "The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort creates the draft of living death. A potent sleeping potion. Dunkstones can be found in the stomachs of sheep, serving as antidotes to most poisons. The boat-shaped aconite and wolf's bane are the same plant, collectively known as aconite. It is goats, not sheep," Snape corrected him, casting a sharp glance at Harry before returning the chair to Luca. Observing the silent classroom, Snape expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why aren't you all writing this down?" Amidst the sound of hurried scribbling, he resumed his position at the podium, casting a sidelong glance at Harry, intending to look at Luca, but only seeing the pillar. "The Gryffindor students will lose 5 points due to their classmates' disrespect," he announced, before the students could fully react. He continued, "However, your classmate has answered correctly, and 5 points will be awarded to Slytherin." Without further regard for the students' reactions, Snape began writing in his notebook, the day's events reminding him of someone. For the practical portion of the lesson, Snape paired the students, and Luca found himself grouped with Malfoy. Only their duo received Snape's approval for their concoction. After class, Harry approached Luca. "Ron mentioned that all the dark wizards come from Slytherin. While I wasn't sorted into Slytherin at that time, nor do I currently exhibit any signs of malevolence, I found myself grouped with Malfoy today. I don't want to see you fall into darkness," he expressed earnestly. Coincidentally, Harry had received a letter from Hagrid inviting him to visit his hut to discuss the first week's events. Knowing that Luca was also a new student welcomed by Hagrid, he saw this as an opportune moment to invite Luca along. "Luca, are you free this afternoon?" Harry inquired. "Hagrid has invited me to his hut. We could go together." "Sorry," Luca replied, scratching his head. "I have to visit Professor Sinistra's office this afternoon." Watching Harry depart, Luca sighed, feeling that his relationship with Harry might be drifting further apart. "Well done, Zibalin," Malfoy clapped him on the shoulder from behind. "What do you mean?" Luca turned to Malfoy. Initially, Malfoy intended to discuss the points awarded and their cooperation in potion making, but upon seeing Luca's query, he felt compelled to elaborate. "Of course, I meant rejecting Potter." "Oh." Noticing Luca's lukewarm response, Malfoy felt a pang of regret, contemplating whether he had been too aggressive. No, he thought, he was certainly in the right. But as he hesitated, Luca had already walked away. Luca felt a tinge of regret, having resolved not to harbor enmity towards Malfoy any longer. Yet, at times, she found it difficult to rein in her emotions. With a soft sigh, she abandoned her meal and made her way towards the astronomical tower. After all, Professor Sinistra's office resided within that very tower, as she only needed to attend this one class. As Luca gently knocked on the door, it was immediately opened from within. "Come in and have something to eat." Professor Sinistra seemed to have anticipated his arrival, having prepared a meal for him. "Professor," Luca said, momentarily bewildered, completely at a loss as to how the professor had managed this. "Ha! I foresaw that someone would visit at lunchtime today. I rarely have visitors." "So it was likely to be you," Professor Sinistra exclaimed with hearty laughter. "As for the food, I too must eat, mustn't I?" The two enjoyed a delightful lunch, savoring the delicious fare that Hogwarts offered. "You have caused your friends some sorrow," Professor Sinistra remarked unexpectedly after they had finished their meal. "Is this also a result of your divination?" Luca replied with a wry smile, unsure how to respond. "I just know," Professor Sinistra said, appearing notably relaxed outside the classroom. "Let us set that aside for now. Do you wish to delve deeper into astronomy?" "Yes, Professor," Luca nodded, for he cherished the beautiful vistas, particularly the starry sky. And even if there were no profound secrets within astronomy, he was eager to learn. "Then today I shall teach you astrology, although it is still daytime," Professor Sinistra declared, producing a crystal ball that shimmered with the shapes of galaxies. "What do you see?" he inquired. "The starry sky," Luca replied. "That is insufficient. Astrology's origins lie with the Mesopotamians, who combined the movements and phases of planets with time to predict and explain certain individuals or events." Professor Sinistra systematically imparted knowledge of astrology to Luca as time gradually slipped away. "So, according to astrological interpretation, I am a lone wolf," Luca blinked, as Professor Sinistra encouraged him to apply what he had learned using his birth date, yet the outcome proved difficult for him to accept. "Regrettably, you are correct." Professor Sinistra confirmed the divination results and immediately reassured him, "But do not take it too much to heart. It is merely a prediction." Noticing that Luca still seemed troubled, Professor Sinistra suggested he observe other aspects, such as his friend's movements. "Professor, I have no clues." "Oh, let me assist you." Professor Sinistra realized that this might be a bit advanced, and approached to help Luca address some fundamental questions, yet the interpretative part must be undertaken by Luca himself. As he was the diviner, Luca gazed into the celestial patterns within the crystal ball, cross-referencing them with Professor Sinistra's astrology texts, attempting to draw interpretations. "Are we connecting to a significant event, and is there danger?" Professor Sinistra squinted slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Luca understood that the interpretation was entirely his own affair, and the professor had no business intervening. Thus, his mind became agile as he pondered the clues swirling within his thoughts, striving to connect them. If one were to speak of significant matters, the most pressing issue at hand was undoubtedly the theft at Gringotts. However, there were numerous perilous elements to consider: the forbidden forest, the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, and even, if one were to be frank, Professor Snape's potions class posed considerable risks to Harry. Today, they had nearly concocted a potion of lethal potency. Additionally, one could not overlook the suspicious behavior of Professor Quirrell. After departing from Professor Sinistra's office, Luca contemplated the likelihood of his divination being accurate, if indeed his predictions held true, and the source of danger was linked to the reported incident at Gringotts. Pursuing investigations along those four directions would not only assist Harry but also fulfill his own commitment to follow up on the inquiry. Today, Harry mentioned that Hagrid had invited him to his hut, suggesting that there could be further clues to uncover there. Hagrid's hut, located near the Forbidden Forest, could provide an opportunity to investigate both areas concurrently. Ruka had contemplated directly following Harry, as he was the target of the prophecy. If the divination proved accurate, trailing him would grant access to those lurking dangers. However, such a passive approach felt inadequate. If possible, Ruka yearned to exert some effort to mitigate uncertainties. Regardless, to accomplish these goals, he first needed to learn some practical spells, such as the disillusionment charm. Thus, a visit to the library was imperative in the coming days. Resolute, after dining, Ruka had Ollie send a letter to Ollivander regarding his sorting, and then he headed straight to the library, which closed at 8. An early arrival was preferable. To his surprise, a familiar figure was already present within the library. Hermione spotted him and waved. "You've come to read, Ruka. Indeed, your suggestion was quite astute." Ruka replied, recalling Hermione's advice from Sorting Hat Day. Hermione turned a page in her book, letting out a slight sigh. If only you had been sorted into Gryffindor. It might have sparked Harry and Ron's enthusiasm for studying. I invited them to join me at the library, but they declined. What do they intend to do instead? Ruka realized he could glean information about Harry and Ron from Hermione, and thus he inquired further. Hermione pondered momentarily before responding. Playing wizard's chess in the dormitory? In any case, it's certainly not studying. After a brief exchange, Hermione returned her focus to her reading. Luke had ascertained that Harry and his companions would likely refrain from wandering about in the next couple of days, which brought him a certain sense of relief as he began to search for books. In addition to having encountered the disillusionment charm within the pages, he also discovered a rather useful incantation, the shielding charm. While the disillusionment charm allowed him to conceal his presence, the shielding charm could create an area impervious to eavesdropping and repelling other objects from encroaching. After several days of diligent study, Lou finally understood why his initial attempts at the levitation charm had been less than effective. To cast a spell, mere knowledge of the incantation was insufficient. It was imperative to combine it with the correct pronunciation and precise movements. Lou felt he was on the verge of uncovering the secrets of pronunciation. Having stumbled upon scattered resources on basic Latin in the library, even discovering a book with an official publication number. After a day of comparison on Saturday, Lou realized that many of the spells were derived from Latin and its declensions. Had it not been for multiple warnings regarding the dangers of original spells in several books, he might have been tempted to experiment on the spot. As Sunday evening approached, Lou, who initially sought to learn spells beneficial to himself, gradually became immersed in the joy of occasional breakthroughs. Suddenly, he felt 2 sharp jabs against his back. "I beg your pardon, Madam Pants. I am afraid I have overstayed my welcome at the library," he remarked, turning to find the smiling face of Yi Yin. She was cheerfully clutching a book, which appeared to be the very object that had just poked him. "Here, I believe you will find this useful," Yi Yin offered, handing the book to Lou before taking a seat beside him. "Advanced Transfiguration, How to Become an Animagus." "How did you come across this?" Lou inquired. He had previously sought out literature on animagi, but had only come across references to the term in a handful of books on transfiguration, none of which detailed the practice methods. Connecting it to Professor McGonagall's warnings about the dangers of becoming an animagus, Lou began to speculate about the origins of this book. Yi Yin first placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, then lowered her voice to reveal Lou's unspoken thoughts. "The restricted section. Professor Sinistra mentioned you prophesied that you would be a lone wolf." Before Lou could respond, Yi Yin continued, "You are not entirely mistaken, however. Even a lone wolf sometimes requires assistance." Lou began to comprehend how she had managed to procure a book from the restricted section. "Look, I am merely returning this on behalf of Professor Sinistra." Yi Yin glanced at her pocket watch. "It is now 7:30. You have less than half an hour left." Upon hearing this, Lou immediately bent over to peruse the book. He did not feel that Yi Yin or Professor Sinistra were deceiving him. On Friday, he had read about the mysticism of seers that could provoke irritation. But Professor Sinistra had stated that he would only understand true annoyance upon meeting a certain individual. Fortunately, the content of the book was concise, summarizing just 10 key points. Lou successfully jotted these down on paper before Yi Yin returned the book. The Ravenclaw common room was situated at the pinnacle of the castle. while Slytherin S was at its depths, necessitating that the two part ways at the library entrance. As Ian ascended the staircase, she suddenly addressed Lou. I have provided you with the method. You will have to supply the materials. Are you also intending to learn this? It is quite perilous. Lou inquired, eager to discern whether Ian was jesting. Of course. What compelling reason do you have to learn it? She retorted. Lou found himself momentarily speechless. If his only aim was to fulfill the task of relaying information, he could simply immerse himself in gossip and read the papers. Yet, he was fervently drawn to mastering this high-risk magic. What was his true motivation? To become the most formidable agent? To assist friends who might find themselves in peril? To fulfill Bernard's wishes? Or was it merely an insatiable curiosity for these arcane matters? Luca found himself momentarily enveloped in confusion. There was no need for answers. He did not wish to succumb to any form of obsession. Ian once again chuckled softly, remarking that the true peril lay only in the final steps, and one could always retreat if regret set in. Her words brought a sense of calm to Luca, reminding him not to fall into any form of fixation. Indeed, his four objectives appeared to be harmonious. Luca grew increasingly curious about the nature of his relationship with Ian. Could it be that my powers of observation are simply heightened? Yet Ian still refrained from providing a direct answer. She took a few steps back, drawing closer to Luca, and shifted the conversation to another topic. The next full moon night falls on September 22nd. Do you know what special significance that date holds? What? Luca inquired. To hold a leaf of the mandrake herb on a full moon night is the first step to becoming an animagus, but beyond that, he could not think of any other particular significance. And what of the 15th day of the 8th lunar month? Yian revealed a mysterious smile, and then, as if perceiving something, she pointed behind Luca. Looking back on the path, a cat stood there, fixated on the two individuals. It was Madame Loris. Her presence here indicated that Felch could not be far behind. See you later, lad, the young man said decisively before turning and ascending the staircase. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he noticed an additional notice affixed to the wall. Flying lessons would commence this Thursday. Imagining himself soaring through the skies on a broomstick, he let out a few dry chuckles, inexplicably reminded of the alien films that had gained popularity a few years prior. However, beyond the flying lessons, he had another significant task at hand, to cultivate a favorable rapport with Professor Sprout in herbology and Professor Snape in potions. His aim was to procure the necessary materials to become an animagus, specifically, the leaves of the mandrake and the pupa of the demiguise. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he returned to his dormitory. He found little common ground with his roommates. Today, they were discussing a girl named Pansy Parkinson, who had recently grown close to Malfoy. From their descriptions, she appeared to be a female version of Malfoy, a notion that overwhelmed them. Yet it seemed to be precisely the reason for Malfoy's admiration. If all of Slytherin embodied this style, despair would surely ensue for him. Life continued in its routine manner. Due to his enthusiastic participation in herbology, he had once again earned points for Slytherin, greatly enhancing his standing within the house. Ironically, it was Malfoy, as the head of their dormitory, who reaped the most benefits from this situation. Since he struggled to navigate social events steeped in wizarding etiquette, largely due to his lack of family anecdotes to share, he left the opportunity for conversation to the ever-enthusiastic Malfoy. Luca realized that if he could change Malfoy, perhaps he could transform the entirety of Slytherin. However, he remained uncertain about how to achieve such a change in Malfoy. The afternoon of Thursday arrived, marking the day for their flying lesson. Over 20 broomsticks lay upon the ground, with students from both houses standing opposite one another, evoking a scene reminiscent of a cowboy duel from a Western film. Yet, this humorous thought would likely only resonate with Harry, leaving Luca to quietly amuse himself. They did not have to wait long before Madame Hooch arrived. She was the instructor for their flying class, sporting short gray hair and hawk-like yellow eyes, exuding an air of authority. Her voice matched her formidable presence as she addressed the assembled students. Everyone, extend your right hand over your broom and say, up. In unison, they shouted, up. The broom responded when Luca called out a second time, and he grasped it firmly, seemingly the quickest after Harry. Madame Hooch then guided them on the proper way to mount their brooms to ensure they would not fall off. Young Master Malfoy appeared to have his own interpretation of the instructions, but was sternly corrected by Madame Hooch. Once she ensured that all students maintained the correct posture, she prepared to transition to the next phase of the lesson. When I blow my whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs, ascend a short distance, and then lean forward to return to the ground. Pay close attention to my whistle. 3. Ruko remained focused, waiting for the whistle to sound. But it was evident that someone had jumped the start. There stood Neville, pale and trembling on his broomstick, ascending gradually. He appeared terrified of falling, gripping the broom tightly as he was lifted higher. Lean forward. Child, come back. Lean forward. Mrs. Hooch shouted from the ground, observing Neville's face in the sky. Ruko recalled the day on the train when the boy had sought his help. With this thought, Ruko pushed off the ground, soaring towards Neville on his broomstick. Come down. Mrs. Hooch exclaimed in exasperation, not anticipating that another student would take flight. She turned to warn the other students to refrain from causing further chaos. Meanwhile, Neville continued to rise, crashing into a wall and slipping off his broom. Ruko adjusted his position midair, turning sideways and extending his arms to catch Neville. However, The broom beneath Ruko could not withstand the impact of Neville's descent, and both plummeted to the ground. Good heavens! Mrs. Hooch hurried over, bending down to assess their injuries. A broken hand and a sprained ankle, she sighed with relief, grateful that Ruko's broom had somewhat cushioned their fall, preventing serious harm. All right, you two, get up, Mrs. Hooch assisted Neville and Ruko to their feet, one on each side. She then turned to the other students, declaring, I will escort these two to the hospital. If you wish to avoid expulsion from Hogwarts, none of you are to move. Thank you, Neville said, still shaken but remembering to express his gratitude to Ruko. We should thank Mrs. Hooch. Ruko acknowledged her leniency for not reprimanding him for taking flight. I will inform Madame Pomfrey that you two injured yourselves due to your disregard for classroom order, Mrs. Hooch commented tersely. Soon, Ruko found himself in the presence of Madame Pomfrey, the Hogwarts nurse, dressed in a red and white gown with a white cap, exuding an air of calm. However, her tranquil demeanor vanished upon hearing Mrs. Hooch's account. I can mend your bones in a second, but the process may be somewhat painful, Madame Pomfrey stated, demonstrating on Neville, who let out a pained cry, yet it was clear his wrist had been set. Now, you, she said, placing her hand on Ruko's leg. Suddenly noticing the emblem on his robe. Oh, you are a Slytherin? Yes, Madame Pomfrey, Ruko replied. Is there a problem? Prepared to endure the pain. Ruko was taken aback by Madame Pomfrey's inquiry. It had been a long time since a Slytherin had been injured while rescuing a Gryffindor student. It's quite rare to see a Slytherin come to the aid of a Gryffindor, Madame Pomfrey remarked with a smile, discreetly healing Ruko's foot without him even feeling discomfort. I merely did what I intended to do. I apologize for any inconvenience caused, Ruko responded, somewhat puzzled by her words. Simply doing what one wishes is indeed commendable. Madame Pomfrey agreed with a beaming smile, explaining her reasoning, I am also a Slytherin. This was indeed an uplifting revelation, leaving Ruko exhilarated even after returning to the dormitory, realizing that there were indeed good people within Slytherin. However, his elation was short-lived as Draco Malfoy burst in, laughing boisterously. Ha! I bet they'll foolishly stand there and get caught by Filch. Malfoy sneered, entering the dormitory with a swagger. They will undoubtedly lose a significant number of points. Possibly even face expulsion. Who are they? Ruko asked, feeling a sense of unease. Why, it's Harry and Ron, Malfoy declared smugly. I've arranged a midnight duel with them in the trophy room, but they won't be waiting for me. They only encounter Filch looking for trouble. At 11:30, Ruko cast the disillusionment charm on himself and stealthily slipped into the castle corridors. He had learned from Malfoy that much had transpired after he was taken to the nurse's office. Malfoy was quite displeased that Harry had not been expelled. Thus he had scheduled a duel with Harry and informed Filch of the time and place. It was a rather clever betrayal. But he also told me, Ruko pondered, contemplating Malfoy's intentions. Did he simply not think it through, or does he hope I will thwart his plans? Regardless, now that he was aware of the situation, Ruko could not choose to ignore it. Having learned the disillusionment charm, he viewed this as an opportunity for practice, albeit uncertain whether he could evade Filch's watchful eye. Gradually making his way to the appointed location, Ruko fervently hoped not to encounter Harry and Ron there. It would be ideal if they stayed peacefully in the dormitory until morning. Yet, fate had other plans, as Ruko found himself face-to-face with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Were they planning to skip the duel while bringing along two others for a righteous brawl? He truly underestimated you, Harry. Luca dispelled the illusion spell, revealing his true form, and hurried over, intending to inform Harry and the others not to wait, as Malfoy would not be coming. However, after taking just 2 steps, he found himself confronted by Ron, who pointed his wand at him. With a firm grip on his wand, Ron began resolutely, Bring it on, Luca Chibelin. You have been deceived by Malfoy. Luca furrowed his brow, attempting to explain himself to Ron. Suddenly, he comprehended why Malfoy had fed him such information. Malfoy had claimed that the arranged duel was to be a 2-on-2 affair, with himself and Crabbe opposing Harry and Ron. Yet, if he were to lie here and name Luca as his second, he could potentially find himself in a confrontation with one of them. Ivy told you. Luca wouldn't he do such a thing? Neville stammered in defense of Luca, gripping Ron's arm that held the wand. Is this enough of a ruckus? Hermione's tone conveyed her irritation. Then why is he here at this moment? Ron remained unyielding. What on earth is going on, Luca? Harry asked, perplexed. He was reluctant to believe that Luca would align himself with Malfoy for the duel, yet Luca was undeniably present. Malfoy feigned an invitation for you and Ron to duel. While secretly informing Filch of the arrangement, it is likely that he is en route here now. Ruka swiftly unraveled Malfoy's scheme. Having been informed of the plan not long ago, confident that I would not remain passive, perhaps even hoping for a confrontation between you and me, I reckoned that if Hermione and Neville were absent, you might not have listened to my lengthy explanation. Ron opened his mouth, his grip on his wand loosening slightly. Recently, Ruka and they had been like strangers, incessantly rewarding points to Slytherin, and even Hermione had been insisting that they should learn from Ruka. This made his sensitive nerves suffer greatly, as he yearned for an opportunity to prove Ruka wrong. Today, Malfoy presented that opportunity to him, and without a second thought, he fell into the trap. To Ron, this was not merely a duel between Harry and Malfoy, but a contest between himself and Ruka. Therefore, upon seeing Ruka approach, even as he wondered why Malfoy was absent, He never doubted that Ruka was there to duel. Really? Ron asked, half in disbelief. Before Ruka could respond, a voice from the adjacent room answered his question. Darling, take a whiff. They should be nearby, meow. It was Filch's voice, ominous like a death knell. It sounded as though he was using Mrs. Norris like a hound. This was dire news. If Mrs. Norris truly had a keen sense of smell, Ruka's disillusionment charms would be of no use, as they could not mask sound or scent. Quick, let's go. The five of them reached a consensus and hurried outside. Meow. The voices of Mrs. Norris and Filch grew ever closer, and the group could no longer afford to tread lightly, their pace quickening. Neville, exceedingly anxious, seemed to envision a future of demerits or even expulsion. In a moment of distraction, his left foot tripped over his right, and grabbing the nearest Ron. They both tumbled aside, crashing into a suit of armor that produced a resounding clatter. Undoubtedly, they had been exposed, raising the two from the ground. They had no time to observe Filch's whereabouts, and the group sprinted upstairs at full speed. They navigated around several columns and through numerous corridors, finally coming to a halt. Breathless and panting. I believe we've lost him, Harry exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he leaned against the wall to rest. Hermione incessantly chastised Harry and the others. I told you so. As Lucas suddenly realized that they might not have come to assault Malfoy, he inquired, how did you manage to gather such a crowd? The group began to chatter, revealing that Hermione had attempted to thwart their rendezvous and had followed them out, only to find the Gryffindor keeper missing. Consequently, Hermione could not return, and they encountered Neville, who had forgotten the password and had been waiting outside for quite some time. Thus they all proceeded to the display room together. Hopefully, your keeper has returned by now. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly learn of your breach of the curfew regulations. With this thought, Luke mused that the unfeeling entrance of Slytherin might not be such a bad option after all. It was certainly preferable to being caught by Filch. Ron sighed. I'm sorry, Luke. I didn't really want to duel with you. It's all right. Luke waved his hand dismissively, but if possible, I would appreciate it if you could trust me a bit more. Harry nodded, about to speak when his mouth fell agape, following his gaze. They beheld a ghost-clad in vibrant attire, poised as if to commence a performance. Captivating the attention of the crowd, he laughed mischievously, evidently concocting a rather amusing prank. And bellowed, freshmen are here. His piercing voice echoed, and it was almost certain that Filch was already en route. With no other choice, they continued to run. Luke was about to beckon them to ascend the stairs and circumvent the situation, but the others, now frightened and disoriented, fled towards one of Hogwarts' forbidden areas, the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Recalling the prophecy he had made during astrology class the previous Friday, where both the characters and locations aligned, he recognized it as a potential clue and an inevitable danger. Without hesitation, Luke pursued them. Open. By the time Luke reached their side, Hermione had just used a spell to unlock the door blocking their path. Quickly, Luke, let us hide in here. Harry urged him to enter. Who was that ghost? Luke was puzzled. Typically, ghosts possessed an ethereal quality along with their garments, but that particular one seemed different. That was Peeves, one of the most detestable spirits in Hogwarts, Ron replied vehemently. If it weren't for Peeves revealing our location, we might have already been tucked away in bed. Shoo. Luke pressed his ear against the door and could hear Peeves conversing with Filch. Fortunately, Peeves' mischievous antics were indiscriminate. He had playfully misled Filch, diverting him away. All right, let us go outside. Luke confirmed their safety and hastily gestured for them to exit. He had observed that a massive three-headed dog was stationed here, and should it rise, it could easily fill the space. Fortunately, it remained asleep. After careful observation, Luke identified the spot where the beast lay was a trapdoor, providing sufficient clues. It was prudent to retreat swiftly before it awoke. However, Neville had evidently noticed its presence, seemingly having a peculiar affinity for frightening occurrences. Silencio. Luke extracted 2 wands and swiftly cast the silencing spell on Neville and Ron, followed by Hermione and Harry, preventing them from waking the three-headed dog with any startled outbursts. This dual casting was a novel approach Luke had just conceived. Given he possessed 2 hands and 2 wands, it was certainly worth attempting, and he had evidently succeeded. Observing the terror-stricken expression on Neville's face, Luke felt he had heard a sound. After all, from the outset of flying class that afternoon, he had encountered that sound far too many times. Perhaps taken aback by Luke's enchantment or reassured by the sight of the sleeping beast, the 4 gradually regained their composure and followed Luke out the door. After locking the door once more, Rocco dispelled the silent curse that had enveloped them. I can hardly believe they were harboring such a creature at school, Ron exclaimed, patting his chest with a tone of relief. How did you manage to cast spells with 2 wands simultaneously? Harry, evidently excited about something else, had not forgotten that today was supposed to be a duel. If he could wield 2 wands or even more by himself, he would not have to fear defeat. I think it might just be because I possess 2 wands, Rocco mused, pinching his chin, uncertain of how to explain, before turning to comfort Ron. Perhaps this is precisely why we should avoid the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. All right, it's over now. Let us head back to the dormitory and get some sleep. Rocco casually reassured them as he led the way down the stairs. Wait, did you see that 3-headed dog standing on something? Hermione grasped Rocco's arm, insisting that it must have been there for a reason. Unexpectedly, Luke blinked. Hermione's powers of observation seemed to exceed his expectations. "Harry, if we uncover anything, we must inform Luke." It was evident that Hermione had made connections regarding matters unknown to Luke. Her earlier remark about placing greater trust in him appeared to have had an impact, prompting her to willingly share information with Luke. "All right, but what exactly are we investigating?" Although Harry acquiesced, he remained oblivious to Hermione's intentions and puzzled over why she sought his consent. "Consider this. If they are not trying to protect something, why would they keep a dangerous three-headed dog here?" Hermione frowned at Harry's apparent lack of insight. "Nevertheless, we must rest tonight. I refuse to lose points in potions class due to Snape." Recalling the schedule for Friday, Hermione nudged her 3 Gryffindor classmates upstairs. "Good night, Luke." Upon hearing Hermione's farewell, Harry and the others turned to wave, though Neville still appeared thoroughly shaken, uncertain of when he would recover from the day's events. "Good night," Luke responded, waving back before turning to descend the staircase. This evening had indeed been exhausting, with an overwhelming series of events. Pure blood. After uttering the password, Luke successfully returned to the Slytherin common room. Thanks to the architecture of this place, the lighting remained sufficiently bright even at night. Thus, Luke easily spotted Malfoy, who was seated on the sofa, fixated on the entrance. "Good evening," Luke greeted casually, as if nothing had transpired. "Did you win?" Malfoy disregarded his greeting and inquired about other matters. "Do you genuinely believe we would come to blows?" "You have no idea how fiercely that Weasley boy's competitive spirit ignited upon learning his opponent was you." Malfoy attempted to sow discord before swiftly shifting the topic. "Luke, did you encounter Filch?" "What?" Ruko subtly detected a hint of something amiss. "Have you encountered Furchie?" he inquired, expressing disappointment in the unreliable old relic. Malfoy appeared genuinely pained by the failure of his exquisite scheme. "What did you call me?" Ruko repeated, with a touch more detail. "Lysibilin, what is it?" Malfoy responded, somewhat irked, his voice rising. "Don't look at me like that. My father is a governor. Even if they dismiss both of you, I can still protect you." Silently, Ruko decisively pressed the mute button on Malfoy, gradually approaching him. Curiosity piqued, he pondered why, despite casting merely a silencing spell, the victim remained as if petrified, immobile like Neville and his companions before. Nonetheless, Ruko maintained a serious demeanor. Malfoy had overstepped today, and without imparting a lesson, one could only wonder what further antics he might concoct next time. Although Ruko possessed no spells suitable for such a situation, he drew upon knowledge acquired from MI6. It was time for this privileged, pure-blooded young lord of the wizarding world to experience methods from the Muggle realm. 15 minutes dragged on for Malfoy, feeling like several hours. The pallor of his face had drained completely. He had never fathomed someone could evoke such legendary terror using merely water, without any incantation. Malfoy had submitted. "No next time," Ruko coldly warned, feeling he had struck the right balance, not inducing too much fear that would spur vehement resistance, just enough to impart a valuable lesson. Malfoy had called him by his first name rather than his surname, perhaps indicating a flicker of conscience still lingered within him. With that thought, Ruko turned and headed back to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to Ruko, Malfoy, watching his retreating figure, was lost in a different train of thought. "I shall never again doubt the Sorting Hat's judgment. He is undoubtedly a Slytherin more Slytherin than I." On Friday, Ruko noticed Malfoy was particularly quiet. Each action in potions class was executed with meticulous precision. Even Snape seemed perplexed, hesitating to offer any praise. Were it not for his mastery of dark arts, he might have believed Malfoy had fallen victim to the Imperious Curse, and would have reported the matter to Dumbledore by now. Ron lacked such experience and whispered dramatically to Harry, Malfoy might be under the Imperious Curse. Earlier that morning, they had planned to provoke him in the Great Hall, but Malfoy had been entirely unresponsive, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Recalling Malfoy's family's allegiance to Voldemort, Ron mused that they had used the Imperious Curse as an excuse when they switched sides. The concept of this dark magic grew increasingly clear in Ron's mind, and he became more convinced that Malfoy was indeed cursed. As for the caster, Ron suspected it was Ruko. He had motive, having been provoked by Malfoy, and besides, do you remember how terrifying Ruko was when he cast spells on us yesterday? I bet he knows dark magic. Ron recalled Ruko's expression while using the silencing charm, cold and unforgiving, which still sent a shiver down his spine. Harry nodded in agreement. Though not well-versed in the Imperious Curse, he vividly recalled Ruko's demeanor during the spellcasting. Just as he was about to inquire about the incantation, he noticed Snape glaring at them. Harry rushed to nudge Ron's leg, prompting him to feign busyness with his materials. 5 points from Gryffindor for discussing other students during my class. Unfortunately, Snape preempted Harry's worst fears. Ruko, aware of the situation, chose not to elaborate. Malfoy was likely just sulking, and early intervention could spark rebellious tendencies. For now, things were satisfactory, and he resolved to maintain the status quo. This Friday's plan included attending Professor Sinistra's office for class. However, Ruko decided against mooching a meal from her this time, opting to eat beforehand. As he walked, he recalled the letter he had sent to Mr. Ollivander last week. He had yet to receive a reply. Ollie had confirmed the delivery, but the old man merely nodded in acknowledgement. Ruko chose not to press further. Perhaps after such a long time, the elder had lost his curiosity. Upon knocking on Professor Sinistra's door, she opened it promptly and asked, Did you calculate correctly, Ruko? Yes, but it seems not entirely accurate, Ruko replied, aware she was referring to the divination results he had presented last week. He pondered for a moment, while last night had been fraught with danger. It didn't seem as severe as the prediction suggested. Was it due to his interference? Come, let us measure again today, Professor Sinistra said, her enigmatic smile suggesting she already knew the outcome as she set the crystal ball before him. Luke was momentarily taken aback, yet obediently proceeded with the task at hand. Drawing from his previous experience, he required minimal assistance from the professor this time and successfully arrived at a conclusion. However, a lingering doubt plagued him, for the result mirrored that of his prior attempt exactly. Luca lifted his gaze towards Professor Sinistra, his expression tinged with confusion. The stars had shifted slightly last night, yet they quickly returned to a state of stability. Professor Sinistra had anticipated such an outcome and began to elucidate. I am quite intrigued. Upon observation, it appears they have formed a new structure, with a star both near and distant joining the assembly. What do you mean? Luca felt as though he grasped the essence of the professor's words, lowering his gaze to the image within the crystal orb, where he identified the star described by her. If you did something last night that caused such a change, that would indeed be understandable. Though Professor Sinistra's tone was speculative, Luca sensed her conviction, acknowledging that he had indeed done something. Do not worry, I am not a centaur, and I shall not trouble you over such matters, she continued, turning to extract an antiquated blue leather notebook from the bookshelf. Come, today I shall teach you something new. She appeared eager, flipping open the first page of the notebook. A string of text sprang forth, salvage trisexadu octosexasepti. Is this a spell? Luca pondered, noting its seemingly peculiar Latin composition. It should be, Professor Sinistra responded, her tone buoyant. This notebook has been passed down through my family, and it is said to contain powerful magic, particularly the one inscribed on this first page. Known as a spell that can save you in a glimmer of hope. Should it be? Luca, undeterred by the spell's formidable implications, focused on the crux of the professor's statement. Indeed. For as far as I know, no one has ever activated it, she replied with a dry chuckle. However, the subsequent spells have shown some effectiveness, as I have personally experimented with them. This must be a significant heritage of the Sinistra family. Are you truly willing to teach me? Luca hesitated, hoping the professor would not act impulsively. Ignoring his concern, the professor leafed through several pages of the notebook. In truth, the spells recorded were quite few, while the remainder comprised the chronicles of generations of Sinistra family members. The history of the Sinistra lineage unfolded before Luca's eyes. Once an ordinary wizard family, their narrative shifted when a member mysteriously disappeared for a time, returning with enhanced power, yet adopting a secretive demeanor, becoming an outlier obsessed with the heavens. Upon his demise, a notebook was discovered among his belongings, detailing those spells. Initially, the family deemed him mad, for the spells seemed ineffective, yielding no explosive mishaps even from erroneous casting. However, a young man eventually managed to activate these spells, discovering their connection to the planets, which elucidated the obsession of the original spellcaster with the sky. Though results were minimal, the spirit of inquiry flowed through that young man's lineage, leading the Sinistra family to gradually pivot towards celestial studies, ultimately evolving into a pursuit of astrology, with the hope of one day unraveling the secrets behind those spells. Professor Sinistra turned to the final pages of the notebook, pointing out a passage to Luca. If anyone can master these spells, they should possess the courage and capability to deceive predetermined fate. I believe you have done just that. Professor Sinistra smiled, encouraging him. Give it a try. I, on behalf of my family, grant you permission to learn. Animus Fair. Under the guidance of Professor Sinistra, Luca recited the incantation, attentively sensing the changes around him. Yet, it appeared that no transformation had occurred. It's all right. These spells do not specify the gestures or intonations. Practice at your own pace. And when you master them, do remember to show me, Professor Sinistra consoled Luca, maintaining an encouraging demeanor. Luca nodded, resolutely attempting once more. Thus, the afternoon slipped away. After seizing the opportunity to contact Bernard that night to report the matter of the three-headed dog, Luca fell into a peaceful slumber. The ensuing days seemed to plunge into tranquility as Luca diligently attended school, embodying the essence of an ordinary first-grade student. Yet, there was a promise that lingered in Luca's memory. He had procured 2 mandrake leaves, acquired not through the subject teachers, but rather from the ever-discreet Mrs. Pomfrey in the school infirmary, who rarely inquired further. Today, the 22nd of September, marked a full moon night and coincided with the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. As spoken of by Night Smoke, Luca took the time to understand that this day marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, an ancient Eastern celebration where individuals express their longing for their homeland and loved ones through the fullness of the moon. For Yin, who has ventured far from home to study at Hogwarts, what sentiments might this meaningful festival evoke? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Luca arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, where the method of entry differed from that of Slytherin. An eagle-shaped knocker posed a question to those seeking to enter. According to Yin, a correct response would grant access to the common room. As Luca stood before it, the knocker indeed posed the question: if you were to traverse time and alter your past, would your present and future also change? Luca pondered for a moment before responding. No, It is only through possessing a stable and complete past that I can truly exist in the present and future. A nearby Ravenclaw student stared in astonishment, aware that the door knocker occasionally posed peculiar questions, a fact known throughout the entire academy. Typically, students would opt to change the subject in order to elicit a more conventional query from the knocker. This particular individual, however, seemed unfamiliar with the custom and boldly engaged with the knocker's question. Yet, to his surprise, the knocker approved his response. He quickly recited Luca's answer in his mind, eager to share this question and answer with his peers. Suddenly, he realized something and hastened to catch up. Wait, take me with you. The student called out to Luca, who had just returned from the library. She had come back earlier than usual and was alone. Should she encounter an odd question, she would likely have to wait outside for quite some time. Luca did not refuse her company. It appeared that she was a senior, just the person he could ask to assist in contacting Yin. However, upon entering the room, Luca noticed that Yin was already waiting in the lounge. Upon seeing the star-studded crystal ball in her hands, Luca understood the situation. He had nearly forgotten that Yin was also connected to Professor Sinista, making her proficiency in astrology rather unsurprising. Nevertheless, possessing a crystal ball of his own would indeed be quite convenient. He wondered where Yin had acquired hers. And a thought began to form in his mind. Shall we go? Yin smiled at Luca as she put away the crystal ball and gestured to the senior behind her before pulling Luca out of the lounge. The senior gave them a thumbs up as they departed, reflecting wistfully on her own squandered youth. At her age, she had never ventured out in such a companionable manner, nor could she answer the peculiar questions about door rings. Did you predict that I would arrive at this time? Luca inquired with curiosity, doubting that such precision was within his capabilities. Well, sort of. However, I actually used a different form of divination. I learned a bit of astrology from Professor Sinista, but unfortunately, I lack talent in it, Yin replied candidly. And what about that crystal ball? If you like it, I shall give it to you. With that, Yin retrieved the small crystal ball from her robe and slipped it into Luca's pocket. You must know what festival it is today, right? Yin quickly shifted the topic before Luca could respond. Yes, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, isn't it? Correct. Have you eaten yet? I have. Why? Did you discover what the Mid-Autumn Festival entails? Was there no mention of mooncakes? Yin questioned, somewhat skeptical of Luca's understanding of the festival. Lu recalled the information she had encountered and spoke. The festival that embodies the longing for one's homeland and loved ones indeed lacks descriptions pertaining to culinary delights. However, let's consider it a dessert. Yin bore no resentment towards her and retrieved 2 golden, round pastries from her pocket. These are mooncakes. Lacking molds, they can only be crafted in this manner. Yet, given that you have never tasted an authentic one, this will suffice. Yin handed 1 mooncake to Lu and took a bite of the remaining one in her hand. Luca took a bite of the mooncake in her hand. The outer layer possessed a delicate, flaky texture, while the interior was filled with sweet red bean and coconut paste. Delightful. Luca had a penchant for sweets and quickly finished 1 mooncake. Did you make this? She inquired. Indeed, I borrowed the kitchen from a little sprite at home, Night Smoke replied, nodding. In her hand, Night Smoke held a mooncake with a green filling. Possibly matcha. Thank you, it tastes wonderful. By the way, where are we headed? Luca asked, having followed Night Smoke since leaving the Ravenclaw common room. To the Astronomy Tower. The moon is clearer there, Night Smoke responded, revealing another mooncake from her pocket. I also made one for Professor Sinistra. Luca was momentarily taken aback. Although she was uncertain whether Professor Sinista celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival, she realized that the professor seldom spoke of her family or hometown. And even the notebook offered little insight. Receiving mooncakes brought joy to Professor Sinista, for she was aware of their mutual decision to become animagi. After their arrival, the trio had even engaged in a divination session, which yielded a promisingly harmonious result. While the day's activities merely involved placing the leaves of mandrake in their mouths, the outcome of the divination still invigorated their spirits. Seated side by side atop the tower, under the watchful gaze of the luminous moon, each placed a leaf in their mouth, the resilient mandrake leaves quickly conforming to the contours of their mouths. With ample time remaining, the evening's relaxed atmosphere seemed to encourage Night Smoke's chatter, a whimsical influence of the festivities. She suddenly inquired, Do you wish to know how I came to learn about the Chibolin family? Can you share it with me? Luca eagerly responded. Night Smoke set a condition first. You must promise not to inquire about the parts one chooses not to disclose. Luca nodded, signifying his intent to refrain from further inquiries. Thus, Yin commenced her narrative. During my childhood, the bedtime stories my father crafted were all his original tales, and the saga of the Chibolin family was one he frequently recounted. In the tale, Chibolin emerged as a formidable yet gentle figure, embarking on adventures alongside my father, ultimately thwarting the nefarious alliance between Voldemort and vampires. Upon discovering that you two belong to the Chibolin lineage, I couldn't resist the urge to observe you more closely and offer my assistance. It appears you possess quite an intellect. Otherwise, you would not have been able to respond to the riddle of the door knocker. Ha. As Yin spoke, the wind danced around her. And though her words hinted at her own experiences, Luca felt her thoughts drifting further away under the moonlight, swayed by the night breeze. After celebrating the festival with Yin, Luca returned to his dormitory. It was a Sunday, and the common room was bustling with activity. Since embarking on their flying lessons, these wizards had begun to delve into the sport of Quidditch. Speaking of which, his flying lessons with Neville had been supplemented later by Madame Hooch, who remarked on his commendable flying skills, suggesting he might even make it on his Slytherin's Quidditch team in his second year. Seizing the opportunity, Luca sought to familiarize himself with the intricacies of Quidditch, a sport characterized by aerial ball play. Due to the immaturity of its rules, Quidditch has witnessed numerous astonishing incidents throughout its history, including matches that extended for months without resolution. Moreover, joining the school team necessitated an abundance of rigorous training, a prospect that filled Luca with reluctance, particularly given the discomfort he experienced while mounted on a broom. Consequently, he chose to withdraw from the trending topic and retreated to his dormitory. Recently, Malfoy had begun to reveal his true nature due to his association with Pansy, though he had moderated his behavior slightly compared to before. Yet, for reasons unknown, this version of Malfoy seemed even more formidable. Drawing the curtains of his bed and casting a disruption charm, Lucas sought to quell his wandering thoughts. He resolved to practice the 2 incantations Professor Sinistra had imparted, a routine that had become essential to his daily regimen. Having seen little progress, he had shifted his practice space to his bed, the disruption charm serving solely to prevent Malfoy and his cohorts from overhearing the spells taught by Professor Sinistra. Salvus trisexadu octosexa septi. Luca articulated the incantation once more, having previously researched its meaning, which appeared to suggest salvation, followed by a sequence of numbers, 362867. It was difficult to fathom that this was a spell capable of offering rescue in a glimmer of hope. Luca waited for a brief moment, sensing that nothing was happening, and prepared to recite the next incantation. As she uttered the initial syllables of Ani, she was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks emanating from behind her. Behind her stood a bookshelf, and with the disruption spell in effect, it seemed impossible for any sound to arise from that direction. Ruka tightened her grip on the wand, nervously turning her head to find a book on the shelf being abruptly pushed aside, revealing the face of a mature man. He had a head of short black hair, blue eyes tinged with a hint of gray, a prominent nose, and ears slightly larger than the average person, all framed by a somewhat gaunt visage that nonetheless radiated a cunning maturity. He flashed a friendly smile and, with a distinct northern English accent, inquired, "Hey there, young one. Is it you who has been sending out distress signals?" Noticing the shock etched on Ruka's face, he assumed he had startled her. He reassured her once more, "It's all right. No need to be anxious. I am here to rescue you." Luca, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the doctor," came the intriguing response. "How curious that you are aware of my distress signal yet remain oblivious to my identity." The man raised an eyebrow and extended a hand, pressing down on a slender object. A buzzing sound ensued, and Luca realized that his anti-interference spell had faltered. The man, claiming to be the doctor, strained forward, attempting to pull aside the bed curtains to survey the surroundings. After a brief examination, he concluded, "You are confined in an underwater prison, are you not?" Luca couldn't help but chuckle. The decor of the Slytherin dormitory indeed possessed an air of chilliness, complete with an ambiguous little pool at its center. Yet, clinging to the notion that this was merely a dormitory, Luca had never envisioned himself as a prisoner. However, after the man's remark, it did evoke that sentiment somewhat. The peculiar object the man had just produced, while differing in appearance and possessing a slightly altered sound, bore a striking resemblance to the sonic screwdriver that Bernard had gifted him. Fortunately, Malfoy and the others had yet to return. In the midst of the man's bewildered expression, Luca once again drew the bed curtains, cast a disarming charm, and then retrieved his own sonic screwdriver. "Oh, how fascinating," the man mused as he surveyed the scene. Rolling his eyes and measuring the width and height of the bookshelf, he inquired of Luca, "Are you able to climb over?" Luca pondered that the man might have been summoned by the incantations he had learned from Professor Sinister. Even if that were not the case, it was undoubtedly connected to the mysterious sonic screwdriver. Presently, he sensed no malice emanating from the man. In pursuit of unraveling these two enigmas, Luca accepted the man's invitation. He moved the obstructive books from the shelf to the bed and successfully climbed over, whereupon the man caught him and gently set him down on the floor, allowing Luca to explore the surroundings. The space was illuminated by a warm orange glow, starkly contrasting with the cold tones of the Slytherin dormitory. The walls were adorned with a honeycomb-like metallic structure, at the center of which lay a control panel bristling with switches. Such an expansive area could not possibly exist behind the walls of the Slytherin dormitory, and the ambience felt strikingly non-magical, lending itself more to a sci-fi description. "May I be so bold as to inquire, Doctor? How should I address you?" Noticing the absence of others, Luca deduced that the man was the proprietor of this space. Yet he remained uncertain about how to refer to him. "Doctor will suffice. That title is adequate," the man replied with another smile, before shifting the conversation to Luca. "Now, tell me about yourself, a half-blood who knows how to seek my assistance and possesses a sonic screwdriver. Who are you?" Though the doctor's response appeared somewhat dismissive and hinted at concealment, Luca nonetheless answered his inquiries candidly. "I am Luca Zibelin, a first-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, specifically from Slytherin House. I am not quite sure what you mean by seeking assistance, and this sonic screwdriver was a gift from a friend to celebrate my commencement." "And what is the name of that friend?" as Lou recalled the nostalgia in Bernard's tone and expression when he entrusted her with the supersonic screwdriver. She chose not to conceal her memories. He was known as Dr. Bernard Woolley. The doctor stroked his chin, seemingly pondering whether he recognized such a figure. Perhaps it was an antiquated style, yet it seemed fitting for her character to engage in such behavior. The doctor did not doubt Lou's response. He merely contemplated the matter for a moment before deftly shifting to another topic. As for the nature of the distress signal, I believe you might have some inkling. So why not give it another attempt? The doctor folded his arms, leaning against the wall, his tone imbued with confidence. Luca indeed harbored suspicions and once again waved his wand, reciting an incantation. Salvis trisexadu octosexa septi. An instrument swiftly responded, emanating a radiant glow alongside a series of coordinates. The doctor shrugged and remarked, "This is a distress signal." It turned out that this ancient spell served as a call for help. No wonder it could be regarded as something that could save you in a glimmer of hope. Luca had completed the spell asting, yet the instrument continued to emit sounds. And the data of the coordinates began to fluctuate. "Doctor?" Luca cautiously called out, having noticed this anomaly. The doctor furrowed his brow and approached the instrument, fiddling with it. "Luca," he said without turning around, "this might indeed be a genuine distress signal. Are you willing to accompany me?" "I want to, but will it take long?" "I have classes early tomorrow," Luca replied, resolutely agreeing but still posing the question. The doctor turned to him, revealing a hearty smile, and said, "Oh, I didn't mention. This is a time machine. I can have you back in the next second from here." Relieved of concerns about missing class, Luca eagerly nodded, signaling that he was ready to embark. The doctor dashed to the control panel, spinning around as he began to operate the machine. As Lou observed, what was once the location of her bookshelf had transformed back into a wall. Subsequently, the doctor yanked a lever, causing the entire space to tremble violently, compelling Lou to grasp the handrail of the control panel to maintain her balance. "Hold on tight," the doctor exclaimed with a hint of mirth. As the master of this domain, the doctor's demeanor was hardly exemplary. His black jacket rippled dramatically as he hunched over, yet his expression remained remarkably composed, as though he had long since acclimated to such turbulence. Fortunately, the shaking subsided swiftly, and with the final jolt, Lou sensed they had settled onto solid ground. Gazing at the doctor, who was preparing to open a door, Lou suddenly recalled his earlier reference to her as a hybrid. "Wait, doctor, what do you mean by hybrid?" she inquired. "You possess a lineage that transcends humanity," the doctor explained with a light-hearted tone, "which is the reason you can wield that extraordinary power." "Are you referring to magic?" Lou probed. "One could articulate it that way," the doctor nodded in affirmation. "Are wizards and humans distinct races?" Lou was intrigued by the doctor's perspective. In response, the doctor stepped closer, crouched down beside her, and placed his hand over her heart. Although unsure of the doctor's intention, Lou complied, feeling the rhythmic pulse, a testament to her healthy heart. Before she could draw any conclusions, the doctor shifted her hand to the other side, where a similar vibration resonated. Lou's eyes widened in astonishment. "Two hearts?" "Indeed, I am not human either," the doctor replied, rising to formally introduce himself. "My race is known as Time Lords, hailing from a distant planet called Gallifrey. I am the last of my kind, the sole surviving Time Lord." The weight of the doctor's words hung in the air as he opened a door and stepped outside. Luca followed suit and stepped outside, only to discover a profoundly unfamiliar location, reminiscent of an underground chamber. As Luca surveyed the surroundings, the doctor closed the door behind them, hearing the noise. Luca glanced back and noticed an antiquated blue police box standing in stark contrast to the spacious interior they had just left. Its exterior barely spanned a few square meters. Observing Luca's gaze, the doctor patted the police box and declared, "This is the TARDIS, my time machine and spacecraft. It is far more expansive inside than it appears from the outside." The phrase unobtrusive extension spell came to Luca's mind, reminiscent of the sorcery employed by wizards to create vast spaces. "Don't always seek to explain everything with magic. You possess a sonic screwdriver," the doctor remarked, furrowing his brow as he tucked away the TARDIS key and shifted the conversation. "We are in Romania in 1972. It remains a mystery who sent the distress signal." "Romania in 1972? Luca paused, realizing they had not left Europe but had indeed traversed to a different nation, moving back in time by 19 years. "Indeed. The coordinates indicate as much," the doctor affirmed as they walked and conversed. "What shall we do if we locate the source of the distress signal?" "Assist as circumstances dictate." "Is that even a question?" The doctor replied nonchalantly. "So, doctor, have you been responding to these distress signals all along?" Luca inquired, somewhat astonished by the doctor's apparent altruism. "No, I occasionally indulge in explorations. I do not always receive distress signals. However, I generally respond to those in need." Suddenly, a door obstructed their path. The doctor produced the sonic screwdriver and scanned the barrier, though he appeared momentarily perplexed. Luca recalled Bernard's words, asserting that a sonic screwdriver was effective only on metal, while this door was evidently crafted from wood. He promptly drew his wand. "Alohamara." The wooden lock responded with a click. "Marvelous," the doctor exclaimed in admiration. However, the sound of approaching footsteps soon extinguished their moment of leisure. Several figures clad in black robes emerged from the staircase. The leader glanced at the two of them and conversed with his companions, an adult and a young wizard. Could they be our targets? I doubt it. He appears too young, and that adult resembles a muggle. Regardless of their identities, anyone present in this room was to be eliminated. The black-robed figures quickly decided the fate of the pair, drawing their wands without uttering a single incantation, casually sending sparks towards them, seemingly expecting them to succumb effortlessly. The doctor, witnessing this, activated the sonic screwdriver, generating a protective barrier that shielded them from the onslaught of sparks. Luca also brandished 2 wands in retaliation. Expelliarmus. 2 beams of light shot towards the opposing group, causing 2 of them to stagger back, their wands flying towards Luca, crashing against the doctor's protective shield and shattering. This unexpected combination of tactics pleased the doctor. He preferred to resolve conflicts peacefully and abhorred violence. However, the black-robed figures clearly harbored other sentiments, viewing the two as insignificant. Their ire intensified upon witnessing the loss of 2 combatants in mere moments. Avada Kedavra, Crucio. Their disdain morphed into animosity, unleashing a fierce assault of dark magic without restraint. The doctor feared whether his shield could withstand such a ferocious attack and attempted to caution Luca to take cover. Stupefy. Reducto. Yet, these spells were preemptively interrupted by 2 incantations from a nearby corridor, veering harmlessly into an unoccupied wall. 2 young men dashed forth from the corridor, evidently the casters of the earlier spells. The leading black-robed figure, sensing the shift in momentum, decisively retreated with his comrades, not forgetting to leave a menacing remark. The Dark Lord will not spare you. The 4 did not obstruct their exit, once they vanished from sight. One of the young men grimaced in pain, clutching his arm, while his companion quickly supported him to the ground. The doctor inquired, what transpired? The more composed young man lowered his hood, revealing a cascade of black hair and striking features that struck Luca as oddly familiar. With a grave tone, he said, "While I am grateful for your assistance, I must be cautious. What are your identities?" Upon hearing this, the doctor produced a white card from his possession and displayed it. It turned out to be a member of the Order of the Phoenix. No offense intended, but this is not the place for conversation. We must relocate swiftly. The man sighed in relief, and the previously pained young man stood, pulling back his hood to reveal a shock of golden hair, his face as pale as death. With blood-red eyes, he offered a sheepish smile and introduced himself. I am Tlokatori Du, a vampire. Thank you immensely for your assistance. Useless wretches. A figure with a visage resembling melted wax stood before the group of black-robed individuals. The kneeling black-robed figures were the very ones who had clashed with Luca and the others. I apologize, my Lord Voldemort, the leader quivered, pressing his forehead to the ground, wishing he could bury himself like an ostrich. Their identities were now unmistakable. They were Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters. Master, a boy separated from the group, stepping forward with a grin that revealed his teeth, playfully licking his lips, continued, I would like to take charge of this matter. I shall not disappoint you. The boy's youth starkly contrasted with his surroundings and demeanor, yet none present dared to laugh. They were unaware of his identity, only knowing he was one of Voldemort's youngest and most favored followers, even receiving personal instruction in magical arts from Voldemort himself. Though young, his intellect was remarkably mature, albeit skewed, as evidenced by his ruthless tactics, well known among the Death Eaters. He appeared to be Voldemort's trump card, had they not known of Voldemort's intent to remain alive. The Death Eaters might have mistaken the boy for his intended successor. Little Barty Crouch, the son of Barty Crouch, Minister of Magic, was among Voldemort's favored. Lucius Malfoy recognized the boy's identity and gazed deeply at the deranged child, pondering his thoughts. Malfoy, Lucius, lost in thought, was startled when Voldemort suddenly called his name, quickly straightening up and awaiting orders. You will accompany him to Romania to resolve this matter. Yes, my lord. Lucius approached young Barty, bowing to Voldemort in compliance. Yes, master. Young Barty assessed the pale-haired man beside him, seemingly gauging his reliability before averting his gaze and bowing to Voldemort. My lord, I also wish to accompany you. Another Death Eater stepped forward, distinct from the others in matching black robes. He donned a long black coat, a round-brimmed hat, dark sunglasses, and had long black hair cascading behind him. Your reason? Voldemort inquired, his voice wavering slightly. This man was a fortune-teller from the East whom Voldemort encountered during his travels, possessing exceptional divination skills and commendable magical prowess. As a survivalist, Voldemort deemed it imperative to have such a talent by his side. Gradually rising to prominence, he extended an olive branch, successfully integrating him into his ranks. Though the man was reluctant to accept the dark mark, he had contributed significantly to Voldemort's cause, especially as an Eastern figure meddling in the European magical community. He had no reason to betray his own. Voldemort afforded considerable leniency to this man, whom he could almost consider a friend from his early days. Last night, when these fellows failed their mission, the long-haired man discreetly added fuel to the fire beneath the prostrate figures. Continuing, I sensed an unforeseen presence entangled in this affair. Noticing Voldemort's subtle glance at the fallen figures, the man finally broached the subject. You are aware of my curiosity. In situations like this, not investigating personally would haunt me for a lifetime. I agree. My 3 loyal followers, I trust in your abilities. Voldemort pondered for a moment, primarily concerned about the potential overabundance of power within this group. However, the current circumstances favored him, allowing him to send them on a minor task without much concern, setting a precedent for the other Death Eaters. As for the failures, Voldemort swiftly turned his attention to the prostrate figures, expressing his profound disappointment. No sooner had he uttered his words than they trembled uncontrollably, hastily begging for mercy. Crucio, listening to the anguished cries of his companions struck by the curse. A wave of elation inexplicably spread among the circle of Death Eaters. This was indeed the essence of their nature. The reactions of the trio who received the orders varied. Young Barty showed no concern for the fate of the vanquished, confident in his own success. Lucius shared a similar sentiment, convinced that he would not be among those subjected to punishment. Meanwhile, the man with the long braid revealed a flicker of disdain in his eyes, though obscured by sunglasses. None noticed, perceiving instead his calm demeanor. A few astute individuals recalled that he had just exacerbated the situation by mentioning those unfortunate souls in Voldemort's presence. After a brief session of retribution, Voldemort signaled the end of the gathering, prompting the Death Eaters to bow and disperse to attend to their respective tasks. The trio departed together, setting their sights on Romania. Mr. Yi, I did not anticipate the opportunity to act alongside you, Lucius remarked with a respectful tone. Well aware that the man preferred such an address, and that his standing among the Death Eaters was exceptionally elevated. No need for such formalities. In certain areas where I lack expertise, such as combat, I shall rely heavily on you, replied the man known as Mr. Yi. A smile gracing his lips despite his words of dismissal, simultaneously deflecting the burdens of battle onto Lucius. Mr. Yi is being modest, Lucius noted, not overly concerned with their exchange of pleasantries. Once they reached a secluded spot, young Barty summoned his owl and spread a sheet of writing paper across the table, inscribing, Dear Father, the influence of the mysterious one has grown increasingly rampant. As your son, who stands on the front lines against the Death Eaters, I too have encountered certain threats. I do not intend to cast blame. Rather, I wish to convey that to avoid troubling you, I am willing to spend some time in other parts of Europe, accompanied by trusted elders. Please do not worry about me. I also wish you great success in your endeavors. Yours sincerely, Barty Crouch Jr. As young Barty penned this letter, a myriad of expressions, some fierce, others mocking, flashed across his face. Yet not a hint of his true emotions seeped into his writing, crafting this insincere missive with meticulous precision. To my father, he muttered, stroking the owl's belly before issuing a command. Then turning to the two adults, he inquired, if neither of you has any preparations to undertake, shall we depart? Are you not going to wait for your father's reply? Lucius asked. Young Barty flashed his signature smile, responding confidently, no need, he does not care. The road has led them to a picturesque villa in the Romanian countryside. Traka mentioned that it was a gift from a friend, and he has quite a number of affluent acquaintances, despite their ordinary demeanor. It is precisely for this reason that they felt this place should be relatively safe, after all. All transactions here are entirely unrelated to the magical world, making it difficult for the Death Eaters' intelligence network to penetrate the sanctuary. Traka shyly chuckled as he explained his identity in the Muggle world, revealing that he is a somewhat renowned artist, Rotoret Lecter, a mere inversion of his original name. The decor indeed befitted an artist persona, exuding elegance and adorned with various artworks. The four of them gathered around a round table. Sipping the red tea that Traka had provided, the atmosphere relaxed as if they were four friends on a holiday getaway. I apologize for my delayed introduction. My name is Striel Valentini, the man with long black hair interjected, presenting himself. Upon hearing the name, Lou immediately recognized the source of the familiar sensation. Lynn Valentini was the name of his mother, though he had never heard her mention it. The man before him was likely his grandfather. Observing his gaze, it was time for him to introduce himself to the doctor. I am the doctor, he stated nonchalantly, delivering a rather perfunctory response. Yet his tone and demeanor lent an inexplicable air of credibility. Luca Zibilin. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated fabricating an alias, but instinct compelled him to reveal his true name. Did Dumbledore send you here with any message? Strays inquired, noticing that the two had no intention of elaborating. The doctor, seemingly unaware of who Dumbledore was, remained composed. While he had no knowledge of the Order of the Phoenix or how the doctor had managed to masquerade as one of its members, he did recognize Dumbledore as his headmaster. After a moment of reflection, Lou responded, we merely stumbled upon a small band of Death Eaters and did not receive any directive from Professor Dumbledore. Strays exchanged glances with Trokar, although they had numerous doubts. The mere fact that the two were members of the Order and had previously assisted them sufficed to earn their trust in this moment of peril. Nevertheless, Strays found it perplexing why Dumbledore would permit such young individuals to join the Order. Ironically, based on his intelligence, there were a few children among the ranks of the Death Eaters. It hardly made sense for them to approach him in this manner. Moreover, the man referred to as the Doctor was quite peculiar, though he aligned with Dumbledore's diverse ideology. In contrast to Strays, who still harbored reservations, Trokar had fully embraced these two comrades who had shared life and death experiences. Noticing their ignorance of the situation's intricacies, he began to elucidate. As you know, over the past 2 years, the Dark Lord has garnered support from various dark creatures, such as giants and werewolves. Trokar clasped his hands, revealing a hint of anxiety. We vampires are among those he seeks to recruit, and he is on the verge of success, though there are still dissenters like myself. After a brief pause, Trokar continued. A note of apprehension in his voice. The opposition primarily stems from our innate desire for freedom. We refuse to be shackled by the Dark Lord. I have sensed something deeper. He has no intention of forging a genuine alliance with us vampires. He merely intends to use us as pawns in his quest to secure the loyalty of the werewolves. We vampires are a proud race, and some have become so arrogant that they have forgotten this truth. Consequently, they inadvertently overlook the fact that the Dark Lord cannot tolerate the presence of such a proud and formidable force within his ranks. He sighed. In comparison to the respect and status promised to the werewolves, we vampires have not been entirely ostracized. He has little to offer us. Vampires and werewolves are inherently at odds. How could he ever hope to unite us under a single banner? At this juncture, Trokar offered a wry smile. I shared my concerns with a friend from my clan, hoping to inspire him to awaken our kin. To my dismay, he had already fallen under the Imperius curse, becoming a pawn of the Dark Lord lurking in the shadows. Thus, he reached out to Dumbledore, the true adversary of the Dark Lord, who joined the Order and befriended strays, returning to Romania to assess the situation. Little did they know, shortly after their arrival, a cadre of Death Eaters pursued them, leading to their encounter with the two. Thank you once more, my friends, Trokar concluded, exhaling in relief, seemingly comforted by the presence of two allies sharing his fate. We will assist you, the doctor declared solemnly, his expression turning grave upon hearing of a race facing extinction. As one of the last remaining Time Lords, he found the prospect of genocide utterly intolerable. However, this historical context remained unknown to him, as if it had not been documented at all, casting a shadow over the collective fate of those gathered. Indeed, we shall prevail, Lou affirmed, nodding in agreement. He was aware that Voldemort's ranks did not include vampires and was curious about the role the Zybilin family played in this unfolding drama. By the way, do you know of any other Zybilins? Or an Eastern individual with the surname Yi? He inquired, pondering whether these individuals might be central figures in thwarting the alliance. If, as Yin had stated, his father was connected to the enigmatic Zybilin, they might indeed possess knowledge about at least one. Trokar shook his head, turning to his pensive companion. Do you know strays? Strays wore a serious expression. I do not know of any other Zybilins. Are you searching for your family? No. I do not know them. I was merely asking, Lou hastily denied. Although they could indeed be considered family, the thought of finding them and potentially causing unnecessary complications was daunting. As for the Eastern individual with the surname Yi, Strays scrutinized Lou closely, questioning. Is it night or leaf? Night. Lou sensed an unsettling awareness, as if he had been seen through. Strays sighed softly, continuing, what is your relationship with him? Does he possess the gift of divination? I am uncertain. He might. Like the Zybilins, I have only heard the name by chance, Lou admitted. Lacking clarity about Yi Yan's father's background, Strays discerned that Lou was not lying and nodded, albeit still perplexed. Let us hope we are not speaking of the same individual. This brief interlude was soon overshadowed by the pressing concern of persuading the other vampires to abandon any thoughts of collaboration with Voldemort. While the concept sounded simple, the execution posed numerous challenges. Firstly, the use of owls for messaging was no longer viable, as there were no guarantees that the letters would reach their intended recipients safely. Nor could they ascertain whether the recipients were allies. Next came the task of selecting individuals for face-to-face discussions. Trokar and Strays were ruled out, as their identities had already been exposed to the Death Eaters. Following this failure, the Death Eaters would undoubtedly be more vigilant regarding the two. They would likely be detected the moment they neared the vampire community. Similarly, the appearances of the Doctor and Lou had also been compromised. The plan had reached an impasse. In exasperation, Strays suggested seeking Dumbledore's assistance. It seemed they should never have let those Death Eaters escape. However, at the time, Lou and the Doctor had limited means to stop them, and the other two were exhausted from battle. A fierce confrontation could have yielded unpredictable consequences. Moreover, had one side decisively dealt with the Death Eaters, they would not now be able to sit together in such a calm manner. What about the Polyjuice potion? Lou recalled from his readings, it was a potion that could alter one's appearance and might prove useful in this situation. That won't work, Trokar replied after a moment's contemplation. We lack sufficient ingredients, and selecting suitable transformation targets poses a challenge. By the time we brew the Polyjuice potion, the opportunity for cooperation may have long since passed. Seeking assistance also entailed a time constraint. Strays frowned. Given his proficiency in apparition, it would take considerable effort to maintain a coherent form from Romania to London. Lou compressed his lips together, pondering whether there might be alternative solutions. As his mouth moved, he suddenly became aware of a leaf of mandala herb lingering in his mouth. When is the next full moon? Tonight. What is the matter? Traka knew the timing of the full moon, yet was perplexed by Luca's inquiry. Ruka stood up in excitement, continuing to inquire, what about the next stormy day? This is difficult to predict. The weather here is notoriously erratic, and it could very well rain heavily tomorrow. Traka, being a local, casually commented on the capriciousness of the weather. Indeed, there will be a thunderstorm here tomorrow. The doctor, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly interjected. making a scientific gesture in response to Ruka's gaze. Do we have crystal vials in the cocoons of the ghost moth, along with dew from a place untouched by the sun for 7 days? When the compound decoction was mentioned earlier, Traka noted the scarcity of medicinal herbs here, implying that there were some available. If they could acquire the specific materials he required, he might indeed have a solution. After reflecting on his inventory, Traka replied, "We have crystal vials, and if the ghost moths haven't transformed, we should have their cocoons as well. As for the dew you mentioned, there is a dense forest nearby. I believe we could find some there." Stryker, having never heard of such an unusual concoction, couldn't help but ask, "What do you intend to create?" "It's a potion, ideally suited for infiltration," Ruka replied calmly, his tone persuasive. "Do you require our assistance?" This question echoed the thoughts of the other two. "As long as I have sufficient materials, it should suffice, though I cannot guarantee absolute success." Ruka pondered whether the next full moon in the process could indeed be expedited in this manner. "In that case, I will seek assistance simultaneously," Stryker concluded, determining that pursuing both strategies would enhance their chances of success. The others nodded in agreement. In the absence of a better plan, this was indeed the most prudent choice. That night, a full moon rose in the sky. Ruka allowed his saliva to flow into the crystal vial, extracted a leaf of mandrake from his mouth, and placed it inside, followed by a strand of hair. Lastly, he added a spoonful of special dew. Although, as Traka had mentioned, there was an abundance of dew here. Ruka was uncertain which dew met the necessary criteria. The doctor approached slowly, seemingly sensing his dilemma, and said to Ruka, "Dew typically clings to lifeless objects or leaves. For instance, if a leaf has gone 7 days without sunlight or human disturbance, its growth will be severely impacted. Deprived of sunlight, its stomata would be covered by dew." As Luca's eyes brightened, he realized that this indeed could effectively narrow down his search. "Go on, seek it out," the doctor encouraged him with a reassuring smile. "Thank you, Doctor." Luca expressed his gratitude before hastily venturing into the woods in pursuit of the dew, all the while ensuring that the mixture in his vial remained bathed in moonlight. Since he could not afford any distractions, he resolved to traverse the most challenging paths, with a clear direction in mind. Luca swiftly discovered a half-dead plant amidst the dense foliage. Upon seeing the dew upon it, he confirmed that it was indeed what he sought. Extracting a teaspoon, he carefully measured and added the dew to his vial, then retrieved the death's head moth pupa provided by Trock, incorporating it into the mixture. He buried the concoction on the spot, marking his trail as he returned to Trock's villa, where both the doctor and Trock awaited him in the yard. Upon his return, Trock eagerly inquired, "You're back. Was it successful?" "I believe it was," Luca nodded, adding, "but the true test will be tomorrow's thunderstorm." Trock exhaled in relief, casting his gaze toward the direction from which Striel had departed, England. If fortune permitted, he wished for success on both fronts. The three retreated indoors to rest, with Luca seated by the window, gazing at the sky outside. He was but a step away from becoming an animagus. At sunrise, he would utter the incantation. If the timing was right, he could feel the second heartbeat. Whether he would succeed depended entirely on the dawn's light, and the anticipation rendered him restless. As he observed the myriad stars twinkling above, Luca attempted to forecast the future through divination, yet the familiar constellations he knew belonged to a time nearly 2 decades hence. No matter how he looked at it, all he could discern was that rain was imminent. Time slipped by until the sky began to lighten, and Luca instantly gathered his resolve. Pointing the tip of his wand at his heart, he recited the designated incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat resonated within his chest, transforming Luca's rhythm into a steady 4 beats per second. Undoubtedly, this signified success, and he could scarcely contain his elation. A piercing bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, momentarily splitting the world into stark contrasts of black and white. Lu rushed swiftly towards the spot where the crystal bottle was buried as the thunderous roar of the storm approached. Little did he anticipate the ferocity of the downpour. Venturing into the woods in such weather was far from a prudent decision. The branches, battered by the rain and wind, swayed before him as if attempting to obstruct his path. Ruko could only feel fortunate that she had made sufficiently clear markings the previous night, allowing her to locate that spot once more. Upon arrival, Ruko cast a glance at the feeble plant, which remained resilient amidst the storm. The location where she had buried the crystal vial was beside this very plant, and the soil there had been slightly disturbed, becoming damp and loose. With little effort, she unearthed the crystal vial, from which a bewitching red liquid emanated a faint glow. In that moment, Ruko felt as though she could see her reflection within the vial. Just as she was momentarily entranced, a flash of lightning and a rumble of thunder jolted her back to reality. She needed to find a secluded, open space to consume the potion, and she had chosen a nearby cave, spacious and devoid of anything. Before departing, Ruko cast a protective charm on the plant. Watching a semicircular curtain of rain form, she felt reassured to leave. Inside the cave, indeed spacious, after roughly confirming there were no dangers, Ruko directed her wand at her heart and recited the incantation, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. She hastily placed her 2 wands and personal items like the sonic screwdriver on the ground, shielding them with stones. Ruko drank the potion in one gulp. Almost simultaneously with the ingestion, before her taste buds could relay the potion's flavor, a struggle and tearing pain surged from her stomach to her limbs and head. Two hearts, beating in discord within her body, compelled Ruko to bend over, emitting a groan of agony. A black, erect-eared hound materialized in her mind. That must be her animagus form. Everything was just as described in the texts. Meanwhile, the doctor and Troka, persuaded by Ruko to remain at the villa, stood at the entrance, gazing towards the woods. Do you know what he is doing? The doctor inquired of Troka. Troka shook his head, a flicker of unease in his crimson eyes. He was aware of his somewhat unstable temperament, prone to unwelcome associations or inexplicable forebodings. However, it was precisely this intuition that had enabled him to detect that group of Death Eaters and maneuver alongside Stray. Otherwise, they might have awaited Ruko and the doctor's rescue. Do not worry too much. He appears quite confident. The doctor had faith in Ruko, and noticing Troka's discomfort, he shifted the topic. Could you elaborate more on history? Certainly. No problem. Where did we leave off? Troka replied, gathering his thoughts. Ah, yes, in 1612, during the Goblin Rebellion. Troka focused his mind and began recounting the history of the magical world to the doctor, who seemed to embody the essence of a scientist. Although acknowledged by Dumbledore as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he appeared woefully ignorant of magic. The doctor listened intently to Troka's narration. Convinced that this was indeed a parallel world, one where a divergence had occurred early on, yet had continued to operate smoothly until now, it was utterly fascinating. Wait. Troka suddenly halted his narrative. As a vampire, the concept of territory was ingrained in his lineage. This villa, recognized as the estate of a distinguished artist, was naturally part of his domain. To put it simply, if someone intruded without permission, he would feel it. Just moments ago, he experienced that sensation, scanning the surroundings. He saw nothing amiss, yet the torrential rain posed a significant hindrance. Doctor, let us return inside and check the surroundings from the window. I sense someone is approaching. We must be cautious. After a moment's hesitation, Troka made a decision. He perceived only one individual approaching, to evade the watchful eyes of the magical community. No muggle-repelling charms had been cast here, making it likely that a bashful muggle, lost in the downpour, was contemplating seeking shelter. Having read similar vampire fanfiction, he easily drew a connection. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. From the second-floor window, he saw a figure clad in a raincoat hesitating outside the house before turning away, while a tinge of pity surfaced. Troka deemed it unsuitable to host guests at that moment. Watching the figure depart, he exhaled in relief, signaling to the doctor that all was well, merely a false alarm. Not long after, a hotel welcomed a new guest, the very man in the raincoat. He appeared thoroughly drenched by the rain and trembled as he spoke to the clerk. Excuse me, I am from London. Is there anything that can remind me of home, preferably a hot soup? The hotter, the better. The clerk regarded him with a serious expression and replied, Sir, please follow me. I assure you will feel right at home. Leading him into a private room. The clerk gestured towards a cupboard in the corner before departing. The man removed his raincoat, shaking out his short golden hair and letting out a slight sigh. The contacts in Romania are terribly unprofessional. Their acting skills are practically non-existent, bringing shame to MI6. He wiped the water from his face and hands with a napkin, then opened the cupboard to reveal an exquisite telegraph machine. I have discovered an individual matching the description in a villa near the forest in Brașov, Romania. So far, I have only observed a blonde man and a black-haired man. The other two do not seem to be together. After tapping this message, the man leaned back in his chair, relaxing. It took him some time to realize that this poorly skilled contact also displayed a lack of emotional intelligence, as he had not even thought to offer him a meal. Within the cave, Ruko's transformation was not progressing smoothly. She had traversed the necessary stages, her body melding into an animal form, yet she could not stabilize. If she was not mistaken, her intended form should be that of a black Norwegian elk-hound. But each time she moved or leaped, her outline became increasingly unstable, occasionally sprouting bony protrusions or a writhing tail. However, in a sense, Ruko felt her transformation was complete. She had not lost her identity and could fully control her body without discomfort. With this thought, she began to run vigorously, her form continuously shifting as she sprinted, presenting an eerie and perilous spectacle. Yet that was not the most crucial aspect. As Luku journeyed onward, he inexplicably found himself occasionally regressing a few steps, with an elusive chance of advancing slightly forward, rendering his progress utterly uncontrollable. This peculiar fluctuation did not seem to stem from any physical transformation but rather felt akin to a dislocation of time. The notion of temporal dislocation emerged in Luke's mind unbidden, yet it increasingly appeared to be a plausible explanation. After all, while his animagus transformation ritual was meticulously followed according to the text, how could the author possibly fathom that someone could experience 2 full moons separated by 19 years, or even in reverse? Speaking of time, he had a Time Lord by his side, the Doctor, along with his time-traveling TARDIS. It would be prudent to seek him out for guidance. For a shape-shifting creature incapable of maintaining a consistent form was hardly suitable for stealth. For now, Luku resolved to revert to his human form, visualizing his appearance within his mind. The transformation proceeded smoothly, and he moved his body to ensure no abnormalities persisted. Fortunately, that unstable state had not affected his human guise. Retrieving his equipment from beneath the stone, he sought to alleviate the concerns of the two individuals waiting at the villa and commenced his return journey. If Luca's animagus form rendered his plans unstable, then the rescue operation undertaken by Strex, who was similarly striving towards a shared goal, could only be described as truly unfortunate. He was utilizing the disillusionment charm to hasten his journey. However, this spell could only transport him to familiar locales, and the further he traveled, the more perilous and exhausting it became. Despite the considerable distance he had covered, Strex was confident he had not yet reached the point of fatigue that would prevent him from employing the disillusionment charm. Behind him lay storm-ravaged Romania, while ahead basked the sunlit shores of England. Yet, it seemed the danger from the front loomed significantly larger. This area was likely ensorcelled with an anti-disillusionment charm. Exercising caution, Strex cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, concealing his form as he cautiously advanced. Mr. Yi, did you foresee this as well? Upon hearing the sound of conversation, Strex hastily halted, concealing himself behind a rock as he peered towards the source of the voices. Although he was cloaked in invisibility, prudence was always advisable. He spotted several individuals engaged in dialogue, recognizing one of them as Lucius Malfoy, while his interlocutor, dressed in traditional Eastern attire, was referred to as Mr. Yi. Strex recalled a prior conversation with Lu Ku, wherein he had inquired if Strex was aware of an Eastern individual with the surname Yi. Naturally, prior to this encounter, his knowledge of this man was limited to merely his surname and ethnicity. The intelligence he had acquired indicated that there was an Eastern individual among the Death Eaters proficient in divination, providing invaluable assistance to the Dark Lord. However, he had yet to ascertain its authenticity. Now it seemed the information was indeed accurate, though he remained uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to convey this highly valuable intelligence. Mr. Yi chuckled softly, seemingly unable to fully embrace the compliments bestowed upon him by Lucius. Indeed, the swiftness of their arrival at this location was attributable to Lord Voldemort, the dark sorcerer intent on world domination, who had provided them with a private helicopter. This muggle contraption was somewhat difficult for Lucius to accept, yet he had no choice but to board due to orders. Furthermore, to maintain discretion, they had cast the disillusionment charm on the helicopter, allowing Lucius to comfort himself with the notion that it was an invisible, semi-magical creation. Mr. Yi held a certain admiration for Voldemort's unorthodox approach to achieving great ambitions. He possessed more knowledge than the average Death Eater, including the fact that Voldemort, who professed to be a pure blood, was, in fact, a half-blood. As long as it was effective and useful, it was to be utilized. Although he could sense Voldemort's deteriorating mental state, this principle, which he had embraced in his youth, remained unchanged. The mere idea of procuring Muggle technology to enhance the efficiency of the Death Eaters was indeed remarkable. Of course, Voldemort's resources were limited, and prior to their departure, he had specifically cautioned the three of them not to damage the helicopter. Thus, when they encountered the fearsome storm, they had no choice but to make an emergency landing in this location. Young Barty appeared somewhat disgruntled with Mr. Yi, believing he should have foreseen the storm, which would have spared Voldemort's assets from potential jeopardy. Mr. Yi did not directly address Barty's concerns, while he could have predicted it. One cannot expect a diviner to forecast every single event, can they? He opted to dismiss the inquiry with a similar dry laugh. However, before they could exchange further words, both he and young Barty noticed a distortion in the distance. Someone was using apparition in this vicinity. It was almost certain that this person was not a Death Eater, and thus, they had to be eliminated. Swiftly casting the anti-apparition charm to seal the area, they emerged from their concealed helicopter. Thus unfolded the scene that Strex had just witnessed, Lucius unwittingly praising Mr. Yi. Lucius believed that Mr. Yi had not failed to predict the storm but had rather anticipated it to a further extent, perhaps that it would allow them to capture someone. Yet Mr. Yi understood that it was all mere coincidence. The individual who had fortuitously operate here was simply unfortunate. A sound akin to stones clattering echoed behind him, prompting Strex to swiftly sidestep and roll. Stun them all. Just in time, the rolling Strex narrowly avoided the attack, yet the commotion had betrayed his position. Mr. Yi and Lucius drew their wands, casting spells in his direction. Protego, shielding charm. He swiftly cast 2 defensive spells to repel their attacks, eager to discern the identity of the individual who had discovered his concealed form. Before him stood a boy with neatly cropped golden hair, his features contorted by excitement. Despite the distortion caused by his emotions, Strex recognized him as Barty Crouch Jr., the son of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Avada Kedavra. Strex could hardly believe his eyes. Such a young child wielded one of the 3 unforgivable curses against him, his intent to kill so fervent. Expelliarmus. He managed to deflect the killing curse, but the protective spells surrounding him were rapidly disintegrating under the onslaught of the other 2 attacks. Stupefy. Strex hurriedly propelled young Barty away, taking several steps forward and using the rocks as cover. Mr. Yi glanced at the unconscious Barty lying nearby, noting that he had merely fainted and was unharmed. This was precisely why he and Lucius felt comfortable allowing Barty to confront the apparition user alone. Typically, conscientious wizards refrained from inflicting lethal harm upon a child. However, such scruples would not spare him, for he had seen young Barty's face. That alone was sufficient reason not to let him live. Thus, with an air of regret, he uttered, "I am sorry, dear sir. Crucio." Your target resides in a villa on the outskirts of Braovi. Pale fingers danced across the typewriter, their master gazing at this muggle technology with a serpentine, malevolent glare. He was none other than the Dark Lord, Voldemort, who championed the supremacy of pure blood. His disdain for muggles and half-bloods was undeniable, yet his contempt extended even further, encompassing all existence outside of himself. He believed there were only two types of individuals in the world, the strong and the weak, incapable of discerning reality. And he, the self-proclaimed superior, would transcend death and surpass all. To achieve this ambition, whether pure-blood wizards, half-bloods, giants, werewolves, muggles, or whatever else might be of use, he would exploit them, for he considered himself the master of the world. With such a mindset, he encountered an unexpected situation during his worldly travels. After killing a muggle, he found himself targeted by a muggle intelligence agency. Had they possessed any understanding of magic, he might have faced significant trouble. It dawned on him that these muggles were not entirely devoid of merit. Why not harness this power for his grand endeavors? Serendipitously, upon meeting the leader of this agency, he discovered a striking resemblance between them. Utilizing the art of legilimency and their commendable secrecy, Voldemort could easily usurp the position. However, understanding the responsibilities that came with maintaining this organization, he opted for the use of the killing curse and memory charm. He concealed himself, acting as the supreme leader while occasionally leveraging this muggle intelligence network, just as he was doing now. The vampire sought to evade pursuit by masquerading as a muggle, demonstrating a modicum of cunning, albeit limited. After confirming the appearance of Trokar, Voldemort tasked the intelligence network with an investigation. Upon learning of a moderately renowned artist fitting the description, he merely glanced at the information and grasped the situation. Rotoret Lector Trokar Toridil. Simply reversing the name was hardly a clever disguise. In the face of his own intricate anagram, it seemed almost trivial. Thus, Voldemort had prepared dual strategies, dispatching Death Eaters to hunt down Trokar in the magical realm while simultaneously sending operatives to investigate Rotoret in the Muggle world. As events unfolded, his plans bore fruit. Transmitting the gathered intelligence to Draco Malfoy and his companions, Voldemort felt assured of success. Unexpectedly, he soon received even more delightful news. Stray had been dealt with. Voldemort couldn't help but chuckle. This was the fate that befell those who opposed him. Meanwhile, Mr. Yi, having completed his message to Voldemort, descended from the helicopter and cast a disillusionment charm on the aircraft, which had begun to reveal itself. Stray, puzzled, wondered about the man's intentions. Time rewound slightly. The shattering curse had indeed been aimed at him, smashing his wand to pieces. He had expected his doom. Yet it was Lucius Malfoy who fell first, seemingly incapacitated by Mr. Yi's physical prowess. Mr. Yi then cast a spell on the fallen Lucius, sending him flying before slowly approaching Stray. After that, he made no further moves, instead bypassing Stray to tend to the unconscious baddie, settling him and his fellow companions in the helicopter before fiddling with Muggle technology, seemingly indifferent to Stray's presence. Why the need for an explanation? Mr. Yi mused, scratching his head, appearing quite at a loss. If Stray suspected that the man was a Phoenix Society infiltrator among the Death Eaters, he felt a pang of guilt for putting the other at risk. There was no need for him to press for answers. Here's the thing. I have an inkling that our relationship shouldn't end here. As a diviner, I trust my instincts, Mr. Yi declared before Stray could refuse. However, Mr. You shifted the tone, adding, although I spared your life here, theoretically, I ought to ensure you perish. Stray sensed impending doom the moment the shattering curse struck his wand. He had become a pawn. Initially, he harbored a faint hope of continuing his mission, but it appeared Mr. Yi had no intention of letting him go so easily. Being an ordinary person, I mean a muggle, isn't so bad, is it, Mr. Valenti? Mr. Yi brandished his wand at Stray. Say farewell to the magical world. Oblivion awaits. Mr. Yi observed Stray's collapse as he modified his memory, transforming him into an intelligence dealer and fabricating a narrative of a border incident where he narrowly escaped an ambush, peppered with hints of locations far removed from wizarding activity. Most of the experiences were genuine, enhancing the believability of the ruse. He would also need to alter Lucius's memory. A straightforward task of framing it as if his own curse had struck Stray while he was caught off guard by Stray's final spell. With the helicopter restarted, Mr. Yi soared towards Braovi. The rain had diminished, allowing for a cautious flight. Shortly after, Batty regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings and inquiring, where is that person? Resolved. The shattering curse hit him. Nothing remains, Mr. Yi replied flatly. Batty, adopting a didactic tone, remarked, you should inquire about the intelligence. Mr. Yi rolled his eyes, responding, no need to worry, I've already acquired it, in Braovi. Reflecting that this might not suffice to silence Batty, Mr. Yi turned the tables, admonishing, and you. Had you cast a few defensive spells before the fight commenced, you wouldn't have fallen so swiftly and become a hostage. Though he had not been used as a hostage, the situation could have certainly escalated that way. With that remark, the astute Batty would ponder that his status as a hostage necessitated Mr. Yi's swift use of the shattering curse. As expected, he fell silent, only to later inquire about Lucius's condition. Lucius remained with his eyes closed, slumped in his seat. his usually well-kept hair disheveled, clearly not asleep. Mr. Yi chuckled softly, nudging Lucius awake. He jolted upright, nearly tumbling out of the helicopter had Batty not restrained him. Lucius was ambushed at the end and sustained minor injuries, Mr. Yi casually explained. The issue is not significant. Upon hearing these words, young Barty glanced at Lucius. Noticing his serious demeanor and composed posture, which made him comprehend the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, he resolved firmly that there could be no further mistakes. He could not disappoint his master's expectations. "Ah, you have returned." When Trelawney sensed the arrival of someone in his domain once more, he beheld the drenched rook. And his unease began to dissipate slightly. "How did the potion fare?" Luca's expression was somewhat grave as he spoke. "The potion has succeeded, but there is a minor issue. If possible, I would like to discuss this matter privately with the doctor." After saying this, Luca apologized to Traka. "Very well, I shall wait upstairs." Traka replied with a nod before turning to ascend the stairs. "What is the matter?" the doctor inquired, observing Luca with a hint of concern. Sensing something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint the source. "Doctor, the potion I ingested is one that allows me to assume the form of an animal. This transformation is known as animagus. The creature I am meant to become is a black Norwegian elkhound. I will demonstrate shortly." How fascinating. But what seems to be the issue? The doctor initially displayed intrigue, only to furrow his brow in confusion, uncertain of where the problem lay. The issue lies in the fact that the entire process of becoming an animagus can be regarded as a ritual, one of whose essential elements involves experiencing 2 full moons. That is, from one full moon to the next. Luca hesitated briefly, allowing the doctor to process the information before continuing. "The day I encountered you was September 22nd, 1991. Marking my first full moon. My second full moon was just yesterday, on the same date, September 22nd, 1972. The doctor completed the timeline for Luca, stroking his chin. As a time traveler beginning to grasp the underlying issues. Indeed, a full 19 years, Luca inhaled deeply. After undergoing the transformation, I discovered that my animal form was somewhat unstable, particularly when running, which seemed to induce temporal inconsistencies. "What? Why would you think that?" "Show me," the doctor exclaimed. His excitement palpable, for matters concerning time were far from trivial. Luca nodded, envisioning his animal form in his mind, his body twisting and transforming into a small black dog. The already imposing figure of the doctor seemed to grow even taller. A detail that had gone unnoticed in the confines of the cave where there were no points of reference. As the doctor squatted down, resting his hands on his knees to gaze at him, Luca began to run. That unstable state returned once more. Within the limited space of the room, he dashed around the living area in circles, his form continuously shifting, occasionally changing position in a rather abrupt manner. The doctor observed all of this. A sense of familiarity washing over him, a foreboding essence intertwined with time itself. "All right, can you revert back?" The doctor expressed his aversion to such creatures, calling out to Luca, who was still in motion. In an instant, Luca's form stabilized, and he leaped up, returning to his human shape. "So, doctor, did you notice anything?" Luca observed the doctor's expression, which appeared somewhat peculiar. Then, to Luca's surprise, he heard the doctor pose an even stranger question. "Do you harbor any impulses to attack? Perhaps towards the elderly? Or even towards me?" "No, why do you ask?" "That's good. It's already a promising beginning." The doctor exhaled with relief. The road revealed that the doctor possessed knowledge, prompting further inquiry. "Is this related to time?" "Indeed," the doctor affirmed with a deep breath. "It is fundamentally connected to time. There exists a species known as the Reapers, which originate from time itself. Should a rift in time occur, they manifest to isolate that fracture, extinguishing all life in the vicinity." Upon hearing this description, Luca trembled, pondering if he might transform into such a terrifying creature. However, he felt no inclination towards aggression. His rationality remained intact, and his appearance was vastly different, only a slight resemblance lingered, effectively negating the possibility that his animal form was that of a reaper. The doctor's subsequent words brought him some relief, yet he quickly introduced another potentiality. Additionally, there exists a being known as the Hounds of Tindalos, which are equally intertwined with time, relentlessly pursuing anyone who traverses temporal boundaries until their demise. Was this not even more terrifying? Luca swallowed hard. Yet, there was no need for concern, as these creatures resided solely within the realm of fiction. Although they bore the name hounds, they bore little resemblance to canines. The doctor chuckled lightly, as if merely jesting. "Doctor." Luca's mildly reproachful tone elicited further amusement from him, yet within his heart, he felt far from carefree. Luca's recent instability bore a striking resemblance to the indescribable Hounds of Tindalos from lore, despite certain traits not being exhibited. The doctor found it difficult to dismiss the notion entirely. However, having just probed Luca, he confirmed that Luca had never encountered the literary depictions of the Hounds of Tindalos. This was a relief, as a distorted perception of reality could indeed provoke aberrations. Moreover, he had tested Luca, and, in his dual capacity as both an elder and a time traveler, had elicited no desire for aggression from him. This was most reassuring news. "Oh, by the way, did I mention that the sonic screwdriver can also function as a body scanner?" The doctor reassured Luca before retrieving the sonic screwdriver and conducting a full body scan. All clear," Remarkably healthy, he announced with a smile. However, Doctor, I initially intended to infiltrate using the Anima Magnus form, Luco replied, feeling a momentary sense of ease at the news of his health, but soon recalling the dilemma of his plan. How could a creature that constantly shifted its form possibly remain inconspicuous? The doctor too remembered the matter at hand and suggested, why don't you transform into an animal again and see? Luck quickly completed his transformation, becoming increasingly proficient. The doctor crouched down and scanned him with a sonic screwdriver, making slight adjustments before enveloping Luck in a radiant glow. Now, let's give it another try, the doctor said, revealing a confident smile. Ruko ran with a mix of skepticism and surprise, discovering that her form had indeed stabilized. Forgetting that in this state she was unable to communicate coherently. Ruko transformed back into her human shape and excitedly expressed her gratitude to the doctor, exclaiming, "Thank you, doctor. I had no idea the sonic screwdriver could be utilized in such a manner. This is a form of interference signal. Your model is indeed lacking. When we return to the TARDIS, I shall assist you in modifying it and setting the fixed parameters, enabling you to use it as well." With her issue resolved, Ruko felt invigorated. Let us share this good news with Mr. Traka and discuss our next steps. Onimus, Traka noted, his eyes gleaming with newfound insight. This advanced transfiguration spell, reputed to be detectable only by placing a wand upon one's forehead, could indeed prove effective in this scenario. However, he was curious as to why Ruko had been so secretive since she first proposed the idea yesterday, merely stating she was concocting potions while omitting any mention of Onimus. I apologize. Those knowledgeable about Onimus are also acutely aware of the dangers associated with the transformation ritual. I did not wish for you to deter me due to alternative methods, Ruko explained reasonably. They were certainly not the type to gamble with the safety of an 11-year-old child. Traka understood, realizing that the known instances of Onimus were exceedingly rare. While there might be undocumented cases like Ruko's, the scarcity and secrecy surrounding the practice underscored its inherent dangers. Wait, was your earlier conversation about this? Traka pondered, suddenly aware that something might be amiss with Ruko's Onimus. Yes, there was a minor issue, but it has been resolved, so no need to worry. Ruko acknowledged with a smile, confirming Traka's suspicion. Is everything all right now? May I see your Onimus form? Traka inquired, his nature not inclined toward relentless probing. But the allure of witnessing Onimus firsthand was too enticing to resist. Certainly. With that, Ruko transformed into a majestic black Norwegian elk-hound, standing proudly and gazing up at Traka. Remarkable. A pity it isn't a bat. That would have been more deceptive, Traka mused, captivated by the extraordinary sight before him. Huh, I have no control over that. Ruko chuckled, noting that she preferred dogs over bats. Speaking of bats, she felt a pang of nostalgia for Professor Snape. I wonder how things are faring with Straya. Let's refocus on our plans, Ruko suggested, guiding the conversation back on track as they settled down to strategize their endeavors to persuade the vampire clan. According to the information Traka provided, the vampires had a senate located in the Carpathian Mountains of Transylvania, governed by several prominent families. Any matter affecting the entire clan, such as cooperation with Voldemort, would be deliberated there before a decision was made. The senate was situated in the central western region of Romania. While they were currently in Bra-Ovi, located in the central eastern part, not too far apart, the defenses there were formidable, fortified with robust barriers and magical detection apparatus. As if perpetually anticipating an incursion from the Crusaders, should the Death Eaters gain control of several key nodes, infiltrating the Senate would pose a significant challenge. However, with Ruko's Onimus form, this predicament could be deftly navigated, provided they avoided the loathed werewolves and the vampires' general disdain for all canines. Now, suppose you arrive here, Traka indicated, drawing a circle on the diagram he had prepared, marking the accommodations of the various family representatives. How will you convince them of your credibility? This question had been at the forefront of Traka's mind. Persuading a cadre of proud vampires as an 11-year-old human child was indeed a daunting task. As long as I clarify the reasoning I previously outlined and elucidate the clandestine dealings between Voldemort and the werewolves, it should suffice, Ruko replied, believing that the vampires who were intent on collaboration simply overlooked some critical issues, and a gentle reminder would suffice. Not quite enough, Traka countered, shaking his head. As a human child, even if you elucidate these issues, they would likely refuse to acknowledge them. This is, regrettably, one of the shortcomings of our kind. This may not solely pertain to your race, the doctor interjected, shrugging to indicate that Traka should continue. In any case, take this, Traka said, presenting a necklace he had removed from around his neck. It was a gold chain adorned with an exquisite rose at its center, the petals embellished with rubies, emanating a sense of elegance and value. A small bud extended from the stem, enhancing the overall harmony of the piece. Just by appearance alone, one can discern the necklace's worth. This is the emblem of the Torter family. Although my family is somewhat reclusive, it will at least lend credibility to your words. He placed the necklace around Ruko's neck, as if entrusting her with a significant responsibility, gently caressing the petals of the rose. Ruko felt momentarily overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment, feeling a weightier obligation than when she was at number 10 Downing Street. In fact, if you merely require proof of identity, I can assist with that, the doctor interjected, drawing the attention of both Ruko and Traka. Doctor? They were always pleasantly surprised by his timely interventions. The doctor produced a white card, encased in a black pouch, which he had revealed during his initial encounter with Straya. Showcasing it to Troka. Luca recalled that at the time, Troka, due to his poor condition and deliberate show of weakness, had squatted on the ground. His vision obscured by his hood. This must have been his first encounter with the card. An esteemed member of the Secret Alliance? Despite it being merely a blank piece of paper, Troka exclaimed a title that sounded quite formidable. What is the Secret Alliance? Luca inquired. The doctor was not entirely certain either. He merely glanced at Troka, awaiting his elucidation. Speaking of the Secret Alliance, its developmental history bore a striking resemblance to the International Wizards Confidentiality Act, having been established during the harrowing era of the witch trials. With preparations for its formation culminating in 1450, it employed rather stringent measures to unify the vampire race, concealing their kin beneath a veil of secrecy for their protection. The Toreador family was one such member, yet due to various reasons, it held little sway within the alliance. Thus, the identification of being an honorary member of this secret alliance, in some respects, carried more weight than his Toreador family token. After a momentary shock, Troka regained his composure and, with a solemn expression, stated, "Nevertheless, I still hope you can carry the token of the Toreador family. That is a different matter altogether." Very well, Luca surmised Troka's intent, perhaps wishing to earn some honor for his family. "I will go prepare dinner and leave a message for Stru. After we rest well, we shall depart." Observing Troka's retreating figure, Luca tugged at the doctor's arm. "What exactly is that card?" "I was just about to explain." The doctor responded while fiddling with the card. "This object is known as a spirit card. It allows individuals to perceive what they wish to see. In simple terms, with a bit of guidance, and then presenting this card, one can enable them to witness a validation they wholeheartedly acknowledge. However, it is ineffective against those specially trained in this area. While I find it unlikely that you will encounter someone immune to the spirit card, possessing the Toreador token would indeed be beneficial." With that, the doctor handed the spirit card to Luca. "I believe I understand." Luca pondered the doctor's previous demonstrations with the spirit card. The first instance was after rescuing Stru, when he calmly presented the card, and just now, he had asserted his reliable identification before showing it to Troka. Thus, as long as he maintained a confident demeanor while displaying this card, he should be fine. Once assured there were no issues, Luca informed the doctor and hurried to the kitchen to assist Troka. As an artist, Troka's culinary creations were equally exquisite, as if food lacking in visual appeal could never be truly delicious. Today, Troka prepared a traditional Romanian dish, characterized by its reliance on meat, offering substantial satiety and calories. This implied a tendency towards richer colors in the dishes. Yet under Troka's artistry, each plate transformed into a vibrant spectacle that ignited the appetite. "Delicious. Your cuisine, like your paintings, is a work of art," the doctor lavishly praised, to which Luca nodded in agreement, his mouth full, unable to respond. "You flatter me," Troka humbly replied, though the smile on his face betrayed his delight. No artist is ever troubled by praise. As the head chef, Troka merely sampled a modest portion and sipped a crimson beverage before commencing to pen a message for Stru. "Stru, my friend, when you read this message, we will have already set off for the Senate in the Carpathian Mountains of Transylvania. The potion concocted by Luca has succeeded, and a method of infiltration has been discovered. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall convene there. Yours faithfully, Troka." He hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from disclosing the matter of the animagus. After all, failing to report to the Ministry of Magic would be unlawful for an animagus. He was unconcerned, and he trusted that Stray would be equally indifferent. However, should the rescue Stray provided take issue with this matter, it would indeed pose a dilemma. He had already discerned the current situation, realizing that the Ministry of Magic was hardly trustworthy. Revealing Luca's identity as an animagus would undoubtedly yield adverse repercussions. Upon completing his writing, Luca and the others finished their meal, tidied up the dishes and utensils with a newfound cleanliness, and prepared to set forth. Troka was not adept at apparition. Even if he were, it would be challenging to transport two individuals across such a considerable distance. His initial plan was to risk flying on a broomstick to a nearby location, then proceed on foot. However, upon learning that the doctor would drive, everything changed. His muggle friend had not only gifted him a villa but also presented him with a luxurious automobile. Curiosity piqued, Ruka inquired why they had not considered traveling by train, as Stray had previously. Troka retorted, "Do you possess a visa?" Indeed, they did not. Unlike Stray, who merely crossed the border, he and the doctor had traversed the very fabric of time and space, rendering them unequivocally undocumented. Troka observed Ruka's expression and chuckled, but his smile quickly faltered. A sense of invasion loomed once more, and this time it was not just one intruder. Considering the timing, it could not be Stray. Who, then, could it be? Caution prevailed as Troka alerted the two, his demeanor turning grave, an ominous aura emanating from his crimson gaze. At that moment, Ruka realized that Troka was indeed a genuine vampire. Luca drew forth his ebony wand, while the doctor brandished his sonic screwdriver, both poised for the impending confrontation. "I shall employ certain racial talents. Do not be afraid," he cautioned as Troca's proclamation darkened the night sky further. Outside the courtyard, Lucius and his companions disembarked from the helicopter and trudged forward, a somewhat unexpected turn of events. Mr. Yi was aware that the Dark Lord possessed the ability to read minds, and typically spoke only truths. His curiosity regarding the sudden, unforeseen element that had joined their ranks was a significant factor in his current visit. Thus, as they approached their target, he consulted his divination once more. Observing the scattered coins at his feet, Mr. Yi furrowed his brow. One of the unexpected elements was a relative of his, a fact unbeknownst to him until now. The other was even more absurd, a being from another world. Mr. Yi suspected that his divination might be flawed, perhaps interfered with by some means. Especially given how unusually dark the vicinity of the villa appeared. What is going on? Young Batty inquired, his impatience manifesting as his tongue flicked nervously. He reasoned they were merely a child and two adults, sharing the same configuration, and given their proficiency in dark magic, there was no logical reason for them to falter. Moreover, the news of Stray's demise would undoubtedly serve as a potent weapon to unravel their opponent's sanity. With such overwhelming advantages, what was there to contemplate? All right, let us proceed. Mr. Yi, resigned, pocketed his coins and retrieved his wand, leading the way. Following their previous encounter with Stray, both Batty and Lucius had discerned who among the trio was the strongest. Thus Batty's plan to remain in the shadows while Lucius engaged in combat had been rendered moot. Nonetheless, he remained curious about Batty's audacity, especially since he had been effortlessly subdued by Stray just moments prior. Was this newfound confidence a product of his faith in Voldemort? A silent unlocking charm swung the villa doors wide, and from the corner of his eye, Mr. Yi caught sight of Lucius and Batty enveloping themselves in several defensive charms, showing marked improvement. Before they could delve further, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness, signaling their discovery. Ah, the night, the full moon, and here you are. Daring to trespass on a vampire's territory, commendable courage indeed. As these words echoed, a swarm of chattering bats surged toward the trio. Remaining composed, Mr. Yi unleashed a flurry of radiant birds from his wand, skillfully ensnaring each bat in their luminous embrace. This time, he refrained from using the silencing charm, partly as a signal for his companions that it was time to act. Flames ablaze. A youthful voice rang out from the shadows, followed by a fireball hurtling toward Lucius. Suddenly, Mr. Yi realized that while his birds had thwarted the bat assault, they had inadvertently revealed their allies' positions to the enemy. Although Lucius managed to dissipate the fiery spell, the momentary illumination was sufficient for the adversaries to discern much about their surroundings. It appeared he had underestimated them. Not only did the vampire seem more formidable than anticipated, but the intellect of the other two adversaries was also impressive. With this revelation, Mr. Yi decided there was no need for courtesy. He cast a fire spell upon the floor, affirming that this was not his home, and thus, he would not shy away from setting it ablaze. He pondered whether the rising flames might endanger his comrades, but concluded that a clearer view of their opponents was essential for confrontation. Regrettably, the spell did not yield the desired effect. The surrounding darkness, seemingly alive, compressed the flames into a compact mass, which was subsequently extinguished by a cascade of clear water. With a flicker of inspiration, he shifted his strategy. Given that their positions had already been compromised, it would suffice to illuminate the area entirely with a lighting charm. At long last, he achieved his aim, momentarily unveiling the room's entirety. It was a tastefully decorated villa adorned with numerous artworks. One painting depicting a stunning woman reaching toward the heavens. He was afforded the luxury of observing such details because, aside from the confirmed vampire, he could see no one else, not even his companions. This indicated that, unbeknownst to him, the battlefield had already been divided. No wonder it had been so eerily quiet. It seemed the others had ceased their actions. This is rather exaggerated. He couldn't help but mutter, as he turned his attention back to the pair of crimson eyes lurking in the darkness. Seeing their plan unfold smoothly, Troca exhaled in relief. Earlier, he had sensed their arrival, as Mr. U.S. divination had consumed considerable time, allowing them a chance to observe the newcomers. A balanced formation of 3 against 3 for adults and 2 children was quite symmetrical. Troca proposed a strategy as a vampire. He could relinquish his identity as a wizard and manipulate the shadows within his territory, fighting like a true vampire. Essentially, the darkness within Troca's domain could shield him or obscure the senses of his opponents, albeit at the cost of his magical capabilities. Troca intended to leverage this advantage to secure victory in the 3-on-3 skirmish, but after explaining his capabilities within his territory, Luca devised a new plan. Strictly speaking, if Troca could not use magic, the direct damage he and the doctor could inflict would be quite limited. Thus, by segmenting the battlefield into 3 parts for one-on-one confrontations, Luca could exploit his animagus form and some tactical combat techniques to gain the upper hand, while the doctor could use his sonic screwdriver to hold one adversary at bay. Consequently, Troca would confront the opponent's strongest member, while Luca would lure the blonde man upstairs for a solitary resolution, and the doctor would manage the child in the courtyard, significantly enhancing their chances of success. Troca mused that he could scarcely endure simultaneous assaults from 3 opponents, as Luca had predicted they would be systematically dismantled. Hence, Troca concurred with Luca's tactical arrangement. At this juncture, he had no doubts about the rationality of Luca's proposed matchups. He could only trust and focus on fulfilling his role to navigate the imminent peril. Without magic at his disposal, the vampire's combat style would resort to direct physical confrontation. Entroca's claws sharpened as he lunged at the invaders. On the second floor, Lucius inexplicably shivered. Earlier, after being struck by the fire spell, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of the assailant, a child. This child continually hurled sparks at him, simultaneously revealing his own position. Lucius watched as the boy frantically ascended the stairs. He called out to his companions, but received no reply, prompting him to decisively pursue the child. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he felt confident in his ability to handle a mere child, particularly since the boy had only cast the fire spell and was now merely flinging small sparks. However, upon reaching the second floor, the boy's sparks had vanished, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Lucius drew forth his exquisitely crafted wand, adorned with a silver serpent's head, and cast a lighting charm. Empty. Do not resist. Your companion, the long-haired man named Stray, has been slain. There will be no reinforcements. Lucius initiated his verbal assault, asserting that submitting to the Dark Lord was the wisest course of action. Receiving no response, Lucius scanned the area, cautiously advancing forward. A searing pain shot through his leg, causing him to cry out in agony as he sank to one knee. When he reached down to touch his leg, he found it gushing blood, as if it had been savaged by a wild beast, while the protective enchantment he had relied upon seemed utterly ineffective. Without warning, a claw swiped his wand from his grasp, and a monstrous creature pounced upon him, only to morph into the guise of the child he had encountered earlier, straddling him and aiming the wand at his throat. Lucius's face turned ashen, the words of surrender nearly escaping his lips. Yet they were stifled by the indifference reflected in the creature's gaze. You say Stray is dead. What transpired? It was Mr. Yi. He used the shatter curse, not I. Lucius stammered, his pallid complexion and frantic demeanor evoking a familiar visage in lieu. Calmly, he uttered the surname, Malfoy. He could feel the man beneath him convulse violently, exacerbating the wound on his leg, contorting his features in pain. I was merely following the orders of the Dark Lord, Voldemort. No. I was under the imperious curse. Spare me. Even with his eyes closed, the pleas for mercy tumbled from his lips. Dignity and loyalty held no weight against the primal instinct for survival. Luke could not summon magic. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly and struck Lucius's head. The impact of the skull meeting the floor produced a dull thud, and its owner peacefully drifted into slumber. Luca could sense the faint breaths of Lucius, confirming that he had not delivered a fatal blow. He began to organize the clues in his mind. Upon receiving the news of Stray's demise, Luca had cast aside all plans, recklessly tearing a piece of flesh from the man's leg. The previously troublesome, unstable Animagus form had now transformed into a tool of intimidation, yielding remarkable results that allowed him to easily subdue the man before him. Lucius Malfoy, the father of Draco Malfoy, what consequences would have ensued had he eliminated Lucius in 1972? Would Draco have never come into existence? Would such an action have created the temporal rifts the doctor had mentioned earlier? It seemed imperative to seek clarification from the doctor. But how to do so? Naturally, it would require bringing Lucius along to confront the doctor in person. Ruka opened the window and discarded Lucius's body, subsequently transforming into her Animagus form and leaping down, landing on Lucius's form to join the battlefield alongside the doctor. The doctor was taken aback by Ruka's entrance. Standing atop Lucius's body, he had just incapacitated young Barty. After receiving a signal from Traka, he had wielded the protective shield generated by his sonic screwdriver to push young Barty away. In the process, the unfortunate young boy had fallen to the ground, releasing his grip on his wand, thereby losing his ability to resist. Naturally, the doctor would not stoop so low as to assault a defenseless child, rendering both parties momentarily at an impasse. In this stalemate, the doctor began to counsel young Barty, struggling to comprehend why a child of such tender years would willingly choose the path of a killer. After a brief monologue from the doctor, young Barty roared, "What do you understand about me?" The doctor felt a flicker of hope. Evidently, there was still room for dialogue, presenting an opportunity for persuasion. It seemed his eloquence and amiable demeanor were proving beneficial. However, young Barty had ulterior motives. His audacity stemmed from a dark artifact bestowed upon him by his master, Voldemort. This object, aptly named the Kiss of Death, resembled a serpent's fang and was laced with deadly poison, capable of claiming a life upon mere contact. The sole drawback was the necessity for physical contact. With the doctor maintaining his protective shield and keeping his distance, such contact would be impossible. Yet, as the doctor engaged him in conversation, young Barty conceived a strategy to lower the other's guard. He decided to feign compliance, adopting a pitiable facade of despair, believing that the doctor's empathetic nature would compel him to embrace him. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to deliver the kiss of death. However, the performance could not be overly contrived. There had to be a semblance of persuasion. "What do you understand about me? What do you know of the Dark Lord? On what grounds do you speak those words?" Young Barty's inquiries escalated in fervor. He then launched into a lengthy tirade about his familial circumstances and childhood experiences, drawing parallels between his plight and that of the Dark Lord, claiming that only Voldemort could truly comprehend him. He extolled the noble ambitions of Voldemort, proclaiming his willingness to sacrifice everything for his master. The doctor regarded young Barty with a gentle smile, realizing that his misguided worldview could be rectified. He gradually lowered his protective shield and approached the boy. The impassioned young Barty paused, taken aback. He had expected the doctor to counter his assertions. Why had the narrative advanced so swiftly to its conclusion? Reflecting on his own fervent speech, young Barty began to entertain a notion. Could it be that his impassioned rhetoric had swayed the man before him? He subtly adjusted the serpent's fang in his grip, contemplating whether to proceed or to wait, as neither Mr. Yi nor Lucius had yet arrived to aid him. If he could lead this man back into the fray, it would surely yield significant results. What do you mean? Young Barty steadied himself, maintaining his defiant demeanor as the doctor drew near. You question my right to assert that your life should aspire to greater pursuits, do you not? As the doctor approached, he raised his hand, declaring, Can you not feel it? The very ground beneath us spins at a velocity of 1,600 kilometers per hour, while the Earth orbits the sun at an astonishing speed of 110,000 kilometers per hour. What? Young Barty was momentarily bewildered by the doctor's words, which were far too abstract for his understanding. I can sense that we are traversing the cosmos, the doctor spoke, addressing young Barty yet seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Why not open your eyes and behold this magnificent world? No sooner had the doctor spoken than he cupped young Barty's face in his hands. Possessing a semblance of mind-reading ability, he could glean the boy's thoughts or convey his own merely by holding his face. As the doctor's words resonated, young Barty felt an unsettling sensation and resolved to employ the kiss of death. Yet, before he could thrust the serpent's fang towards the doctor, he was overwhelmed by a breathtaking panorama that unfurled before him. He had never contemplated what lay beyond the sky or envisioned extraterrestrial beings and their existence beyond the realm of humans and dark creatures. But in that instant, he witnessed it all. The sheer force of the experience rendered him incapable of thought, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Ruka had discarded Lucius's body from the window. Observing Ruka's demeanor, the doctor suddenly realized that she was of a similar age to the child he had just subdued. Why were these children so aggressively inclined? Doctor, allow me to explain. Ruka transformed back into her human form, casting a glance at the unconscious young Barty. This individual is Lucius Malfoy, my classmate, and Draco Malfoy's father. According to the timeline, he will not sire Malfoy for another 8 years. If I were to eliminate him here, would it not disrupt the future? Luca briefly checked Lucius's pulse. He was still alive. Or rather, would it inflict harm upon the fabric of time and space? It is highly probable that it would. Fortunately, you refrained from doing so. The doctor set aside the unconscious young Barty and approached to assess Lucius's condition. Although he had fractured several bones and lost considerable blood from his leg, his vital signs remained stable. The doctor wrapped Lucius's leg and remarked, Despite the ordeal you've put him through, his continued survival, in a sense, indicates that he is not meant to perish here. Ruka glanced down at Lucius, whom the doctor had claimed was alive and well, yet he appeared to be covered in blood, his long hair disheveled and filthy, his complexion ashen, and his breath faint. With a decisive crack, Ruka straightened Lucius's dislocated arm. The sharp pain caused Lucius's eyes to snap open, revealing Ruka, who was realigning his bones. Am I still alive? The thought was almost inconceivable to him, but as he took in the scene before him, a blend of astonishment and dread surged within him. He recalled how the Death Eaters tormented their captives, and he feared he might endure a similar fate. Indeed, there are many reasons compelling me to spare your life, Ruka stated, one of which is the desire to prevent a child from losing his father. A child? Lucius was taken aback. He had only recently graduated and was certain he had conducted himself with propriety. There must be some misunderstanding. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded vigorously, recognizing that this was a reason for his survival, and he was not foolish enough to outright deny it. Forgive me, may I ask your name? For reasons he could not quite understand, Lucius posed this question to Ruka. Sibyllin. Ruka offered his surname without hesitation. Lucius momentarily paused, etching the name firmly into his memory. Luca, indifferent to his reaction, snapped the wands of Lucius and little Barty, transfigured nearby wood into sturdy vines, binding them securely to a tree. He then entrusted the doctor with their watch and resolved to assess the stalemate involving Troka. Inside the dimly lit room, two figures moved amidst the shadows. Troka was astonished that he had yet to subdue the wizard, despite his lack of combat prowess and only moderate control over shadows. He found it remarkable that this obscured vision wizard was managing to hold his ground in close quarters without casting spells. The sound of something falling from the second floor to the courtyard made Troka increasingly anxious, as it signified the potential for a slip-up in their intense melee. Sensing the change in his opponent, Mr. Yi decided to stoke the flames of tension and provocatively asked, "Have you heard of a particular matter?" Troka did not respond. Yet his slightly darkened expression revealed that he was indeed listening. "It pertains closely to art," Mr. Yi continued, relishing in the effectiveness of his banter. In 1928, the British detective novelist Ronald Knox, having analyzed many techniques in detective fiction, proposed the famous Knox's 10 Commandments. As he spoke, Mr. Yi deftly stepped back, observing Troka's momentary distraction before he continued. Among these, the 6th commandment states that no martial arts practitioners from the East should appear in the story, as they would compromise the integrity of the mystery. Gradually, he had maneuvered himself beside his target. Coincidentally, I am precisely that type of individual. Before the words had fully left his lips, Troka instinctively reached out to catch the painting of the girl touching the sunlight that Mr. Yi tossed toward him. During the fight, Mr. Yi had noticed Troka's unmasked affection for art, carefully avoiding damage to the artifacts and paintings. The very piece he had just thrown was one that had left a profound impression during his earlier observations, although he was uncertain if it was Troka's most treasured artwork. He personally found it to be the most beautiful. Unsurprisingly, Troka did indeed attempt to catch the painting. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Yi resolved to cast a spell to conclude the battle. Having been pressed so closely, he found himself in a rather precarious position, with his clothing torn in several places. And he had barely landed any blows on his opponent. Yet, the encounter was entertaining enough that he almost forgot he was a wizard. However, that amusement was destined to be short-lived. A silent blasting curse erupted from the tip of his wand, an immensely powerful incantation capable of generating localized heat and explosion, which would likely prove fatal upon impact. Under such an assault, even his vampiric nature would not alter the outcome. Just as anticipated, the sudden brightness enveloping the room seemed to herald his impending victory, yet the expected resounding explosion morphed into a dull thud. Much like the fiery curse previously stifled by darkness, this blasting curse was similarly suffocated. This was a far denser darkness, as if the very shadows that had shrouded the room had now consolidated into an impenetrable mass. Mr. Yi believed that had it not been for the caliber of his blasting curse, there likely would have been no sound at all. In the end, it appeared his spell had merely damaged the painting. Troka clutched the remaining piece of canvas, depicting the girl's hand reaching toward the sunlight. The two hands seemingly entwined in a distortion of spatial concepts, lifting toward Mr. Yi. An inexplicable sense of sanctity washed over Mr. Yi from this bizarre image, and a wave of unease surged from deep within him, prompting him to hastily cast an iron armor charm. Almost immediately, he was struck as if by a vehicle, a tangible shadow propelling him away. The iron armor charm shattered upon impact. Thanks to years of training, Mr. Yi barely managed to regain his footing, but he was left dizzy and drained. Disarm him. At that moment, reinforcements arrived for Troka, who, breaking free from his momentary reverie, quickly warned, "Be careful. His agility is remarkable." Mr. Yi, witnessing Luca poised to unleash a spell upon him, decided to surrender, sitting down decisively and raising his hands. "I yield, please, no more." He genuinely did not intend to resist any longer, yet his eyes remained observant, scrutinizing the child before him. This must be the relative he had divined. Yet they bore no resemblance at all. Perhaps his divination was indeed flawed. Mr. Yi's gaze drifted past Luca, fixating on the bright sky outside. The stars above were also among the mediums of his divination. Observing the stars that seemed to have joined the night sky without disrupting its harmony, he suddenly perceived a new revelation. His destiny appeared to be at a pivotal juncture. A familiar sensation emanated from Luca, leading him to believe that perhaps his divination had not been erroneous. "Could you tell me what is in the left pocket of your coat?" Luca pondered for a moment, recalling the crystal ball that Night Smoke had gifted him, yet he felt no compulsion to divulge this information. "I shall retrieve something. Please refrain from becoming overly excited," he remarked. Luca's ability to maintain composure surpassed that of Troka, as he discerned no pertinent information and opted instead to present the item himself. Remarkably, they were quite reasonable, allowing his actions to unfold without interference, much like when he had previously declared his surrender, prompting an immediate cessation of hostilities. After sifting through various items, his sunglasses, copper coins, talismans, and a turtle shell, Mr. Yi finally extracted his crystal ball from his pocket. This elicited a notable reaction from Luca, who sensed that the crystal ball Mr. Yi produced bore a striking resemblance to the one bestowed upon him by Night Smoke. Memories of Lucius's reference to this individual, Troka's hesitation in response to his inquiries, and Night Smoke's tale shared during the Mid-Autumn Festival flooded his mind. Mr. Yi, noticing Luca's wavering resolve, continued, "While I am uncertain of the current circumstances, there is one thing I must convey. Be cautious." Troka, who had been engaged in a lengthy confrontation, issued a warning. Mr. Yi promptly countered, "Do not fret. I have genuinely surrendered, and, truth be told, I have no desire to take a life. You see, I have yet to invoke a single death curse throughout this encounter." Faced with Troka's skeptical expression, Luca hesitated briefly before shaking his head and gradually approaching Mr. Yi. "You must keep this confidential. Absolutely no one from this time should be informed," Mr. Yi whispered, covering his mouth as he spoke. Stray is not dead. Stunned by this revelation for a moment, Luca then focused on another critical aspect of Mr. Yi's words. This time, could it be that he had discerned Luca's disconnection from this temporal realm? "There is one more matter that I need to clarify with you," Mr. Yi said with a light-hearted smile. "Is it the night of night?" Ruko nodded slightly, intending to speak, only to discover that Mr. Yi had distorted into view outside the door, astonishingly capable of casting spells without a wand. The two who pursued him could only witness Mr. Yi rescuing Lucius and little Barty with apparition, as well as the doctor's frozen demeanor and peculiar expression. "It's all right, Doctor. They are without their wands, posing no immediate threat," Ruko sighed in reassurance. Troka, however, was less optimistic, stating, "But you saw it. That man can cast spells without a wand." Yet, in the next moment, the doctor uttered words that astonished both of them. The man who rescued them may very well perish at the hands of his own. When that man grasped the child's hand during the rescue, the child concealed within it a venomous serpent's fang, which had pierced him. The doctor elucidated what he had witnessed. Earlier, while sharing thoughts with little Barty, the doctor had perceived Barty's intent to assassinate him, but Ruko's sudden descent with Lucius had caused him to cast that aside. However, after that man had taken hold of the hand, the pain etched across his face. In the fleeting moment he withdrew his palm to inspect it, confirmed to the doctor that it was indeed the unprocessed serpent's fang embedded in that hand. Impossible was Ruko's immediate reaction, as various clues indicated that Mr. Yi was, in fact, the father of Yi Yin. And their deaths here would surely inflict scars upon time itself. But he soon recalled the doctor's words during Lucius's treatment. It is very likely. Panic surged within Ruko as he grappled with how to confront Yi Yin, even questioning her very existence. No, my crystal ball remains. If Yi Yin did not exist, I would not possess this crystal ball. Perhaps he had some other means of survival? Lucas suddenly realized that the fates of Mr. Yi and Dr. Sterling had become secrets tethered to him. He was uncertain whether to divulge this information to the doctor, who, like him, did not belong to this era. Alas, there was unfortunate news to share. We might not receive any support. Dr. Sterling had similarly been apprised of information regarding Sterling and aware of this. Lucas scrutinized Troka's sorrowful countenance, ultimately deciding to guard the secrets of the two men, at least until they returned to the year 1991. Based on what he had learned prior to his enrollment, his mother's understanding of magic was largely confined to literary works. If Troka were to discover that Sterling was still alive, he would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, potentially leading to unpredictable repercussions for his family. Likewise, if he could not reveal to Troka that Sterling was alive, he certainly could not disclose the possibility that Mr. Yu might have survived. The death of the man who had slain his friend was the only truth that could offer him solace. The intelligence at hand remained woefully insufficient. Lu bit her lip, and it seems increasingly certain that there will be no support for the matter at hand. Thus, the only one to appear in the tale of Night Smoke is herself. As for Draco, who validates this matter, his father is indeed one of the few who knows his surname. If her presence here is inevitable, does that mean the choices she makes will also be predetermined? Luca recalled the question posed to him by the Ravenclaw Academy doorknocker, remembering the confidence with which he had once responded. Indeed, now that he had rediscovered his place in the past, there should be no hesitation. He must reconstruct the past in its entirety. To achieve this, a certain degree of deception was not only justified but also essential. Let us embark on our journey, the doctor said, patting Luca's shoulder, grounding him back in reality. Unbeknownst to him, he had been lost in thought for quite some time. He observed the doctor standing by the vehicle and Trock holding a wooden box. What is that? Luca inquired. It is the soil of this land, Trock replied, offering a weary smile. My previous actions have essentially bound me to this territory. Without this, I cannot venture too far from here. Luca could sense that Voldemort's choice of werewolves, with vampires as the price, had yet another rationale. Despite their formidable strength, they were encumbered by numerous limitations. The three of them were feeling rather fatigued after the doctor forcibly equipped the car with an autopilot function using a sonic screwdriver, allowing them to rest within the vehicle. Doctor, don't you think that sometimes the gadgets you create are even more magical than magic itself? Luca remarked, recalling the extraordinary abilities exhibited by the doctor. Aside from its ineffectiveness against wood, the sonic screwdriver was nearly omnipotent, alongside the time-traveling TARDIS, the mind-reading capabilities that could be activated upon contact, and the versatile spirit summoning card. Indeed, humanity's technology has advanced to such a remarkable degree, Troika couldn't help but exclaim. However, the doctor did not respond, merely arching an eyebrow and nodding with a hint of pride. On the other hand, the atmosphere was decidedly grim. Mr. Yi, Lucius, suppressing his pain, attempted to support the faltering Mr. Yi but hesitated to interfere with his actions, looking utterly lost. The object of his concern, however, continued to type slowly yet resolutely, sending intelligence to Voldemort. Beside him, a now conscious young Barty watched the scene unfold, clenching his fist in silence. He recognized that he had indirectly caused Mr. Yi's predicament. Although he harbored an aversion to this enigmatic and solitary man, he could not deny Mr. Yi's significant contributions to their master's endeavors, and at this moment, he was also his savior. Mr. Yi's actions undeniably demonstrated his loyalty to their master, solidifying Barty's resolve and even making him regard Mr. Yi as a benchmark for his own efforts. A wild notion flickered in Barty's mind. His perspective had shifted, and their master's grand ambitions should not be confined to Earth. Suddenly, Mr. Yi paused, casting his gaze toward the two. Someone will contact us to confirm Voldemort's return, he stated, each word deliberate. However, I fear I may not live to see it. Just bury me here. In the midst of Lucius and Barty's complex expressions, Mr. Yi slowly closed his eyes, his breath fading. Wordlessly, the two lifted him from the helicopter, fulfilling his last wish. Half an hour later, a handsome young man with golden hair arrived. Observing the disheveled Lucius and Barty, while Barty appeared merely dirty, Lucius was in a dire state, covered in blood. They stood there, gazing at a slightly raised mound of earth. Recalling the directives, the young man refrained from asking questions and saluted them instead. "Gentlemen, I am here to assist you." Lucius, regaining his composure, nodded and guided him into the concealed helicopter. Although astonished by the extraordinary scene before him, the young man maintained his composure and piloted the aircraft toward England. Voldemort had been in good spirits these past few days. He had discovered the exceptional utility of his Muggle intelligence network, which operated with remarkable efficiency and accuracy. Furthermore, his operatives within the Ministry of Magic had successfully incited the emotions of the wizards, advancing anti-werewolf legislation that worsened the living conditions for those creatures, leaving them with no choice but to collaborate with him. His followers had even captured the werewolf leader based on information sold by his Death Eaters. The new leader of the werewolf faction, Fenrir Greyback, whom he had supported, was considerably simpler to manipulate, a dark creature driven solely by blood curses, desires, and hatred. He would not demand loyalty in exchange for the extermination of vampires. Instead, he would readily accept orders to attack whatever Voldemort instructed. The benefits Voldemort had promised were entirely believed by Greyback, who, in truth, cared little for their realization. After all, the discrimination against werewolves had been documented for over 3 centuries. The lives of werewolves had been filled with suffering for as long as anyone could remember. Therefore, the mission of his 3 subordinates to Romania was inconsequential in terms of fostering collaboration with vampires. He had never intended to genuinely ally with them. Leaving his territory for a group of unruly half-blood wizards was absurd compared to the formidable, mutated threat posed by werewolves. Why should he relinquish his stronghold to grant vampires dominion? Thus, this operation had transformed into a simple task of eliminating adversaries, establishing authority, and training his subordinates. Yet, something had clearly gone awry. "I die here by fate's decree. Please do not hold others accountable," he stated. Voldemort's cold gaze meticulously scanned each letter from left to right. His trusted Yi had inexplicably perished in Romania. How could this have happened? "Lucius Malfoy, Barty Crouch Jr., my dear children," he addressed. His words devoid of warmth despite their seemingly affectionate tone, which left both men feeling cold. The golden-haired man's piloting skills were extraordinary, perhaps spurred by Lucius's pained visage. He performed exceptionally well, delivering them promptly before the Dark Lord. The eloquent Lucius found himself rendered speechless, as every thought he conjured sounded like a feeble excuse. Thus, he knelt in silence, enduring pain and fear while awaiting the inevitable punishment. Ironically, not long ago, he had looked down upon those kneeling before him, only to find himself in the same position. Fortunately, young Barty spoke first. "Mr. Yi, it was my fault that you were struck by the killing curse while saving me." "Killing curse," Voldemort echoed Barty's words. If anything was more difficult to accept than Mr. Yi's death, it was the fact that it had been an entirely avoidable tragedy. "Master, I willingly accept punishment, but before that, please use legilimency on me." Sensing the sudden chill in the atmosphere, young Barty spoke again, primarily intending to present the magnificent universe he had witnessed to his master. He could sacrifice himself for Mr. Yi. Yet missing the opportunity to relay this vital information would indeed be a profound regret. Voldemort remained silent, lifting Barty's head with his wand to gaze into his eyes, evidently employing the legilimency spell. The visage, seemingly melting away, obscured any subtle expressions, while Lucius trembled nearby. If all went as expected, Voldemort would also use legilimency on him. Would he truly be able to conceal the truths he uttered in a desperate bid for survival? Perhaps it was the internal struggle that made Lucius feel that this session of legilimency lasted longer than usual. Just as he was about to falter, Voldemort finally straightened his posture. However, curiously, he made no further move and did not turn his attention to Lucius. Appearing lost in contemplation as if he had encountered something incomprehensible, Voldemort had seen the imagery of Mr. Yi's demise and the scenes presented to young Barty by the doctor. He did not readily accept these revelations, for having traversed the world for a decade, he had never come across such phenomena. Thus, he contemplated the possibility that Barty had been deceived. Nonetheless, this news was indeed shocking. The identity of that man and his peculiar magic held considerable significance. However, his current focus remained on the pursuit of immortality in the defiance of death. Given sufficient time, all these questions would find resolution. Returning to the present, he glanced at the resolute young Barty and the disheveled Lucius, abandoning any thoughts of employing legilimency on Lucius. From what he knew of Lucius, having endured such grievous injuries and survived, while harboring fear of his own legilimency, indicated that Lucius had committed acts he wished to keep hidden from Voldemort. Yet, the superficial legilimency revealed to him that Lucius remained steadfastly loyal, which sufficed. Before him stood 2 individuals he could not truly manipulate. Mr. Yi's pleas were merely a small aspect. The more crucial matter lay in their identities. The Malfoy family's wealth constituted a substantial portion of his operational funds within the wizarding world and served as a prominent figure for the Death Eaters. Eliminating him would yield no benefit. Young Barty Crouch, the son of the Minister of Magical Law Enforcement, could provide a wealth of intelligence and was a highly talented and utterly loyal follower. Voldemort believed in his promising future. Even disregarding these considerations, he could not allow this failure to circulate among the Death Eaters. Originally intending for them to demonstrate their capabilities, the situation had devolved into chaos. Should the Death Eaters become aware of this debacle at such a critical juncture, it would surely engender negative repercussions. Similarly, Fenrir's dominance among the werewolves would suffer. leading to a true disaster. Lucius, reveal to me what you know. The necessary intelligence must be gathered. He had no intention of allowing those who opposed him to thrive. Apart from the man young Barty faced, there appeared to be another individual resembling a Hogwarts student. Though young, he had mastered the animagus transformation, capable of transforming into a creature akin to a wolfhound. Lucius promptly divulged all the valuable information he possessed, sensing that Voldemort seemed disinclined to use legitimacy on him. Hesitating several times to disclose the surname Zybilin was thwarted by an inexplicable impulse to not let a child lose his father. This matter must remain confidential. The vampires need not concern themselves with it. Focus on honing your magical skills and do not disappoint me again. Voldemort cast a sidelong glance at Lucius, announcing his verdict regarding their fates. Especially you, Lucius, ensure that no one learns of your injuries, and do not harbor any treacherous thoughts. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness. Master, begone. After dismissing the two, Voldemort resumed his contemplation. Sunlight bathed the land of Romania, where two wild foxes busily excavated a conspicuous mound of earth. For them, it was the most delightful entertainment. One of the digging foxes noticed its companion had ceased its activity and glanced over in confusion. It then beheld a rather terrifying sight, a human hand resting upon the trembling body of its mate. The young fox emitted a series of anxious whimpers, tensing its limbs in preparation to attack the hand and rescue its companion. Yet, before it could bite, the hand withdrew, seemingly only having patted twice. With no intent to harm, the two foxes promptly dashed away in tandem. The hand waved a few times in the air, and the mound was swept away by a gust of wind, revealing a complete form beneath. Mr. Yi spat out the dirt lodged in his mouth and wiped his lips. These two truly needed no covering. Sighing, he realized he had little strength after recently reviving, and sat in the pit, gazing up at the sky. He rummaged through his pockets, finding ashes of the talismans scattered everywhere. Those talismans were his secret to resurrection, strictly speaking. He had not truly died, but merely lacked any signs of life. These talismans ensured the existence of his consciousness while purging the toxins within him. Thankfully, it was merely a venomous fong. Had he been severed into pieces, he would have been beyond salvation. As for suffocation beneath the earth, he had the tortoise breathing technique. Thus, the Nox 10 commandments indeed held some merit. Curling his lip, Mr. Yi produced his crystal ball to divine the fate of his reborn self. Indeed, he discerned a tenuous connection with that star. Much like when he was still Mr. Yi, the connection to Voldemort was unmistakable. What a troublesome situation. Mr. Yi pondered the results of his divination. It seemed he could not afford to rest, as some assistance was still required on that front. He reshaped the mound of earth, planting a few beautiful flowers, and his form vanished in a twist of distortion. Within the Cappadocia Mountains. Good, this should suffice. The doctor stabilized Luca's animagus form with a sonic screwdriver, gently patting his head. My apologies, this really bears little difference from a small animal. It was instinctive. Luca, in his animagus form, shook his head, indicating that the doctor need not concern himself. Do you remember when I mentioned my friend afflicted by the soul bond curse? Troca hesitantly began. Seeing Luca nod, he continued, his name is Audi Reimer. If all goes well, perhaps we can enlist the aid of others from his family to rescue him. With that, he sliced his fingertip and smeared his blood upon Luca's eyes and forehead. As Ruka gazed towards the direction indicated by Troca, a formidable castle complex materialized before him. It was none other than the Vampire Synod, the nexus of power for the secret alliance. Only with the blood of a vampire could one perceive its existence, which was one of the reasons Troca had chosen to accompany him. Under the watchful eyes of the doctor and Troca, Ruka took off running towards the residential area. He skillfully evaded the scattered patrols of vampires along the way and encountered various other creatures, all seemingly pampered pets, their sleek fur glistening with health and vitality. The journey proved to be remarkably smooth. The anticipated stringent defenses posed no hindrance, and no hostile vampires appeared at any point. Feeling that he had arrived at an appropriate location, Ruka paused and transformed into his human form in an inconspicuous spot, examining the insignias on the nearby small castles. Much like apartment numbers, these emblems distinctly identified the residents. Ruka located a symbol identical to that on Troca's necklace. It belonged to the Toridu family. He decided to visit here first. The amiable red-haired female vampire recognized his necklace and, after sniffing the traces of Troca's blood on his face, readily believed him and accompanied him without hesitation. With her by his side, Ruka's next destination was marked by a pattern resembling shattered glass. A design Troca had previously informed him belonged to the Mycavian family. Although communication with them was notoriously challenging, their status would rise during the full moon, rendering their words particularly persuasive. While the specifics remained unclear, securing their support was of utmost importance. The red-haired Toridu stood beside him as he knocked on the door of the Mycavian residence. The door was opened by a tall, slender male vampire, his eyes covered and lips tightly pressed together. Why has Toridu come? His voice was ethereal, fluctuating in distance. It is this child. The red-haired Toridu nudged Ruka, who understood and began to explain the situation to the man before him. After listening in silence for a moment, the man retreated into the house. They are like this. There is no need for concern, the red-haired Toridu reassured him. Shortly thereafter, she informed Ruka that she had received a signal for a meeting convened by the Mycavian family. At that moment, the blindfolded Mycavian reappeared at the door. Let us proceed. Without a glance back, he strode ahead, seemingly guiding Ruka and Toridu to follow. During this time, Ruka observed other individuals emerging from various castles, all heading in the same direction. Some families had but a single member while others had 2 or 3. Their expressions varied, inducing a sense of apprehension in Ruka. Thus, the group silently entered the candlelit assembly hall, which was demarcated by family insignias. Ruka took a seat in the middle rear alongside the red-haired Toridu, watching as the blindfolded Mycavian approached the podium, appearing unaffected by his blindfold. We shall not collaborate with the mysterious figure any longer. Those opposed may voice their opinions. The Mycavian cut straight to the chase, catching everyone off guard. To Ruka's astonishment, no one immediately objected. Could you elucidate the rationale behind such a judgment? Inquired a member from the front row, marked with a scepter insignia. A golden-haired man exuding leadership qualities. Toridu, the Mycavian succinctly replied. The red-haired Toridu led Ruka to the podium, prompting him to recount the events before the assembled vampires. He skillfully avoided any unfriendly remarks about the vampires, emphasizing instead the detrimental demeanor of the Death Eaters, articulating the restrictive nature of collaboration from both sides, ultimately concluding that such cooperation had been a trap from the outset. In summary, the Toridu family advocates for the secret alliance to maintain a neutral stance. Do any of you hold differing opinions? The red-haired Toridu stepped forward to declare her position after Ruka finished speaking. I disagree. A sharp-featured young man with blonde hair rose from the seat marked with a triangular circle and square insignia, belonging to the Rimmel family. One by one, others also stood, including a member marked with an inverted letter A, from the Bruche family, and another bearing a wolf's head, from the Ganglo family. They positioned themselves around the Rimmel, silently signifying their support. Odi Rimmel? Ruka tentatively called out the name. I have long wished to inquire, who are you to speak here? And how do you know my name? Odi did not deny his identity, instead furrowing his brow as he retorted. He then sniffed the air, revealing a smug expression. So, Traka lacks the courage to stand here personally? How disappointing. Hearing Rimmel's remarks, the other vampires turned their gazes toward Ruka. Previously, they had accepted Ruka's words. Backed by the Mycavian and Toridu families, and found his reasoning sound, they had not particularly scrutinized his identity. However, with Rimmel's inquiry, they deemed it prudent to investigate further. I had thought I would not need this, Ruka mused, feeling the spirit card in his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Esteemed Mr. Vanter, may I present something to you to validate my identity? Ruka slightly bowed to the previously speaking Vanter, his demeanor respectful. After receiving permission, he approached. How theatrical, Rimmel scoffed. And a few other vampires mirrored his displeasure. Traka had mentioned that the Vanter family was the leader of their alliance, yet not all vampires were willing to remain subservient. As was evident with Bruche, I am an honorary member of the secret alliance. Please observe. Only after uttering this did Ruka reveal the spirit card. The reason Luca chose to show the divination cards solely to Fangela was due to their inherent characteristics. On one hand, it was necessary to guide a multitude of individuals whose success was uncertain, and it was also questionable whether they would all be influenced by the divination cards. Thus, focusing on the leader, Fangela, significantly increased the likelihood of success. However, a fleeting expression of contemplation crossed Fangela's face as he fell silent for a brief moment. A silence that, though short-lived, only served to heighten Luca's anxiety. Finally, Fangela cast a glance at the necklace around Luca's neck and addressed the assembly of vampires. His identity is beyond reproach, Rue Mower. Let us not divert from the matter at hand. He had discerned that the leader of the opposition was indeed Rue Mower. Ironically, it was also they who had the loudest calls for collaboration with Voldemort. Fangela himself was rather opposed to this, adhering to rules and regulations. His previous ambivalence stemmed from Mycavian's assertion that Voldemort might establish a new order. Fangela held a modicum of interest in the world promised by Voldemort, where vampires would enjoy certain privileges. Thus he decided to observe further before making a judgment, believing that the vampires possessed the ability to withdraw at any moment. Now that even Mycavian had cast a vote against, he naturally would no longer maintain a non-committal stance. Moreover, Luca's words had indeed crossed his mind. He was merely still investigating tangible evidence, although he had not yet found it. The emergence of a third party voicing their opinion and garnering majority support seemed sufficient to sway the tide without the need for evidence. You simply do not understand. Seeing the spotlight redirected towards him, Rue Mower stubbornly began to utter irrelevant remarks. The brief moment of distraction had not afforded him the opportunity to formulate a persuasive argument. Why did you attack Traka? Were you under the influence of a soul-seizing curse? Luca perceived a momentary stalemate in the proceedings and seized the opportunity. To his surprise, this only alleviated Rue Mower's embarrassment. His expression regained composure, morphing into a disdainful smile. Did Traka say that? How typical of him. To suggest I was under a soul-seizing curse is utterly ludicrous. My will is unassailable and resolute. I act solely in pursuit of our collective greater good. Just then, a loud crash interrupted his speech as the main door to the venue was rudely flung open. All heads turned to see a figure clad in a black cloak, deliberately rolling up his sleeves to reveal a dark mark on his left arm, signifying his identity as a Death Eater. Fandral frowned, his previously calm tone now laced with a hint of rudeness, representative of the Death Eaters. I believe we did not extend an invitation for you to partake in our meeting, but I believe this matter concerns me. The Death Eater replied with a smirk, continuing, do not be so quick to dismiss me. The news I bring is poised to significantly influence the course of this assembly. Indeed, Rue Mower exclaimed with delight. With an outsider present, why should the representative of the Death Eaters not have a seat at this table? Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Rue Mower. I assure you, the news I bring will astonish you, the Death Eater said, his smile evident even with half his face obscured by the hood. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, the Dark Lord is no longer inclined to collaborate with you all. Rue Mower's smile froze. He had believed that the Death Eater's input, even if it did not secure his victory, would at least help him regain some ground. On what grounds? What right does he have to unilaterally tear apart our agreement? Rue Mower questioned the Death Eater, his emotions spiraling out of control, including his allegiance to Voldemort. Immediately regretting his words, he noticed Fanjwa's gaze, realizing he had carelessly exposed his private dealings with Voldemort, effectively cutting off his own retreat. Are you certain you wish for me to elucidate? The Death Eater appeared unfazed, having lowered his sleeves, now turning towards Rue Mower with his hands clasped behind him. Certainly. This time, it was Bra who interjected, expressing their collective dissatisfaction at being deceived. Rue Mower ground his teeth in frustration. Recognizing that clarifying the situation would yield no benefit for him, yet his companions were too naive to comprehend the ramifications, leaving him unable to intervene in time. As anticipated, the Death Eater cleared his throat and began to disclose their circumstances. All three of your families have received private assurances, Rue Mower, facilitating cooperation and providing the Dark Lord with insights regarding the research on immortality, in return for the privilege of entering into immortality. Bruh. You are to become the Dark Lord's finest warrior, with the promise of eliminating those among the vampires who displease you. Gongro, likewise, will fight for the Dark Lord, with the assurance of eradicating werewolves, and subsequently you will regain your freedom. He casually revealed the intricate details of the pact between the three families and Voldemort. With each mention of a family, the countenance of the referenced family grew increasingly grim, with Gongro remaining relatively unperturbed, as their rationale was the most legitimate. Their expression soured upon realizing the utter inadequacy of the promises made by the other two families. Rue Mower was impatient to interrupt the Death Eater's speech, but was quickly drowned out by an even louder retort. Now, allow me to explain why the Dark Lord has changed his mind. First, Rue Mower, your research on immortality is fundamentally flawed. Bruh, your loyalty is exceedingly concerning. You are unworthy of joining the ranks of the Death Eaters. Gongro, I apologize, but we have already established a more reliable relationship with the werewolves, who will not demand their freedom. After delivering these statements, he paused momentarily, seemingly allowing the audience time to digest the information, before shifting to a calm, almost serene tone. Thus, we have decided to terminate our collaboration with you. Do you understand? What followed was far more straightforward. The Death Eater's declaration had solidified Rue Mower and Bru's positions, and Fanjwa naturally took action. They were swiftly subdued and escorted elsewhere, while Gongro, though with justifiable motives, also faced certain repercussions. The assembly concluded abruptly, with the collaboration between the vampires and Voldemort officially declared null and void. Before departing the venue, Fanjwa called Luku aside, requesting him to stay for a moment. He inquired about Luke, his name, and relayed instructions to a fellow vampire. After assuring Luku that his name would remain confidential, he gestured for Luku to wait. Shortly thereafter, the vampire returned to the assembly, cradling a gift box, which he handed to Luku. Accept this. It is your due. Luka found himself somewhat bewildered, not expecting to receive a gift from Vanzuo. Upon opening the box, he discovered a splendid set of noble attire, adorned with an embroidered scepter, the emblem of the Vanzuo family. Thank you very much. This is merely what I ought to do. Both as a friend of Traka and do not tell me you still cling to the notion of being an honorary member of the Secret Alliance, Vanzuo interjected, raising a hand to halt Luca's expressions of gratitude, then revealing a serene smile. We both understand that is but a mere facade, is it not? I apologize. I did not intend to deceive you, Luca replied, lowering his gaze while cradling the box. Not at all. That item of yours is indeed intriguing. However, as the leader of the Secret Alliance, I am acutely aware of the existence of honorary members, and I possess the ability to perform cerebral closure. Without hesitation, Vanzuo articulated the reason why the spirit cards were ineffective against him, subtly reminding Luca of the limitations of his own tools. Noticing Luca still bowed in contrition, he continued. It was out of respect for your words and for Traka that I provided you with this identification. Moreover, you have thereby gained the recognition of the Vanzuo family. This attire serves as proof. It has been treated to ensure it remains forever fitting and pristine, impervious to decay. Thank you immensely. Upon hearing this, Luca felt elated at the practicality of the garment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, do you have plans to counter Voldemort? As you can see, we still have matters to address within the Alliance, and thus, we may not have the luxury to attend to those affairs, Vanzuo graciously replied to Luca's question. Luca did not persist, nodding slightly, aware that history had unfolded in a similar manner. He merely wished to glimpse Vince's thoughts. Very well. I believe fate will grant us another meeting. Please extend my regards to Trelka. Vanzwa rose from his seat, preparing to depart. As he still had subsequent matters to attend to. I shall do so. Farewell, Mr. Vanzwa. Luca followed him outside. While the vampire who had delivered the gift box closed the door behind them, Luca was somewhat curious. It seemed that Ventroka appeared to be more dependable and had a commendable rapport with Troka, so why would Troka choose Reimer as a companion? Before he could fathom this conundrum, he unexpectedly encountered an individual he wished to avoid. The Death Eater, who had just spoken at the gathering, approached him with alacrity upon spotting Luca, suggesting that their meeting was more than mere coincidence. Hello, he greeted Luca with an unexpected familiarity, much to Luca's bewilderment, as he did not recall knowing this particular Death Eater. May I ask who you are? Have we truly become so estranged? The Death Eater seemed slightly disheartened by Luca's lack of recognition and produced a crystal ball from his pocket. Ah, Luca exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What do you mean? Did you expect there would be other Death Eaters to assist you? The Death Eater chuckled nonchalantly, then added, Oh, I forgot to mention my new name. I now go by Yi Yen, the Knight's Shadow. I have turned over a new leaf. Luca recalled his daughter, Yi Yen, realizing the similarity in their names and pondering whether there was a deeper significance. Why is your reaction so subdued? Yi Yen inquired, slightly vexed by Luca's demeanor. I had thought we were more familiar, and frankly, you appear somewhat different from my expectations. Laughter erupted from Yi Yen. But soon the atmosphere between them grew tense and still. What is your current situation? How did you come to be in this state? Luca finally inquired, fulfilling his curiosity. It is all for you. Yi Yen began to recount the events following his departure from the Troka estate, explaining how he deceived all the Death Eaters and the mysterious figure through an act of feigned death, thereby reinventing himself. He elaborated on how he arrived at this location, initially using the vampire's blood provided by the enigmatic figure to infiltrate the castle and inform the Death Eaters of the Dark Lord's decision to withdraw from their alliance, necessitating his intervention. Taking advantage of the moment, he ambushed a fellow Death Eater, casting a memory charm to ensure the individual believed he had completed his assigned task and forgotten Yi Yen's presence. Confident that the Death Eater would remain unconscious for a while, Yi Yen donned the Death Eater's robes and even extracted a strand of hair, using a potion to transform his appearance, thus enabling him to perform at the gathering alongside Luca. Had the original Death Eater executed the command, he would have merely conveyed the formal intent to withdraw from the partnership to Ventroka, leaving the three families who had previously expressed goodwill to receive the unilateral withdrawal notice, while the mysterious figure would observe the ensuing chaos among the vampires, unimpeded in executing his plans. How can you be so certain that the mysterious figure would abandon the alliance? Luca queried, intrigued by how recently events had transpired. Pondering how Yi Yen could ascertain that his plan would not falter. It was foretold, Yi Yen replied with a hint of pride. And what do you intend to do next? Will you not return to the mysterious figure? Luca's attitude toward Yi Yen was nuanced. Although he was a former Death Eater, he had previously spared Stray and had returned to assist him, even rescuing Lucius in the process, thereby alleviating a troublesome predicament. Upon hearing the question, Yi Yen suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Everything I have done has been by order. Whose order? Luca pressed. Fate. His solemnity suggested he was not jesting, yet he quickly shifted back to a more relaxed posture, saying, However, ever since you became involved, fate has become less clear. I suppose I shall return home for a while of leisure. Oh, by the way, since you accomplished the task of relaying information alone, to whom shall the next messenger convey the intelligence? Luca suddenly realized the flaw in Yi Yen's plan and posed the question. Yi Yen's expression shifted as if calculating something. Oh no, it seems I must devise a means to linger here a bit longer. He exhibited a pained expression, lamenting the inadequacy of the potion, blaming Luca for the oversight. How can you blame me? Stop relying solely on calculations, engage in some critical thinking as well. Luca remarked with a light-hearted chuckle, feeling he had managed to turn the tables or rather aided Yi Yen in some way. Yi Yen, still pondering a solution, responded absent-mindedly. Ah, yes. After Yi Yen indicated that he had no issues but merely needed to stay a few more days, Luca bid him farewell. As he retraced his steps along the main road, the atmosphere felt markedly different, tranquil and leisurely. Upon returning to the mountains, Luca glanced back one last time. The grand architecture now obscured from view. Touching the gift box nestled in his arms, a smile graced his lips. In the direction from whence he had come, he could see the doctor and Troka engaged in conversation. Upon noticing him, Troka's expression visibly relaxed, and the doctor offered a smile and a wave. As Troka noticed Luca approaching, he eagerly inquired, So, how did it go? Was everything smooth? Extremely smooth, thanks to your necklace, Luca replied, tilting his head to reveal the necklace adorning his neck. The doctor's expression turned contemplative, suggesting that his divination card had not proven particularly effective. That's good to hear, Troka sighed with relief. Although Luca's relaxed demeanor assured him of success, he felt compelled to confirm. By the way, what is it that you are holding? The doctor's attention remained fixated on the object in Luca's grasp. Lu adjusted the direction of the gift box and opened it. Introducing, a present from the Vantro family, a set of formal attire. Wow, Tlaka couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was truly remarkable. Ruko nodded in agreement and elaborated, stating that it was said to be eternally fitting and remarkably tidy, quite practical indeed. Your focus is astonishingly on this? Troka displayed an expression of disbelief, perceiving Ruko as squandering an opportunity. Observing the perplexed look on Ruko's face, he continued, explaining that this meant she had gained the recognition of the Vantru family and could receive their assistance. However, Ruko seemed to ponder. Glancing back at the desolate mountains and then at Troka, the implication was unmistakable. The Vantru family, as leaders of the Alliance, had infiltrated various sectors of human society, excelling in many fields: medical personnel, law enforcement, administrative staff, and business figures. Their presence was ubiquitous. As Troka spoke, he suddenly faltered, realizing that his knowledge of the Vantru family was rather limited. Reflecting on Ruko's earlier gaze, he remarked, as for what is unseen, it matters not, with this attire. Can you not behold it? Ruko expressed a flicker of curiosity. This would enable the Vantru family to transform you into one of their own. This was the very reason Troka had hesitated moments before. Witnessing Ruko close the gift box, he awkwardly chuckled twice. What were you just discussing? Ruko, having no intention of becoming a vampire, adeptly shifted the conversation. Troka recalled, oh. The doctor mentioned that he remembered this place as the homeland of the vampire Countess Elizabeth Bathory and asked whether we should visit after your return. That sounds wonderful. Ruko found the suggestion rather appealing, harboring a keen interest in the abode of the vampire countess. Yet, the doctor, the proposer of this idea, wore a wistful smile. In truth, Troka just informed me that it has become a place run by vampires, deceiving tourists like us. Nevertheless, you have already ventured into the genuine vampire community. I caught a distant glimpse as well. Troka graciously shared a portion of his surplus blood with me. Despite the doctor's words, a hint of disappointment lingered in his demeanor. Noticing this, Troka interjected, however, we can still visit to purchase some souvenirs. Given my status, I should be able to secure a discount. Of course, if you don the Vantru attire, obtaining them free of charge wouldn't be an issue. Then let us proceed. The spirits of both individuals were rekindled. In the car, Troka wrestled with his thoughts for a while before finally asking, Ruko, how is Audi faring? Luca pondered for a moment before responding. The good news is that he was not ensnared by the soul-snatching curse. The bad news is that he genuinely wished to collaborate with the mysterious figure, yet was subdued without any significant conflict. So, one could say it is not too bad. Upon realizing this, Troka's expression grew somewhat somber. What is your relationship with Vanzois? Luca inquired, curious about their connection, as it appeared that Vanzois was quite amicable towards Troka. To his surprise, Troka's countenance revealed a hint of fear as he trembled and replied, Vanzois is terrifying. I encountered him at a social gala, and he seemed exceedingly displeased with my actions. What did you do? Luca pressed. I do not know, but I am simply afraid. Troka admitted. In fact, Vanzois asked me to convey his regards to you. I think he holds you in high esteem. Luca turned to Troka, recounting Vanzois' demeanor in his presence. Is that so? Troka appeared somewhat elated, yet taken aback. Perhaps I should engage with him later. Indeed. You should be free to return to the Senate now. There are no vampires under the curse seeking you anymore. Luca chuckled, but soon realized the gravity of the situation and quelled his smile. Troka's expression dimmed further, as he understood that Stray had sacrificed himself because of this. We have arrived. Since a while ago, the flow of people outside the vehicle had increased. There were still some tourists in this area. To prevent the astonishing autonomous driving technology from being prematurely revealed, the doctor took the wheel. Before them loomed a foreboding ancient castle. Having seen the previous vampire architecture, Luca sensed that this castle had been excessively embellished. The staff were attired like vampires from cinematic portrayals, resembling Dracula quite closely. You see, it is just as such. Troka admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed, for amongst those impersonating vampires was someone he recognized, whom he preferred not to encounter. However, it was evident that she had already spotted him. As a tall, youthful woman with long black hair approached Troka with graceful strides. It has been a while. Would you care to paint a portrait for me? She asked. You should still be on duty, right? Troka's forehead glistened with cold sweat, as the surrounding tourists regarded them with curious gazes. The woman cast a condescending glance at Troka and firmly pulled him aside to say something. Before long, Troka returned, apologizing. I'm afraid I may need to remain here for a while. Your expenses here will be entirely complimentary. You may take the car. But please remember to leave the box in the trunk. The doctor waved his hand with a smile, saying, Do not worry about us. We do not need the car. You go attend to your matters. As Troka walked towards the woman, Luca tugged at the doctor's sleeve. Doctor, do you not find that woman somewhat familiar? I believe she is the Elizabeth of this place, the doctor replied, sharing the same sentiment. Oh, indeed. But that is not what I meant. Do you recall the painting hanging on the wall? Upon hearing Luca's words, the doctor's eyes brightened, revealing a knowing smile. It seems we need not worry about him. The doctor and Luca indulged in the attractions, which indeed exuded a strong essence of vampire culture. The souvenirs were crafted in blood-red hues, sweets, soaps, and velvet cakes shaped like bathtubs, all rather grotesque. Most absurdly, there was a model of Count Dracula's spiked wooden stake, which had completely ventured into another realm. Surprisingly, these items were selling quite well, Luca happened to witness a man clad in a red trench coat and a red cornered hat purchasing one. Upon spotting Luca, the man flashed him a smile, albeit one that was not particularly friendly, yet fitting within this context. In the end, Luca did purchase some snacks, believing these items to be akin to the prank candies from the magical realm, which his classmates would surely appreciate. He also acquired a signed poster of Elizabeth Bathory, though it was indeed the woman who had taken Traca that he bought it to commemorate him. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered a purchase, as he wished to pay but did not possess any currency from 1972. Fortunately, he benefited from the privilege of complimentary items. After a brief period of amusement, they prepared to depart, having not seen Traca again, leaving uncertainty about his situation. "Doctor, how do we proceed?" Luca questioned, carrying numerous items, including souvenirs and a gift box from Vanswa. "Let us find a secluded spot," the doctor replied, leading him to a quiet area and producing a key. Before long, the familiar blue police box flickered into view beside them. The doctor opened the door and gestured for Luca to enter. "How convenient," Luca exclaimed. "Why did we not use this earlier? This TARDIS is somewhat unstable. It cannot be used carelessly," the doctor reminisced, patting the blue box with a hint of nostalgia. Lou trusted Dr. K's judgment and refrained from asking further questions. He stepped inside, carefully placed his belongings, and handed the psychic cards along with his sonic screwdriver to the doctor. He observed as the doctor tucked away the cards and inserted the sonic screwdriver into a slot on the control panel. After a brief period of tinkering, the doctor returned the sonic screwdriver, which appeared outwardly unchanged. Ruka, holding a screwdriver, diligently examined the button for the one-click stabilization feature of the Anima Magnus form added by the doctor. She inquired, "What shall we do next?" The doctor paused momentarily before responding, "I believe there are matters I must convey to you." Noticing Ruka's attentive demeanor, the doctor continued, "This is a parallel universe within my own. For reasons unknown, certain areas of our two universes have overlapped, which is how I arrived here. However, this is an exceedingly perilous situation. Therefore, I must embark on a quest to uncover the cause of this connection between our two universes, and I cannot take you along. You must be yearning for school as well, am I right?" Luca's expression was somewhat grave. "If you discover the underlying cause, will you eradicate it?" he inquired. "In theory, yes, I should do so," the doctor nodded in affirmation. "I understand. I wish you success." Luca felt a twinge of despondency. His recent experiences had been rife with a sense of adventure that he rather enjoyed. However, if the reason for the connection between the two universes were to be eliminated, it was likely he would never see the doctor again. The doctor then broke into a characteristic broad smile before bending down to operate the instruments. Suddenly, Rennie had a thought. "Doctor, was that distress signal specifically directed at you?" "What did you say?" The doctor's gaze shifted, as he recalled the magic that Ruka had previously invoked to summon him. "Indeed, that was my telephone number. How did you come by it?" "It is an ancient spell passed down within the Sinister family. There are tales of one of their kin who vanished for a time, and I suspect it may be connected to you. Moreover, there exists another spell that has been handed down through generations. Before you send me back, might we first embark on a journey through space?" In Luca's mind, the memory of a blue notebook, reminiscent of the TARDIS's hue, emerged, its pages chronicling the experiences of a person, the directional magic they had left behind, and the doctor's words urging him to uncover the reasons for the world's convergence. It dawned on Luca that all of this was likely interconnected, or at the very least, worth exploring. This journey fostered a growing trust in the doctor, allowing Luca to confide in those directly involved, assuring them that this could not be deemed a breach of confidentiality. "Thank you for the clues you've provided," Luca expressed. The doctor deftly maneuvered the TARDIS, and after a brief jolt, he opened the door to reveal the pitch-black expanse of the universe outside. The TARDIS's structural integrity ensured their breath and survival. Momentarily awestruck by the vastness of the cosmos, Luca recollected his purpose, drew his wand, and stood at the threshold, uttering the incantation that had previously failed him, Animasphere. In that fleeting moment, Luca felt the gaze of countless stars upon him, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. The doctor, observing intently, discerned certain nuances. "Your incantation appears to have some issues," he remarked. "What?" Luca turned back, a hint of trepidation in his voice, surprised that the doctor possessed knowledge of such matters. "Both terms originate from Latin. I previously discussed with Troca how many of your spells derive from Latin, yet these two words seem to be awkwardly juxtaposed, lacking a sense of cohesion," the doctor elucidated. "The meanings of these words are soul and celestial body. Analyzing it literally, the spell's intention might be to summon the will of celestial entities. However, it lacks a defined target, thus, while all celestial bodies may respond to your call, it is evident that your power is insufficient to elicit a simultaneous response from them, leading to the spell's failure." "Are you suggesting?" Luca began to comprehend. The doctor nodded. "If we were to merge the two words into a singular term and introduce a clear target, the magic could indeed manifest. For instance, Animasphere Luna might invoke a response from the moon. May I attempt it here?" Luca felt the doctor's reasoning resonated deeply, his eagerness to experiment overwhelming him, though he pondered the potential dangers of invoking a celestial response. The doctor acquiesced, exuding confidence in ensuring their safety during the spellcasting. Noting that the celestial body in question was the moon, a far less hazardous choice compared to entities such as the sun. Luca took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Animusphere Luna." In that fleeting moment, he felt a tranquil power enveloping him. The doctor beside him also sensed a pure energy radiating from Luca, which momentarily lulled him into a drowsy state. However, this sensation faded after just a few seconds, leaving Luca with a hint of exhaustion. It appeared that we have succeeded. The doctor yawned and rubbed his face. "Yes, doctor, please return me home. I yearn for slumber." Luca rubbed his eyelids, mustering his spirit as he prepared to return to his bed for a well-deserved rest. After all, the doctor had assured him he could be transported back to the very next moment, which should coincide perfectly with bedtime. "Thank you for the clues provided," the doctor said, swiftly maneuvering the TARDIS. With a violent jolt, Luca glimpsed the back of his bookshelf appearing on a wall. Peeking cautiously outside, he observed that the dormitory remained eerily empty. With the doctor's assistance, he managed to transport his belongings into the dormitory and climbed into bed. In a fleeting daze, he fancied he saw the doctor bidding him good night. "Good night, farewell, doctor." Haha. Did you notice the peculiar pronunciation of his incantation? I bet he causes an explosion with his spell every time. Malfoy entered the dormitory with Crabbe and Goyle, chuckling, but his laughter was cut short by an unbelievable sight. The two lackeys behind him were giggling foolishly, oblivious to anything amiss. Malfoy elbowed them, gesturing toward Luca's bed. It was only then they realized something was off, their throats constricted in fear. A month ago. To be precise, a little over a month ago, their roommate, Luca Zibelin, had vanished. Initially, Malfoy thought it was merely a typical case of a student staying out for the night. He himself had done so before. He just hadn't expected Luca to indulge in such behavior. However, after a full day without seeing Luca, Malfoy began to ponder the implications of their previous duel with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, during which he had inadvertently ensnared Luca. Could it be that the school had obtained sufficient evidence to expel him? But that seemed implausible, as too much time had elapsed, and Potter and Weasley were still present. How could only Luca be expelled? This would not do. He resolved to uncover the truth. He sought out Potter and Weasley, his tone sharp as he inquired, "Why haven't you been expelled? What are you talking about? If your brain's malfunctioning, you should visit the nurse," Ron retorted disdainfully, stepping back. "Malfoy, I have no desire to provoke you. Tell me where Luca is." Harry disregarded Malfoy's taunts, having noticed Luca's absence from class. As Malfoy was his roommate, he might possess some knowledge. "I also want to ask you, were you discovered by Filch that night?" Malfoy furrowed his brow, pinpointing the issue. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, both realizing which night Malfoy was referencing. Simultaneously, they recalled the forbidden corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. "No way," Ron suddenly panicked. "No, we were not discovered. If that was the reason, then it is your fault, Malfoy." Harry, eager to keep Ron from revealing any secrets, pulled him away. Malfoy halted Crabbe and Goyle from following them, contemplating Ron's retreating figure. Harry and Ron soon found Hermione, who was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing the two seated across from her, she feigned ignorance and turned the page. "Stop pretending. You just flipped the page. There's no way you could have read it in such a short time." Ron couldn't help but comment on her behavior. Hermione shot Ron a glare. "You two had better discuss something of importance." Just as Ron was about to retort, Harry quickly intervened, recounting the recent events. Luca had been absent from class all day, which was quite peculiar, especially considering Malfoy had approached them regarding that night. That night? Hermione certainly recalled. She occasionally investigated related information, though she had yet to uncover anything substantial. Harry nodded. Malfoy likely doesn't know about the three-headed dog. He seems to believe Luca's disappearance is due to being discovered that night, leading to his expulsion. But we know we were not caught that evening. Perhaps he returned home. Ron interjected. "Be silent. That's impossible." Hermione realized the gravity of the situation. If there was any chance Luca's disappearance was due to his investigation of the 4th floor corridor being exposed, the school authorities could have intervened. Hermione's complexion paled slightly. If that were the case, as one of the most proactive investigators, she might be the next to vanish without a trace. "We must find him," Hermione declared, with Harry and Ron nodding in agreement. Thanks to Ron's two older brothers and their long-standing pranks, Ron harbored a rather shadowy view of Hogwarts, which indirectly influenced Harry and Hermione. However, their search yielded no progress, and the news of a missing student spread swiftly among the Hogwarts students. The faculty was also investigating the matter. Every portrait and ghost claimed ignorance regarding Zibelin's whereabouts. "We must inform his parents," Professor McGonagall reported gravely to Dumbledore, urging the headmaster to take appropriate action. "Do not fret, Minerva," the silver-haired headmaster remained composed. If it weren't for McGonagall's stern gaze, he might have even considered popping a sweet into his mouth. "As of now, we know he and 4 first-year Gryffindors entered the right side of the 4th floor corridor on September 12th, correct?" "Yes, this matter must be treated with the utmost seriousness," mentioning that only heightened McGonagall's ire. As the head of Gryffindor, she longed to deduct 100 points from each of those 4 students. Yet they had not been implicated, nor had they mentioned it to anyone, which was the best outcome for confidentiality, was it not? What about Zibelin? McGonagall was reluctant to dispute with the headmaster, knowing there were more pressing matters at hand. Leave this to me. I will discuss the matter with the students. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, offering a reassuring smile. Thus, the following day, students and faculty were summoned together to once again encounter their headmaster. Everyone, you may have heard a rumor lately regarding a missing first year, he announced, extending his hands to the students. In truth, he has merely requested a leave of absence to attend to certain matters and shall return to us shortly. Please continue to enjoy your meals. Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire about the duration of Lucco's leave? Ron summoned his courage to ask before sitting down. Until Mr. Weasley returns. Dumbledore slightly tilted his head, addressing the question. In an instant, the dining hall erupted with food, creating a lively atmosphere. Harry and his friends appeared somewhat anxious after the headmaster's remarks, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Meanwhile, at another table, Malfoy venomously declared, "Just wait, if anything happens. I will have my father impeach him." He had conducted his own investigation. Many in the common room had seen Lucco the day he returned. And he had not been seen leaving until then, vanishing into thin air at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall bore a hint of reproach, having not anticipated Dumbledore's words to the students. "Minerva, trust me, my dear old friend, I am not lying. My memory simply falters, and I just happen to recall this matter." Dumbledore raised his cup. His tone still congenial yet imbued with an undeniable sense of authority that McGonagall could not dismiss. The other faculty members exhibited various expressions. Yet they held unwavering trust in Dumbledore, a living legend in the magical realm, and their headmaster. His word was law. Only the newly appointed Professor Quirrell appeared slightly flustered. Engaging in conversation with Snape, though his timid nature rendered such behavior unsurprising. Snape's countenance remained stern. Whether due to his disdain for Professor Quirrell or his irritation over the inexplicable disappearance of an outstanding student from his house remained unclear. Is that true? A girl who had shared answers with Lucco poked Nightshade, who was nearby, drawing attention from several other students. Their shared answers had elevated Nightshade's status within Ravenclaw. And within days, the boy she had befriended became a topic of widespread gossip. I believe so, Nightshade nodded, chewing her food with one side of her mouth. At least I am not overly concerned. Since those closest to Lucco had expressed such sentiments, others refrained from probing further. The matter was thus buried. And Malfoy's letter to his father garnered no significant response, merely a reminder to study diligently, leaving him uncertain about any connection to Potter or the others. Life at Hogwarts proved quite fulfilling, and before they realized it, a month had slipped by. Tomorrow marked October 31st, the eve of Halloween. Little did they anticipate that tonight Lucco would appear as silently as he had vanished. Cough cough, ahem. Malfoy stood at the foot of his bed, clearing his throat, and frowned at Lucco's unresponsive demeanor. Malfoy, look at that. Crabbe pointed to a bag resting by the bed. Malfoy followed his gaze, rummaging through the bag to discover an array of uniquely packaged snacks. What does this mean? Goyle, slightly perplexed, popped a candy into his mouth. Malfoy shot him a disapproving glance before taking a piece of cake for himself. What does this mean? Is this a souvenir from a trip? Malfoy speculated casually, finishing the cake and searching the bag for clues. Suddenly, he was taken aback and quickly halted Crabbe, who was still selecting food. Manufactured in 1972. It's far expired, Malfoy exclaimed in exasperation, wishing he could regurgitate what he had just consumed. It had been surprisingly palatable, yet how could he have known it was 19 years old? Goyle's expression shifted dramatically as he incredulously examined the candy he had just pulled from his mouth, frozen in disbelief. Do not touch anything. Ask him for clarity tomorrow morning. Malfoy felt a wave of bad luck wash over him, bewildered by how Lucco had acquired such antiquities, having unwittingly consumed them without caution, leaving him disinterested in further conversation. Crabbe and Goyle, naturally still loyal to Malfoy, disregarded Lucco and his belongings, retreating back to the bed. That night, Lucas slept quite soundly, perhaps due to the influence of that enchantment. In his dreams, he continued to traverse the cosmos, experiencing unparalleled grandeur and tranquility. Thus, the following morning, he rose early, his spirits high. When Malfoy and his companions finally awakened, he took the initiative to greet his roommates, whom he had not seen for several days. Good morning. Would you care for some snacks? If you are referring to those relics from 19 years ago, I suggest you keep them for yourself and your rather dubious friends. After a month apart, Malfoy's immediate retort brought back memories of the humiliation he had felt after consuming expired food the previous night, and he became fully alert. What do you mean by 19? Luca furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that indeed, those items were remnants from his journey 19 years prior. Now, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain about how to explain this to his other friends. Regardless, if you choose not to partake, that is your decision. Ahem. What have you been up to for the past month? Malfoy shifted the subject. A month? What is today's date? A flicker of confusion crossed Luca's face. October 31st. The eve of Halloween. Have you ventured to a place devoid of any means to ascertain the date? Luca initially wished for Malfoy to cease his trickery. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to step out of the dormitory and glance at the calendar in the common room. It was undeniable that the calendar indeed marked October 31st, and the decorations exuded a distinctly Halloween ambience, thus ruling out any possibility of Malfoy's jest. What happened to the promise of returning it to me in the next moment? This TARDIS is rather unstable, that Sinistra has been missing for a while. The voices of the doctor and Professor Sinistra echoed in Luca's mind, one after the other. It was over. He had not contacted Bernard for over a month. Nor had he attended classes, making the completion of his task impossible. So where have you been? Malfoy emerged behind him, observing his days before continuing. You even took leave directly from the headmaster. I rarely see him. Luca was bewildered, unaware of when he had requested leave from the headmaster, and caught off guard. He let out a perplexed sound. If you're unwilling to share, that's fine. I have no desire to seek out that eccentric old man. Malfoy shook his head and retreated back to the dormitory. Although the situation remained unclear, it was evidently a positive development, with the headmaster's endorsement. He need not worry about expulsion. For the time being, he decided to act as if nothing had transpired and attend classes as usual. The first class of the morning was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. Harry and the others noticed Luca's sudden return, but before they could greet him, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom punctually, having also spotted Luca. Mr. G, I believe Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you in his office. Without delay, she ushered him out. The entrance to the headmaster's office was concealed behind a gargoyle on the castle's highest tower, and the password was iced lemon juice. McGonagall seemed to anticipate his inquiry, preemptively informing him. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. No need for thanks. It was Professor Dumbledore who instructed me to do this. By the way, if you truly appreciate my assistance, it would be wise to catch up on the month's worth of lessons you've missed, she concluded before returning to her class. Silence enveloped him as he watched the classroom door close before him, anxiety gnawing at his heart as he ascended to the 8th floor. Prior to reaching the office, Luca recalled the peculiar snacks he had brought from 1972. It was said that Professor Dumbledore had a penchant for sweets. Should he be inclined to assist in securing his leave, he might very well appreciate this eccentric production date. Therefore, presenting these treats to the headmaster seemed a delightful idea. Clutching the large bag of snacks, he stood before the gargoyle. Iced lemon juice. Upon uttering the password to the peculiar creature, he watched it leap aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended from the previously smooth wall. This realization struck him. During his initial days at Hogwarts, he had gazed upon the castle and noticed an unsightly structure, the small tower that jutted from the highest point of the main tower. Now, he recognized it as the destination of his journey to Dumbledore's office. Thankfully, he had not spoken of this matter to anyone. Dumbledore would remain oblivious to his intentions of dismantling it. This memory alleviated Luca's tension as he ascended the corridor, the wall behind him slowly closing. And he could hear the gargoyle returning to its original position while the office's appearance gradually came into view. It was a spacious, circular room, filled with a cacophony of whimsical sounds. Odd silver instruments adorned a long-legged table, occasionally spinning and releasing puffs of smoke. Numerous portraits of dozing figures, both male and female, lined the walls, their names suggesting they were former headmasters of Hogwarts. Dumbledore sat behind the largest desk, which was supported by clawed legs, engrossed in a book. Behind him stood a shelf bearing an old hat, the very sorting hat that had placed him in Slytherin. If the decor of a room could reflect the personality of its owner, it was clear that the headmaster possessed a profound childlike spirit. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Luca greeted the venerable headmaster, who had shielded him during his month of absence. You've arrived. It seems those ever-turning staircases did not pose a challenge for you. Dumbledore remarked, lifting his gaze and adjusting his half-moon spectacles, meeting Luca's eyes with a wise expression. Care for a snack? He offered, plucking a dark morsel from the table and popping it into his mouth. I've already had breakfast, thank you, Professor. Luca observed that the item Dumbledore had consumed resembled a mound of cockroaches, yet another food he could not fathom. He then placed the bag of snacks he had brought onto an empty spot on the table, stating, These are some local delicacies I brought back. Perhaps you might enjoy them. Oh, quite intriguing. Dumbledore picked up a small cake shaped like a bathtub, scrutinizing it, leaving Luca uncertain whether he found the production date amusing or the appearance itself. Professor, may I inquire as to the reason? Luca hesitated, but ultimately posed the question. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene, reminiscent of the events at the opening feast. What reason? Dumbledore had just devoured a cake, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why did you assist me in securing leave? Given Dumbledore's response, Luca opted for directness. You requested leave. I consented. Quite simple. Dumbledore smiled, providing an ambiguous answer, and added, Moreover, I am quite certain you requested it in person. Our old friend can attest to that. Indeed. Haha. That old sorting hat reacted immediately to your words, emitting a joyful laugh. It was indeed reminiscent of that day, having just deciphered the riddle of night smoke. Dumbledore now presented him with a new conundrum. When did I request leave from you? Luca tentatively probed for details regarding his leave, hoping to glean some insight. As you can see, I am now a silver-haired old man, so I cannot recall the precise timing, Dumbledore replied innocently. However, I do remember you saying that when you returned, you would bring me some interesting snacks. It seems I did not misremember that. Ah, I see. Thank you, Professor. Luca nodded, refraining from further inquiries. If all went as expected, it was his future self who had requested leave from Dumbledore in the past. Alternatively, someone may have concealed the truth from Dumbledore, foreseeing his current actions. The only person he could think of who might accomplish such a feat was Night Smoke. And he should seek her out soon, especially regarding matters concerning Night Yin, as it had also been a month for her. By the way, you've fallen behind on a month's worth of coursework, Dumbledore remarked, shifting the subject and pulling Luca from his contemplation. Yes, Professor. I shall make up for those lessons, Luca promptly promised. Of course, you will. Otherwise, I shall not so easily approve your next request for leave, Dumbledore chuckled. Dumbledore's voice remained remarkably genial, yet Luca felt that his demeanor had transformed from that of a kindly grandfather to that of a stern instructor. I shall take my leave now, wishing you a delightful day, Professor Dumbledore. Luca bowed, sensing that his presence was no longer necessary. Thank you. And may you enjoy a splendid Halloween evening, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile, reminding him of the significance of the day. As Luca departed, Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the portraits on the wall, addressing one in particular. Phineas, I expected you to utter something. The figure in the portrait, a man with brown hair and a somewhat fierce expression, merely grunted, his eyes remaining closed as if he were truly asleep. On his way back, Luca unfortunately lost his way. Dumbledore's earlier remark, it seems the wandering staircases have not troubled you, proved to be a belated prophecy. After finally extricating himself from the labyrinthine stairs and returning to the Transfiguration classroom, he was met by students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses, who had just finished their lessons. This indicated that the morning had slipped away, and he had missed half a day's worth of classes. However, it seemed that a potential tutor had appeared amidst the gathered crowd. Ye-Yin. Ruka waved, calling out to his friend. Ye-Yin noticed him and approached leisurely. Good afternoon. Ye-Yin greeted him calmly, as if they had seen each other just the day before. As Luke was about to speak, he noticed the curious expressions of his classmates surrounding him, and he suddenly felt that this was not an appropriate place for conversation. Thus, Luke invited. Would you care to join me for lunch? I have a small favor to ask of you. Lucas spoke to Yin about the need for assistance in catching up on the coursework from the past month, to which Yin readily agreed. Consequently, they decided against heading to the cafeteria and instead made their way towards the astronomy tower, opting to share a meal with Professor Sinista. This location was far more secluded than the cafeteria and provided a suitable environment for their studies. Upon their arrival, Professor Sinista greeted the two with warmth. Long time no see, Luku. It's as if you vanished from existence. I've been unable to foresee your whereabouts. Were it not for Professor Dumbledore's assurance that you had taken leave, I might have suspected you, like the Sinista in my notes, had gone missing. Professor Sinista jested cheerfully, clearly delighted to see Luku again. Amidst the laughter, she effortlessly dismissed any notion of concern. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Professor Sinista. I hope I haven't fallen too far behind in astronomy. Luku chuckled somewhat nervously, diverting the conversation while contemplating how to reveal the truth to Professor Sinista. He surmised that his provision of clues to the doctor had led to the peculiar experiences of that Sinista, and if that were indeed the case, the intricacies of the causality were rather convoluted. You have indeed missed quite a bit, but I believe Yin can assist you with some tutoring. I see she has been taking notes, Professor Sinista remarked thoughtfully, embodying the qualities of a dedicated educator. Upon hearing this, she began to devise ways to help Luca catch up, promptly offering a sensible suggestion. Moreover, I take notes in every class. Yin interjected with a demure smile directed at Professor Sinista. Yes, that is precisely why we are here, Luca admitted, revealing the second purpose of their visit beyond just dining. However, I shall not assist without compensation, Yin retorted, casting a meaningful glance at Luku without elaborating further. The sudden shift in conversation caught Luku off guard, as Yin had not mentioned such matters earlier during their walk. I suddenly feel inclined to visit the cafeteria and see my colleagues and students, Professor Sinista remarked with a smile, tapping her plate to summon her lunch before rising to leave. Just before exiting, she added, this afternoon, I must assist in setting up the cafeteria for an event. I shall leave you two to your studies. We shall meet again at the banquet tonight. Her words flowed rapidly, and her movements were decisive. As she closed the door before Luca could finish expressing his gratitude. All right then, what do you need me to do? Luca blinked, turning to Yin to inquire about the price of her tutoring assistance. Yin remained silent, merely opening her mouth and gesturing towards the inside. This was certainly not an invitation for Luca to feed her lunch. Anima Magnus? Luca inquired, to which Yin nodded before responding, tonight. There will be a storm. I understand. I shall protect you, Luku proclaimed resolutely. To his surprise, Yin laughed mischievously at his promise. Is that not so? Have you given up? Luka questioned, somewhat perplexed as he struggled to follow Yin's line of thought. No, I have certainly not given up. Everything is progressing smoothly. This morning, I felt the second heartbeat, Yin replied, shaking her head as her expression grew slightly serious. I laugh because this is not a condition for me to assist you. I wish for you to share the more detailed story with me, the one from that night when I told you the tale. Luka widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you implying that you have no understanding of those events? She genuinely wished to hear the complete narrative from a different perspective. Yin nodded slightly. Yet her words left Luka feeling somewhat uneasy. Wait, were you just probing me for information? Luka suddenly realized that her previous statement had inadvertently revealed the whereabouts and activities of her missing month. Apologies, Yin murmured, lowering her gaze slightly. Her voice tinged with regret. I feared you might be reluctant to share with me. Well, Luku replied with a hint of resignation, if you had asked me directly, I would indeed hesitate to disclose anything. Before their separation, she had forgotten to inquire with the doctor about the necessity of keeping her matters entirely confidential. With the presence of Sinista, who had taken notes but left behind secrets, she found it challenging to make a judgment. Amid her internal conflict, Lucas suddenly recalled a provision from the International Wizarding Confidentiality Act. Any individual privy to information could share more secrets. It seemed appropriate to apply this rule here. Is your father named Yi Yin? Luku inquired, considering that Yi Yin was the one who recognized her as a time traveler. If Yi Yin was indeed his daughter, she would qualify as someone with whom secrets could be shared. Indeed, Yi Yin affirmed with a nod. Yes, that is correct. Lu began to recount the events that transpired on that fateful night upon his return to the dormitory, deliberately obfuscating the presence of the doctor. Yi Yin sensed his concealment but appeared indifferent to the matter, her curiosity piqued solely by the exploits of her father. Thus, it became evident how his stance had shifted. After listening, Yi Yan's eyes flickered momentarily, and she fell into silence. Lakisi pondered whether to allow her a moment of solitude. Just as she contemplated rising, she was called back by her. All right, it's time to study. Merely a second or two had passed when she seemed to have completely set aside her previous thoughts. Placing her notebook on the table and turning to the page dated September 23rd. Without further ado, Lakisi also entered a state of focus, swiftly joining Yi Yin in reviewing the knowledge amassed over the past month. Thanks to the solid foundation laid during his extensive hours in the library, Lakisi progressed remarkably quickly. With scarcely a pause, the two flipped through the notes until they reached the most recent page. So, we've just learned the levitation charm, Lakisi remarked, casting the spell on a sheet of paper before them, watching it gently ascend into the air. Indeed, Yi Yin replied, closing the notebook. The first year primarily serves to establish fundamentals, and Lakisi had nearly mastered these concepts in the library. Except for the inability to practice certain aspects of potions and herbology here, he had completed the theoretical knowledge. Thank you. Without your assistance, I might not have navigated this smoothly, Lakisi expressed earnestly, the nature of his gratitude known only to himself. It's nothing, Yi Yin shook his head before abruptly inquiring. Are you looking forward to the Halloween banquet? Actually, it's not a big deal. I have many more Halloweens to experience here, Lakisi chuckled, having already guessed Yi Yin's intent. How about this? You should accompany me tonight. No problem. I consider myself somewhat experienced now. I'll explain on the way that all it takes is a resolute mindset. Right? Yi Yin confirmed the considerations Lakisi had mentioned. Precisely, Lakisi analyzed his transformation process, realizing that indeed, it was simply a matter of clearing one's mind. Perhaps you could take a look in the mirror while it's still not raining, to clearly remember your appearance. Oh, a mirror? Yi Yin mused, glancing at the changing sky outside. Luca glanced ahead and made a judgment. It seemed it would be some time before the rain would fall. Indeed. Yi Yin nodded and then turned in another direction. Come, I shall take you to see a fascinating mirror. Yi Yin led him to the 5th floor of the main tower, where, according to her, there existed an abandoned classroom. Nevertheless, at the end of the corridor, Luca could only see a tightly locked door. Aura, Yi Yin whispered a spell, and the door revealed a narrow crack. Luca swiftly turned back to glance, relieved that it was Halloween night, and the students were all engaged in celebrations, leaving the 5th floor devoid of any wandering souls, save for the two of them. Was this really appropriate? Luca recalled the incident on the 4th floor when he had carelessly opened a door. There was nothing amiss, in fact. He had even secured the door himself. Yet, Yi Yin remained unfazed, boldly pulling the door open and stepping inside. Luca ventured inside, just as Yi Yin had described. This was an abandoned classroom. The desks and chairs were haphazardly stacked in a corner, forming a dark mass of shadows, while a wastebasket lay overturned nearby. Yet, amidst the desolation of this spacious room, an imposing mirror stood incongruously against the wall. Yi Yin had already positioned herself beside the mirror when Luca closed the door and approached her. This mirror, even in the dim light of the room, exuded an air of grandeur, standing approximately 3 meters tall and encased in an intricately designed golden frame, supported by 2 clawed feet at the base. Above it, a line of inscrutable script was etched, Eri stra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi. Luca slowly deciphered the text above, realizing it was not Latin. Let us unravel this mystery, she suggested. Yi Yin smiled knowingly, as if she had already grasped the answer. Upon hearing her words, Luca redirected his gaze towards the letters. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. The mirror itself served as a clue. By reversing the sequence of these letters and adjusting the spacing to form words, it transformed into a coherent English sentence. He had encountered such ciphers in the books at home. Indeed, Yi Yin nodded. You're quite quick. With that, she stepped aside from the mirror, turning her attention to Luca. Lukerson intuitively understood, making her way to the mirror and gazing at her reflection. Does this mirror have a time limit? Luca inquired after a moment of contemplation. Yes, initially you will only see yourself. It will take a while for any changes to occur. Yi Yin calculated the time Luca had been standing there, and it should be about time. What do you see? Nothing. Luca felt a bit dazed. The mirror reflected nothing, not even her own image. Is this even possible? Yian stepped beside Luku to look at the mirror, which, as usual, revealed the visions she yearned for deep within her heart. However, she said nothing, merely glancing at Luku before commenting, "No wonder it is placed in this abandoned classroom. It seems to be broken." Broken? Luku murmured, repeating the words. If the mirror truly reflects the innermost desires of the one gazing into it, what is it that I long for? She could not articulate the answer to that question, but it certainly would not be this empty scene. Perhaps it is indeed broken. Not dwelling on this matter, Luku shifted the conversation. What about you? If the image reflected in the mirror is flawed, wouldn't it affect your transformation back into human form? It shouldn't. I see no changes in myself. Yian glanced out the window. The clouds had gathered ominously, hinting at impending rain. Have you buried the potion? Luku realized the urgency of the situation. They were on the 5th floor of the castle, and if they strayed too far, they might not make it in time. Near the Forbidden Forest, generally, there would be no disturbances, with suitable dew and ample open space. Yian explained her reasoning for choosing that location. We must hurry then. Luka turned towards the door. The Forbidden Forest lay at the edge of Hogwarts, not too far away, and with the sky threatening storms, it would be wise to head there early. Indeed, Yian followed her, not forgetting to lock the door behind them, just as they had found it. Wait, Luku suddenly called out to Yian, tapping her wand on both their bodies, casting 2 disillusionment charms to conceal their forms. At this hour, students were gathering in the dining hall, and the 2 of them would stand out like salmon swimming upstream. Thus, a bit of disguise was necessary. How will you know which way I go now? Yian asked curiously. I'll lift the charm once there's no one around. This was a point Luku had overlooked. Scratching her head, she proposed a solution. Faintly perceiving their transparent outlines, the 2 made their way toward the Forbidden Forest, the sounds of the dining hall gradually fading until they vanished entirely. Luku dispelled the illusion spell, and their figures reappeared. It's over there, Yian pointed towards the distant striking willow. The area surrounding the striking willow was devoid of any nearby presence, and generally, few dared to approach this temperamental giant. Indeed, it was an excellent choice. As they neared, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle, intensifying with each passing moment. The 2 hurried to the spot where Yian had concealed the potion, unearthing the vial. Upon seeing the small bottle in her hand, emanating a crimson glow, Luku realized she was about to consume the potion. Although she had asked for assistance, the process ultimately depended on the shapeshifter's own resolve to overcome the challenge. It seemed she intended to take the potion right there. While the area was sufficiently open, the rain was torrential. Recalling the disruption spell he had cast on a plant when he once transformed into animagus, Luka became the target of a larger disruption spell. Meanwhile, Yian completed the incantation for transforming into animagus and downed the potion in one swift motion. Please hold this for me, she said, tossing her wand to Luku. She then retreated a few steps to the edge of the disruption spell's effective range, feeling the tumultuous rhythm of 2 heartbeats within her, and shouted to Luku, turn away. Luka obediently turned away, acutely aware that the transformation process was far too intimate for others to witness. Reflecting on his own metamorphosis, the sensation of his body melting and reshaping was both terrifying and painful. Now, he found it eerily silent, devoid of any sound from Yian's direction. Uncertain of the situation, Luka refrained from turning to look, for his own animagus transformation was hardly ordinary. Perhaps the agony he experienced was uniquely his. Yet, the silence was unsettling. After 5 minutes, if there was still no commotion, perhaps he could steal a glance? How long had his own transformation taken? Lost in thought, Luka felt something drop from his shoulder. He turned his head to see a small brown bird perched there. As soon as it noticed his gaze, the little bird crouched low, its tail feathers raised, and with a playful bounce, emitted a clear, melodious chirp. You succeeded so swiftly. It was improbable for a bird to appear out of nowhere within the confines of the disruption charm, suggesting this was likely Yian's animagus form. However, such efficiency was astonishing. He had struggled for nearly half a day. The bird nodded, seemingly aware that it could not produce human sounds at the moment, and closed its eyes to meditate. Though he wished to remind her that she was still perched on him, he hesitated, fearing to interrupt her focus, and thus remained silent. Nonetheless, Yian clearly remembered her predicament. Before reverting to her human form, she leaped forward, a process significantly swifter than Luka's own. It's a nightingale, she announced, crouching as she identified her animagus form. Though she miscalculated her height upon transforming back. Quite splendid, Luka mused, recalling the bird's posture, size, and song, all delightful, albeit its plumage was rather plain. Yet, an animagus was not meant for beauty, and this simplicity was preferable. What about yours? I have yet to see it. Yian stretched her body, and upon feeling no discomfort, took her wand from Luka's hand. A black Norwegian elk-hound, Luka declared, and instantly transformed into the sleek black dog. Quite splendid, Yian remarked, her tone ambiguous, leaving Luka to ponder whether it was an act of retaliation or genuine approval. As Luka transformed back into her human form, she remarked, let us return. Your transformation was rather swift. We might still catch the latter part of the Halloween banquet. Indeed, but wouldn't it be better to return in our animagus forms? suggested Yi Yin, still reveling in the novelty of her newly acquired skill, providing a perfectly reasonable rationale. After all, attending so late would certainly seem peculiar. Shall we claim we were held up with extra lessons? Luca hesitated. Are you reluctant to assume your animagus form? That dog is quite endearing. Yi Yin sensed a hint of reluctance. Not exactly, Luca shook her head. It's just that my animagus form has a slight issue. It can appear rather frightening when I run. Yi Yin opened her mouth in surprise, taken aback by this revelation, seemingly searching for the right words. And look at this torrential rain. Birds cannot possibly take flight. Luca deftly shifted the conversation, wishing to avoid further discussion of her predicament. Both the unstable, terrifying appearance of her form and the solution involving the sonic screwdriver gifted by the professor were rather difficult to explain. Indeed. Yi Yin glanced at the relentless storm and the occasional flashes of lightning, abandoning the notion. The disillusionment charm is far more practical. With that, Yi Yin cast the charm on Luca, then applied it to herself. Ah, so you can do that too? Luca exclaimed, slightly astonished. Of course. They engaged in light conversation. And once reassured that Luca's animagus form was not severely problematic, a comfortable silence enveloped them. This continued until they reached the castle's main tower. Wait. Luca suddenly sensed something amiss. It's too quiet, Yi Yin added. Indeed, the Hogwarts dining hall, which should be bustling with life, is eerily silent. This is highly unusual. Their absence should not have evoked such a significant response. Something extraordinary must have transpired within the castle. Let us return to our dormitory, Luca proposed, reasoning that the emotionally detached entry mechanism of their common room made it the wisest choice in light of the circumstances. Agreed, Yi Yin concurred, swiftly vanishing up the stairs. The Slytherin common room was conveniently close to the first floor, but Luca lingered a moment longer, peeking into the dining hall. If this truly was a grave matter, she could report it to Bernard. The hall was deserted. Yet the vibrant Halloween decorations and the lavish feast laid out on the tables proclaimed that a grand banquet had indeed taken place, only to be abruptly halted. What could have caused such a disruption? Ruko gazed at the clusters of bats swirling in the air. They were likely not real bats. Their flight patterns and movements resembled more of an ornamental display. If there was anything particularly noteworthy in this castle, it was undoubtedly the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor, guarded by the three-headed dog. It was essential to take a glance. After making this determination, Ruko proceeded towards the fourth floor. However, before he could reach his destination, a massive figure caught his attention. A troll lumbered into view along the castle corridor. Ruko deemed this a matter he need not concern himself with, as Hogwarts boasted many skilled individuals capable of dealing with a troll. Its presence here, amidst the absence of students, merely indicated that the professors were still unaware of its whereabouts. Thus, it was even more prudent for him to leave. It was far more important to ascertain the state of that corridor on the fourth floor. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, Ruko was suddenly captivated by two figures trailing the troll. They were none other than the first-year students he recognized, Harry and Ron. Puzzled by their actions, Ruko furrowed his brow but decided to catch up with them, intending to clarify the situation and prevent them from courting trouble with the troll. After all, from the descriptions he had read, trolls, despite their dim-wittedness, were quite aggressive and would show no mercy simply because his companions were first years. Harry and Ron stealthily navigated their way forward, moving at a sluggish pace, and soon Ruko caught up with them. Upon feeling a tap on his shoulder, both boys turned rigid with fear, their faces paling as they glanced over, only to find nothing. If they wished to embody Gryffindor's bravery, they had not to do so in such a reckless manner. Relief washed over them upon hearing Ruko's voice. You don't know, Ron began to explain, but quickly grew anxious again, glancing towards the troll. Oh no, it really has gone to the girls' bathroom, he uttered, his voice tinged with despair. What do you mean? Ruko, having dispelled his invisibility charm, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as to why they mentioned the girls' bathroom. Hermione, she's still over there. Harry revealed the reason for their pursuit of the troll. Thus, the trio now chased the troll towards the girls' bathroom. At this proximity, the foul odor emanating from the troll became increasingly unbearable. Ruka gazed at the enormous creature, towering approximately 3 meters 6, contemplating strategies. Judging by its size, the beast's body was colossal, with skin that appeared tough and coarse. Its limbs were swollen, and its arms seemed somewhat disproportionate. Grasped in its hand was a hefty wooden club, dragging along the ground, producing a cacophony of noise. Perhaps the only feature that could be described as diminutive was its head. Suddenly, a sound caught Ruka's attention, making him aware of an unsettling anomaly. What had caused the banquet to be interrupted? Upon hearing Ruka's inquiry, Harry responded directly, Did you not attend the banquet? No wonder I didn't see you there. It was interrupted due to the presence of the creature in the castle. Having established the reason, Ruka pressed further. How many are there? Why haven't I seen the professors searching? Harry blinked. Professor Quirrell didn't specify the number, only that it was in the underground classroom. Was it Professor Quirrell who mentioned this? Ruka pondered. Yes, he fainted in fright right after, Ron added. Dumbledore instructed the prefects to escort us back to the dormitory. All the professors went to the underground classroom. Except for Professor Snape, I just saw him heading upstairs. Harry recalled Snape's unusual behavior and shared it as well. If he was heading upstairs, specifically to the fourth floor, It was plausible that Snape's destination was the corridor guarded by the three-headed dog. Was he reinforcing the defenses there, or was there another purpose? Did anyone attend to Professor Quirrell, who lay on the ground when you left? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. Oh, the coldness of human emotions at Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the dining hall earlier, they had not encountered Quirrell lying there or resting. While it was possible they simply overlooked him, there remained a degree of suspicion. Given their proximity during the opening ceremony, where Snape and Quirrell had been seated next to each other and engaged in dialogue. Could this be a scheme to divert attention devised by them? The trail of clues seemed to have come to an abrupt halt. The most effective way to deal with the creature at present was to create noise to draw both the beast and the professors towards them. But how could that be accomplished? Before Ruka could devise a plan, the situation took a turn for the worse. It has entered, Ron exclaimed, shaking the arms of his companions, urging them to cease their conversation. Indeed, a terrified scream echoed from the direction of the restroom. It was Hermione's voice. There was no need for further speculation. If the professors arrived too late, Hermione's life would be in peril. The trio dashed toward the girls' restroom. Ruka seized a moment to cast a spell, creating a thunderous explosion in the empty corridor, hoping to attract the professor's attention. Fortunately, they were not far away. Ruka kicked open the restroom door to find the creature and a cowering Hermione, who appeared on the verge of fainting. The beast, despite its slow movements, advanced with unwavering determination, appearing impervious to obstruction. As it passed, the protruding sink was knocked aside as if it had long fallen into disrepair, and a burst pipe sprayed water across the moderately sized space. Observing the creature raise its wooden club as if preparing to attack, Harry and Ron quickly improvised, throwing fallen faucets and sections of pipe at the beast while hurling childish taunts. Faint away, Ruka brandished his wand to launch an assault. However, it seemed the spell had an effect akin to that of the pipes, ineffectual and harmless. The verbal insults, however, provoked a greater response. The enraged creature pivoted toward Ruka and his companions, a fierce glint igniting in its small eyes. Disarm! A shadowy figure suddenly emerged behind them, launching an attack at the creature, causing the club to slip slightly from its control. Seizing the opportunity, Harry darted through the gap beside the beast, attempting to pull Hermione to safety. Ian? Ruka turned to see an unexpected visitor. Aren't you supposed to be back in the dormitory? I heard an explosion and returned. Only to find you here, Yin replied swiftly. Roar. The creature bellowed in fury, swinging its club and shattering several restroom stall doors. Everyone crouched to avoid the attack. While Ruka and Yin renewed their spells against the monster, Ron had been mimicking their incantations from the very beginning, but his trembling hands prevented him from casting a single spell. It seemed that the disarming spell was indeed the most effective against it. Ruka remarked to Yin. Disarm. Yin signaled his agreement through action. Meanwhile, Harry realized that attempting to drag the stunned Hermione away was impractical, yet he too could not conjure a proper spell. Seeing the club nearly slip from Yin and Ruka's grasp, Harry gritted his teeth, leaped twice, and mounted the creature's neck, jamming his wand into its nostrils. You should aim for its eyes, Ruka shouted in warning, but at that moment, Harry struggled just to maintain his balance. This act incited the creature's fury to its peak, thrashing violently in an effort to dislodge Harry. We can't use the disarming spell now, Ruka suddenly cautioned. Yin shot him a questioning glance. Currently, Harry's on its back. We might genuinely let that club slip from its grasp. At that point, the massive club could fly anywhere, and any of us might be in peril. Ron's face paled at the implication. No, keep using it. If there was a spell he could confidently cast, it was the levitation charm Hermione had personally taught him that morning. As long as you can make the club slip, I will use the levitation charm to control it and smash it back onto itself. Indeed, such an application existed. Knowledge gained from supplementary lessons was not as easily applied as the instruction received from a teacher. I'll take the lead. You protect Harry. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Ruka drew out another wand and cast a double disarming spell, Disarm. Wingardium Leviosa. The two incantations struck the club and Harry simultaneously. Observing Harry gradually descending to the ground and the club swaying precariously toward the creature's head, Ruka released a sandstorm spell at just the right moment, providing the club with sufficient momentum to finally crash down onto the hideous head of the beast. A dull thud echoed upon impact as the creature's body gradually slumped, collapsing toward Ruka's side. Wonderful, Ron exclaimed, clutching his wand and turning to celebrate with Ruka and the others, only to find their absence. I apologize. I instinctively used the disillusionment charm. Ruka's voice floated from the surrounding air. I believe we should leave this place promptly. In truth, it was Yin who had cast it, and Yin had transformed into a nightingale, nestling within Ruka's pocket. Yes, we must leave. The shaken Ron glanced at Harry and Hermione. Hermione finally shifted her stance, transitioning from a rigid position to a feeble sitting posture on the ground. She swallowed hard and pointed at the unconscious creature, asking, Is it dead? I don't think so. It should merely be unconscious, Ruka replied. Harry carefully extracted his wand from the troll's nose. Fortunately, the troll's head was relatively small compared to its massive body, and despite being face down, the wand remained intact and did not fall out. Observing the gray, viscous substance clinging to the wand, the reason for its stubbornness became evident. Harry grasped the end of the wand and used a scrap of fabric from the troll to wipe it clean. Would this truly suffice when water was readily available? Rook commented, noting that the cloth was hardly cleaner than the troll itself. Apologies, let us not bring us into this, Rook interjected abruptly, causing Ron to feel his presence vanish. Shortly after, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps, and 3 professors approached with varied expressions. Leading the group was Professor McGonagall, her face pale with fury as she gazed at the fallen troll and muttered something softly. Following her were Professors Snape and Quirrell. Snape's face was equally grim, though it bore a paler hue than his usual cold demeanor, while Quirrell appeared to be trembling, as if he had suffered a great injustice. What are you doing here? Professor McGonagall inquired, her voice calm yet laced with suppressed anger after confirming the troll's unconscious state. You were fortunate to have escaped with your lives. Why were you not in your dormitory? Mr. Potter, are you intending to cast a spell on the water pipe? Harry froze at the sudden question, staring blankly at Ron, who too was taken aback, still clutching his wand. Snape shot them a piercing glance before gliding toward Rook's position. In that moment, Rook felt their eyes meet, and he even caught a fleeting complex emotion in Snape's gaze directed at Harry, though it vanished when focused on him. Snape quickly averted his eyes, leaving Rook unsure if he had been noticed. It's me. I read about trolls in a book. Hermione's mind raced. Aware that Harry and Ron would struggle to concoct a plausible explanation, she voluntarily stepped forward to take the blame, thus extricating Rook and Nightshade from the predicament. I thought I could handle the troll and Harry and Ron came to my aid. One distracted the troll while the other knocked it out with its own club. If they hadn't arrived in time, I might have perished here. Thank you. This gratitude naturally encompassed Rook and Nightshade, yet in Professor McGonagall's eyes, it appeared more like a provocation. Ignoring Harry and Ron's awkward demeanor, she advanced a few steps, looking down at Hermione. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Hermione lowered her head, evading that piercing stare. Miss Granger, due to your actions, Gryffindor will lose 5 points, McGonagall announced coldly. This declaration brought tears to Hermione's eyes, a stark contrast to her usual record of earning points for Gryffindor. However, I must say you are quite fortunate. Few first-year students can contend with a full-grown troll. McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron, saying, each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor. Rook, who had been observing Snape's expression throughout, noted the shift in his demeanor. The slight upturn of his mouth at the mention of point deduction quickly drooped again. Yet, that was not the focal point. The emphasis lay on Snape's legs. His gait differed remarkably from his usual stride. Typically, he walked with an air of authority, his robes billowing behind him like bat wings. But today they clung obediently to his form. Initially, Luca presumed that Professor McGonagall was the one exerting pressure upon him from the front. However, he soon discerned the tattered hem of Snape's trousers and the bloodied calf beneath. The nature of the wounds suggested they had been inflicted by a beast. As if sensing his gaze, Snape flicked his cloak to obscure his leg. If none of you are injured, you may return to the common room to revel in the festivities of the Halloween feast. McGonagall seemed to have resolved to allow them to depart, dismissing the trio with a few terse words. Observing the hurried retreat of the 3, Luca held his breath and followed, yet paused at the doorway to continue watching the situation within the lavatory. Although he was uncertain why Nightshade had acted in such a manner, it undeniably afforded him an opportunity to glean further information. The proximity he had maintained was perilously close, beneath the very noses of the 3 professors. Snape, seemingly aware of his presence yet unwilling to expose him, appeared to harbor no intentions of revealing his identity, prompting Luca to withdraw to a respectful distance. Indeed, once Harry and the others had distanced themselves, the professors resumed their discourse. Professor Quirrell, speaking with a tone suggestive of having narrowly escaped a calamity, inquired, how many of these have we encountered now? Who knows? Including what Professor Flitwick has faced, this is at least the 3rd, McGonagall replied, furrowing her brow and exhaling deeply. If I discover who has released them, I shall certainly employ the Cruciatus curse upon that individual. You had better indeed do so, Professor McGonagall. Snape seemed to reveal a genuinely sincere smile. Now, we must dispose of this troll. With the collective effort of the 3 professors, the troll, likely weighing nearly a ton, began to levitate, being drawn towards the entrance. Using the cover of that massive figure, Luca distanced himself further, watching the 3 professors depart. So, are we returning to the lounge where we might still partake in dinner? Nightshade unexpectedly appeared beside Luca. Perhaps, but the stench of that creature has dampened my appetite. Luca replied, somewhat speechless at Nightshade's fixation. He then inquired, do you think Snape saw me earlier? I cannot say, as I was concealed in my pocket. Nightshade tilted his head. Well, why did you choose to do that? Luca, not dwelling on the matter, shifted the conversation to Nightshade's purpose for using the disillusionment charm on him. I came down from the upper floor. Nightshade's expression grew serious. In fact, I witnessed Professor Snape engaged in combat with someone on the 4th floor, and only came down after hearing the explosion. Engaged in combat. Luca was taken aback, recalling a remark Snape had made to Professor McGonagall, suggesting that Snape might already be aware of the mastermind behind it all. Indeed, Nightshade nodded. Thus, when I sensed someone approaching, I instinctively chose to hide, initially thinking you would understand my intentions regarding your friend and the disillusionment charm. I did not consider it that deeply, Luca pondered. Did you see who Snape was battling? No, I am certain even Professor Snape is unaware. Nightshade recalled the situation. From a distance, I saw some spells directed at him. He appeared injured and was not very agile in evasion. I noticed him searching for something. Yet he did not locate his target. Do you not think that in Snape's eyes, my concealed form would appear quite suspicious? Luca contemplated Nightshade's insights from Snape's perspective, easily arriving at an unfavorable conclusion for himself. It is not impossible, Nightshade conceded. However, if he, like me, heard that explosion and confirmed your association with Harry and the others, he should deduce that the person in question is not you. I hope to dispel Professor Snape's misunderstanding. Luca mused over Snape's tacit acceptance of his presence nearby, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Be cautious on the way back. We cannot ascertain whether there are other creatures or malevolent individuals lurking within the castle. After this brief admonition, the two parted ways, returning to their respective house lounges. Yet, it seemed the crisis had abated. Luca observed the lively atmosphere in the Slytherin lounge, allowing himself a moment of relief, perhaps as a compensation for the interrupted dinner. The noise in the lounge continued for an extended period, entirely preventing Luca from contacting Bernard. Tomorrow morning, the first class will be Professor Snape's potions lesson. I shall assess his demeanor before making any decisions. Before retiring for the night, Luca checked the phone, finding no record of Bernard's attempt to reach him. Satisfied that all was well, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Snape visited Dumbledore. Good evening, Severus, Dumbledore greeted, as if nothing had transpired. Seated calmly behind his desk, exuding an air of tranquil normalcy. Headmaster, I believe Professor McGonagall has reported to you regarding the incident in the girls' restroom. Snape stepped forward, coming to a halt. Indeed, quite remarkable new students. They merit those points, do they not? Dumbledore's tone was reminiscent of soothing a child, warm and rich, yet somewhat detached. I believe Lucas Zibelin was present as well. He used the disillusionment charm and stood nearby. Ignoring Dumbledore's irrelevant remarks, Snape conveyed his findings. What do you believe Luca's role is? Dumbledore peered at Snape through his half-moon spectacles. A friend of Potter, they are pivotal in vanquishing the creature. Snape inhaled slightly, awkwardly articulating, I feel he may not be beneficial for Potter's growth. And what actions have you taken? Dumbledore nodded slightly, continuing to inquire. As he had not yet gathered sufficient information, I revealed the scars on my leg to him, Snape stated solemnly, believing he should grasp some information. However, our goal should be to cultivate Potter. Dumbledore's tone grew slightly more serious as he glanced at Snape's leg, saying, the injury you bear should be easily treatable for you. Since you chose to leave it until now, you must have a plan. Snape nodded, remaining silent. What of Quirrell? Has he exhibited any peculiarities? Dumbledore shifted the topic, asking about Quirrell. He had long sensed something amiss with Quirrell, yet had not yet unveiled Dumbledore's true objective behind him. None, still as insufferable as ever, nothing more. If necessary, apply some pressure, Severus. I understand, Headmaster. Good night, Severus. The following day in potions class, Luca was somewhat taken aback by Snape's restrained demeanor. Such an injury should not linger on a potions professor for so long. His performance in class was remarkably normal, almost unnaturally so, maintaining his usual aloof style, without any overt targeting of Luca, as if he had not missed a month of lessons. However, in reality, he had indeed been absent from potions for a month, and the one most affected was Draco Malfoy. They were partners, and for this month, he had been without a partner. Although Pansy had offered to be his partner, Malfoy had rejected the idea before Snape could dismiss it. For him, this was an opportunity to prove himself. Malfoy was quite confident in his talent, particularly in potions, where he had earned significant points for Slytherin. Since everyone assumed Luca was merely on a brief leave and would return, Malfoy would be completely ahead of him in potions. Especially given that Luca had apparently ventured to some strange place and had been deceived into purchasing a slew of expired snacks. Contemplating this, Malfoy couldn't help but smirk slightly. His enmity with Harry and Ron had only intensified since it began, and making Luca his subordinate would be the crucial step toward his complete victory. A step he would take in potions class. Luca glanced at the distracted Malfoy and softly urged, Malfoy, you ought to chop that leaf into pieces. Upon hearing this, Malfoy's expression shifted. Indeed, as Luca pointed out, he had nearly overlooked this critical step, but how could he possibly know? Casting a sidelong glance at Luca, who seemed to progress even more swiftly than himself, Malfoy suddenly felt that the month-long holiday he had just experienced was insufficient. Sir, why are you watching me? Luca gently reminded him once more. Of course, I am aware, Malfoy retorted with irritation, focusing intently on concocting his potion. He began to regret his choices. If given another opportunity, acquiescing to Pansy's suggestion might not have been such a poor decision after all. Yet, Luca continued to observe Malfoy, noting that he appeared unchanged from a month prior. He reminisced about the events of 1972, recalling the experience of delivering a thorough beating to Lucius Malfoy, followed by reciting a riddle. Luca glanced at his cauldron, which had already entered the final stages of potion brewing. There was no need for further intervention. Malfoy's potion was nearly complete as well, though it required a bit more stirring. It seemed an opportune moment for conversation, so Luca inquired, Malfoy, do you have any siblings? Malfoy's expression suddenly shifted, and the stirring stick clanged against the bottom of the cauldron, producing an unpleasant noise that drew Snape's attention. I trust you all understand that before a potion is truly complete, there remains the possibility of failure. I do not wish to witness anyone in my class committing such a foolish error. That would be more disgraceful than an incorrect potion from the outset. Snape's cold warning flowed from his lips, prompting Luca to refocus on his own concoction. No, Malfoy ground out through clenched teeth. And he did not look at Luca again for the remainder of the class. His expression suggested there might indeed be something to uncover. However, it was of no concern to Luca. Once he grasped this, he began to contemplate his plans for the afternoon. The options were limited. He would simply return to the astronomy tower. He had recently mastered the true application of a particular spell under the guidance of his professor, which he could demonstrate to Professor Sinistra. If questioned about how he had come to understand it, he could easily justify that having been absent for a month, it was reasonable to have made some new discoveries. Besides, given Professor Sinistra's character, she likely would not press for details. After finishing his lunch, he headed towards the astronomy tower. As he exited the main tower, he noticed Harry and his friends gathered, engrossed in something. Since it was on his way, Luca decided to approach and greet them. "Good afternoon, what are you looking at?" "Luca," Harry exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he presented the book in his hands, Quidditch Through the Ages. The reason for Harry's excitement stemmed from Luca's impressive rescue of Neville during their first flying lesson, which left a lasting impression on him. In Harry's eyes, Luca's flying talent could rival his own, though it was unfortunate that they were not in the same house. "A lot has happened while you were away this past month," Ron explained, his tone tinged with pride. "Harry was selected as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and tomorrow he will compete against your house." "Wow, that's impressive. I thought first-year students were only allowed to watch," Luca remarked, genuinely surprised. Although he wasn't well-versed in Quidditch, he was familiar with some of its rules and Hogwarts regulations. It was indeed a remarkable achievement for a first-year student who was not permitted to possess a personal broomstick to take on the pivotal role of seeker. "Yes. How do you think I fly?" Harry asked eagerly, the pressure of both supporters and detractors weighing heavily on him since news of his new position had spread throughout the school. "I don't believe I've seen you fly yet." Luca pondered, realizing he indeed had not witnessed Harry's flying skills. He had been sent to the infirmary shortly after their first class began. "What a shame. You missed how Harry snatched Neville's remembrall." Ron exaggerated, his expression animated. "That day, I thought you were going to be expelled," Hermione reminisced, though she spoke of the incident with a smile, as if her own recent rule-breaking had given her a new perspective. "What a pity you weren't expelled," she added. But before they could delve into the details, a hand reached down from above, snatching the book from Harry's grasp. Snape glanced at the book, then fixed his gaze on Harry, quickly stating, "Books from the library cannot be taken outside the school. 5 points from Gryffindor." Before Harry could recover from his shock, Snape limped back towards the main tower. He must have made that rule up on the spot, Harry fumed, irritated by Snape's unnecessary interference. But what was wrong with his leg? Indeed, Luca was momentarily taken aback. Snape had not appeared to be in such a dire state during class. How could his condition have suddenly worsened? Could the wounds inflicted by the three-headed dog carry some curse? "I hope he is in excruciating pain," Ron remarked, gleefully watching Snape's retreating figure. "At least we weren't discussing what happened in the girls' bathroom," Hermione sighed in relief over another matter. "I'm just worried about how to retrieve that book," Harry said, his brow furrowed with concern. He had intended to read the book to ease his anxiety about his impending debut on the Quidditch pitch, but now, because of it, he was forced to confront Snape, which would undoubtedly heighten his unease. Suddenly, Luca understood. Although he was uncertain of Snape's motives, it was apparent that yesterday, Snape had first revealed his injury to Luca and now had deliberately limped to attract Harry's attention, confiscating Harry's book to compel him to seek him out. This way, Snape could expose his own wounds to Harry again. But what advantage could this possibly confer upon him? The path was unclear to Luca. As he pondered, Ron and Hermione had already persuaded Harry, believing that reclaiming the book from Snape was both an implausible and unwise endeavor. After all, this was Snape, who would not hesitate to deduct their points, and the book was merely borrowed from the school library, thus in the possession of a professor. However, the situation was not as straightforward as they perceived. The book on Quidditch origins, or rather, the confiscation by Snape, had become a haunting specter for Harry. If he did not retrieve it, he feared his rest would be disturbed, and the upcoming match would be adversely affected. "No, I must retrieve that book. Given the right circumstances, I believe I can still succeed." Harry steeled his resolve, making a decision. Before departing, he glanced back at Luca, saying, "I hope you'll come to watch my match tomorrow," although uncertain whether he would cheer for Slytherin or for himself. Having a friend in the stands brought a sense of comfort. "Yes, I will. Good luck," Luca replied with a smile, as he had no pressing commitments for the morrow. Subsequently, Luca bid farewell to Ron and Hermione, continuing his journey to the astronomy tower. Unlike previous occasions, this time, after a brief moment of knocking, Professor Sinistra opened the door. "Good afternoon, Professor Sinistra," Luca greeted her. "Oh, I hadn't anticipated your visit," Professor Sinistra replied, managing a somewhat strained smile as she stepped aside to allow him entry. Luca was at a loss for how to continue the conversation, silently stepping inside. "Have you practiced any magic in the past month?" Professor Sinista broke the awkward silence, addressing the very topic Luca wished to discuss. Yes, Professor, allow me to demonstrate. With great enthusiasm, Luca produced his wand and cast the spell he had mastered, Animus Fear Luna. Just as before, a calming energy radiated from the tip of Luca's wand, indiscriminately washing over the space. However, its potency seemed diminished compared to that day, and Luca did not experience the overwhelming drowsiness he had felt previously. Instead, a fleeting sense of fatigue washed over him. Professor Sinista paused for a moment, then quickly realized that the spell, a family heirloom passed down for centuries, had taken effect. The thrill of discovery dispelled any lingering drowsiness brought on by the incantation. Clenching her fists, tears glimmered in her eyes. You did it. It seems a bit different from the original spell. Teach me, so I may try as well. She grasped Luca's shoulders and shook him, eager to see if she could wield such magic herself. Certainly, Professor, hear us how it works. Luca began to explain the intricacies of the spell to Professor Sinista. As someone who had dedicated her life to the study of magic, she quickly grasped the nuances from Luca's brief descriptions. She proposed substituting the lunar suffix with that of other celestial bodies and suggested incorporating wand movements during the casting. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Yet it remains unclear what effects those celestial bodies might invoke. Luca acknowledged the uncertainty. Throughout history, countless wizards had encountered deviations while creating spells, some even meeting dire fates. This is indeed a concern, Professor Sinista mused, but soon clarity dawned upon her as she retrieved her wand. Animus Fear Luna. She resolved to test whether she could conjure the spell herself. After a brief moment of concentration, a bittersweet smile crossed her face. The magic she produced was remarkably feeble, insufficient even to elicit a yawn. Were it not for Luca's affirmation, she might have dismissed the slight fluctuation of energy as a mere figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, this was not entirely a negative outcome. Casting aside her disappointment, Professor Sinista recognized a significant realization: if her version of the spell proved so harmless, the risks associated with researching and expanding upon it would also diminish. The prospect of unraveling her family's long-held secrets and achieving a monumental breakthrough brightened her spirits considerably. Wait, we haven't fully explored it yet. What about the first spell? Luca, have you made any progress on it? Upon hearing Professor Sinista's inquiry, Luca recalled the incantation that had connected him to the doctor. Based on my research, that appears to be a telephone number. A telephone number? Professor Sinista pondered this revelation. The road did not interrupt Professor Sinista's contemplation. He had recently pondered whether to employ that particular spell here. It was a matter steeped in complexity. He had invoked that spell on numerous occasions, yet it had proven effective only once. To draw a somewhat inappropriate analogy, it resembled praying to a deity. One day, the deity might truly respond, but one is acutely aware that the deity is preoccupied with the salvation of the world. Thus, one might worry that invoking the deity's attention for trivial matters could be an imposition. It was somewhat vexing to consider that had he been lucid at the moment of parting, they could have established a clearer accord, rather than remaining in this current state of indecision. Nevertheless, merely revealing that it was a phone number had plunged the professor into deep thought. Perhaps, in the end, that was sufficient. In her eyes, a peculiar glimmer flickered, as if she had truly grasped something profound. Professor Sinistra murmured to herself, I believe I comprehend it, provided it aligns with the workings of the Ministry of Magic. Luca could clearly hear her words, yet the meaning eluded him for the moment. Professor Sinista, regaining her confidence, bent down, resting her hands on her knees and gazing intently at Luca. She said, I shall assist you in researching that branch of magic. Once I reach a conclusion, I will notify you by owl. You need not come every Friday anymore, as I may not be here. Thank you, Professor, Luca replied earnestly, watching the professor scribble her thoughts on paper. After bidding farewell, he left her office. The mention of owls reminded him of Ally, his pet owl, the one adept in Morse code. Since arriving at Hogwarts, she had been residing in the Ollery, having only delivered a letter to Mr. Ollivander once. He hadn't seen her since, as the Slytherin common room was underwater, offering no space for her to fly. Rather than confine her in a cage, it was better for her to live among the other owls. Although only a few days had passed for him, over a month had likely gone by for Ally. The Ollery was situated at the very top of the West Tower, and Luca took some time to reach it. Countless owls gathered there, not all as meticulous as Ally, rendering the hygiene conditions rather poor. Stepping cautiously to avoid stepping on anything unspeakable, he looked up, searching for Ally's figure. However, her small frame was hard to spot in the dark, chaotic environment. Resorting to mimicking the calls of an owl, Luca emitted Morse code to summon Ally's name. A smile spread across his face as he saw her approach. Judging by her size and feathers, she appeared to be in good health. Ally perched on Luca's outstretched arm and began communicating in Morse code, which Luca mentally translated. Luca, considering I have a considerable amount of information to relay to you, I must inform you of something you have yet to realize, she hooted. You can speak to me in human language. I understand. Ah, I see, Luca blushed, glancing around to ensure no one, human or owl, was watching him with a bewildered expression before affectionately ruffling Ally's feathers. So, what do you need to tell me? Ally pecked at her ruffled feathers and said, During your absence, I encountered Bernard's owl. It insisted on delivering a letter to you personally. but neither it nor I could locate your whereabouts. I was indeed away for a while. But can Bernard's owl communicate in Morse code? Luca was taken aback that Bernard had chosen to contact him through an owl, and that his owl could converse with Ally. Is it possible I could communicate with all owls? Why are you being so irritatingly talkative all of a sudden? Luca gently pressed Ally's head. I'll refrain from interrupting. Let's get to the point. After I volunteered to serve as a messenger, I noted the contents of the letter. Bernard provided you with a phone number to reach out when you have the chance. The person is named Humphrey Apley. The letter also mentioned that should you decide to take on his task after contacting Sir Humphrey, you would need to reach out to Bernard again for assistance. Then we tore up the letter and fed it to all the owls here. Ally relayed all this in one breath, and Luca gradually pieced together the information. He recalled the name Sir Humphrey from when he first heard Bernard mention it at number 10 Downing Street, where Prime Minister Hark had remarked that if he were present, nothing would be accomplished. Now, it seemed this individual wished to contact him directly with a task, and it appeared he could refuse. Yet Bernard would provide aid if he accepted. How long ago was this? About 2 weeks ago. He had been late by 2 weeks. He wondered if he had caused any delays. I understand. Please give me that phone number. Ally called out a series of numbers, which Luca diligently noted down. After offering Ally some owl treats, he departed. That evening, the Slytherin common room buzzed with excitement. The next day marked the Quidditch Cup match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. And even before the game commenced, the students were already celebrating victory. Their hubris was not unfounded. Slytherin had enjoyed a long winning streak, proving their formidable strength. Additionally, Gryffindor's seeker had graduated, replaced by a first-year novice, Harry. It seemed Slytherin had the upper hand, and Malfoy wore a jubilant expression. However, Luca's mind was preoccupied with the information Ally had shared. Finally, when the night grew quiet, he opened his eyes from bed and ventured into the deserted common room with his communication device. After dialing the number, a hazy voice greeted him, clearly disturbed from slumber. Hello? I apologize for disturbing your rest, Sir Humphrey. This is Luca Ziblin. Luca? Oh, Luca. Thank heavens you finally called. The voice perked up, and Luca could hear movement. As if Sir Humphrey had sat up in bed. I'm sorry for the delay in reaching out. No, it's quite all right. I understand your line of work and how challenging it is for you to initiate contact with the organization. I believe I should get to the matter at hand. Please proceed. Although Luca sensed that Sir Humphrey had a markedly different understanding of his profession compared to Bernard, it did not seem to be a bad thing, as the other party seemed to fully comprehend his tardiness. Are you familiar with Swan Lake? Sir Humphrey's voice steadied as he broached what he deemed the main topic. Do you mean the ballet? Luca was uncertain how the Swan Lake he knew related to what Sir Humphrey was about to discuss. Yes, Tchaikovsky's ballet Swan Lake possesses an unparalleled charm and vitality. It stands as a classic among classical ballets, having endured the test of time with extraordinary artistic value. Sir Humphrey elaborated, speaking rapidly about the ballet's achievements. However, his tone soon turned somber. Generally, we believe that when Swan Lake is repeatedly broadcast on a country's television, it signifies that something unfortunate is occurring. I'm sorry, which country is airing Swan Lake on repeat? It is a place both close and distant, vast and powerful. With a complex yet inseparable relationship with Britain, we refer to it as the Soviet Union. As he spoke the last words, his voice dwindled, and the revelation caught Luca off guard. Why would a British lord discuss this with him? What I mean is, you should know about the KGB, the Soviet Committee for State Security, an intelligence agency on par with MI6, which dispatches spies to Britain, correct? Humphrey spoke again, this time broaching a topic that might indeed be within the realm of connection. Yes, I understand. In light of this, our MI6 will also dispatch personnel to the Soviet Union. I believe this is entirely justifiable, correct? Indeed, it is only natural. Luca gradually began to grasp certain implications. The situation is as follows. Although the Swan Lake was not being played for the first time, this occurrence seemed particularly grave. As I received a distress signal from the KGB, my intention was to say MI6. Luca feigned ignorance of his slip of the tongue, yet discreetly noted it down for later reporting to Bernard. In any case, if possible, I would appreciate your assistance. Humphrey's tone adopted a shade of earnestness. Could you enlighten me on the matter? Luca decided to listen. Please go to Moscow and bring back a person. Humphrey took a deep breath. She, like you, is a member of MI6, but appears to be excessively absorbed in her work, neglecting the dangers surrounding her. If feasible, I hope you can retrieve her. The content of this request was indeed unexpected. Luca inquired, why me? You share many similarities with her, Bernard and I had discussed. If anyone is capable of flawlessly accomplishing this task, you are undoubtedly the prime candidate, Humphrey responded. Is this a personal matter? Yes, you could consider it as such. May I take some time to decide? Luca expressed a hint of hesitation. Oh, certainly, I believe we still have time, Humphrey replied, feigning lightheartedness. Though a subtle bitterness lingered beneath his laughter, he ardently wished for Luca's agreement, yet he was clearly reluctant to press too hard, fearing it might lead to her refusal. Thank you for your understanding, Sir Humphrey. Good night. Luca politely concluded the call. Luca pondered Humphrey's words as she dialed Bernard's number. Good evening, Luca. In contrast to Humphrey, Bernard's voice was remarkably clear, as if the hour had not affected his alertness at all. Good evening, Mr. Bernard. I have just been in contact with Sir Humphrey. Lou recounted the conversation with Humphrey, emphasizing the possibility of his connections with the KGB. Ah, I believe I comprehend now. There is no need to worry about Sir Humphrey's loyalty to the nation, and I can assure you of that. Bernard pondered for a moment before vouching for Humphrey and spoke again. However, I still hope you will accept this mission. May I inquire as to the reason? The girl you are to bring back from Moscow is indeed a member of MI6, much like yourself, having embarked on her duties at a remarkably young age. Her initial contact was Sir Humphrey, but due to a series of changes, her liaison was switched to me several years ago. Bernard methodically narrated the girl's background. As for these changes, they stem from her involvement with the Soviet magical community. Sir Humphrey did not mention any of this to me. Indeed, for he is unaware. Bernard replied, he knows nothing of this matter now. Is there not a similarity in what he mentioned? Yes, he recognizes that you are both extraordinary, but that is the extent of his knowledge. He claimed that selecting me was a conclusion we arrived at together. Mr. Bernard, what is your rationale for choosing me? Do you recall when I first spoke to you about the desire for the magical realm to integrate with human society? Bernard chuckled lightly, in a certain sense. The Soviet Union has already achieved this, which is why that young girl encountered the Soviet magical community. I hope you will take the opportunity to explore it. Moreover, the style of wizards there is quite distinct. Experiencing it would be beneficial for you. This girl holds significant importance to Sir Humphrey, and should you undertake this task, he will support you unconditionally. Perhaps I have not disclosed this, but in terms of my role as his personal secretary, Sir Humphrey is my superior. After stating this, Bernard added, do not fret about academic concerns. I have means to assist you in securing a leave of absence. Furthermore, this mission should not pose too great a challenge. Although she remains unaware of your existence, I believe you will find much common ground. Very well, I think I shall consider accepting this task. Bernard's words were undeniably enticing. Both Sir Humphrey's support and the allure of the Soviet wizarding community piqued Lou's interest. I am pleased you have made this decision. Bernard's tone was genuinely earnest. May I know the name of that girl? Although it is Sir Humphrey's place to inform you, you will learn it in due time. Her name is Yekaterina Ilanova. The following day at 11 in the morning, the stands of the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts were filled to capacity. Seemingly, all the faculty and students had gathered to witness the match. Luke was no exception. Although he accepted the task, Bernard still had much preparation to undertake. Until then, it was best for him to continue living the ordinary life of a student at Hogwarts. He turned and glanced up at the highest row of the audience, where a banner fashioned from a tattered bedsheet hung. The banner bore the words Potter for Victory painted in vivid colors, adorned with a lion emblem representing Gryffindor. Through the enchantments applied, the colors on the bedsheet continuously shifted, creating a dazzling spectacle. Beneath the banner sat Ron, Hermione, Neville, and several other students he did not recognize, evidently putting in considerable effort to alleviate Harry's anxiety. The banner was quite large, and if they squeezed in, there could be room for 2 or 3 more. Luke recalled when he had previously encountered Ron, who had invited him to join them in cheering for Harry. However, being a Slytherin, he felt that joining them would be rather inappropriate, thus he declined the invitation. He also confirmed the events of the previous day when Harry went to retrieve the books. Indeed, Harry had discovered Snape's injury and even overheard Snape grumbling about a 3-headed creature. Harry was no fool, given the clues Snape had so carelessly provided. He easily deduced that Snape had been bitten by that 3-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor and firmly concluded that Snape was attempting to steal something hidden there. However, Luke noted that the injury was clearly a scratch, and if Snape had truly been bitten by the 3-headed dog, his injury would not have been so trivial. To him, it seemed as though Snape intentionally revealed the connection between his injury and the beast, almost as if he were enticing them to act in a particular manner. Hermione, believing in Snape's integrity as a professor of the school, was convinced he would not resort to theft, yet. Such a flimsy rationale was evidently insufficient to sway Harry and Ron. Luca found himself in agreement with her perspective, albeit because he believed that if Snape's intention was to pilfer that object, his current actions were exceedingly irrational. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. Merely observing that Ron's unwavering support for Harry seemed reminiscent of his own demeanor beneath the banner. The feeling of having friends rallying in support appeared rather pleasant, prompting a subtle smile to grace Luca's lips. However, an untimely voice disrupted his reverie. What a pitiful banner! Could they not procure a more decent piece of fabric? Sitting beside him, Malfoy noticed his diverted gaze from the pitch and glanced in the same direction, instantly grasping the situation. Without hesitation, he mockingly remarked, "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that was a Weasley. Such an air of poverty aligns perfectly with their style." Beside him, Crabbe and Goyle joined in laughter. Yet the most cutting laughter emanated from the short-haired girl behind Malfoy. Luca cast a glance at her, seemingly recognizing her as the girl named Pansy, who was often seen in close company with Malfoy. Upon noticing Luca's gaze, she stuck out her tongue and made a face, exhibiting a touch of nervousness. Luca quickly diverted her attention, scanning the surroundings before whispering in a tone barely audible to the few gathered. Why are there no banners supporting Slytherin?" Laughter abruptly ceased. Malfoy scoffed, retorting, "Slytherin requires no such cheap encouragement. We shall demonstrate our supremacy through victory." As his words echoed, the entrance gate for the competitors swung open, and a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. The Slytherin team, clad in their green uniforms, marched in orderly formation, while among the opposing Gryffindor team, a notably shorter figure stood out, appearing somewhat anxious. They gradually converged around Madame Hooch, who had previously escorted him to the infirmary. Today, she donned an imposing referee's outfit of deep white and black hues. Once the competitors had taken their positions, she proclaimed, "Listen up. I expect everyone to participate in this match fairly and honestly, showcasing both skill and style." Following her declaration, she surveyed the players, her goggles glinting in the light as if to remind them that she was watching intently. It might have been Luca's imagination, but it seemed that Madame Hooch lingered her gaze on one particular member of the Slytherin team for an unusually long duration. That individual raised an eyebrow. A look of "surely she isn't talking about me?" crossing their face as they exchanged glances with a teammate. Unable to contain herself, Luca chuckled. The resemblance between that person and the troll she had encountered in the girls' restroom just days prior was striking, both in appearance and demeanor. "What are you laughing at?" Malfoy genuinely failed to grasp the source of Luca's amusement. "Oh, nothing. Who is that person?" Luca inquired, pointing to the troll-like figure beside another player. Feigning curiosity about her own teammate, Drayen Pusey, our seeker, he is quite skilled, Malfoy recounted with familiarity, simultaneously introducing the individual next to him. "That's Marcus Flint. Also a seeker and our captain, essentially the soul of the team." Luca nodded, redirecting his gaze back to the arena, where Mrs. Hooch had just announced the commencement of the match. All the competitors mounted their brooms and soared into the sky, showcasing themselves before the audience. Harry's broom appeared somewhat different. Luca observed that Harry's ascent to full speed was noticeably quicker than that of the others, and its overall aesthetic seemed more appealing. Indeed, Malfoy gritted his teeth, realizing that his own broom was the only means by which he could compete on the same stage as the others. Yet, he dismissed it as inconsequential, vowing to procure a superior broom for their team next year. Wealth truly held remarkable power. Luca refrained from commenting on Malfoy's ambitions, noting that Harry had already acknowledged the banner, his demeanor now rivaling that of the other participants. As various balls took flight, the members of both teams sprang into action. The Slytherin captain initiated the offense but was thwarted by the Gryffindor goalkeeper. Subsequently, a female Gryffindor player deftly maneuvered through the Slytherin defense, scoring a goal and securing 10 points for Gryffindor. A wave of cheers erupted, not only from Gryffindor supporters but also from students of the other two houses, who joined in the jubilation. For a time, Slytherin found themselves thoroughly outmatched by Gryffindor, a scenario that surprised Luca. Where were the victorious teams they had anticipated? It seemed there was little evidence of a potential triumph. Perhaps it was best to revel in this moment a little longer. Amidst the cheers from the other houses, Malfoy fixated on the two teams soaring through the sky, letting out a cold chuckle, just as Malfoy had remarked. The beleaguered Slytherin team revealed their secret to consecutive victories: foul play. Slytherin captain Marcus kicked a Gryffindor player who was in close proximity, granting Gryffindor a free kick opportunity. However, this free kick altered the positioning of both teams to align with Marcus's intentions. With a cruel smile, Marcus seized the bat from his teammate and struck the bludger forcefully towards the Gryffindor goalkeeper, successfully knocking him out. The goalkeeper spiraled before crashing heavily onto the sand. Witnessing this, Luca began to recall the rules of Quidditch he had learned. In Quidditch, there are 3 types of balls: a small, golden snitch with silver wings, swift as lightning, worth 150 points, and the match concludes upon its capture, 2 larger black bludgers that roam freely on the field, aggressive and ready to knock players off their brooms, and the largest, a red quaffle, which serves as the primary means of scoring by being thrown through the opponent's hoops for 10 points. Each team comprises 7 players, 1 goalkeeper, 2 beaters, 3 chasers, and 1 seeker. While the roles of the goalkeeper and seeker are vital, the beaters, armed with bats, protect their teammates from the bludgers and create chaos for the opposition, while the chasers, equipped with gloves, aim to score with the quaffle. As a chaser, Marcus used his teammate's bat to strike the bludger towards the Gryffindor goalkeeper. Although this seemed far more egregious than a mere kick, it did not violate Quidditch rules. It became evident to Luca why Marcus, despite average throwing skills, could rise to captaincy. He excelled in hitting. With Gryffindor unguarded, Slytherin gradually closed the score gap. Yet, Marcus was not satisfied with a mere 7-6 advantage. Seizing the opportunity, he and a fellow teammate coordinated to obstruct the flight path of the Gryffindor chaser, who had previously scored numerous points, sending her crashing into a column in the stands. Fortunately, the column was hollow and cushioned with fabric, allowing the player to land relatively gently, appearing less injured than the goalkeeper. Regrettably, this still did not constitute a foul. Professor McGonagall in the stands displayed a look of concern. Her priority lay not with the score, but with the player's safety. The commentator beside her vocally chastised Slytherin, continually expressing favoritism towards Gryffindor. Yet Professor McGonagall could only helplessly admonish the commentary. Meanwhile, Slytherin scored once more, and their section of the stands buzzed with a jubilant atmosphere. Luca let out a faint sigh. It must be said that Slytherin's style of play resonated with his perspective on Quidditch. Ever since he had gleaned insights about the sport from various books, he had developed a certain aversion towards it. On the Quidditch field, victory does not solely hinge on the player's level of training or exceptional skills, but also on the moral integrity of both teams. Not long after the match commenced, the situation devolved into a lopsided contest of 7 against 5. Meanwhile, the golden snitch had yet to make its appearance after taking flight, leaving the two seekers seemingly suspended in the air, akin to the most privileged of spectators, utterly motionless, believing he was on the verge of triumph. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at Harry, smirking with arrogance. Yet, soon he noticed something that prompted an even broader grin. Harry's broomstick began to convulse, as if it were attempting to throw him off, uncontrollably dragging him towards the edge of the pitch. What on earth is happening? This question simultaneously arose in the minds of all who had noticed Harry's predicament, including Luca. Harry's flying skill should have been impeccable. Both Ron's boastful claims and his selection for the school team served as testament to his capabilities, not to mention the manner in which he had taken off, all indicating that he was unlikely to make such a rudimentary mistake. So, was it the case that Harry, witnessing his teammates being knocked down and the match slipping into disarray, succumbed to negative emotions, causing his broom to spiral out of control? Or was there someone, despite the overwhelming advantage, who found the 7 against 5 insufficient? The Slytherin players could observe, yet none of them interfered with Harry's actions. Malfoy noticed his behavior, jabbing him with an elbow and laughing. It must certainly be Potter's own ineptitude. After all, his broomstick is a Nimbus 2000. Such a fine broom can only be affected by the most advanced dark magic, and while I express my deep regret, Hogwarts does not teach such things. Luo could discern that Malfoy was not lying. He was indeed well-versed in this area. Could it truly be Harry's own fault? Meanwhile, his broomstick became increasingly erratic, spinning in the air and flinging him off. He now clung to the broom with just one hand, suspended in midair. At this moment, the entire faculty and student body took notice. Unlike the goalkeepers cushioned by their brooms or the seekers protected by fabric, if Harry were to release his grip, he would plummet to the ground, and even a patch of sand could pose a grave danger to his life. The Gryffindor players ceased their game, surrounding Harry in a desperate attempt to save him. Yet, each time they drew near, the broom would soar away, eluding their grasp. The speed of the Nimbus 2000 had become a death knell for Harry, as his teammates' brooms could not catch up. This was no mere loss of control. It was evident that someone was maliciously manipulating the broom. Malfoy's words presented Luo with an alternative possibility. If the students were incapable, could it be that a professor was responsible? The first individuals that came to Luca's mind were Lockhart and Snape, two professors shrouded in suspicion. Thanks to Professor Quirrell's eccentric attire, Luca swiftly spotted him in the elevated stands. He was sitting with his hands clasped, his gaze intently fixed on Harry, his lips moving slightly as if he were offering a silent prayer. In stark contrast, Professor Snape stood before him, appearing far more disheveled. His already greasy hair clung messily to his forehead, and his expression was grave, brows furrowed as he muttered something under his breath. It seemed increasingly evident who the true culprit was. Luca silently drew his wand. If Harry truly could not hold on any longer and fell, he wished to attempt the levitation charm to mitigate some of the harm. However, given the considerable distance, he held little confidence. Yet, upon closer inspection, Madame Hooch and numerous professors were watching intently, which should imply that no significant harm would ensue. To his astonishment, Harry's broomstick gradually stabilized itself. Lou was momentarily taken aback. Turning to observe the situation concerning Snape, he noticed that Snape was still reciting incantations, completely oblivious to the flickering blue flames creeping up his robe. The crowd surrounding him was evidently stirred by this, and it was this commotion that jolted Snape back to reality, causing him to cease his spell, and in turn, the flames vanished. When Snape redirected his gaze towards Harry, who had resumed his steady position atop his broom, a palpable sense of relief washed over him. He tossed his hair back, revealing a naturally composed expression. Is this also a performance? It was seamlessly executed. Truly, he is a professor, when the matter was resolved. He departed with grace, concealing his achievements and accolades. Lucas silently admired Snape's acting skills and chose not to look at him any longer. At that moment, the elusive golden snitch finally made its appearance, prompting Harry and the Slytherin seeker to rush toward it. The other players returned to their positions, suggesting that Harry's earlier mishap with the broom would not disrupt the flow of the match. To Luca's surprise, the Slytherin chaser, Adrian, whom he had initially inquired about, was soaring back into the sky just beneath Harry's hovering position. Had he truly intended to save Harry earlier? However, a glance at the scoreboard revealed that Marcus had seized the opportunity amid the chaos to score 50 points single-handedly. Nonetheless, this margin could easily be overturned by the Golden Snitch's 150 points. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, was well aware of this reality. Due to the broom's performance, he lagged slightly behind Harry, and he felt compelled to say something as he gazed at Harry's slender figure. The speed of their flight rendered him speechless, and his focus should have remained on the Golden Snitch. Yet he could not fathom why Harry insisted on continuing the match when it seemed he could have perished moments ago. Even as a mere spectator, Higgs found himself gripping his broom tightly in anxiety. If it were him, could he overcome such fear and fly at this speed so swiftly? Suddenly, lost in thought, He realized he had unwittingly pursued the golden snitch to a height of only 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Continuing at this speed could result in a fall no better than plummeting from a great height. The golden snitch was drawing closer to the ground, and he could no longer pursue it. Casting a glance at Harry, who was fearlessly maintaining his speed and altitude, Higgs gritted his teeth and adjusted his course, ascending higher. Was he truly reckless enough to disregard danger? Harry, however, was oblivious to such thoughts. His vision was fixated solely on the golden snitch, the object that could turn the tide in their favor. How high were they above the ground now? 1 meter? 2? Did that mean that diving toward it would be inconsequential? Under Higgs' astonished gaze, Harry gradually stood up on his broom and leapt forward, diving toward the golden snitch. He rolled several times upon hitting the ground, retching as he managed to grasp the golden snitch in his hands. As Harry raised the golden snitch in triumph, declaring his victory, and Madame Hooch announced Gryffindor's success amidst the cheers of the crowd, Higgs was left with a singular thought: perhaps he should retire next year. He contemplated this while grappling with the golden snitch, his face ashen, words caught in his throat. Like Marcus's actions, this was not a foul. With the match concluded, Luca prepared to leave. Observing Harry basking in the limelight, Malfoy recalled something and called out to Luca. "That was your first time flying in flying class, wasn't it?" Lucius was uncertain how to broach the subject, responding, "Indeed, what is it?" "Quite well." However, Malfoy offered no retort to his inquiry, merely nodding, seemingly lost in his own reverie. Glancing at the spot where Ron and the others had previously been, now deserted, Lucius gave it little thought and proceeded in the direction they had exited, intending to extend his greetings to the recently illustrious Harry. From a distance, by the time Lucius caught sight of them, they were following Hagrid towards the Forbidden Forest. After a moment's contemplation, Lucius dismissed the notion of using a disillusionment charm or transforming into an animagus for stealth. If feasible, he desired to interject. As he approached, he overheard Harry conversing with Hagrid about Snape. On Halloween night, he attempted to pass through the three-headed dog and was bitten. They suspected he sought to pilfer whatever the creature was guarding. "Are you referring to Fluffy?" Hagrid exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. "How do you know about him?" "Fluffy?" Harry inquired, eager for more detailed information. "Indeed, he is mine. I acquired him last year from a Greek fellow. I lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping." Hagrid turned back to elucidate the matter to Harry when he spotted Lucius trailing behind. "Oh, Lucius. I am delighted you remember me." Noticing he had been recognized, Lucius greeted them warmly. "Would you care to join me for a cup of tea at my hut?" Hagrid invited. "Certainly. I would be delighted," Lucius replied with a smile. Accepting Hagrid's invitation, as they traveled, Harry wished to further inquire about the three-headed dog, Fluffy, but Hagrid deftly deflected his curiosity under the pretense of confidentiality. The expression on Hagrid's face did not suggest that he was merely changing his story because of Ron's presence. It seemed he had inadvertently revealed a considerable amount of information earlier, which offered Ron a modicum of reassurance. The group gathered around Hagrid's table watched as he divided a large, rock-hard loaf of bread into several portions, distributing them along with steaming tea, which constituted a rather satisfactory lunch. The bread, softened by the tea, exuded a delightful aroma of both tea and wheat, making it quite palatable. In a moment of leisure, Ron brought up the incident concerning Harry's broomstick. "Harry, what happened when you nearly fell from the sky?" Before Harry could respond, Ron, with utmost certainty, declared, "It was Snape. Hermione, and I saw him casting a spell on Harry's broom." Hermione chimed in, "Indeed, I set fire to his cloak, and then Harry's broom stabilized." The revelation that Hermione had conjured the flame took Ron by surprise. Furthermore, he sought to pilfer the item guarded by the three-headed dog. Harry quickly interjected, suggesting that Snape's actions warranted even greater condemnation. Was this truly their perception of the events? Ron pondered briefly and realized that whenever Snape crossed paths with them, it seemed deliberate antagonism. From their first potions class, it appeared that targeting Harry had become an integral part of the lesson plan. Not to mention Snape's rigid demeanor and the dubious reasoning behind the penalties imposed in yesterday's Quidditch match, which certainly did not leave them with a favorable impression of him. As Luke was about to elucidate, Hagrid vehemently interjected, "Impossible. Snape is a professor at the school. He would never wish harm upon a student. Nor would he steal something guarded by Luwei." Observing Luca's contemplative demeanor and the bright, expectant gazes of the other three, Hagrid realized that his previous arguments would likely fail to persuade them. Thus, he adopted a commanding tone, stating, "Listen. You all must trust what I say and refrain from further involvement in this matter. It is perilous. Forget about that large dog. It is guarding something that belongs to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." The mention of Nicholas Flamel piqued their curiosity. As they keenly seized upon this new name, Hagrid fell silent thereafter, his expression betraying his vexation. After a moment of contemplation, Luca refrained from expressing his opinions regarding Professor Snape. As a student of Slytherin with considerable talent in potions, his treatment by Snape starkly contrasted with that of Harry. Regardless of whether Snape genuinely sought to trouble Harry, his current demeanor suggested he had no intention of leaving a favorable impression. Consequently, if Luca attempted to defend Harry, persuading him would be challenging. Moreover, should he succeed, it might inadvertently disrupt Professor Snape's plans. It would be best not to complicate matters further. Nevertheless, this posed a dilemma. Perhaps in the future, he could circumvent Professor Snape and converse with Professor Sinistra or even Professor Dumbledore. Aside from the intelligence gathered, the most significant gain today was the friendship forged with Hagrid, who had served as his guide into Hogwarts, thus evoking a sense of unique affection. Before departing, Hagrid had handed each of them some hard biscuits, known as rock cakes. However, without warm tea to soften them, they were rather unpalatable. After 2 uneventful days, on Monday morning, as Luca was preparing for his transfiguration class, he was summoned outside by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Ziblin, Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you," she announced. Her tone tinged with an unmistakable concern that struck Luca as familiar. "Very well, Professor McGonagall. May I inquire as to the nature of this meeting?" he asked, sensing her apprehension. "It's nothing serious, merely an invitation. You may decline if you wish," she replied with a smile, before realizing her wording. "I didn't mean to imply you could refuse the meeting with the headmaster, rather that you could decline what Professor Dumbledore has to convey." "I understand, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you," Luca responded with a smile, which seemed to alleviate some of her worry. As she turned to return to her classroom, Luca pondered what could possibly warrant such concern from her. The last time he had witnessed such an expression on her face was when 2 members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were injured. Could it be that he was in some form of danger? With questions lingering in his mind, Luca approached the gargoyle statue, stating, "Ice-cold lemon juice." The incantation unchanged. The gargoyle stepped aside, granting access to the headmaster's office. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore," Luca greeted as he entered. The room appeared unchanged since his last visit, though this time Dumbledore seemed to be awaiting him without any apparent urgency. "Good morning, Luca. Take a look at this," Dumbledore said, handing him a letter. Luca examined the letter, noting a peculiar shield-shaped emblem on the envelope. The verdant background featured the skull of a moose at its base, with exaggerated antlers extending beyond the outstretched wings of a double-headed eagle above. "Durmstrang Institute," Luca read aloud, recognizing the name of one of Europe's largest magical schools. Dumbledore nodded, urging him to open and explore the contents. "Very well," Luca replied, yielding to Dumbledore's prompt as he tore open the envelope. "Dear Mr. Ziblin, we cordially invite you to Durmstrang Institute for a 6-month exchange program. Headmaster Igor Karkaroff, Durmstrang Institute." The letter was succinct, offering only a single line of pertinent information regarding the invitation to be an exchange student at Durmstrang. However, there was another significant detail, the headmaster's name, which bore a distinctly Soviet heritage. Suddenly, Luca comprehended the nature of this unexpected invitation. "Young man, that school is rather impressive. You might consider experiencing it," a painting on the wall remarked. Luca glanced at Phineas and replied, "Thank you for your suggestion, Headmaster Phineas." "Child, do not heed his nonsensical remarks. That school has a rather poor reputation. In my opinion, you should remain at Hogwarts." Beneath the portrait, the image of Headmistress Delilah Devant spoke up, countering Phineas's viewpoint. "What do you know? Do you have any idea how outrageous the professor teaching defense against the dark arts is? He cannot even weave a proper tale." Soon, several other portraits joined the fray, bickering amongst themselves, transforming the otherwise quiet room into a lively hubbub. Professor Dumbledore could not help but chuckle at the scene, stepping out from behind his desk and guiding Luca to his lounge. "Durmstrang is an institution that offers courses in the dark arts. Its headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, was once a Death Eater, hence its less-than-stellar reputation. However, the quality of education is commendable, and the decision to attend ultimately rests upon your own inclinations." Professor Dumbledore impartially introduced Durmstrang Academy, entrusting the power of judgment to Luca. "Professor, is Durmstrang located within the confines of the Soviet Union?" "Indeed," Dumbledore affirmed, though he was somewhat puzzled by Luca's inquiry. "I wish to go." Luca readily accepted the invitation for the student exchange. "Since you have made your decision, keep this letter safe. Durmstrang should send someone to fetch you tonight." Dumbledore produced a letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest, seemingly having prepared it in advance. "Very well, Professor." Luca took the envelope and suddenly inquired, "The letter mentions a student exchange. Who is the student coming from Durmstrang?" "A senior girl, Doris Euphilim," Professor Dumbledore recalled. "She requested that her exchange partner be a first-year Slytherin, and it would be preferable if he could be away for half a year without hindering his studies." "Quite a considerate request, and you obviously meet the criteria." Luca was certain that he did not recognize such a person and shifted the conversation to another matter. "By the way, Professor Dumbledore, do you have any insight into why Professor Snape is particularly stringent with Harry Potter?" "Snape has his own teaching style. I believe I should refrain from excessive interference," Dumbledore replied with a wink, offering an ambiguous response. After classes concluded that afternoon, Luca bid farewell to his friends, sharing his intention to attend Durmstrang as an exchange student, to which they all expressed their blessings or envy. Only Draco Malfoy appeared different. "I was supposed to go to Durmstrang as well. They teach genuine dark magic there, but unfortunately, my mother deemed it too far and forbade me from going." Malfoy's tone was laced with regret as he addressed Luca. "You will discover that their approach to dark magic is far more reasonable." "Is that so?" Luca replied as he packed his belongings, though there was little to take, as it was said that Durmstrang had already prepared everything. Moreover, The true purpose of this journey was to carry out Sir Humphrey's task, which he had confirmed with Bernard, who acknowledged that it was his arrangement. Luca would not actually be attending classes at Durmstrang. By the way, who is your exchange partner? Malfoy inquired, curious about his future potions class partner. Doris Euphilim. I hear she is a senior. As Luca answered, he noticed Malfoy's face had turned as pale as a sheet. What is the matter, Malfoy? Are you feeling unwell? No. It was unclear whether Malfoy was responding to Luca's concern or resisting something. After waving his hand dismissively, Malfoy stepped back, somewhat bewildered, and asked, could you not go? The answer was, of course, negative. That evening, Luca was led by Filch to the same dock they had arrived at. Gazing at the lake's surface while awaiting the guests from Durmstrang, it wasn't long before a small boat glided across the water toward them. Compared to the four-person wooden boat they had taken upon their arrival, this vessel was larger, equipped with a cabin. Entirely black and gleaming with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, Filch hunched over, rubbing his hands, respectfully waiting for the boat to approach. Soon, Luca discerned two figures on board. The first was cloaked in robes, initially reminiscent of the Death Eaters encountered in 1972, yet in the shadowy vessel. One could not help but think of the ferrymen of the underworld. In any case, they were not favorable images. The girl standing behind him appeared much more pleasant. She must be the exchange student from Durmstrang. Her thick, plush coat could not conceal her tall stature, and her straight golden hair obscured part of her face. Her eyebrows were sharp, and the left eye, not hidden, glimmered with a piercing gaze. Her full lips were tightly pressed together as she scrutinized Luca and Filch standing on the shore. There was an undeniable air about her that suggested a presence more akin to an officer than a student. As Luca assessed the individual, so too was the individual appraising Lou. Seemingly becoming aware of something, she revealed a smile, her demeanor transforming abruptly, as if even her hair and brows had softened considerably. Just as she endeavored to articulate something, she emitted a single syllable before swiftly leaping to the ground, covering her mouth and crouching. No need to worry. The dark-robed figure chuckled, elucidating the reason for her reaction. Esteemed guests, welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am Argus Filch, the castle's caretaker, and I shall be your guide through the Hogwarts castle. Filch paused momentarily, then composed himself to deliver his long-prepared introduction. No, I shall forego the tour. The dark-robed figure waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards Lou. My task is to escort him away. Miss Euphilia, I entrust you to Hogwarts. At this juncture, Euphilia finally regained her composure, rising to her feet, pressing her hand on Lou's shoulder, and leaning closer to gaze into his eyes. Oh, you are the one known as Kibblin. She managed to complete the sentence she had previously intended to say. Greetings, Miss Euphilia, Lou replied with a smile, albeit with a hint of perplexity. It appeared she was somewhat nearsighted. The dark-robed figure reiterated Euphilia's situation. Just call me Doris. Euphilia seemed to recall her nearsightedness. Retrieving a pair of glasses from her coat pocket, her piercing gaze subsequently softening. This is much better, she exhaled, patting Lou's shoulder once more. I trust you will enjoy life in the Soviet Union. Thank you, Doris. I hope you will also come to appreciate life at Hogwarts. Lou discerned the subtle implication in her words, as if even she was aware of his true purpose. This secret mission was decidedly not so secretive. Doris beamed a smile, bidding farewell to Lou and the ferryman before following Filch. Ruko boarded the small black boat, while the ferryman stood firmly, seemingly awaiting something. It was not until the distant sound of Filch introducing Hogwarts faded away that the ferryman finally made a move. Do you remember me? To Ruko's astonishment, the ferryman cheerfully removed his hood, leaning down to gaze at him, staring at the familiar yet time-worn handsome face beneath the hood, with long black hair and golden eyes. Ruko found it hard to believe. Stray Valentini, he exclaimed. It seems you do have some recollection. Stray pinched Ruko's cheek lightly, remarking, the last time I saw you, you were just a little one. Ruko paused momentarily at his words, as it seemed he was not referring to events from 1972. Let us forget about that moment. As it's rather improper, Stray said, clearing his throat and regaining a semblance of youthful seriousness. Let us talk as we walk, he suggested, pulling his hood back over his head and opening the cabin door, gesturing for Ruko to enter. Once they were seated inside the cabin, the entire vessel sank beneath the water. Glancing towards the direction of the Slytherin common room, Ruko could still make out its outline. Was it Mr. Bernard who contacted you? He initiated, recalling Stray's apparent desire to keep their familial connection under wraps, and it seemed he had no recollection of 1972. Indeed, Stray nodded. Our destination is Moscow. Once I deliver you there, my task will be complete. Could you elucidate how this plan is to be executed? Ruko inquired, intrigued. From his perspective, Bernard seemed to wield excessive power within the magical community, capable of altering the magical realm single-handedly without needing to enlist Stray's assistance. Stray chuckled softly, leaning back against the cabin wall and reflecting. I suppose I was outmatched by Bernard. What do you mean? Ruko asked. It's merely a little game with Bernard. Nothing to concern yourself with, Stray replied, adjusting his posture as if pondering where to begin. After a brief pause, he explained, according to the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, wizarding families are to sever ties with muggles. The Malfoy family, prior to the enactment of this law, had extensive trade relations with Muggles, and they were also among the first to distance themselves from Muggles once the law was established. Although uncertain as to why the Malfoy family was brought into the conversation, Ruko nodded in understanding. He had heard a version of this tale involving Voldemort, and it appeared the Malfoy family had always behaved in such a manner. However, while they claim to have severed ties, there are bound to be oversights, Stray continued. About a decade ago, the current head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, managed to find a girl from a Muggle family that had previously been closely associated with the Malfoys, Doris Euphilim. This revelation startled Ruko, his eyes widening as he suddenly comprehended Draco's previous demeanor. This was undoubtedly a matter best kept under wraps. When Doris turned 11, Lucius reached out to his former Death Eater colleague, the current headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, to send Doris there for her education. To the casual observer, it appeared Lucius was sending Doris off to the distant Durmstrang with a nonchalant attitude, but in reality, he remained quite concerned for her well-being and worried about her strained relationship with his son. Initially, he had intended to send Draco to Durmstrang as well, but his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, intervened. How do you know all of this? Ruko asked, astonished, having recently heard the last piece of information confirmed by Malfoy himself. The privacy and accuracy of this information were quite alarming. Stray appeared thoroughly pleased with Ruko's reaction, grinning as he replied, because I am an intelligence operative. In a similar vein, I possess certain incriminating information regarding Igor Karkaroff's past as a Death Eater. When Bernard inquired if I had any suggestions regarding this matter, I immediately connected the two pieces of information. Stray hastened to elaborate. After striking a deal with him, I summarized my thoughts and reported back to Bernard. To my surprise, he acted with such efficiency that he persuaded both Lucius and Igor, even securing the support of Doris, whom I know little about. As for why I am the ferryman, this boat was actually a wager lost to me by Igor. On the surface, it appears to be property of Durmstrang, but in truth, it belongs to me personally. Stray gently patted the cabin wall, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Luca exclaimed in admiration, what an exceptionally formidable vessel this is. In the midst of their conversation, he remained acutely aware of the ship's trajectory. This magnificent craft glided swiftly and steadily through the underwater realm, and in but a short span of time, the silhouette of Hogwarts had vanished from view, leaving Luca uncertain of his whereabouts. Indeed, he merely responded with an acknowledgement, and Stray fell silent, seemingly engulfed in his own reveries. After a moment of contemplation, Lou hoped to confirm the events of 1972. He surveyed the interior of the cabin, which undeniably bore the mark of personal ownership, revealing a touch of individuality within its somewhat austere confines. A painting, familiar in style, adorned the wall of this rather drab cabin, evidently the work of Troika. Like a curious child, Lou pointed to the artwork and inquired, "This is quite beautiful. Did you paint it?" Striel glanced up at the painting, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "If only I possessed such artistic talent. This piece is by a Romanian artist, Roderick Lecter. Regrettably, when I acquired it, he had been missing for over a decade, and the wealthy merchants who were close to him unanimously believe that he is lost to them forever. To honor Roderick Lecter, someone transformed his residence into a gallery, which is rather intriguing, though I have yet to visit it." With that, he fell into a contemplative silence, reclining comfortably in his seat. Luca felt a state of hesitation, as if he were on the verge of bursting with secrets yearning to be shared. Sure enough, Strays took the initiative to broach the topic. "Kid, did you ever experience a loss of control over your magic as a child?" A loss of control over magic? Luca felt uncertain. He had only learned about such a phenomenon after starting school. The dangers alluded to by Hagrid when persuading his parents referred to the very notion of magic going awry. Yet he had no vivid memories of it. "Well, neither did I," Strays replied, reclining and nodding slightly. "For some reason, no school accepted me back then. I've reached a considerable age, having navigated the intelligence sector for many years, only to unexpectedly discover that I could wield such a wondrous thing as magic." It seemed that Yin had erased Strays' memories prior to 1972, yet by some twist of fate, had Strays returned to the magical realm? Just as Luca was eager to glean more information, Strays fell silent. "Why am I telling you all this? I must be getting old. It's time to consider retirement," he said, raising one arm and lifting a wand. "Let us rest. When you awaken, we should be there. I'll extinguish the lights once you're ready." Upon hearing the words, Ruko reclined, signaling to Stray that it was sufficient. With a wave of his wand, the lights within the cabin extinguished. As they were submerged in water deeper than that of the Black Lake, the illumination from the surface was exceedingly limited. Fortunately, having fallen asleep to the sounds of water for such a duration, Ruko found no discomfort in this environment. When he next opened his eyes, the outside was brightly illuminated. A careful glance through the window revealed they had surfaced. Ruko could overhear individuals outside jesting in Russian. "Uncle, aren't you cold dressed like that?" As a prot-G of MI6, he was, of course, proficient in Russian. "Not at all. I have this. Care for a taste?" The voice seemed to belong to Stray, who was also responding in Russian. No, I have work to do, ha ha ha." It appeared that the voices outside were drifting away, indicating that this was not a covert signal, but rather a genuine exchange between passers-by. Ruko pushed open the cabin door and peered out, spotting Shertray in a vacation shirt reminiscent of the seaside. Have we arrived in Hawaii? What a fanciful notion. Shertray adjusted his sun hat and declared, "Welcome to the Volga River." "And what is this attire?" Ruko inquired. "I am as perplexed as you, but the contact has specific demands." Shertray flicked the cap off a bottle with his thumb and took a small sip, seemingly the very secret to warding off the cold he had just showcased to Ruko. "You needn't drink that vodka. Also, you should change your clothing. Your false identity and other essentials are in that suitcase." Even behind his sunglasses. Shertray noticed Ruko's gaze and gestured toward a silver suitcase deep within the cabin. Without waiting for Ruko to respond, Shertray sprang up, as if the fishing rod at the bow had truly caught something, and began to wrestle with the river fish. It was all rather enigmatic. Ruko found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the incongruity of the scene before him, retreating back into the cabin to open the silver suitcase. The top revealed a plush coat and a warm-looking hat. As for the false identity, it had merely undergone a change of nationality. Everything else remained unchanged. Stepping out of the cabin once more, Ruko observed Shertray returning the caught fish to the water. "Oh, quite fitting," he remarked. Shertray glanced back, handing Ruko a basket from the ground. "Have a bite to eat. One can never tell when those individuals will arrive." Ruka cast a glance inside. There lay bread, caviar, ham, and milk, all still warm due to the enchantment. The combination proved quite delectable, though the bread possessed a subtle tang. Thus, Ruka observed Stray, who futilely fished and released his catches throughout the morning, engaging in conversation with numerous curious Soviets, which greatly enhanced Ruka's fluency. By noon, a competent middle-aged man arrived, clearly with a specific purpose in mind. However, upon opening his mouth, he caused Stray to lose his composure. "Stray, you arrived much earlier than agreed upon. Perhaps you should reconsider this endeavor." Stray, in a fit of irritation, hastily stowed away his fishing rod and tossed Ruka's belongings into the man's arms before retreating to the cabin alone. "This is your contact. Simply follow him." Stray calmly informed Ruka in a place where the man could not overhear. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off. Wishing you success." "Thank you, Mr. Stray." Ruka bowed respectfully and approached the middle-aged man. "Do not mind him. Mr. Stray can be rather temperamental." The man reassured Ruka as he watched Stray navigate the small boat down the Volga River, completely unaware that his words had inadvertently revealed Stray's name and the predetermined time. Of course, Ruka speculated that Stray's ire was likely provoked by the man's unreliable attire for their meeting. Yet, given the man's confident demeanor, Ruka felt hesitant to voice such thoughts until they grew more familiar. "Shall we proceed? I will take you to meet Ekaterina," the man said, leading Ruka deeper into the city after bidding farewell to Stray. During this journey, Ruka witnessed a plethora of unimaginable scenes. There were those extolling freedom in impassioned speeches, others protesting in righteous indignation, and the hungry standing in long lines for the most basic sustenance. "What has transpired here? How did it come to this?" "It seemed you were unaware of anything before your arrival," the man remarked with a hint of melancholy, noticing the fluctuations in Ruka's emotions. "I neglected to introduce myself. I am Ropats." "I am Ruka. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Indeed. I am not particularly eloquent. I shall let Ekaterina speak on my behalf when the time comes." Ropats glanced at the somewhat dilapidated surroundings and inhaled deeply. It was evident that Ropats was not in high spirits, as he quickened his pace, leading Ruka to a modest residential building after winding through the streets. Just 10 meters from the entrance, Ropats abruptly halted and handed Ruka an object. "Take this. Without it, you will trigger the security measures here." Ruka glanced at the small object thrust into his hand, a tiny red pentagram. At last, Lopats revealed a smile, leading him into the building. "Ekaterina, I have brought Ruka." "Oh, splendid." Even before she appeared, Ruka heard a vibrant female voice, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. A blonde girl with a typically Russian visage emerged from the hallway. Evidently, she was Ekaterina. However, it seemed she was unaware of the situation, and Ruka hesitated as Lopats shared details about him, subtly conveying his thoughts. "No need to worry. This is a carefully chosen comrade. I'll explain the situation to him. I'll leave the kitchen to you." Ekaterina cheered slightly, grasping Ruka's arm and leading him upstairs. Lopats, wanting to say more but holding back, eventually turned into the kitchen. Ascending the staircase and traversing corridors, Ekaterina greeted a few acquaintances who regarded Ruka with curious eyes. From their glances, Ruka detected a glimmer of hope or perhaps a hint of despair. At last, they arrived at a room resembling a conference hall, where Ruka and Ekaterina sat opposite each other. Uncertain of her intentions, Ruka refrained from making any hasty moves, instead surveying his surroundings for any potential listening devices. Although an anti-disturbance spell could alleviate some of these concerns, the small red pentagram and the previous intelligence from Bernard hinted at the possibility of other wizards being present, which could lead to complications. "You needn't search. There are none of those devices here. Anyone who can enter this place is a trustworthy comrade," Ekaterina smiled, her tone light yet imbued with an inexplicable conviction. "That is reassuring," Ruka exhaled. "But when I contacted Colonel Vladimir, he did not disclose this information to me." A flicker of confusion crossed Ekaterina's eyes, followed by a laugh. "Why are you so vigilant? I assumed Mr. Bernard would speak highly of me. Noticing Ruka's reluctance to speak, she cleared her throat and introduced herself. I am Ekaterina Ulanova, the ward of Sir Humphrey. I joined MI6 while studying at Kaston School and later transitioned to the Soviet Union, where I handle political intelligence work. After discovering the existence of the magical world, my liaison changed from Sir Humphrey to Mr. Bernard. You mentioned comrades, Ruka noted, taken aback by the extensive information she had just shared. Ekaterina smiled softly and nodded. Currently, I am also a member of the Soviet Committee for State Security, primarily active within the Soviet magical community. I do not understand, Ruka confessed. As Ekaterina's demeanor seemed entirely natural, yet the stark contrast between her two identities left him uncertain of which was genuine. Your mission is to escort me back. Is it not? Ekaterina broached the subject regarding Ruka's task. Indeed, Ruka affirmed, but it seems you are not inclined to depart easily with me? Of course not. Otherwise, why would Bernard send you? Ekaterina replied matter-of-factly. I assumed you were facing some difficulty that restricted your movements. Ruka expressed his original suspicion. Yet your exchange student period lasts a full 6 months, Ekaterina countered, lightly tapping the table. This 6-month duration is what I applied for. Why? Ruka sighed softly, deciding to follow her lead to clarify the situation. Because I intend to return to England after 6 months, Ekaterina stated earnestly. I do not wish to take an extended holiday. I have matters to attend to, and you are the assistant I requested from Mr. Bernard and Sir Humphrey. Are they aware of your purpose? No, they know very little, not even that I would return 6 months later regardless of your arrival, Ekaterina smiled. I share this with you to convey that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your mission has already succeeded. Yet it is evident that you may engage in actions that could lead to unforeseen events. Ruka gazed into Ekaterina's eyes, seemingly seeking any information that might persuade her. Rest assured, I value my life. It would be a disservice to Sir Humphrey to perish so easily, Ekaterina replied with her hands folded, her expression composed. However, I hope you will consider my reasoning before deciding whether to assist me. Proceed. You summoned me for this very purpose. Ruka sighed, realizing that having undertaken this task, his character would not allow him to abandon his objective. Thank you for your willingness to listen, Ekaterina expressed, her courtesy evident, though her expression indicated she had anticipated his response. What are your impressions of the one who brought you here, Lopatz, and your exchange partner, Doris? Though she was to present her rationale, she posed 2 questions first. Lopatz may overlook certain details and can be somewhat rough in his actions. Yet he appears to possess a thoughtful nature. As for Doris, she seems warm-hearted but possesses a sharp edge. Ruka replied candidly. Well said. Ekaterina beamed with sincere appreciation. Apologies for my abrupt inquiry. You were unaware of their true identities. Lopatz is a werewolf, and Doris is a descendant of one of the 28 pureblood families. Ekaterina exclaimed with excitement. And now, they stand alongside ordinary humans, or muggles. Do you grasp the significance of this? Luca was indeed aware of Doris's true identity. She was not only a member of the esteemed pureblood 28, but also hailing from the proud Malfoy lineage. While her origins could be debated, it was rather surprising that, having been nurtured by Lucius Malfoy from a young age, and having endured the dubious reputation of studying at Durmstrang Academy, she had developed such a personality. As for Ropatz's werewolf identity, Luca had not anticipated that revelation. In the eyes of wizards, werewolves and vampires both belong to the realm of dark creatures. Yet the status of werewolves could only be described as tragic in comparison to that of vampires. In the magical world, they faced ostracism due to their uncontrollable urges to harm during the full moon and their irrevocably contagious nature. In the Muggle realm, while romantic tales involving vampires gained popularity, werewolves were more often relegated to the narratives of horror. However, if what Ekaterina asserted was true, the Soviet Union had not only succeeded in uniting wizards and muggles, but had also allowed werewolves to join the fray on equal footing. It was little wonder that Bernard claimed the Soviet Union had, to some extent, realized his aspirations. It appeared that Luca grasped the underlying significance of this. Ekaterina granted him a moment for contemplation before continuing. If you remain perplexed, I shall provide the example of the Cambridge Five. The term Cambridge Five referred to 5 British nobles who graduated from Cambridge and were members of the KGB, having infiltrated Britain for decades and rendered exceptional service to the Soviet Union. Yet those 5 were merely the cream of the crop. In reality, there were far more individuals akin to the Cambridge Five among the British. What are you implying? Luca sensed something elusive yet profound, though it remained difficult to articulate clearly. The Soviet Union spanned an immense expanse of 200 square kilometers, composed of 15 member states, and since its inception in 1922, it had developed rapidly, becoming the foremost adversary in the eyes of countless nations. What accounted for the Soviet Union's remarkable achievements? Leaning forward, Ekaterina articulated the answer to this enigma. It is because the people of this vast land share a common belief and are unwaveringly dedicated to it. Even those with differing stances, be they from the pureblood 28, werewolves, or British aristocrats, are drawn into this collective endeavor. It seems you are among those who have joined. Luca discerned her subtext. Indeed, but not entirely, Ekaterina sighed. By the time I truly committed, The Soviet Union was already on a downward trajectory. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, recounting how Sir Humphrey once informed her that Britain's diplomatic aim was to ensure a fragmented Europe, and her initial arrival in the Soviet Union was in service of that very goal. However, when she realized that the nation required no assistance and was already heading towards division, she felt an irresistible urge to intervene. Luca found her words familiar, as if he had discovered that Ekaterina would return 6 months later yet still wished to make a difference. Do not consider my actions foolish, you know? She abruptly ceased her mirth, speaking solemnly to Luca. The existence of the Soviet Union is undeniably beneficial to Britain, she continued. Since the onset of the Cold War in 1947, the world has been improving. Not only has technology advanced at an unprecedented pace, but the basic welfare of the populace has also seen significant enhancement. Furthermore, due to the balance of power between the two great forces, large-scale wars have been remarkably absent for an extended period, and humanity has even ventured into space for the first time during this era. Ekaterina enumerated examples, substantiating the contributions of the Soviet Union to the global community. Although Luca was not easily swayed, he found himself somewhat in agreement with her perspective. Yet, in an instant, he recalled the strange sights he had encountered on his journey. This Moscow was not only dissimilar to Ekaterina's description, but also starkly contrasted with his own imaginings, lacking the semblance of strength and instead exuding an aura of precariousness. It seems he remains blissfully unaware. Ropat's words echoed once more in Luca's ears. He spoke up. When Ropats mentioned that I knew nothing, he could not have been referring to the matters you are now discussing, could he? Upon hearing this, Ekaterina's expression dimmed. On August 19th, 8 hardliners, sensing the precarious state of the Soviet Union, formed a state emergency committee in hopes of curbing the trend towards disintegration. Yet, within just 2 days, their efforts were thwarted. The very force that should have been under KGB control, the principal architect of the Soviet Union's disintegration, Yeltsin, appeared outside the parliament building without any hindrance. He swiftly delivered a speech, casting aspersions on the committee members, inciting public sentiment, and gathering tens of thousands of people outside the parliament, sealing his victory. As for why he escaped control, it was partly due to the emergence of traitors within the KGB, and also the reason I require your assistance. As Luca pondered, Yekaterina spoke with remarkable brevity, so succinctly that he struggled to grasp her meaning until her final statement illuminated the reason behind her words. Was it due to the assistance of the magical realm? Yekaterina nodded. Yet, what more could I possibly contribute? There are already other werewolves and wizards present. Luca remained acutely aware of his own limitations, in his view. He possessed no extraordinary qualities and his combat prowess paled in comparison to those seasoned wizards. To Yekaterina, it should not matter whether he joined their ranks or not. At this juncture, every ounce of strength was invaluable. Yekaterina seemed momentarily lost in thought, recognizing that his presence, rather than augmenting their true capabilities, was essentially a beacon of hope. Since August 20th, they had only experienced farewells, and it had been quite some time since new blood had been infused into their ranks. This was detrimental to the morale of any organization. She provided a thoroughly reasonable explanation, adding, in fact, this aligns with Mr. Bernard's perspective. He believes there are certain tasks that only you can undertake, and he hopes you will glean knowledge in this endeavor that differs from what is taught in school. I understand, so what shall we do next? Luca accepted her reasoning and inquired about their forthcoming plans. It is time to eat, Yekaterina smiled. I tentatively estimate that we have 6 months ahead of us, so dining takes precedence. I also wish to introduce you to everyone, so please don't embarrass me. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, Ropats was placing a large pot of vegetable stew on the table. The dish was characterized by generous portions of meat, potatoes, tomatoes, and a mlang of spices, all steaming and exuding an enticing aroma. Thick slices of bread were arranged alongside as the staple. It was evident that Ropats possessed considerable culinary skills. Gradually, others gathered, settling into their respective seats as they awaited those yet to arrive. A middle-aged man, bearing wounds, pushed the door open and surveyed the spread with a hint of displeasure. Why is the meal so lavish today? Leonid, responsible for the cooking, appeared startled by the man's tone, opening his mouth to call out his name in an attempt to explain. However, Leonid had already spotted Luca and exchanged glances with Yekaterina before saying, "A new comrade, I see." He greeted Luca with a handshake, exhibiting no emotional response to Luca's youth. Ahem, let me introduce everyone. Yekaterina gently cleared her throat, drawing the attention of the 11 individuals present. This is Luca Zibelin. Some of you may have heard me mention that a support would be coming, and he is that support. Standing as he was introduced, Luca raised his right hand to his forehead in salute. The table erupted in warm applause, but as it subsided, a concerned voice emerged. He still looks like a child, said a man with a golden buzz cut, somewhat gaunt. Luca recalled seeing him in the hallway, his gaze tinged with despair. Comrade, we advocate for equality. Yekaterina smiled slightly. And do not be misled by Luca's youth. He has already gained the recognition of Comrade Vladimir. What? Is that true? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Luca, too, was taken aback, though he concealed his surprise. The name he had casually mentioned to Yekaterina actually belonged to a person of notable standing. In that case, I have no objections. This revelation assuaged the group's concerns, as admiration flickered in their gazes toward Luca. Very well, let us commence our meal. With no dissent among the group, Yekaterina announced the start of dining. The food was delectable and nourishing, a stark contrast to the fare Luca was accustomed to at school. Amid laughter and joviality, the group quickly finished their meal, introducing themselves to Luca in turn. Some even jested about offering him vodka, a suggestion sternly curtailed by Leonid and Ropats. However, after the meal, rather than dispersing, the group settled into a calm silence, indicating that a meeting was about to take place. Following their example, Luca placed his utensils in the sink. Luca, a steady voice called from behind him. It was Leonid. As Luca turned to face him, he continued, "You should be adept with the cleaning spell, yes? Indeed, I can manage that." Lu nodded, drew his wand, and under Leonid's watchful gaze, cast a cleaning charm upon the utensils in the pool. As the incantation took effect, the grime upon the utensils was meticulously eradicated, leaving them spotless. Luca could perceive that this was a test orchestrated by Leonid, yet he had an inkling that the subject of the examination was not himself. Nevertheless, he resolutely performed a remarkable cleaning spell, believing it to be the most proficient execution of such magic he had ever achieved, leaving not a trace of foam behind. However, Leonid offered no extensive commentary, instead appearing to await something with bated breath. The individuals positioned further back mirrored this expression, as though they were on guard against any unforeseen occurrences. There was no response, not a single reaction. A bespectacled woman scrutinized an object resembling a gauge, and after a brief moment, reported her findings. Indeed, Ekaterina clapped her hands joyously, and smiles emerged on the faces of those present. In contrast to others, Leonid, closest to Luca, nodded calmly and turned to advise them to maintain their vigilance. Observing the group straighten in their seats, Leonid addressed Ekaterina, instructing her to convey their plan to Luca. Certainly, Ekaterina accepted the task and explained to Luca, "As I previously mentioned, a traitor has emerged among us." Despite everyone remaining seated with poise, it was evident that somber expressions marred their faces, due to that betrayal. The wizards among us are now detectable by the adversaries when they employ magic, and the instruments used for this detection are precisely those wielded by Zoya. The bespectacled woman lifted the gauge, presenting it to Luca. In our attempts to comprehend the mechanics of this device, we have relocated numerous times, examining both our bodies and wands, yet we have found no viable countermeasures. Ultimately, we reached the conclusion that only those unknown to them can evade their scrutiny and wield magic, which indeed appears to be the case. Then what of the barrier here? Luca inquired with curiosity, pondering how a protective barrier could be established if they were unable to utilize magic. At this question, even Ekaterina displayed a melancholic expression. It is akin to a loss of control over magical energy, accompanied by the essence of sacrifice, a rather metaphysical notion. Leonid interjected, answering the query on Ekaterina's behalf. "I apologize." Though Luca did not fully grasp the meaning behind his words, the expressions of Ekaterina and Leonid indicated that someone had made a sacrifice for this cause. There is no need for apologies. Sacrifice is an inevitable part of our reality. Leonid gently shook his head, exchanging a glance with Ekaterina, encouraging her to continue. "I beg your pardon, where was I?" Ekaterina rubbed her face, momentarily lost in sorrowful recollections. "In any case, we require intelligence, and currently, those capable of providing such information are imprisoned. If we were still able to use magic, breaching a prison would pose no challenge. Alas, we must rely on you." Ekaterina articulated the first step of their plan in one breath, infiltrating the prison to gather intelligence. Leonid added, "We have some time left, although we cannot employ magic. The foundational knowledge of the warriors remains robust. Thus, prior to our undertaking, to ensure the success of the mission, particularly your personal safety, we shall instruct you in at least the arts of stealth and combat." "Very well, I comprehend." Under the gazes of those who shone with anticipation, Luca accepted the mission. Training was set for the following morning, and the group required the night to devise a suitable strategy for Luca. After inquiring about his grade and subjects of study, Ekaterina escorted him to a room for rest. The place for rest was situated upstairs. Once again, they ascended the stairs, though this time there was no need for haste. After all, Ekaterina assured him that there were no listening devices here, allowing Luca to speak freely. "You deceived me." Indeed, Ekaterina did not contest this, silently acknowledging the truth of his statement. Previously, her words seemed to convey that Luca's presence was of little consequence, and she had promised to cherish her life. Even if Luca were indifferent, she would return to England in 6 months, back to Sir Humphrey's side. However, after this dinner meeting, Luca acquired a deeper understanding of the situation. If all the information he received was accurate, there were indeed matters only he could address. Finding a reliable foreign sorcerer during this period was no simple task. It was no wonder his fabricated identity was so carelessly constructed. In such an environment, his British name afforded him greater safety. After all, with the existence of a traitor capable of detecting traces of their magical practices, even the most trustworthy Soviet sorcerer could not guarantee the absence of exposure risks. After a moment's contemplation, Ruko finally mustered the courage to inquire, "If I had not consented to stay, would you have proceeded with the plan to infiltrate the prison?" Given their trust in Yekaterina and her heartfelt mention of the fallen comrade, Ruko felt that her professed desire to preserve her life might not bear much credibility. I believe so, that intelligence is of paramount importance. Only by obtaining such information can we hope to prevent the Soviet magical administration from being exploited by traitors. Yekaterina's voice was somewhat ethereal, and Ruko detected a hint of a willingness to embrace death in her tone. This was in stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Should they choose to remain passive once the 6-month mission was automatically completed? It would not be long before news of this audacious prison break appeared in the pages of Pravda or Rossiyskaya Gazeta. Even if the Soviets attempted to suppress the information, one could optimistically surmise that by Christmas, Mr. Bernard would notify them of his failed mission. With a sigh, Ruko asked, "What exactly did you mean when you mentioned the Soviet magical administration being exploited by traitors?" Upon hearing Ruko broach the subject, Yekaterina's previously ethereal voice seemed to solidify, regaining its firmness. It is quite literally what it implies. The Soviet magical administration originated as a department akin to the British Ministry of Magic. However, following the establishment of the Soviet Union, numerous magical organizations on this land gradually united to form the Soviet magical administration. From its inception, its fate appeared intertwined with that of the nation. Thus, when Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia proclaimed their independence, the Soviet magical administration began to undergo a transformation. In the face of the tides of time, the atmosphere of unity disintegrated, with an increasing number of individuals opting to sever ties for their own benefit. If it were merely a matter of reverting to the historical accounts of yore, acting within their respective jurisdictions and adhering to the Unified International Wizarding Secrecy Act to conceal the existence of the magical realm, it would not be so dire. Yet, contrary to expectations, the formation of the Soviet magical administration can be precisely traced back to 1945, a year you may recognize as the conclusion of World War II. And also the year when the other dark wizard, Grindelwald, was vanquished by Dumbledore. Ruko had heard of Grindelwald prior to the start of school. Bernard had mentioned him while accompanying Ruko to procure school supplies. From Bernard's account, it seemed that Grindelwald was the first to endeavor to unite the wizarding and muggle worlds, albeit through extremist methods that ultimately led to his downfall. Luca felt a pressing need to enhance his knowledge of the history of the magical realm. These thoughts flitted through his mind as he continued to listen attentively to Yekaterina's narrative. Grindelwald had been expelled from Durmstrang Institute. He had once advocated for the establishment of a global hierarchy led by wizards, devoting all his talents and cunning to this cause. His influence extended beyond Europe, leaving traces of his activities even in America. It sounded far more formidable than the figure we now associate with the Dark Lord, Luca finally remarked after a prolonged silence. Ha. I am not well versed in such matters, but isn't it a good thing if the successor to the title of Dark Lord is weaker? Yekaterina chuckled at his jest regarding Voldemort, but soon returned to the matter at hand, continuing, from what I mentioned about his origins at Durmstrang, you should be able to deduce where his former followers currently reside. The Soviet Union, Luca answered. Indeed, the remnants of Grindelwald have sensed an opportunity, rising from the ashes, emerging from the Soviet magical administration, intent on continuing Grindelwald's unfinished business. Yekaterina expressed her genuine concerns, stating that their first course of action would be to eliminate us, the remnants of the old era, and then, utilizing their resources, gradually dominate the magical realm, and subsequently, the entire world. As for their motivations, whether stemming from admiration for Grindelwald or from self-serving interests, it remains uncertain. Yekaterina smiled wryly, for as far as she knew, their plans included the rescue of Grindelwald, currently imprisoned in Nurmengard, slated for a much later time. Ruka contemplated what would transpire if that group were to succeed, remarking that it would indeed be a catastrophic event. However, he questioned how one might thwart their plans, which led to a discussion during the meeting in the cafeteria about the nature of his mission and the individual imprisoned who possessed vital intelligence. Yekaterina provided an answer, indicating that the situation was clearer now, but she inquired whether he still retained that information, considering the existence of spells such as the Forgetting Charm. Based on the intelligence currently available, there seemed to be no cause for concern. It could be a result of underestimating ordinary individuals or perhaps a compromise with the present government. Grindelwald's remnants had not taken any action against him, thus granting us an opportunity to acquire the intelligence he possessed, our sole chance for a resurgence. Everyone understood that the moment the committee failed, disbandment became inevitable. After a brief pause, Yekaterina revealed her true intent. Since the Ministry of Magic was under the control of a traitor, it would not be allowed to survive. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, Ruka, Leonid, and Ropats gathered in the empty space of the backyard. After conversing with Yekaterina the previous night, Ruka had informed her of his ability to perform the disillusionment charm and had compiled a list of various spells he could cast. Yekaterina swiftly submitted this list to the others, who were still in the process of formulating a training plan. They did not dwell on why Ruka had not disclosed this sooner, as they had not inquired, even though their local institution, Durmstrang, was known for its rigorous approach. It was quite difficult to fathom that a first-year student could possess such a range of spells. With this newfound list, they could eliminate a significant portion of the training content that had yet to be devised. Ropats even suggested that they initiate combat training directly. Consequently, the disillusionment charm class originally scheduled for that morning transformed into a combat course led by Ropats. Luca perceived Leonid as akin to a principal or a director attending a lecture, ensuring the quality of Ropats' instruction. Ropats brought forth the stone and addressed the matter directly. "Can you shatter the stone, Luca?" Luca nodded, drawing his wand and directing it towards the stone. With a flourish, he cast a shattering spell. Shatter. The incantation struck the stone, reducing it to a multitude of tiny fragments. Ropats scooped up the remnants from the ground, rubbing them between his fingers until they transformed into a fine powder. Without expressing any opinion, Ropats placed a larger stone on the ground. "Let us see if we can break this one." The same motion ensued as Luca repeated the spell. The stone shattered once more into smaller pieces, yet this time Ropats found it challenging to reduce them further. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ropats exchanged a glance with Leonid, who then turned and departed. Lou gazed at the stone still held in Ropats' hand, somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Based on his previous actions, it seemed that Ropats' criteria for assessing destructive power should be whether the shattered stone could be reduced to powder once again. Why then? Did he now nod to indicate that Leonid should depart? It appeared that matters were far from settled. Ropats spoke once more. "Next, I shall cast this stone into the sky. Will you still be able to shatter it?" Lou hesitated slightly and said, "I can give it a try." This was already a rather small fragment of stone, and striking it while in motion was indeed no easy feat. Ropats responded with a hum, tossing the stone in his hand lightly before catching it, seemingly gauging its weight. He then turned his body, slightly crouching, adopting a throwing posture. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly stepped forcefully onto the ground, spinning half a turn, and hurled the stone vigorously into the sky. Luca focused intently on the movement of the stone, raising his wand with the intent to aim, but soon realized the futility of his efforts. It was already a challenge to keep pace with the stone, let alone cast a spell and calculate its trajectory to ensure a precise impact. Ropats, however, did not direct his gaze at the stone. Instead, he remained fixated on Luca. Having anticipated the current predicament, observing Luca relax his grip on the wand, Ropats discerned his surrender and spoke. "Consider this. If the stone were hurled at you, what would you do?" Upon hearing the words, Ruko immediately conceived a countermeasure and provided an answer. "The iron armor spell should suffice. Let us put it to the test. But first, I must assess your proficiency with the iron armor spell." Ropats retrieved another stone. "Armor, shield me." Ruko raised his wand, enveloping himself in a layer of the iron armor spell. Observing Ruko's successful casting, Ropats spoke slowly. "We understand that the protective effects of the iron armor spell encompass an area surrounding the user's body. Hence, I will aim for the periphery of your form. Fear not, and do not flinch." "I comprehend." Ruko nodded, steadying himself, confident in Ropats' throwing skills and in the belief that his iron armor spell could withstand a flying shard of stone. Ropats stepped back slightly, assuming the stance for a throw, and hurled the small fragment of stone with vigor. Crack! A crisp sound resonated beside Ruko, as a small cloud of stone dust erupted near his arm. Indeed, the iron armor spell held firm. However, the velocity and force of Ropats' throw sparked a realization in Ruko. As he sensed Ropats' intent, he glanced towards Ropats, who was preparing to throw once more. Crack! Another stone shattered beside Ruko. Since the objective was to test the defensive capacity of Ruko's iron armor spell, it was evident that the trial would continue until it was breached. Crack! One after another, Ropats hurled stones, their power and speed unwavering, as if he were impervious to fatigue. Crack! Upon the 27th stone's release, Ruko's iron armor spell shattered. The stone lost its momentum, tumbling to the ground at Ruko's feet. 26, Ropats stated the number, then removed his shirt, adjusting it. "Once more, I shall teach you an enhanced version. Simply add the word Maxima after the original incantation." Luca heard his words and transformed the incantation to Protego Maxima. Indeed, he sensed that the shield charm had become more substantial, although it was an invisible barrier. It exuded a palpable sense of weight. Yet, in the next moment, Luca's shield charm crumbled effortlessly, akin to an unevenly thickened eggshell disintegrating amidst a distortion. This would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of its application, but there was no cause for concern. He could simply attempt it once more. At this juncture, Ropats had fashioned his clothing into a pouch-like form, and upon observing Luca's predicament, he called out a warning. In truth, the shield charm was inherently a complex spell. It is not merely a matter of a first-year novice. Many adult wizards might struggle to conjure a competent shield charm. Previously, after meticulously throwing stones for testing, Ropats had deemed Luca's shield charm to be quite commendable. His objective was to simulate bullets with the thrown stones, although the impact was vastly inferior. The speed and size were comparable. He had aimed at a single target during his 27 throws, and Luca's shield charm managed to self-repair uniformly, withstanding 26 assaults, which already surpassed the capabilities of an average wizard. However, in the current environment, this might still be inadequate, prompting him to encourage Luca to employ a fortified shield charm. Not disclosing the difficulty of enhancing the charm, Ropats was keen to observe whether Luca could succeed on his first attempt. Fortunately, he did not falter. Otherwise, Ropats would have begun to suspect that Luca was concealing something. Setting aside his reservations, Ropats filled his pouch-like garment with 30 stones. According to his calculations, as long as Luca could successfully cast the fortified shield charm, he should be able to withstand such a level of assault. After several attempts, Luca finally conjured the enhanced shield charm. Feeling the robust barrier enveloping him, Luca sighed in relief, confident he had not kept Ropats waiting too long. "I am ready," he declared. Hearing Luca's voice, Ropats nodded in acknowledgement. During this interval, he had stacked the stones in front of him. "Now, I shall strike," he announced, twisting his body and flinging the 30 stones contained within his pouch onto Luca's shield charm. Bang! In an instant, dust erupted into the air. The reinforced ironclad spell cast by Rocco effortlessly withstood the barrage of attacks, yet it was swiftly followed by a second wave. Ropats, with a flourish of his garment, summoned a multitude of shattered stones from the debris strewn upon the ground and, utilizing the force of inertia, hurled them forth. This sequence was repeated thrice before Ropats came to a halt, a smile gracing his visage. Indeed, this was the first verbal commendation Rocco had received since the commencement of lessons that very morning. Meanwhile, Leonid returned, cradling an assortment of items. "How did it go?" Leonid inquired of Ropats, and upon observing his bare torso, he, well acquainted with the training regimen, discerned the current stage of their exercise. Rocco's ironclad spell was executed commendably, Ropats affirmed. "Well then, that is reassuring," Leonid replied, extracting an item from the collection he bore and presenting it to Rocco. "Even so, you should don this." It was a bulletproof vest. Luke was momentarily taken aback. Since attending Hogwarts for over a month and engaging in a skirmish with Death Eaters in 1972, his perceptions had shifted remarkably, almost causing him to forget the existence of enhanced protective measures. However, he soon recalled the exquisite robe gifted to him by the Vantro family, pondering how its defensive capabilities compared to that of a bulletproof vest. While lost in thought, Luke had already removed his outer garment and donned the vest underneath. Leonid, noticing Luke's new attire, inquired, "This was altered overnight. We do not have a vest that fits your physique. Is it comfortable?" After moving about slightly and casting a few aimless swishes with his wand to confirm there were no hindrances, Luke replied, "No problem at all, thank you very much." "Very well, let us discuss the matter of combat." As Leonid spoke, Ropats began to unfurl the items he had brought, arranging them in a specific formation around them. These were rudimentary dummies crafted from paper, each adorned with a target. This approach was cost-effective. Observing Luke's bemused expression, Ropats clarified, "We do not intend for you to embark on a massacre. Now, let us suppose these dummies represent obstacles or projectiles hurtling toward you. How would you swiftly maneuver to shatter or evade them one by one?" Leonid had presented Luke with a hypothetical predicament. The path vividly materializes in his mind. Presenting such a scenario, he does not naively believe that through the use of the disillusionment charm and his concealed animagus form, he can effortlessly acquire intelligence and retreat unscathed. The possibility of being besieged is entirely plausible. Are there any spells that could prove effective at this moment? Even the enhanced shield charm merely postpones one's demise. While the ability to apparate could facilitate a swift escape, one cannot guarantee that Grindelwald's remnants have not established anti-apparition wards in the vicinity. Not to mention his own lack of proficiency in such magic. The Shattering spell and the Transfiguration spell. Luca conceived two potentially useful spells, yet soon found himself countering his own thoughts. Even with both wands casting simultaneously, the effectiveness would amount to little more than a mere drop in the bucket. Moreover, the power of each spell would be somewhat diminished when using two wands at once. Utilizing the barrier supported by the Doctor's sonic screwdriver seemed to offer a solution to this predicament. But how could he escape? Perhaps hypnotizing everyone with the celestial magic inherited from Professor Sinister's family could be a viable option. Leonid and Ropats observed the contemplative Luca, unaware of the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, including a highly feasible solution. To them, it was evident that Luca should have no means of resolution. After a brief moment of reflection, Ropats finally spoke. "Do not let spells constrain your potential." Luke could hear his voice emerging from a state of contemplation, casting a curious glance at Ropats. He truly did not comprehend Ropats' meaning. However, it was Leonid who took the initiative to clarify this intricate matter. He elucidated, "Although the spells employed by modern sorcerers are the culmination of the wisdom of many remarkable wizards throughout the annals of time, have you ever pondered how sorcerers cast their spells before the creation of these incantations?" Luca had indeed not contemplated this issue. Yet he swiftly recalled something that Shertray had mentioned not long ago. "Did you ever experience uncontrolled magic in your childhood?" At the same time, Leonid articulated the very answer that Luke was pondering. "No," Luca shook his head. "That's perfectly fine. In fact, it might be preferable. Just listen to my explanation." Leonid paused briefly before commencing his elucidation. This phenomenon is indeed quite terrifying, for due to emotional outbursts or other reasons, a wizard's magical power may erupt uncontrollably, yielding bizarre effects. Leonid continued, emphasizing that it is termed uncontrolled not solely because of the instability of the effects, but also because, most often, the magic cast in such a state can be detrimental to the caster themselves. Thus, wizards have devised spells and established academies to instruct others on how to regulate their magical energies. However, Prior to the existence of these spells, wizards could still unleash formidable powers, creating destruction or miracles far beyond what spells could achieve. Now that you have learned to wield magic through spells, it resembles a reverse disassembly process. If one were to channel magical energy without the aid of spells, merely simulating similar properties, could it not produce unexpected results? Leonid's words sparked significant inspiration within Lu Ku. Although he had never experienced uncontrolled magic, many young wizards at Hogwarts had encountered similar phenomena. For instance, the explosions created by Seamus, the peculiar spells of Ron and Neville, and the chaos occasionally instigated by Crabbe and Goyle. Indeed, when their magic spiraled out of control, the potency exceeded that of normal spellcasting. If we adhere to Leonid's assertion, then simply utilizing magical energy to emulate the properties of spells might yield greater efficiency than silent incantations. Let us attempt this, he suggested. By harnessing an intense desire to obliterate these obstacles, channeling magic to simulate the characteristics of the shattering curse. Upon finishing, Leonid and Ropat stepped back slightly. Their actions effectively encouraged Lu Ku to guide the magical energy towards a state of uncontrolled release. While they trusted that Lu Ku's proficiency in spell casting and his lack of previous incidents would prevent him from harm, the same could not be assured for themselves. Dear readers, I apologize for the interruption, as I find myself quite busy and must take a brief hiatus of a day or two. I hope for your understanding. Although Lu Ku grasped the underlying principles, the practical application proved to be quite challenging. Simply projecting magical energy from his wand was effortless. Yet the resultant effect was akin to a meager spark that any novice could easily produce. However, causing the emanated magical energy to remain in a designated location, thereby manifesting the effects of the shattering curse within a specified area, posed a far greater difficulty. Additionally, having never experienced uncontrolled magic, he found it challenging to ascertain the sensations associated with it. After some contemplation, Lu Ku recalled Leonid's mention of simulating the properties of the shattering curse and felt compelled to cast the spell once to gain a deeper understanding. Shatter. With this thought, Lu Ku performed the spell in the conventional manner, yet this time, he focused intently on every subtle change from the moment he began to wave his wand and chant the incantation. Leonid and Ropats refrained from intervening, merely observing as Lu Ku repeatedly executed the shattering curse. In truth, Leonid was a muggle, unacquainted with magic. His prior remarks stemmed from discussions with individuals who had once mastered the spell. He had merely recalled these points during a casual conversation. When he mentioned this to other wizards, they invariably retorted with skepticism, deeming it impractical. It was only during yesterday's discussion that his thoughts were reignited. Conversely, Ropats had only recently familiarized himself with such matters while devising teaching strategies. As a werewolf, he had often heard his elders recount tales of their lean days, which led him to prioritize physical training, thus honing his remarkable throwing skills. During last night's discussion, Leonid deemed it worthwhile for Lu Ku to attempt this endeavor, leading to their collective conclusion to proceed with the experiment. Lu Ku was unaware that these two venerable figures, each over a century old, would attempt to deceive a mere 11-year-old. Nevertheless, he remained unwavering in his belief in Leonid's methods. Perhaps gifted with innate talent, through repeated endeavors, he genuinely grasped a fleeting sensation. Although he could not articulate it, he felt the extension of magical energy, akin to the wondrous experience of blood coursing through his veins. Without uttering any incantations, a surge of magic emanated from the tip of his wand, not transforming into sparks or similar phenomena, but manifesting as a pure, unquantified essence of magic. This magical energy reached the desired location almost instantaneously, producing effects comparable to that of a shattering spell. Lu Ku began to grasp the essence of uncontrolled magic, realizing that pure magic, when directed towards a desired outcome, could indeed yield remarkable results. Perhaps this was what it meant for magic to be out of control. A single success might have been mere serendipity, yet, with a cautious resolve, Lu Ku attempted the spell once more, managing to replicate the earlier effect, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Although it bore a resemblance to his silent incantation, it lacked the flight time typical of spells, evading the notice of others. If only all spells could be wielded in such a manner. With this thought in mind, Lu Ku directed a burst of magic at a withered twig on the ground, hoping to levitate it. However, in the next instant, the twig disintegrated into powder. It seemed the shattering spell had once again manifested. Fortunately, he had not cast a transfiguration spell upon himself. He hoped to overcome this shortcoming through diligent practice. Now that he had made progress, the next step was to attempt simultaneous destruction of the designated targets. Focusing his attention on the paper figures surrounding him, he commenced his experiment. Leonid and Ropats noticed the recent silent and shapeless shattering spells. Ropats looked at Leonid with a gleam of excitement, only to be met with Leonid's puzzled gaze. Ropats opened his mouth to inquire further, but Leonid shook his head to silence him. Leonid simply felt that the atmosphere was overly tranquil, nothing more. And he found it difficult to explain this to Ropats, especially with Lu Ku poised to report his progress at any moment. Ropats understood the unspoken tension, and indeed, when they shifted their focus back to the task at hand, they witnessed Lu Ku causing the paper figures to explode simultaneously. Is this truly the case? Lu Ku turned to glance at Leonid and Ropats. Leonid nodded, his expression somewhat somber. He sensed an unnatural calmness in Lu Ku. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the effectiveness of the spell. Even though he was unsure of the method Luca had employed, it was unfortunate that he lacked the knowledge to provide insightful feedback, and he could not ascertain whether Luca's current demeanor was connected to the techniques he had shared. Nevertheless, possessing such power undoubtedly rendered Luca safer. If it proved beneficial in critical moments, even with certain side effects, it would be worthwhile. What is troubling you? Ropats detected a hint of unease. From the very beginning, Luca had maintained that stance, unyielding. It's nothing, Luca replied, sensing a void within his body. I'm just a bit fatigued. The initial distribution of magic among the paper figures had been manageable, but during the moment of detonation, he felt as though he had been hollowed out. The heavy coat he wore felt as if it were merely a fade, and the snug bulletproof vest had grown burdensome. For the first time, Luca truly felt the cold of Moscow. Leonid abruptly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to support Luca, signaling Ropats to assist in escorting him back indoors due to his injury. I appreciate your help. At this juncture, Luca could not deny his condition. He initially believed he would recover shortly, but now he could only be cradled by Ropats as he was led upstairs. No, let us have fish soup for dinner. Ropats succinctly responded to Luca's gratitude while contemplating the evening's menu. The fishing ban on the Volga River had yet to commence, allowing for the catch of succulent fish. This warm, nourishing dish would be ideal for someone who had exhausted their strength. Very well, I trust your culinary skills. Luca chuckled, recalling the delightful stew Ropats had prepared the previous night. What has transpired? Zoya, who was busy organizing some data, gasped upon seeing Ropats carrying Luca back. Class was exhausting. I'm utterly spent. Remembering how Ropats had prepared a sumptuous meal the night before, Luca answered Zoya's query in an exaggerated tone on Ropats' behalf. I see. Then do take a good rest, Zoya replied, relieved upon hearing Luca's voice. Leonid, walking behind, raised an eyebrow at this exchange. Ruko's voice resembled that of a petulant child, yet Leonid was acutely aware of his physical condition. If he were not overinterpreting, Ruko had at least discerned the character of Ropats, and even that of Zoya. To spare Zoya from worry, and to avoid placing Ropats in a difficult position, Ruko endured his discomfort and performed just adequately. Quite commendable, indeed. Whether due to innate talent or temperament, it was no wonder that Yekaterina placed such profound trust in him. Leonid's assessment of Ruko elevated further in his mind. The cold demeanor he exhibited during the demolition might have merely been a consequence of physical malaise. After lying in bed for a while, Ruko felt somewhat improved. If his prior state could be attributed to an exhaustion of magical energy, then he had inadvertently contributed to the study of magic. In the library of Hogwarts, he had not encountered any definitive records regarding magical energy. Even the textbook titled The Theory of Magic merely elucidated the mechanics of spellcasting. Although many wizards aspired to delve into the origins of magical energy, a universally accepted theory had yet to emerge, and he had never heard of anyone exhausting their magical energy to the point of resembling his own condition. Generally, it was believed that magical energy could not be entirely depleted. Feeling weak and chilled, he thought it might be akin to catching a cold. However, the notion that one could catch a cold from exhausting magical energy seemed utterly absurd. A knock sounded at the door, and though he was unsure of the visitor's identity, the polite manner of knocking suggested they were an ally. Come in. He called out from his bed, too lethargic to rise and open the door. A woman with white short hair, a hand in her pocket and a cigarette in her mouth, turned the doorknob. After a moment's thought, she extinguished the cigarette at the threshold. Such a waste, she murmured regretfully as she stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Luca gazed at her, recalling her name, Natalia, who possessed a hint of alluring charm, thus she adorned herself in a rather androgynous manner to avert any unnecessary complications. Leonid had sent me to check on you. Natalia approached, observing Luca's countenance, placing one hand upon his forehead to gauge his temperature. Now, tell me what transpired, along with your genuine feelings. It seemed she could sense little, as Natalia drew up a chair and seated herself beside Luca's bed, adding, I am a doctor, hence I require your true sentiments. Leonid has briefed me. Do you understand? Yes. Luca nodded eagerly, comprehending that she wanted him to be forthright, unlike the way he had deceived Zoya. He then began. At that moment, I was following Leonid and Lopetets to learn the art of combat. Ruko recounted the method he had learned from Leonid, detailing how he simultaneously crushed all the paper figures before being carried back by Ropats. During this time, Natalia conducted some examinations on him, pausing momentarily to listen to his heartbeat with a stethoscope. Once he finished speaking, Natalia seemed to arrive at a conclusion and inquired, Do you feel any dizziness or tinnitus? No, why do you ask? Ruko replied, reflecting on the absence of such symptoms. Natalia scratched her face and, somewhat absent-mindedly, remarked, Based on my examination, you are anemic and might be experiencing a bit of hypoxia. However, it remains unclear whether the hypoxia is solely due to anemia or other factors. Surprised by the diagnosis of anemia, Ruko did not question Natalia's expertise. After all, matters involving magic often defy conventional science. Yes, it is anemia. But the situation is not severe. How are you feeling now? You should be all right, I presume? Natalia stroked her chin as she articulated her assessment. Much better. Ruko replied honestly, Satisfied with her diagnosis and the patient's condition, Natalia packed away her belongings and stated, "That's good. I'll have someone bring you lunch. And I'll ask Ropats to prepare some red dates for you tonight. You should feel better by tomorrow. Thank you, Natalia. See you this evening." Ruko expressed his gratitude as he noticed her preparing to leave. Natalia responded with a soft and waved her hand, departing without looking back. Before the door fully closed, Ruko observed her retrieve a cigarette from her pocket, the spark of a flame illuminating the air as the door clicked shut behind her. Luke couldn't help but smile. Realizing it was the irresistible urge for a cigarette, the one he had started before entering was left unfinished, and the lengthy diagnosis added to his impatience. It was no wonder he had rushed out. Yet, it turned out he was suffering from anemia. Luke furrowed his brow and took a deep breath. His trust in Natalia's diagnosis stemmed from two aspects. Firstly, Leonid had personally summoned her, and as the leader here, his judgment in selecting capable individuals was undoubtedly sound. Secondly, the diagnosis of anemia was itself a reasonable explanation. If the secret of the wizarding bloodline lay within the blood, it made more sense. Just as a person cannot suffocate themselves by holding their breath, a wizard would not exhaust their magical energy to the point of self-destruction. This elucidated why no wizard had truly depleted their magical energy and also accounted for the anemia and hypoxia resulting from his abrupt consumption of vast amounts of magic. However, he remained puzzled as to why he had been able to surpass his limits and expend such a significant quantity of magic in one breath. Perhaps Leonid's methods were not suited for a wizard of his caliber. Nonetheless, this conclusion eased his mind. As he relaxed, his thoughts began to wander. He first recalled the doctor, remembering the night they had met and the term mixed blood she had used to describe him. He then thought of his mother, whom he had not seen for a long time. For reasons unknown, Natalia had evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within him. Perhaps it was due to his mixed heritage. Or perhaps it was a lingering connection to his grandfather, Shertray, whom he had seen not long ago. A soft knock echoed at the door, which was promptly turned open. "I brought you lunch," Ekaterina announced boldly as she stepped inside, placing the basket she held upon Luku's bedside. Sitting down in the chair that Natalia had left behind, Ekaterina positioned her back toward the doorway and quietly inquired, "How do you feel?" Ruka caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow behind the door, suggesting that someone had accompanied Ekaterina. In an instant, he comprehended the reason behind Ekaterina's performance. He spoke aloud, in a tone that could be overheard by those outside, expressing his gratitude and mentioning lunch. Then, in a hushed voice, he remarked, "I feel much better. A good sleep should resolve any issues." Ekaterina nodded, lifting the lid of the food container, releasing an enticing aroma, though the meal itself was rather light and nutritious. As they engaged in idle conversation, Ruka learned that Natalia had inadvertently made a request for dinner in front of everyone. A situation that previously indicated someone was in need of nourishment. This led Zoya to associate Ruka with the need for sustenance, resulting in several curious individuals following Ekaterina when she brought the meal. Finishing the food in Ekaterina's presence, Ruka returned the container. With a smile, Ekaterina departed. And a cacophony of footsteps echoed at the door, gradually fading away. Feeling the concern of those around him, Ruka sighed, rose from his bed, and seated himself at the table to jot down notes, reflecting on his speculations regarding lineage based on what he had learned that morning. After a brief nap, Ruka indeed felt no discomfort, and after enjoying a delicious fish soup, he began to anticipate the training scheduled for the following day. Although he had lain down for most of the day, he had absorbed a great deal of knowledge. Standing in a narrow alley 2 blocks from the hideout, Ruka wore a contemplative expression, recalling the events that had transpired. This morning had been quite ordinary. They were back in the same training area as yesterday, but this time, Leonid, Ekaterina, and Zoya served as his instructors. Ekaterina gestured for Ruka to use a concealment spell to hide himself, and he complied. Zoya, equipped with various instruments and wearing glasses, scrutinized him closely while he employed the spell, then instructed him to move swiftly to observe the vulnerabilities in his motion. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, granting Ruka 10 seconds to change position before commencing her search. After several rounds of observation, Zoya whispered something to Leonid before taking her leave. Shortly thereafter, Natalia approached to conduct another examination of Ruka. At this point, Ruka could still make sense of the proceedings. However, he was taken aback when he saw Leonid approach Ekaterina from behind and restrain her. In response, Ekaterina made a subtle gesture, seemingly struggling naturally. Yet Ruka recognized it as a signal understood only by the intelligence agency, indicating safety. It was as if Leonid deliberately wished Ruka to witness his control over Ekaterina. After a brief pause, Natalia's hand, resting on his shoulder, finally moved. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and Ruka lost consciousness. When he awakened again, he found himself in this place. Luca's first instinct was to reach into his pocket, only to discover that the red star had vanished, replaced by a note. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't bring myself to cast you into the Volga. If you awaken, please leave this place quickly. We are, in fact, MI6. And Yekaterina is of value to us. Her life will remain unharmed. But you are different. Do not return. Depart, as far as you can." This note was penned in English rather than Russian. Did he truly believe that such a detail could substantiate his claim of being from MI6? Was it an attempt to exploit his youth for deception? Moreover, if they were indeed MI6, then what did that make him? Yet, what was their true intention behind this elaborate ruse? Recalling the safe gesture Yekaterina had made towards him and the purpose of his current training, Luca began to form a conjecture. Perhaps this was a simulated operation designed for him to apply what he had learned. Or perhaps it pertained to the illusion spell, an extension of today's infiltration course. Lu still cannot comprehend, ignoring the possibility of leaving without a trace if one were to genuinely believe and report them. Or dismantle their stronghold. What benefit would it yield for them? But no, Ekaterina remains in their grasp. They have a hostage. Moreover, if they are indeed masquerading as an official Soviet intelligence organization, it would be quite simple for them to blacklist one, leaving no avenue for assistance. Perhaps this plot was crafted to enhance a sense of authenticity. The most significant flaw in this plan lies in the identity of the intelligence organization and Ekaterina's clandestine gesture. These two elements are the crucial pieces of information they lack, yet they are pivotal to one's immersion in this narrative. However, one can envision that if one truly resembled their understanding of oneself, summoned by Ekaterina for rescue, only to find oneself on the brink of being cast into the Volga River, with companions also under control. In such a scenario, one might indeed lose their sanity, potentially leading to unnecessary casualties. Perhaps it was this very thought that led Ekaterina to convey that subtle hint to oneself. Enjoying the game, are we? The path can be determined as they wish, disregarding Ekaterina's insinuations and allowing themselves to be deceived thoroughly. Within the stronghold, Natalia called out Leonid's name. Leonid turned around to face the white-haired woman and inquired, "What is it?" Based on my estimations, he should be waking up soon. Natalia, who had personally rendered Ruka unconscious, had a rough idea of when he might regain consciousness after checking on him twice. Leonid nodded, ready to inform the other members, but was slightly obstructed by Natalia's positioning. She did not rush to speak. Instead, she took a drag from the cigarette held between her fingers, then, with a somewhat complex expression, remarked, "I still harbor doubts about the necessity of this course of action. You see, it may lead to consequences that are not beneficial for anyone involved." This matter also involved Ekaterina. Leonid recognized that her concerns were not without merit, and thus patiently offered an explanation. Undoubtedly, neither I, who had conducted 2 lessons for him, nor you, who had examined him twice, possess a better understanding of Ruka than Ekaterina does. Turning her head, Natalia exhaled a puff of smoke, closed her eyes, and waved her hand dismissively as she walked away, stating, "You all carry on, since you are so confident. I hope not to witness you crying and pleading for my healing." Her voice was loud enough to reach Ekaterina in the adjacent room. Ha ha ha. Ekaterina could not suppress her laughter, stepping out of the room to find Leonid with an impassive expression. "Is it my lack of humor?" Leonid questioned Ekaterina with irritation. No. Ekaterina quickly straightened up, saying, "We all know that even when injured, our warriors do not cry out, and Natalia would never refuse to heal our fighters. Be serious. Find an empty room and stay there. The more elusive, the better. The operation is about to commence." Leonid averted his gaze and continued towards the room where everyone was gathered to assign the next set of tasks. Apart from ensuring the safety of Natalia, who would masquerade as a hostage, and Ekaterina, who would also pose as a hostage, along with 1 or 2 decoys to confuse Ruka. The defensive strength for this plan comprised a mere 9 individuals. It was alarmingly weak. Leonid furrowed his brow. Numerous members questioned the risks associated with this operation. Yet Leonid believed that without undergoing a properly simulated infiltration, many unforeseen circumstances would pose potential threats to Ruka. After 2 days of interaction, his understanding of Ruka's character remained limited. He could only surmise from the previous day when Ruka had feigned nonchalance, attempting to reassure others. However, their hopes truly rested upon Ruka, bolstered by Ekaterina's assurances, prompting him to determine to proceed with this simulation. "Comrades, take your positions, preparations must be made." In the midst of his thoughts, he arrived at the location of the others and announced the commencement of the operation. "Understood." The group responded in unison, moving into action without hesitation. Leonid observed this scene, reflecting on Ekaterina's promises made to him. The path will undoubtedly unveil this operation, and with complete devotion, he will engage in the simulation. Let us await the outcome. A yawn escaped the guard station downstairs. His expression remained serious, yet the slight redness around his eyes betrayed his fatigue. Having worked through several nights to create smaller bulletproof vests, he was now quite weary. At 1:30 p.m., the ideal time for a nap, yet he was required to stand vigilant in his post. Lunch had been hastily consumed, and he wondered if the person he was guarding had even taken a meal yet. "Stay alert," Maxim, Ropats, his partner, reminded him, noting the lethargy in his companion. According to Natalia's insights into Katerina's assessments, it was plausible that Luca had arrived here 2 hours prior. Thus, they needed to be vigilant. Yet, was it possible that he would not appear? Maxim inhaled sharply, attempting to rouse himself, voicing his concerns. "No, he will come," Ropats replied with unwavering confidence. "Very well." Maxim conceded, initially hoping for a light-hearted conversation, only to realize that Ropats was too efficient for idle chatter to ensue. After a brief moment of standing in silence, He could not resist any longer, asking, "So, you took his red star, right?" "Yes," Ropats affirmed. Maxim, seeking to coax out more information, probed further. "Then if he enters this area, we will know, correct?" "Indeed," Ropats responded, albeit with a slight pause, aware that this would serve as Maxim's excuse for idling. "Well, that has settled then. I truly need to close my eyes for a moment." As he spoke, Maxim grasped the red star tightly. Leaning against the door frame with his eyes shut, appearing to stand steadfast while actually drifting into a slumber, Ropats pursed his lips, continuing to monitor the vicinity for any signs of Luca's potential entrance. While Maxim was correct that the red star would alert them to any intrusions, mere awareness of an intrusion was insufficient. They needed to visually identify the location of the intruder. Nonetheless, Ropats understood the toll of Maxim's recent exertions, and a brief respite for him was not unreasonable. After all, within their line of sight, there was not a single soul, not even a dog. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there were indeed dogs present, though Ropats could not see them. 2 hours past the time Natalia had suggested. Luca believed this delay would test his opponent's patience while simultaneously preparing for a flawless infiltration. He procured an abandoned picnic blanket and, employing a disillusionment charm, fashioned it into a rudimentary invisibility cloak. The blanket's size was insufficient for his human form, but it fit perfectly for his animagus form as a black Norwegian elk-hound. Next, he utilized a sonic screwdriver, a remarkable invention designed by the doctor, which could be activated even by his paws when positioned correctly. After setting the invisibility cloak and sonic screwdriver in place, he cast a disillusionment charm over the still visible sonic screwdriver and transformed into his animagus form. Pressing down on the designated button, following a series of beeps, his animagus form stabilized, free from the instability of movement, concealing the now invisible sonic screwdriver. Luca bit the picnic blanket and rolled himself within it, ready to infiltrate Leonid's stronghold. Those unfamiliar with animagi might presume that transforming into an animal is a simple task, something they could achieve with transfiguration, perhaps even without repetition. However, the Ministry of Magic's requirement for all animagi to be registered indicates the complexity of this magic. Transfiguration can be undone and detected, while animagus forms remain hidden unless one presents their wand directly to another's head. Hence, Luca opted for his animagus form for this incursion, as Leonid and even Ekaterina were unaware of his true nature, which could yield an unexpected surprise. The reasons for concealing this fact were twofold. Firstly, there was a fear of registration. Currently, there were fewer than 10 registered animagi, and a discerning individual could easily commit this information to memory, diminishing the utility of his animagus form. Secondly, the inherent instability in this form posed a challenge that required resolution. Although the doctor had provided a method for stabilization, it was not particularly convenient. Unless he had a partner to assist, he would always be concerned about the sonic screwdriver's potential loss. As he approached the location where Ropats had previously indicated the red star's position, Luca halted. He was unsure of the specific monitoring mechanisms in place. But given that they had deliberately removed his red star and tested his disillusionment charm proficiency, their reliance on the red star must be significant. If that were the case, his preparations would not have been in vain. The invisibility cloak acted based on magic, and since animagi were nearly entirely animal in essence, having observed wild birds during training, Luca believed that with carefulness, he could remain undetected. Observing the vigilant Ropats and the upright Maxim, Luca cautiously advanced. The distance between them gradually diminished 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The two maintained their original stances, with Ropats' gaze occasionally drifting, seemingly oblivious to Luca's presence. Just as he intended to pass quietly, a barely audible sound betrayed him. Though both cats and dogs possess paw pads, unlike the retractable claws of a cat, a dog's claws remain exposed. While Luca could tread silently on the ground, the contact of his paws with the concrete corridor produced an unmistakable noise. Indeed, although Ropats had yet to pinpoint his location, he instinctively reached for Maxim, gesturing with his arm. Yet, given Luca's low stature, Ropats was destined to remain unaware. Maxim appeared to awaken, raising a Baposha gun toward the corridor. It was loaded not with live ammunition but with rubber bullets, a result of his late-night crafting. Although he had not anticipated their use in this scenario, Ropats promptly suppressed Maxim's gun, urging him to maintain composure, signaling with gestures, though Luca could not comprehend them. Maxim's reaction suggested he was still unaware of Luca's presence in the corridor. This brought a sense of relief. The thick pads of a black Norwegian elk-hound would cushion his steps, allowing him to proceed cautiously. Minutes later, Maxim broke the silence, stating, "I saw nothing." Ropats nodded in agreement, replying, "Neither did I, though I did detect a faint sound moments ago." Maxim sighed, yet this time he felt sufficiently rested. Re-energized as he and Ropats focused intently on the direction from which Luca had come. A door opens. The path to restoring one's human form opened a door through magic. It was empty. Withdrawing her wand, Luca assessed her own transparency before bringing the door along to the next chamber. The reason she could freely and autonomously regain her human form here, without being detected by Leonid's faction, was that Luca had now reacquired the red star. That was Maxim's red star. When Maxim was awakened by Ropats, wielding a gun in each hand, The red star he had clutched fell silently onto Luco's picnic cloth, granting her the opportunity to take it away. Currently, it appeared that Maxim, having lost the red star, had not triggered any defensive mechanisms. Though the underlying principles remained a mystery, it allowed Luco to comfortably utilize his red star for a while. Sooner or later, they would realize what had transpired. But until then, Luco needed to examine every room as thoroughly as possible. Although, as a hound, the keen sense of smell of a black Norwegian elkhound was remarkable. He had never thought it necessary to memorize anyone's scent, which he found rather peculiar. Consequently, he now found himself unable to locate anyone. As Luco began to chant the spell, she suddenly heard a noise and retreated a few steps. Huddling in the corner to observe the source of the sound descending the staircase, the individual coming down was familiar to her. With his golden crew cut, it was Jaeger, the one who had questioned Luco's age that very day. Now, he patrolled the corridor with a serious demeanor, completely devoid of the hesitation he had displayed earlier. This indicated that, at least for today, he regarded Luco as an equal presence. Luca held a favorable impression of Jaeger, viewing him as a rare individual of considerable common sense, devoid of peculiar habits. As Jaeger approached, Luca found himself holding his breath. The disillusionment charm was one he frequently employed. He felt confident that, while remaining motionless, he could avoid revealing any telltale signs. Standing here, awaiting Jaeger's return, seemed the most prudent course of action. Jaeger paused momentarily by the window adjacent to Luca, seemingly engrossed in the view. However, after a mere glance, he leaned back against the windowsill, remaining there without any intention of leaving. Luca decided to retract his previous favorable opinion, realizing that Jaeger was now being idle. Continuing to hold his breath would only result in a significant lapse when he could no longer contain it, prompting Luca to begin breathing subtly and rhythmically while contemplating Jaeger's departure. After a time that felt akin to the burning of a cigarette, Jaeger maintained his usual demeanor, showing no signs of intending to leave. Meanwhile, Luca contemplated the moment to initiate an attack. Jaeger's behavior struck him as decidedly unusual, as if he had sensed Luca's presence nearby yet could not ascertain his exact location, thus remaining on guard. Given this, Luca felt that the risk of Jaeger vanishing unnoticed was less troubling than the prospect of prolonging this encounter. A petrification spell would bind him, followed by a celestial hypnosis, allowing Luca to discreetly dispatch him into an adjacent empty room. With his hand resting upon his wand, Luca mentally rehearsed the sequence of actions, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps disrupted his concentration. "Jaeger, there you are," Maxim exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. "What happened? Why aren't you at the door?" Jaeger's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he subtly placed his hand upon his weapon, casting doubt upon Maxim's authenticity. Maxim, skilled in meticulous tasks, quickly sensed Jaeger's suspicion and raised his hands in surrender. "Your favorite pistol is a Makarov. I gifted you a pumpkin-painted one last Christmas." Upon hearing this, Jaeger relaxed. Such trivial details were indeed their shared secret. Yet, he remained perturbed by Maxim's sudden appearance. "So, what happened? The target may have already entered. My red star is missing." Maxim's report caused a slight sinking feeling in Luca's chest. His voice had been loud, and he could not ascertain if only Jaeger and he had heard it. If others had, even if he could eliminate both, it would still constitute a failed infiltration. He had yet to locate Ekaterina. Being discovered now would equate to defeat. Fortunately, Maxim had prefaced his statement with May. In the meantime, Jaeger responded to Maxim, "Then hurry and report to Leonid." "Yes, I was just about to do that." Having appeased Jaeger, Maxim promptly ascended the stairs toward Leonid's location. For a moment, the corridor where Luca and Jaeger stood fell silent. With such circumstances unfolding and Jaeger remaining stationary, Luca deduced he was awaiting something. Reluctantly, he resolved to take the initiative. "Petrify them all." In a flash, the petrification spell erupted from the tip of Luca's wand, striking Jaeger and enveloping him in crimson light, which dissipated into nothingness. This momentary surprise halted Luca, who had intended to cast a second spell. Jaeger turned his head, directing his gaze towards Luca's position. If he caused a significant commotion now, Luca would surely be exposed. Yet he chose not to act thus. Instead, he spoke. "Isn't this rather unfair?" Though his gaze did not fixate on Luca, who maintained his disillusionment charm. Luca understood he was addressing him. Jaeger retrieved something from his chest pocket, unveiling it in his palm. It was his red star. "I wager that the red star would protect me from magic, thus luring you out as bait. And indeed, I have succeeded." Unperturbed by Luca's silence, Jaeger continued, "However, those you must truly confront do not possess such a red star. Hence, you could claim to have eliminated me." Yet, before concluding, he had already sensed Luca's presence. As he lowered his palm, allowing the red star to fall to the ground, he swiftly drew a pistol, disengaged the safety, and aimed it vaguely in Luca's direction. All petrified. Yet, before Jaeger could pull the trigger, Luca's second petrification spell struck him. Though immobilized, Luca noticed a fleeting smile on Jaeger's face. Perhaps this was the fairness Jaeger desired. Animus Fear Luna. This celestial spell manifested splendidly, particularly effective against the paralyzed Jaeger. Observing Jaeger's eyes glaze over as if succumbing to slumber, Luca restrained his pistol to prevent any accidental discharge, lifted the petrification spell, and guided him into an adjacent vacant room. Placing the red star beside him, Luca turned to depart, continuing his search for Ekaterina. If all proceeded as anticipated, Leonid would soon devise countermeasures against him, complicating his subsequent actions further. Jaeger's actions had imparted an invaluable lesson. And although Luca remained unaware of how his position had been compromised, he would carry this precious experience forward. After Maxim reported his findings, Leonid stroked his chin, already forming a judgment in his mind. Ruka must have already entered. It is imperative to strengthen the patrols. However, Ropats cannot move. He must remain at the entrance. For those who have entered must also find their way out, and having someone stationed there would provide a semblance of reassurance. You mentioned encountering Jaeger? What was he doing? After much contemplation, Leonid felt it prudent to consult Jaeger, who was already on patrol, for he might have made some discoveries. Maxim appeared troubled by this notion. His unusual reaction caused Leonid to furrow his brow, prompting Maxim to hastily reveal the truth. I believe he was resting by the window on the second floor. Choosing a rather tactful expression, Maxim disclosed Jaeger's lackadaisical behavior. Leonid felt his blood pressure rising. Jaeger was not the type to shirk his duties. His choice to rest there indicated that he had indeed uncovered something significant. Yet, Maxim had been entirely oblivious, only mentioning this when questioned. Very well, you stay here. If anyone comes looking for me, inform them that I have gone on patrol. After giving Maxim a few instructions, Leonid resolved to undertake the patrol himself. Yes. Without fully grasping the situation, Maxim immediately saluted, affirming his acceptance of the task assigned by Leonid. I shall train you later. Leonid muttered to himself as he descended the stairs, intent on finding Jaeger to ascertain what he had discovered, if he could locate him at all. Meanwhile, Ruka was relentlessly advancing through the process of inspecting the rooms. Due to the presence of the Red Star, he endeavored to avoid any personnel, when necessary. Retreating into a room was an option, albeit one that would compromise his visibility. The building comprised 5 floors, each containing 14 rooms. Ruka had now reached the 4th floor, yet he had yet to encounter anyone within the rooms. Given the presence of the Red Star, Ruka decided to minimize any potential conflict exposure, especially since he had observed an increase in vigilance since Leonid had begun his actions. Nevertheless, Ruka remained undetected, with only Jaeger aware of his presence. Even Leonid passed by him with a grave expression, completely unaware of any anomaly. Ruka was genuinely curious about how Jaeger had discerned his presence. He would certainly inquire about it once the simulation concluded. At last, seizing another opportunity, Ruka opened a door and stepped inside. This method of exploration did little to replicate the prison experience, but it seemed there were no alternatives. With a slight internal critique, Ruka was astonished to discover someone in the room. Disheveled hair, head bowed, handcuffed against the wall. The hair color indicated it was Zoya, with no time for contemplation. As prolonging the door's opening would heighten the risk of discovery, Ruka swiftly entered and shut the door behind him, although he had made every effort to tread lightly. The shift in air within the room seemed to elicit a response from Zoya. She lifted her head, gazing towards the door. Her eyes closed and tinged with a bluish hue, a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Weakly, she inquired, Ruka, is that you? What is happening? A question mark emerged in Luca's mind. Had it not been for Jaeger's previous confrontation with his sense of justice, he might have genuinely believed the words inscribed on the note. After Zoya's inquiry went unanswered, she seemed disinclined to lower her head again, staring blankly at the doorway. Resembling an empty husk, Luca now faced a dichotomy of choices. One was to approach and ascertain her condition, while the other was to depart and continue his search for Ekaterina. Yet, even if Zoya could not see him now, she would inevitably notice his movements of entering and exiting. Would she then sound an alarm? Lost in thought, Luca gradually closed the distance between himself and Zoya. Help me. She coughed, a plea that betrayed her earlier testing of the data for him. Even with one eye partially shut, Zoya detected his presence. What is happening? With her discovery, Luca ceased to feign his absence. However, he did not entirely lower his guard. One hand grasped his wand, his eyes scanning for the location of Zoya's red star. Ekaterina, they have betrayed us, she uttered, her words fragmented, conveying a dire mental state. Help me. After another cry for aid, Zoya's body trembled slightly. Luca, however, noticed the traces of makeup on her face. Though he had yet to employ it, he possessed the skill to discern such things. Upon approaching Zoya and detecting no expected scent of blood, he grew wary. Coupled with Zoya's narrative aligning with the false information on the note, he began to piece together the truth. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her injuries were merely cosmetic, revealing her acting prowess. Do you know Ekaterina's whereabouts? Before exposing her ruse, Luca decided to extract essential information. She should be upstairs. I'm not entirely certain, Zoya replied, coughing intermittently. Don't worry, I'll rescue you shortly. Luca assured her, waving his arm to create the illusion of having approached her, softly inquiring, where is your red star? Zoya trembled once more. She swallowed hard and replied. They took it away. Luca assessed the object before him, noting that it lacked a key. I can unlock it with a spell, don't be afraid, he stated, narrowing his eyes as he gripped his wand. Zoya nodded, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. The detail of the red star was a reminder from Leonid, prompting her to conceal it, Otherwise, she would have been exposed. Her role was that of a pitiable figure in need of rescue, one who, if Luca chose not to assist, would resort to hysterics, attracting everyone's attention and leading to his downfall. Even should Luca opt to save her, her physical condition would hinder her. Effectively managing individuals like her was the trial Leonid had set for Luca. It appeared Luca had chosen to save her, thus averting the worst outcome. Contemplating this, Zoya swallowed again, enveloped in silence. To her astonishment, Luca did not employ an unlocking or transfiguration spell, but rather a spell that rendered her voiceless. Realizing the implications, Zoya struggled, seemingly attempting to knock over an object on the nearby table. Animosphere Luna. Observing her reaction, Luca cast a lunar celestial spell, lulling her into a gentle slumber. The success of the silencing spell confirmed that her red star was indeed not with her, while her subsequent actions indicated her true allegiance. Ruka pressed her lips together, beginning to comprehend the significance of Julia's pretense as a hostage. Noticing Julia's body relax, Ruka leaned her ear against the door, listening intently for a moment, ensuring that there was no one outside before quietly retreating. Only one final layer remained. Thus, should I rescue you or gather the information and leave you to escape on your own? Luca stood at the door with a slight smile as he uttered these words. At last, he had located the room where Ekaterina was situated on the 5th floor. Having already sensed his presence, a guard had been stationed at Ekaterina's door. And that very individual happened to be Maxim, who had lost his red star. After effortlessly incapacitating the unfortunate Maxim, Luca was able to enter the room. In stark contrast to Zoya, who had adorned herself with makeup, bound herself, and even feigned a fragile demeanor, Ekaterina's state could be succinctly described as indifferent. At that moment, she sat at the table sipping coffee and organizing documents, as though she were merely passing a typical evening, displaying little reaction to the opening of the door or to Maxim being moved aside. Gathering information was all that mattered. In truth, if we exchanged a few more words like this, success would be half assured. Ekaterina maintained her usual composure, responding to Luca's inquiries as if she were merely musing aloud. How was the journey? Did you encounter any difficulties? Drawing a line on the documents before her, Ekaterina willingly steered the conversation onward. It went rather smoothly, albeit with a significant element of fortune. Luke reflected upon his encounters throughout the journey. Initially, he obtained the lost red star belonging to the flustered Maxim. Subsequently, Igor, in his quest for justice, discovered Luke's presence and granted him another opportunity. Lastly, it was coincidentally Maxim who was on guard. This man had aided him immensely. Furthermore, the sheer fortune of evading detection by patrolling members while maneuvering through the rooms was a testament to his luck. With these thoughts in mind, Luke began recounting the events that transpired on the 2nd floor. While on the 2nd floor, Igor spotted me. Igor, indeed, was quite formidable. Yekaterina paused, recalling that he was originally the captain of a squad. Luca nodded, then realized that he was still under the influence of the illusion spell, rendering Yekaterina unable to see him. After a brief silence, Luca inquired, "What are you busy with?" "Oh, nothing much," Yekaterina replied. "I am merely simulating the scenarios you might encounter when seeking information. After all, given the surveillance, it is prudent to appear as natural as possible." It seemed that this rationale held some merit. "It appears the time is ripe," Yekaterina declared, indicating that Luca could proceed to the next phase. "All right." Then before Luca could finish his sentence, Yekaterina pressed a bell on the table, and the sound resonated loudly. "Look at that individual over there," Yekaterina explained, her gaze flickering towards Maxim, who was nearby. "Theoretically, you have already been exposed, so it is time to act swiftly." Without waiting for Yekaterina's response, Luca sprang into action as the bell rang. Regardless of the underlying reasons, his immediate task was to leave this place as expeditiously as possible. Moreover, the rationale he had just heard was indeed quite plausible. Before closing the door, the bell seemed to connect with others, and in the corridor, Luca heard echoes of the ringing from various directions, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lu had contemplated scenarios in which he might find himself, enveloping himself in a layer of ironclad protection. Previously, he had refrained from utilizing such a safeguard, as it would inadvertently expand his range of exposure, heightening the likelihood of detection. However, confronted with the imminent threat of gunfire, such concerns became trivial. As for shattering a window and leaping from the 2nd or 3rd floor, that was a desperate measure of last resort. After all, they wished to avoid causing any trouble for the individual possessing crucial intelligence, and they certainly did not desire for the matter to attract undue attention. Ruka, leveraging his diminutive stature, swiftly descended through the narrow crevice of the staircase. Below, Leonid, who was ascending the stairs, shouted as he felt a gust of wind brush past him. However, Ruka, having plummeted almost vertically, had already reached the ground floor. Standing before him was only Ropats. From the resolute glint in his eyes, it was evident that he had discerned Ruka's silhouette in motion, gripping a weapon akin to a shotgun with a broad caliber. As Ruka closed the distance to approximately 15 meters, Ropats pulled the trigger. Yet, the roughly 20 shards of shrapnel unleashed from the weapon detonated in midair before making contact with Ruka's ironclad spell. Luca felt a slight dizziness, but he quickly steadied himself. It was just the first day of training, and he had learned the application of a unique shattering spell. Now that he had acquired this skill, he was eager to test its effectiveness in a real combat scenario. This time, however, he anticipated where the shrapnel would land and planned to detonate that area at the opportune moment. When the first shot missed, Ropats forcefully pulled back the lever, swiftly chambering another round, intent on taking another shot. This time, Luca resolved not to employ the shattering spell again. As he observed Ropats' reloading action, he sidestepped, preparing to absorb a fraction of the unavoidable shrapnel using his iron protection spell. Bang! Approximately 6 or 7 shards struck the iron shield, which withstood the impact. Yet, enduring further assaults would not be prudent. The red star would safeguard its wielder's body. Luca pondered whether it would extend that protection to his weapon as well. Deciding to take a gamble, disarm your weapon. Aiming at the point where the gun's barrel began, Luca invoked the disarmament spell on Ropats' firearm. It seemed Ropats gripped the gun too tightly, for the spell did not cause it to fly away. Instead, it disintegrated. 2 bullet-shaped objects fell from the larger fragments, and before they could touch the ground, Luca shattered them with the shattering spell, preventing any minuscule chance of an accidental discharge. A flash of red light enveloped Ropats, shielding him from the flying debris. Gritting his teeth, Luca resolved to charge directly at him, using the protective layer of the iron spell to push Ropats aside. Lowering his body and adopting a stance akin to an athlete poised to sprint, Luca surged forward with determination. Before making contact with Ropats, Luca noticed that he had indeed been pushed back by the iron spell, retreating 2 steps and stepping onto the scattered fragments, causing him to topple backward. Apologies, but it appears I have triumphed. Luca nimbly leaped over Ropats' body and sprinted into the distance. When Leonid and the others arrived, they could only see Ropats rising from the ground. Succubor, the iron armor spell can be utilized in such a manner, Ropats quipped with a smile, nodding at Leonid. The team led by Leonid also came to a halt, gradually making their way into the courtyard before the building, standing still in silence. Having retrieved the sonic screwdriver, Luca peeked out from his hiding place, observed the scene, and dispelled the illusion spell before stepping out. Congratulations, you have completed the assessment. Leonid and Ropats were the first to applaud, followed by a wave of enthusiastic applause from the small team. Fortunately, the vicinity was quite desolate, even with the commotion. No one was curious enough to investigate. Let us proceed to the cafeteria, Leonid announced, as the congratulatory ceremony was brief, devoid of elaborate speeches or formalities. Once the applause subsided, he declared that they would head to the cafeteria for dinner. Since everyone had their designated roles, Natalia was responsible for preparing the evening meal. When they found her, she was grilling meat in the backyard, enveloped in the smoke rising from the charcoal, which seemed to bring her great comfort. I am truly delighted to see each of you in such good health, but the meat requires a bit more time on the grill. Natalia brushed sauce onto the meat, glancing up at them with a satisfied expression. However, her words reminded Luca that the 3 casualties he had caused, along with Yekaterina, were still unaccounted for. I shall search for Jaeger and the others, Luca informed Leonid before turning to re-enter the building. I will accompany you, Ropats, who had been stationed at the door for nearly a day, decided to join in the pursuit of activity upon hearing this. All right, you may go, Leonid replied. If Ropats had not suggested it, Leonid would have been inclined to investigate himself, primarily to review the defensive lapses from Luca's perspective. The simulation had not only been designed to provide Luca with practical experience, but also to allow the other members to grasp the essence of confronting a sorcerer. Although the simulation was conducted under mutual restrictions, the outcome revealed that their defensive capabilities were indeed quite feeble. Ropats, do remember to review the proceedings, Leonid reminded him. Believing that Ropats would undertake this task, yet recognizing that he had been stationed at the entrance throughout, possibly lacking insight into the events that transpired within. Understood. Ropats solemnly nodded and followed Luca upstairs. On their way, Luca recounted how he had acquired Maxim's red star and circumvented the protective mechanisms in place. Ropats scratched his head, finding it hard to accept that sheer luck had allowed them to bypass their most crucial defensive strength. Of course, he bore some responsibility. Had he not allowed Maxim to take a break, such an incident might have been averted. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Luca informed Ropats that he had been detected by Jaeger while he was here. Truly commendable for the leader of the quartz squad, Ropats remarked, sharing a similar sentiment to Yekaterina's, as he held Jaeger in high regard. He is right here now, the door to Aurora wide open. The door opened to reveal Jaeger lying on the bed, prompting Ropats to call out, Jaeger, awaken, it is all over. Luca gently nudged Jaeger, but to no avail. Ropats placed a hand firmly on Luca's shoulder, signaling him to come closer. Without any physical contact, Ropats uttered a cryptic phrase, it is raining over the plains. As if under a spell, Jaeger's eyes suddenly flew open, devoid of any confusion. However, upon discerning his surroundings and the presence of Luca and Ropats beside him, he understood what had transpired. Impressive, Luca, I haven't experienced such quality sleep in ages, Jaeger remarked as he effortlessly rolled out of bed, offering a light-hearted compliment. You flatter me, Luca chuckled, acknowledging the efficacy of today's celestial magic. Once he acquired Professor Sinista's research findings, it would surely become even more potent. We lost, Jaeger. Ropats informed him of the simulation's outcome. I must admit, I bear some responsibility. Jaeger recalled his impulsive actions and burst into laughter. The debriefing team had expanded to 3 members. Before reaching the 4th floor, Luca inquired about Jaeger's ability to detect him. Not particularly insightful, Jaeger replied. A slight smirk gracing his lips. I'm just rather sensitive. I sensed an intense gaze and an inexplicable tension, a feeling that has saved my life before. Hence my trust in it. It appeared that Jaeger was reluctant to elaborate, possibly linked to the previously mentioned quartz squad, despite his assertion that it lacked significant value. Luca drew some lessons from it. Even when concealed by a concealment spell, one should strive to avoid imparting a sense of being watched. This is Zoya. Ruka once again unlocked a door on the 4th floor. In contrast to the comfortably reclining Jaeger, Zoya found herself in a far more precarious situation. In her haste to leave, Ruka had departed abruptly, leaving Zoya with her head bowed, shackled against the wall. The 3 exchanged glances. And it was Ropat who stepped forward first, unbinding her before gently rousing her from her slumber. Perhaps due to the position she was in. Awakening her proved significantly easier than rousing Jaeger. Alas, Zoya's makeup remained intact, rendering her appearance rather tragic. I apologize, Ruka said, feeling somewhat remiss for overlooking her feelings. How horrifying, Zoya exclaimed, rubbing her waist and wrists as she inhaled sharply. Are you aware of what Ruka has done? Upon discerning the composition of the group, Zoya began to recount, in great detail, the deceit Ruka had perpetrated against her. Well played. Jaeger lauded Ruka's performance, offering high praise. Well handled, Ropat concurred, acknowledging Ruka's adeptness. After all, Zoya's role was to increase Ruka's exposure. The fact that Ruka managed to discreetly neutralize Zoya spoke volumes about her capability. They finally arrived at the room of Ekaterina. This time, there was no need for an unlocking spell. A simple knock would suffice. In addition to Ekaterina, who was still engrossed in paperwork, Maxim was also present, bound by the petrification spell. Witnessing the rigid form of Maxim brought Zoya a sense of equilibrium, despite her discomfort. She had at least managed to catch a brief respite. Spellbreak, Maxim shouted as he was released from his stony confinement. If there were a prize for the worst experience in this simulation, he would undoubtedly claim the title without contest. I'm sorry, I'm utterly inept and contributed nothing. He lamented, his voice rising before he calmed and offered an apology to his companions. That's not quite fair, Ekaterina interjected, wagging her finger in rebuttal. You were the one who exposed Ruka. Maxim's face contorted in pain. The petrification spell only inhibited movement, leaving his senses intact. So he was acutely aware of everything that transpired after he was subdued. He merely succumbed to a violent resolution due to his inability to evade. Actually, there exists a muggle-repelling spell, but I do not know how to cast it, Ruka reflected, contemplating a more amicable method to disarm the watch at Ekaterina's door. Ah, I can teach you that. Upon Ruka's prompt, Zoya recalled the incantation. Due to their unique circumstances, they often coexisted with muggles, rendering such spells seldom necessary. I'm glad you found something useful, Maxim forced a smile. All right, let us descend. Leonid and the others must be waiting. With that, Ekaterina interrupted the conversation. Thus, Zoya and Maxim compared their unfortunate experiences, while Jaeger and Ropat reminisced about the past, and the 6 of them continued their leisurely descent, engaged in idle chatter. Ruka observed that Ekaterina's demeanor was somewhat off. What is the matter? Ruka inquired. I have received some valuable intelligence, Ekaterina replied, during the simulation. While portraying the role of the rescue target, she had perused documents not merely for appearance's sake, but to decipher information from her informant. The outcome of her decryption was that critical piece of intelligence. After dinner, Ekaterina disclosed her findings. There were indications that magic would be employed against relevant individuals in the near future. Her tone was notably grave. The intelligence did not specify what was meant by the so-called magic or the pertinent individuals. However, everyone was acutely aware that Ruka's time might be running out. Rationally analyzing, could this potentially be a feigned intelligence to provoke us into action? Jaeger crossed his arms and voiced his speculation. Ekaterina nodded in agreement, stating, it is possible. I have considered it, but we lack the capital to gamble. This was indeed true. They did not hold the initiative in this matter. Despite the abruptness of the adversary's intentions, a passive stance would only render them utterly vulnerable. The sole piece of good news was that Ruka remained a well-concealed trump card. This meant they could prepare for both scenarios without overly dispersing their fighting strength. Ruka would gather intelligence on the prison. A small contingent would serve as backup and support, while the remainder would focus on monitoring external developments. It appeared that today was indeed the final opportunity for the simulation, Zoya lamented. With the revelation of Ekaterina's new intelligence, their concentration on the simulation was irrevocably shattered. Leonid pondered, making a decision. Let us advance our plans. Tomorrow, we shall finalize our preparations, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will act tonight. No one raised any objections. Though it felt somewhat hasty, there seemed to be no better alternative. While it was stated that preparations would be made the following day, after disbanding, Ropats and Leonid exchanged words before proceeding to scout the location. It was not until the next day, after Ruka had learned the Muggle-repelling charm from Zoya, that she returned. Muggle Repel. The room can be utilized within the confines of this spell, and presently the only muggle within the chamber is the relatively unoccupied Jaeger. As the incantation takes effect, Jaeger's expression tightens, as if he is engaged in a profound internal struggle. What will happen next? Ruka, with a hint of curiosity, observed that while the spell had indeed taken effect, it had not successfully dispelled Jaeger. The muggle-repelling charm was halted. Noticing Jaeger's still conflicted expression, Ruka lifted the charm's influence from him. Jaeger exhaled in relief and remarked, I just experienced an overwhelming urge to calibrate the weapon. It seems to have worked. The essence of the muggle-repelling charm is to evoke thoughts of desired actions or to incite various anxieties that compel one to flee. However, Jaeger managed to overcome this impulse, having been mentally prepared. This should suffice for dealing with ordinary individuals, he concluded. Zoya expressed her satisfaction with the results of the instruction. After all, given that she could not demonstrate magic to Ruka directly, it was commendable that he had learned and applied the concept in such a brief span through mere verbal explanation. Is there any other preparatory work that remains? She inquired as Lopatz, who had been observing quietly from behind, approached upon seeing Ruka's learning come to an end. Lu pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose not. What is it? I will guide you to familiarize yourself with the terrain. Ropatz continued. Having observed the situation there previously and having kept watch through the night until just recently, it was essential to brief Lu before they moved forward. All right, Lu readily agreed. The preparations had nearly been completed, and before learning the muggle-repelling charm from Zoya, he had already noted the pertinent information required for gathering intelligence, such as the target's appearance and how to establish trust. Ordinarily, it would take a full day to familiarize oneself with the terrain, but given the urgency of the situation, they could only afford a few hours. The two reported to Leonid, who offered a few words of advice before they prepared to set off. Wait. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway, and before they caught sight of her, they heard her voice. It was Yekaterina. She cast Ropatz an apologetic glance and turned to Lu, saying, I need to speak with you privately. Don't worry, I'll wait right here. Ensuring nothing is overlooked, Ropatz replied, standing still as if taking a moment's rest, having gone over 30 hours without sleep. Yekaterina expressed her gratitude and quickly led Lu to an unoccupied room. This is for you. Yekaterina produced a pocket watch and placed it into Lu's hand. What is this? Lu examined the watch's exterior, which was quite elegant. Given the timing of its presentation, it was undoubtedly no ordinary pocket watch, so he refrained from opening it hastily. It's a key to a door, Yekaterina clarified. A door key? Lu's mind raced with thoughts of door keys, magical artifacts that could transport individuals to designated locations, which, by regulation, required approval from the Ministry of Magic for creation and use. Indeed, this is a key to Durmstrang. It is triggered by magic. You simply need to activate it when you require it, though it is a one-time use. There are several types of door keys. Some are timed and can be used by muggles, while the pocket watch Yekaterina presented belonged to a more advanced category. Is it acceptable for me to have this? Though he did not fully comprehend, the patterns on the watch seemed to represent a family crest, and typically door keys were crafted from inconspicuous, discarded items, lending this particular watch an air of special significance. This was always intended for you. I only just comprehended it today. Yekaterina smiled slightly, explaining. It was sent along with the intelligence, though encoded in a different manner, and I didn't connect the dots at first. Is your intelligence source? Indeed. It is from Striel Valentina, Yekaterina confirmed, having voiced Lu's unspoken thoughts. She patted Lu's shoulder. I trust you need to use this, but in an unavoidable situation. Do not hesitate. Upon reaching Durmstrang, finding Striel will ensure your safety. Yes, Lu grasped the pocket watch and tucked it into his pocket. It indeed held a special significance, albeit one that was uniquely personal to him. Do not be overly anxious. The individuals in the prison lack any comprehension of magic, and there is no Red Star Guardian. Ropatz will also be waiting for you outside, ensuring everything proceeds smoothly. Yekaterina offered an encouraging smile. Yes, I will bring back the intelligence. Luca made a solemn promise and approached the door, preparing to meet with Ropatz. As he grasped the doorknob, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance back at Ekaterina. Observing the confusion in her eyes, Luca shook his head, refraining from voicing the reassuring sentiment that he would also ensure her safe return to Sir Humphrey. The atmosphere in this oppressive space was heavy, suffused with a sense of despondency that extinguished any flicker of hope. The individuals, constrained by iron, uttered not a sound, nor did they engage in any superfluous actions. They merely stood or sat in silence, facing different directions, as still as sculptures. Though the lighting was bright, within the confines of this grayish-white edifice, it only served to amplify the chill in the air. This place was not the one, nor was that. Lu walked slowly down the lengthy and desolate corridor, discerning faces in search of his objective. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed around the corner. Two patrolling guards approached, their presence unapologetically assertive. They were well acquainted with this place, and like any other day, the atmosphere was suffocatingly quiet, inciting a sense of anxiety and restlessness within them. Nevertheless, their professional demeanor compelled them to maintain a steady pace, neither hastening nor lagging as they traversed the corridor. With their figures fading from view, Lu felt a momentary relief and continued onward. Although their casual demeanor suggested that they might overlook him even if they crossed paths, a modicum of caution was still warranted. As he progressed through the latter part of the corridor, he found no one resembling his target. Ascending the stairs was the next step. The prison was vast, yet thankfully, Yekaterina's intelligence had pinpointed the area where his target resided. Even so, he still had hundreds of individuals to sift through. The emergency communication device that Ropats had given him before departure had yet to emit any signals, indicating that all was likely well on that front. Reflecting on their prior exchanges, Lou noted that aside from essential task-related information, Ropats had scarcely uttered a superfluous word. Perhaps the stoic Ropats was harboring his own unease. Meanwhile, outside the prison, Ropats and Jaeger sensed an unsettling change. It was primarily Jaeger who felt it, while the area was inherently sparse. The gradual exodus of individuals had become conspicuous, with even those within the prison seemingly vacating without any new arrivals. This anomaly stirred a sense of urgency within Jaeger, evoking a sensation akin to the one he had experienced after Lou had employed the muggle-repelling charm earlier that morning. The situation appeared dire. Jaeger swiftly decided to inform Lou. However, his message failed to transmit. Ropats, his expression grave, was simultaneously attempting to reach Lou. They were utilizing a special radio frequency. Yet it too had been compromised. This was evidently a trap devised against them. Suddenly, Ropats received a message from Yekaterina. After decoding its contents, his demeanor darkened. There were complications at the base. How could they be aware of their movements? Meanwhile, within the prison, Lou remained oblivious to the unfolding anomalies. A flicker of satisfaction surged through him as he finally located his target. Before him stood a serene elder, whose composed gaze remained rational beneath the weight of the oppressive environment and the enormous lenses of his glasses, confirming that this was indeed the individual he sought. Lou raised his hand and quietly cast the transfiguration spell, widening the gap in the iron rod to facilitate his passage. The subtle distortion in the pillar seemingly caught the elder's attention, though he gave no overt sign of acknowledgement, merely tilting his head imperceptibly. Luca felt that he was close enough and spoke the secret code. "Sir, have we not encountered each other in the Crimson Gale?" Upon hearing these words, the old man's lips did not move, yet Luca discerned a faint sound. "We may have met, but I believe it was in Leningrad." Luca replied, "Oh, indeed. It must have been last May." The conversation was still ongoing, yet before Luca could articulate his next thought, the elder divulged the information Luca sought. Individuals from the British magical community were also involved. Joyce Clarnell, the offspring of Alfred Umbridge, an employee of the British Ministry of Magic, ostensibly appeared to be a non-magical mute, cast out by his domineering elder sister and taking on his mother-s surname. However, in truth, he was a deeply concealed wizard. After departing from his family, he journeyed to the Soviet Union, where he was selected and nurtured by the remnants of Grindelwald, eventually rising to the esteemed position of a secretary and also serving as the architect of this operation. Having conveyed this in one breath, the elder shifted his tone, succinctly stating, "It is raining today." Ruko slightly widened his eyes, a subtle indication of danger. "Farewell, sir." Without further pleasantries, he retraced his steps, restoring the iron pillar to its original state, and made his way downstairs. According to the original plan, he intended to exit in tandem with others, slipping out amidst their comings and goings. Yet it appeared that there were no staff present at all. The contingency plan involved Ropats masquerading as an uninformed visitor to the prison. He would seize the opportunity to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. However, with no one at the front desk, that strategy was rendered futile. Reflecting on the eerily serene demeanor of those incarcerated within, a sense of foreboding settled in Ruko's heart. He swiftly composed a message to inform Ropats of the unsettling situation and tucked the communicator into his pocket, opting to make his exit through a window. The window was high and narrow, barred with iron, and escaping through it would require considerable effort. Fortunately, he possessed a sonic screwdriver, capable of counteracting the surveillance equipment, allowing him to utilize his transformation abilities to slip away discreetly. As circumstances evolved, Ruko promptly devised a response. A sudden, jarring noise akin to a trip circuit resonated, abruptly interrupting his thoughts, and the surrounding lights extinguished. Nevertheless, the prisoners remained unresponsive, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Ruko decisively expanded the gap in the right cell, using his transformation, slipping inside and huddling in a shadowy corner. "I told you, relying solely on that gadget won't suffice. Will it?" A somewhat frivolous voice reached Ruko's ears. In such a hushed environment, even a normal tone carried far. I wonder where they found that wild raven." Responding to the light-hearted voice was a darker, more sullen tone, tinged with irritation. "How pitiable," the frivolous voice remarked, and their exchange abruptly ceased. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor where Ruko concealed himself flared back to life. Two figures clad in suits stood outside the cell, peering inside. Luca remained silent, seemingly undetected from their gaze. What a remarkable muggle-repelling charm and disruption charm this is. Have you ever witnessed such an application? As fellow wizards, how can you restrain yourself from showering me with praise? A frivolous male voice, dripping with arrogance, hurled crude taunts toward Luca in the cell. Yet his companion displayed far less patience. Unable to locate Fiendfire, He resolved to incinerate everything instead. As for the initial fuel, let it be blamed on his choice of this particular cell. A torrent of flames erupted from the tip of his wand, instantly engulfing the captive within, who had no time to utter a cry of despair. The bed, personal belongings, and everything flammable were devoured by the voracious inferno. The flames gradually coalesced, morphing into a great serpent that flicked its tongue, coiling within the confines of the small cell, in search of its next source of sustenance. As Luca's eyelids twitched, the air shimmered under the searing heat, making his figure increasingly conspicuous amidst the waves of warmth. Even though he was aware that his adversaries were not virtuous individuals, he never anticipated their ruthless decision to invoke such a spell that blurred the lines between friend and foe. It was utterly deranged. Have you lost your mind? Even the flippant man was taken aback by his companion's actions, instinctively retreating a couple of steps as he beheld the menacing fire serpent. If this fierce fire spell failed to detect the intruder concealed within, the next target could very well be the two of them. Are you afraid? The man with a grim demeanor cast a cold glance at his companion before redirecting his gaze back into the cell, convinced that another presence lingered within. The near escape of their target had already incited his ire. He was unwilling to let any hesitation impede his actions and grant even a sliver of hope to the foe. Indeed, labeling him as deranged held some truth. He had long been a repressed individual, feeling more like a mere tool than a sentient being deserving of the title human. He even lacked a name of his own. All of this was the doing of that woman who had stripped him of everything. His fury and resentment towards her had propelled his mastery of dark magic to unprecedented heights. Merely recalling her visage unleashed all manner of dark spells at his disposal. Avada Kedavra. At last, he discerned a vague human shape in the air and, without hesitation, uttered the incantation for the killing curse. A beam of green light shot forth from his wand, yet the spell ultimately struck only the serpent manifested by the fierce fire incantation. The cell contained little else. Everything that could be incinerated had already been consumed. After enduring that hit, the fire serpent's desire to pursue the two men intensified, slithering closer to them. Clarinal, think of a way. The flippant man could no longer restrain himself, shaking Clarinal's arm in desperation. He had only recently joined this organization, having earned recognition for his extensive study of barrier techniques, even prompting the leader to seek his counsel from time to time. The prospect of embarking on his first mission alongside the leader filled him with uncontainable joy, inflating his ego as he believed his talents had captivated the leader. He envisioned that, given the leader's deep-seated grievances, the organization's authority would eventually fall into his hands. If he performed admirably on this mission, it would surely garner him the leader's favor. Indeed, it was his reminder that had alerted the leader to the presence of the intruding wizard as they had arrived together. He felt as though a bright future beckoned him. However, he never anticipated the leader's madness, launching straight into the fierce fire spell. It seemed he would have to endure a bit longer. No need to rush. Clarinal furrowed his brow and waved his wand, causing the fire serpent, now with its ma agape, to explode into a multitude of flames that filled every corner of the cell. Although the flames showed no signs of extinguishing, they seemed unlikely to extend towards them. Indeed, the leader is remarkable. Even the fierce fire spell can be controlled so adeptly. Clarinal's composed demeanor and the seemingly secure situation instilled a measure of confidence in the flippant man, who, regaining his composure, hastily lauded his leader. You are indispensable. Clarinal's tone, typically somber, lightened for a fleeting moment. The man felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had received a compliment. Yet, before he could formulate a response, he felt a sudden push from behind. Silently, and without warning, Clarinal's silencing spell struck him before he could reach the glowing iron bars. Unable to emit any sound, his body became glued to the bars, and the fierce flames that had filled the cell appeared to regain life, extending tendrils to envelop him entirely, consuming him without a trace. The entire sequence transpired swiftly. Within the cell, including upon the iron bars, nothing remained but the scorched remnants. Clarinal did not blink, as if the events that had just unfolded bore no relevance to him. He harbored a disdain for the newcomer, the moment that man was engulfed by flames. His name faded from Clarinal's memory. The use of the silencing spell was not motivated by any misplaced sense of mercy, but rather because Clarinal found the man's voice irksome. Choosing to extinguish the fierce fire spell in this manner was merely a convenient way to dispose of the bothersome individual, as Clarinal had already mastered the skills the man had to offer. Otherwise, neutralizing such a mild fire with a harmless method would pose no challenge for him. After employing the abilities he had learned from former companions to ensure no other wizards lurked in the vicinity and receiving a negative result, Clarinal dispelled the disillusionment charm and, in a moment of distortion, exited the prison. Following a brief silence, a shadowy figure emerged from an adjacent cell. Luku transformed into his animagus form. As his motion ceased, his form stabilized, and the unstable shadow that had shielded him during the chaos dissipated. It had been perilously close, had fortune not favored him. His animagus form might have been detected while transitioning from the scorched cell to the neighboring one. The instant the killing curse was cast, Luca had resolved to take a gamble. If he had used the pocket watch to escape, regardless of whether the speed of his transportation could surpass that of the killing curse, even if he miraculously survived to find Strat, he would likely have no opportunity to relay intelligence to Ekaterina. The man who had been so decisively sacrificed had called out the leader's name in his final moments, Clarinel. This name he had just heard, Joyce Clarinel. It was undoubtedly the same individual based on the title of leader. He had never expected to encounter him so directly. According to the Elders' Council, eliminating this individual should catalyze a shift in the situation. Yet, it now appeared that the adversary intended to resolve matters before that could occur. Uncertain of where his disillusionment charm would lead him and unaware of the fates of Ropats and Jaeger outside, Lucas suddenly heard sounds of surprise and fear. With the death of the barrier's caster and the departure of another, those affected by the magic finally grasped the unfolding events. Most remained buried in darkness. Their emotions relatively stable, while Lucas' vicinity allowed him to witness the gruesome aftermath of the cell ravaged by flames. Silence. Silence. The authoritative voices of officials attempting to restore order began to resonate. Chaos was about to ensue. It was imperative to leave swiftly. Without further hesitation, Luca leaped with all his might, reaching the windowsill and squeezing through the iron bars. The prisoners across from him, who had witnessed the entire scene, frantically beat against the iron railings, their voices tinged with cries for help. Save me. Save me. The memories of a disoriented night had already instilled a profound fear within him, in the sight of the charred, desolate cell across from him, coupled with the fleeting presence of a strangely shaped creature, ignited his terror further. Who could predict whether danger would descend upon him in the next moment? An unsettling atmosphere swiftly permeated the vicinity, as both visible and invisible prisoners began to rattle the bars before them, creating a cacophony of sounds that echoed throughout the prison. He hoped not to cause any trouble for the elderly man upstairs. After a silent prayer, Luca left the clamor of the prison behind and hurried towards the designated meeting place with Ropats. Upon arriving, he was greeted only by Jaeger. Noticing the wary glint in Jaeger's eyes, Luca revealed his red star. Though Jaeger's expression remained unchanged, Luca sensed a subtle relaxation in his demeanor. Did you encounter any issues in the prison? Jaeger inquired. I just noticed that the lights were completely out inside, except for the spot where you emerged. Indeed. I encountered a crucial figure, and there was a confrontation, but it was nothing serious. I have obtained the intelligence, Luca replied. What about you? Where's Ropats? There was a situation at the base as well. Ropats returned to provide support. We had been unable to reach you. There must be a signal jamming device in place. What shall we do now? I remained here to provide backup for you. If necessary, I would enter the prison to assist you. However, since you have safely exited, my current duty is to inform you of the situation before heading back to support the base. Their exchange was brisk, omitting all superfluous details. Yet Jaeger's final statement lacked the clarity of their previous dialogue. Lou was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What do you mean? Jaeger took a slight breath and replied, Leonid implies that the situation at the stronghold is rather dire. There is no need for you to risk your life by returning. Simply convey the report to me here, and send a copy to Ekaterina. That will suffice. Lou remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Is there no option for me to return together? Jaeger turned away, retrieving his SVD sniper rifle from the ground, and, with his back to Lou, replied calmly, Leonid did not provide such a choice. No, I must go back. This thought suddenly flashed through Lou's mind, and the words nearly escaped his lips without hesitation. Yet why was it so? Why did he wish to return? Lou found himself unable to clarify this question. Was it to fulfill the task of bringing back Ekaterina, to honor a promise made to her? Or simply a reluctance to distance himself from those with whom he had shared a few days? Without untangling these thoughts, he could not formulate a compelling reason to persuade Jaeger or Leonid. However, reason told him there was no time left for such deliberation. If the situation at the base had already deteriorated before his departure, the entry of the cold-hearted sorcerer Klanai, who could wield the fierce fire curse, would only exacerbate their predicament. What to do? An emotion named impatience swirled within him, clouding his thoughts further. Yet, Jaeger, having righted the motorcycle and poised to depart, spoke once more. He turned his head to glance at the downcast Lou and said, But if you choose to follow, that is your own decision. Leonid did not order me to prevent such an act. Upon hearing this, Lou lifted his head and met Jaeger's fervent gaze. All his concerns faded into insignificance. He leapt onto the motorcycle's rear seat and cast a doppelganger spell upon himself. Yes, there is no one at your back seat, he jested, at Lou's playful remark. Jaeger chuckled for once, twisted the throttle, and sped towards the base. Luco dutifully transmitted the intelligence to Ekaterina, yet received no response, leaving him uncertain of the circumstances. Consequently, he recounted the information and the events he encountered in prison to Jaeger. The name Colonel Jaeger resonated within him, as if it sparked a recollection. Do you know him? No, perhaps I have merely glimpsed his name in some document, Jaeger replied, shaking his head, dismissing Luco's conjecture. By the way, he should possess that device from the day when Zoya tested whether my spellcasting would elicit a reaction. Lou reflected on the conversation between Clanel and his companion and arrived at a reasonable conjecture. Although he had not witnessed Clanel produce that object with his own eyes, his initial judgments and oversights, coupled with the descriptor wild, seemed to indirectly substantiate this conclusion. Indeed, I understand now. If what you say is true and he is the leader of that organization, it would not be surprising for him to possess such an item. The only unexpected aspect is that he is, after all, a dedicated and hands-on pragmatist. Jaeger shifted his gaze, deeming this piece of information to be of little value. For the hideout had already been compromised, and the betrayal of that companion was an irrevocable reality. Planel's possession of such a tool appeared to pose no significant threat to them. It is said that the historical figure Grindelwald was equally devoted in his endeavors. Following the words of Jaeger, the atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. Jaeger, being an ordinary individual devoid of magical understanding, held no particular sentiments towards wizards. He lacked first-hand experience of the Grindelwald era and was merely aware that the wizards causing him trouble were invoking Grindelwald's name. This alone was sufficient to irk him, making it challenging to offer any positive remarks. His earlier statement was largely a sarcastic remark, the meaning of which was lost on Luca. In truth, Jaeger harbored doubts about whether to involve Luca in this perilous situation. After all, their group of more than 10 had been thoroughly scrutinized by the opposing side. And even without taking the initiative to strike, it was impossible to remain detached. Luca, however, was different. The adversary lacked any information on him, and being so young, he could easily abandon this mess. Having acquired that intelligence was already a significant contribution. Jaeger's mind wandered back to the simulated battle from yesterday, recalling his encounter with Luca and the peculiar magic that had granted him a rare dream. At that moment, his quartz squad was still intact. Their unfulfilled wishes and regrets lingered in his mind, haunting him like a nightmare for years. He recognized that the fault lay not with those squad members, but with himself. Yet, in the dream, he had seen their smiling faces once more. Suppressing the involuntary smile that crept onto his lips, Jaeger twisted the motorcycle's throttle, increasing his speed slightly. Whether it was selfishness or obstinacy, he did not wish for this affair to become a source of regret for both Luca and himself. Moreover, from a pragmatic standpoint, Jaeger felt confident that he would not falter this time. Despite the inherent dangers, moments of safety were rare in his life. Based on the intelligence gathered, the situation was merely at a standstill, and with the subsequent arrival of Ropats and Luca, they held a significant advantage. Thanks to Jaeger's swift driving, the outline of their stronghold soon came into view. As they drew nearer, flickering red lights illuminated the night sky. Since the enemy had already approached them, there was no longer any hesitation in employing magic. Utilizing the buildings for cover and the red stars for additional protection, both sides engaged in cautious probing. However, this equilibrium relied on the premise that a small squad of the opposing team had yet to make a move. Leonid peered through his scope at that group, furrowing his brow. Years of experience on the battlefield had instilled in him a sense of foreboding. He sensed that the group was undoubtedly plotting something, and their success could pose a significant threat to his side, especially that conspicuous woman in a white robe, her eyes concealed. Drawing a deep breath of the frigid air, Leonid's body became still as he aimed at the woman's head. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed, bullets soaring towards her from different angles. At the very moment he pulled the trigger, Yekaterina mirrored his actions on the opposite side. The spent shells clattered to the ground, a soft sound before rolling away. It was evident without close inspection that their shots had failed. This was neither their first nor would it be their last attempt. The reason for such futile endeavors was twofold: to distract the woman, who was oblivious to their plans, and to numb their nerves. Leonid aimed to convey the impression that they were utterly powerless against her. Their repeated attempts became a rhythmic exercise, thwarted by the magical shields of her bodyguards, reminiscent of a persistent yet helpless child. This would allow the ambushed Ropats to enact his plan. Surrounded by the enemy, the stalemate persisted. Ropats could not easily regroup with them after returning from the prison. Thus, Leonid resolved to have Ropats remain concealed, gradually approaching the group of concern, and to launch a surprise attack at the opportune moment. As for Jaeger, Leonid entrusted his arrangements to Yekaterina. In contemplation, Leonid reloaded his weapon and changed his vantage point. Meanwhile, Yekaterina gazed down at her communication device. It bore information from Luca as well as messages from Jaeger. She rapidly pressed the buttons, crafting a message. But her finger hesitated above the send button. To avoid revealing their location, Yekaterina kept the light off, her silhouette and expression veiled in darkness. After a moment, she decisively hit the backspace key, erasing her entire message, before simply writing a warning to be cautious and sending it off. Based on the timestamps, they should be nearing their destination. Though she, like Leonid, wished for Luca not to come, she knew he would undoubtedly arrive. Had she erred? Yekaterina questioned herself, for she had inadvertently entangled Luca in these matters through Sir Humphrey and Mr. Bernard, despite him being wholly unrelated. Moreover, if she had only sought his help for intelligence without instilling her desires and ideals in him, would he have chosen to return for support at this moment? Ultimately, Yekaterina could not fathom why their stronghold had been compromised. The sight of the white-robed, blindfolded woman evoked unsettling associations within her. Though she had anticipated that the adversary would not be mere remnants of Grindelwald, but rather individuals with their own motives, it now appeared that their objectives were more sinister and incomprehensible than mere self-interest. Swallowing hard, Yekaterina raised her weapon once more, aiming in that direction, and pulled the trigger. This shot seemed to provoke a reaction from the enemy. Ropats, concealed nearby, noticed a flicker of movement within the opposing formation. The blindfolded woman appeared to be stirring, and their focus seemed to waver. While it remained uncertain if this was a signal for them to act, it undeniably represented the only opportunity he had discerned after a long period of waiting. With a flourish of his right hand, he wielded his wand, casting a shattering spell as a precursor, and swiftly tossed a grenade with his left. Let them experience the might of modern weaponry. The simultaneous detonations of two explosions indeed proved effective, causing the enemy formation to falter momentarily. Although no substantial harm was inflicted, the glaring vulnerability on the battlefield stood out like a firefly in the dark. Ropat's two shouts were not merely intended to intimidate the adversary but also served as a signal to his allies. As expected, the previously scattered individuals redirected their focus towards that particular group, while Leonid and Ekaterina chose not to change their position but rather opted for continuous fire despite the risk of exposure. The amalgamation of technology and magic converged at a single point, erupting in a brilliant display that obscured the figure of the woman in white. The enemy appeared to be disoriented, unable to mount an effective counterattack, providing Ropats with the opportunity to shift towards the stronghold. His mission was already accomplished. Lingering in place would amount to courting death. Observing from above, Ekaterina exhaled in relief, as this was a reasonably ideal outcome. If all went smoothly, the situation would pivot in their favor from this moment onward. Uncertain of the path taken by Ruka, Ekaterina cast a glance towards the direction they might approach from, her pupils narrowing in alarm. Be careful, Ropats. She did not see what she had hoped for. Instead, an unfamiliar figure clad in black appeared on the battlefield, positioned precisely along Ropat's escape route. The black-clad individual remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing conflict, yet his intense presence was palpable. Furthermore, his attire evoked an unsettling association with the besieged woman in white. Ropats, alerted by Ekaterina's warning, momentarily hesitated but soon recognized the black figure. However, it was too late to alter his course. Recalling how Ruka had once knocked him down, he reinforced the iron armor spell already enveloping him and charged forward. The forceful advance of Ropats finally elicited a reaction from the black-clad figure, who raised a hand to block Ropats' path. With a dull thud, Ropats found himself halted by a single hand, the distance between them still significant, yet he could not advance another step. In that moment, Ropats noticed a mysterious symbol etched in the palm of the adversary's hand, and despite his desire to retreat, he found himself unable to do so. Noticing the predicament Ropats was in, the others redirected their assault away from the woman in white, diverting some of their firepower to extricate Ropats. Their attacks struck an invisible protective barrier, indicating that he had adequately fortified himself with the iron armor spell. In response to this unexpected assistance, the black-clad figure ceased his passive stance, slowly pivoting his body like a predator preparing to pounce, aligning himself with Ropats. In that instant, Ropats felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through his body, an overwhelming premonition of death enveloping him. His teammates' efforts bore no fruit, and his own body remained immobile. Ropats' vision narrowed until only the silhouette of the black figure remained, the rhythmic thumping of his heart echoing in his ears, a countdown to his demise. Time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced through Ropats' consciousness, and he realized he could move again, staggering backward just enough to regain his footing. To his astonishment, a motorcycle, its tail lights flashing, sped toward him, encircling the space between him and the black figure, its front wheel rising as it charged at the adversary. This unexpected intervention proved more effective than any magical or firearm assault, as the black figure was indeed sent flying by the impact of the motorcycle. Are you all right? The motorcycle came to a halt, revealing the latecomer, Jaeger. Ropats merely shook his head in response to Jaeger's concern. There was no time for pleasantries as they both turned to observe the direction in which the black figure had been propelled. The trajectory of the figure's flight seemed erroneous. It appeared less as if Jaeger had struck him, and more as if the black figure had chosen to move that way. Now, he stood alongside the woman in white, both seemingly unscathed, though the cluster of individuals around them bore varying degrees of injury, with two foes already incapacitated on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Yet, those were not the entities of concern for Leonid and his companions. Only the contrasting figures of black and white remained significant. How slow you are. The woman in white finally spoke, addressing the black figure with a tone of exasperation. After all, I had to change my attire and perform the necessary rituals before arriving, which were all dictated by you. The black figure responded in a somber tone, his voice unmistakably the one Ruka had encountered previously in the prison. That is not my decree, it is a natural law. Upon uttering this, the woman in white raised her hands, retrieving two oddly shaped wands, adorned with numerous protrusions resembling antlers. The manner in which she wielded the wands was unlike anything anyone had witnessed before. Her hands formed peculiar gestures, grasping the protrusions and holding the wands before her as she slowly rotated her body, akin to scanning for signals. The black figure also moved, producing something from his cloak and consuming it, some soil seemingly falling from his grasp. He swallowed with difficulty, as though on the verge of regurgitating. Yet he managed to keep it down. Ropats and his companions made efforts to intervene, but all their assaults were thwarted by the determined protectors, even those who bore injuries. As the woman in white completed her rotation and prepared to raise her uniquely shaped wands, an eerie black form leapt toward them from an unnoticed angle. Shrouded in the night, it was a black hound. The creature, Ruka, lunged fiercely, wielding its sharp claws and teeth as weapons against the woman in white. She narrowly evaded the onslaught, momentarily halting her movements. Humph! The figure cloaked in black let out a cold snort, visibly enraged, for their ritual had been disrupted. In contrast, the woman in white wore a faint smile as she stood her ground. Clearing her throat, she addressed Ruka, saying, Urverkaliga. At that moment, Ruka had reverted to human form, unhesitatingly drawing forth a wand and uttering the incantation. Animusphere Luna. Luca could not comprehend her words. Yet he was acutely aware that this was not the moment to indulge his curiosity. If necessary, he could always capture her and inquire later. Upon arriving nearby with Jaeger, the latter, distracted as the driver, inadvertently fell under the influence of the muggle-repelling charm, causing them to meander around the perimeter. Although they were approaching the stronghold, their progress was sluggish. It was only Luca's quick thinking that enabled them to arrive just in time to save Lopats from peril. Cloaked under the disillusionment charm, Luca resolved to act as an unforeseen ally, unknown even to Leonid, and thus he surveyed the battlefield. After a brief analysis, he determined that the focal point was the woman in the white robe. In the face of life-threatening danger, he saw no merit in withholding his abilities. Without hesitation, he invoked Animagus, transforming into an unstable blackhound, maneuvering stealthily past the gazes of the crowd, proving to be pivotal in the unfolding events. Following this, he unleashed a hypnotic spell that communicated with the moon, particularly suited for a situation where enemies surrounded them. Consequently, Luca executed it without reservation, leading to the moment of reaping the rewards. To Luca's astonishment, the woman in white erupted into uncontrollable laughter upon being ensnared by the spell. Judging by their momentary stupor, the incantation had indeed taken effect. However, everything shifted with her manic laughter. Thanks to his prior rigorous training with the Shatter Charm, Luca had developed a heightened sensitivity to magical energy, and in that moment, he distinctly sensed that the nature of his spell had been altered. The tranquil energy emanating from the moon, typically conducive to peaceful slumber, was transformed under the influence of the woman's laughter into something altogether different, madness. The roots of the word Luna in lunatic and loony evoke notions of insanity and frenzy. Clearly, after a brief experience, the woman in white grasped the principle behind Luca's spell and manipulated it in ways he could scarcely fathom, bending the aberrant power to her will. Ha ha ha. Woohoo. The spell's reach and the number of those affected remained unchanged, although they would not lose their combat prowess to drowsiness. Their current state was far from unaffected. The individuals surrounding the woman in white devolved into chaos, akin to emotionally shattered lunatics, emitting a cacophony of anguished sounds while contorting their limbs as if to twist themselves into knots. Especially notable was the figure in black, who held to the heavens before turning to attack the woman in white. As the originator of the spell's altered nature, she exhibited remarkable composure. Raising a finger to her lips, adorned in a black and white gloss, she silenced the man in black with a gesture. Instantly, he trembled and returned to stillness. Removing her finger, she murmured, "Not yet," before redirecting her gaze to Luca. Luca, also susceptible to the spell's effects, was not faring well himself. He yearned to transform into his Animagus form and rend the enemies within his sight to shreds. Yet he was well aware that such actions would only lead to his own destruction. Even blindfolded, the woman in white seemed unaffected in her vision. She fixed her gaze on Luca and spoke, "Eltamig. The moment your grand aspirations are involved, you become exceedingly idealistic and naive." The man in black, Cronel, derided the woman in white in a most unfriendly tone. As he pointed out, she had been communicating with him in a language Luca could not comprehend, seemingly hoping for a response in kind. However, this was evidently an impractical notion, and Luca surprisingly found himself in agreement with Cronel for once. "You will understand one day." Doused with cold water, the woman in white felt no inclination to continue her probing. Instead, she switched to a language Luca could understand. While it was termed communication, it resembled more of a notification. Regardless, Luca did not exhibit any refusal to engage. For as long as the woman in white wished to converse, he effectively held her captive. Although he possessed two wands like her, he was acutely aware of how effortlessly she had altered the nature of his celestial spells. And should a conflict arise, he doubted he would emerge unscathed. The previously frenzied enemies had regained their composure, transitioning from self-inflicted torment to a formidable, berserker-like aggression. In that moment, their injuries became a source of heightened exhilaration. An irrational madness permeated the battlefield, rendering Leonid and his companions momentarily defenseless. Naturally, their unpreparedness against lethal spells rapidly diminished their fighting capabilities. The woman in white continued to fixate on Luca, seemingly intent on maintaining the standoff. Yet Cronel had no intention of remaining idle any longer. Since the ritual was no longer to continue, Cronel saw no need to sustain his disguise. He cast aside the voluminous hood that obscured his eyes, revealing his sinister gaze. Drawing his wand, he unleashed the Fiendfire curse once more, a spell he had previously wielded in prison. Compared to the desolate confines of a cell, the verdant community was far more flammable. Cronel refrained from madly using the bodies of his allies as catalysts for the Fiendfire. It remained uncertain whether it stemmed from a mere disdain for the unnamed wizard or a need to maintain appearances amidst a multitude of witnesses. Beware. His fiend fire is not what it seems. Lou raised his voice in a reminder. At his prompting, Ropats and the others instantly noted that the serpentine figure composed of flames seemed to possess a remarkable sentience, rather than merely embodying the all-consuming fire described in the texts. It resembled a living, thinking serpent. Upon hearing this, Clarnell cast a glance at him, quickly realizing that he was the sorcerer encountered in the prison. Clarnell wore a meaningful expression, his tone adopting an odd quality as he reported to the woman in white. He was not consumed by that fierce fire spell. Perhaps you were indeed correct. Luo could not comprehend the meaning of those words. What did evading his fierce spell signify? Did it hold any special significance for them? Suddenly, she felt a sense of restraint. Luo's pupils dilated sharply as the woman in the white robe began to move. Unbeknownst to her, the opponent had cast a spell. Yet she had failed to perceive the incantation's execution. By the time Luo reacted, all that remained were faint traces dissipating in the air. Unlike the tangible chains that quickly ensnared, this was a more natural, intangible form of control. She wondered if Lopats had felt the same way back then as she did now. Luca had settled his mind and conceived a strategy for escape, even allowing himself the luxury of wandering thoughts. The pressing question now was what to do once he freed himself from her control. He cast a glance at the woman in the white robe opposite him, who had remained still ever since ensnaring him. Yet, from her demeanor, Lucas sensed an emotion akin to anticipation. Was this a trap she had laid? The moment this thought flickered in Luca's mind, the woman seemed to perceive it, her brow furrowing in evident impatience. Suddenly, she raised her wand like an ordinary sorceress, assuming an aggressive stance. Faint. As the familiar crimson light threatened to shoot from the tip of her wand towards him, Luca had no time for hesitation, even aware it could be a trap. He had no choice but to step into the fray. After all, if he were struck and collapsed here, it would spell disaster. In a moment of distortion, Luca's form transformed into a shadow, slipping through the confines of his prison, narrowly evading the oncoming red spell due to his diminished size. Subsequently, a small black dog landed on the ground. Seemingly unsatisfied, the woman in white continued her assault, sending sparks flying from her wand towards Luca. With no other option, he began to flee. As he ran, his shape continually shifted, eliciting a rapturous smile from the white-robed woman. She raised her voice, exclaiming with unrestrained delight. Have you ever counted how many legs you possess? Since transforming into this form, Luca had not dared to look at himself, let alone enumerate his legs. Moreover, in his current state, conversing with her was impossible. It was evident she did not anticipate a response. Swiftly maneuvering, Luca sought to distance himself, intending to lure the woman away from this location. If he could not neutralize the seemingly most threatening target in the immediate future, leading her away would suffice as a viable strategy. Fortune appeared to be favoring him today. His erratic movements had thus far spared him from undue harm. Run, run, my steed. The woman in white was now utterly exhilarated, as if the celestial magic she had distorted was finally taking effect. Yet, her fragmented utterances unsettled Luca. From the outset, she had exhibited an inexplicable fixation on him, leaving him bewildered as to the reason. Her calling him a steed only compounded his confusion. Have you counted your legs? Steed. The convergence of these two pivotal pieces of information ignited a curious association within Luca. In Norse mythology, there exists a horse with 8 legs named Sleipnir, the steed of Odin, often regarded as the finest horse in the world. Coupling this with the mysterious runes she employed, strikingly reminiscent of the ancient magic he would soon study, specifically, the runes interwoven with Norse mythology, led him to ponder the woman's mental state. Had she sought him out in search of a horse? As his emotions surged, the influence of that celestial magic lingered on. Lucas suddenly realized that he had been running without awareness, seemingly having ventured too far. He hastily came to a halt. Looking back, it was evident that his opponent had not been deceived. Instead, she continued with the previous ritual. At that moment, the white-robed woman was raising her hands, while Lopats and the others were preoccupied with the fiery serpent and their scattered foes. In a daze, Luca's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. Based on his prior observations, it was clear that the ritual required the cooperation of 2 individuals, and given Claniel's involvement in the fray, Luca was convinced that they would not proceed with the ritual. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Claniel had solely employed that rather unique fire spell from the beginning. The fiery serpent did not require his subsequent manipulation. He had miscalculated. It was too late to intervene. Accompanied by an incomprehensible melody, light descended. Endless light, pure light. It was difficult to fathom that the opponent's ritual would culminate in such a phenomenon. In an instant, a radiance brighter than day enveloped the entire block. Within Luca's field of vision, everyone inexplicably ceased their actions. Even the colossal serpent conjured by the fire spell dissipated into nothingness amidst the brilliance. However, Luca soon noticed something astonishing. All those aligned with Leonid were shrouded in a faint red glow. Undoubtedly, this was the protection bestowed upon them by the Red Star. Yet, Luca was perplexed as to why such formidable light, capable of extinguishing the fire spell, seemed ineffective against the delicate red aura. Why would Claniel, who held the upper hand, resort to a ritual that appeared to offer them no advantage? Yet, in the next moment, as the light enveloped him, who had strayed too far, Luca understood why both sides had ceased hostilities. Under this radiant illumination, all attacks became futile. There was no rationale. He comprehended this concept only when enveloped in the glow. But it was all the more perplexing, for the other party did not seem to advocate for peace. Come closer. He thought, I believe we can converse. The voice of the white-robed woman reverberated throughout the light, and even from a distance, Luca could hear her softly speaking. After a moment of hesitation, he reverted to his human form and approached. As he neared the gathering, the faint red glow enveloped him as well. There was no special sensation, it merely signified his allegiance. However, the white-robed woman, clearly indicating her desire for dialogue, seemed to perceive Luca's true identity as a member of the military. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Leonid crossed his arms, gazing directly at the white-robed woman, whose eyes were concealed. I believe we should first familiarize ourselves with one another. The white-robed woman smirked, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Let me share what I know about you. The secret squad of the Emergency State Committee, after failing at an astonishing pace, has become an unregulated illegal organization. Unable to accept reality, they have taken action to dismantle the existing magical administration, correct? Leonid's expression darkened, given the current situation. Not only was their organization deemed illegal, but even the Emergency State Committee itself could be classified as such. Thus, he opted to retaliate through condemnation. And what of you? A band of thieves who usurped the magical administration, brandishing Grindelwald's banner while pursuing your own interests, traitors to both the magical administration and your own country, silently absorbing Leonid's accusations. The white-robed woman merely nodded, even displaying a mocking smile. Yes, you are entirely correct, but is that all you have to offer? Open your eyes and observe. Do any familiar faces from your time in the magical administration exist among us? Indeed, there were none. Even if everyone were hidden members of a secret society, there shouldn't be so many unfamiliar faces. If that were the case, they wouldn't possess such remarkable charisma to effortlessly seize control of the magical administration. This realization led Leonid to acknowledge that he might have overlooked something significant, particularly regarding the bizarre events of that evening. Ahem. Yekaterina, standing beside Leonid, cleared her throat gently and added, perhaps I can provide some insight. You are, most likely, a form of primitive cult? In response to Yekaterina's inquiry, the white-robed woman chuckled lightly, tacitly affirming her assertion. Due to my unfamiliarity with your beliefs, I shall temporarily refer to you as a nature-worshipping sect. Your overt objectives should align with what Leonid just articulated. However, the true impetus behind your actions stems from your beliefs. Astute observation. Just as the white-robed woman was about to acknowledge Yekaterina's deduction, she was quickly interrupted. I have not finished. What you adhere to requires you to locate a key figure, and that individual is me. Although reluctant to concede, Luca had already grasped this notion. Coupled with Yekaterina's reasoning, it was evident that the other party was intent on troubling him. In that case, hand him over to us. We can, as you desire, facilitate the dissolution of the magical administration. Having had her intentions exposed, she refrained from continuing to provoke them psychologically. The white-robed woman proposed a condition that was hard for them to refuse, yet it was met with silence. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, what is it? Do you believe you can achieve this goal without sacrificing anyone? I only require him to accompany us, not to kill him. Why the hesitation? To us, a comrade is not a bargaining chip. We have no right to make choices for Luca, Leonid replied without hesitation, adding, moreover, we will fight for one another until the end. I need to know more information. The path did not reveal its stance, but opted for a veneer of formality. Should you wish to join us, I shall share my knowledge with you. Understand that this is an invitation, the woman in white patiently elucidated, though it was evident she was reluctant to divulge further information. However, she paused momentarily, as if contemplating something, before resuming, if you must inquire, I shall disclose a few secrets in advance. What? This is a clandestine base, is it not? So how did we discover this place? Her tone and demeanor subtly guided the response towards a particular conclusion. Indeed, it is because of your presence here, your enigmatic shape-shifting abilities, and that intriguing celestial magic, which led my deity to direct me to this location. Clarniel interjected. Initially, we intended to lie in wait at the prison under the guise of the Magical Administration Bureau. But upon discovering your existence, the plan evolved into what it is now. The woman in white seized the narrative once more, stating, in other words, as long as you remain in their vicinity, their stronghold shall forever lack secrets. Therefore, do you still not comprehend how you ought to decide? With an urgent tone, she pressed Luca to acquiesce to her proposal. Luca contemplated the situation and found a degree of credibility in her words. He glanced back at the expressions of the crowd. The remarks from the woman in the white robe seemed to have had no impact on them. Leonid, Ekaterina, Ropats, and Jaeger all responded to him with encouraging glances, bolstering his confidence. He turned to the woman in the white robe and inquired, you seem rather anxious, don't you? The woman in white clenched her teeth, for Luca's observation struck a chord. Indeed, she was feeling a sense of urgency. The faith she communicated had sent her a warning. Something unpredictable was drawing near. There was no time to waste. She decided to take decisive action. With a proper explanation afterward, gaining the other's understanding should pose no issue. She discreetly gestured to Cronel behind her, signaling him to prepare for a hasty exit. Cronel understood, feigning disinterest as he waved his hand and stepped back a few paces. The companions, who had regained their composure under the radiant light, also began to prepare quietly. Those adept in the apparition spell assisted the injured who were not, ready to relocate at a moment's notice. Leonid furrowed his brow. The other party's movements were rather conspicuous, as if poised to act at any moment. However, as he extended his hand to shield Luca from the woman in white, it was thwarted by an invisible barrier. It was evident that the woman was not responsible for this obstruction, for at the moment he felt the resistance. She collided directly with the unseen barrier, producing a resounding thud. Suddenly, a jarring sound echoed through the brilliance, akin to a car failing to release its handbrake. Gradually, they began to discern the shape of the obstruction before them. It was a blue, vintage police booth, gradually materializing around Luca, enveloping him entirely. And then both he and the booth vanished. Damn it. Let us go. The woman in white shouted, and immediately they all utilized apparition to leave the scene. Unbeknownst to them, Cronel had discreetly arranged for his subordinates to lift the anti-apparition spell. As they departed, the ritual, now bereft of its host, faltered, and the light around them began to dissipate. Leonid turned to Ekaterina and inquired, "What is happening?" Ekaterina pondered for a moment before looking at the assembled wizards. Could this be the key? She posited. Doctor. Ruka gazed at the surrounding environment and the familiar faces before him, exclaiming in astonishment. The doctor flashed a broad smile, winking at him as he said, "Ruka, Merry Christmas." Christmas? It isn't even December yet. Taken aback by the doctor's startling introduction, Ruka's earlier excitement shifted to a subtle confusion. However, this also prompted him to realize something, and he inquired, "Wait, doctor, aren't you here to rescue me?" "Rescue you?" The doctor displayed a look of puzzlement. "Have you encountered danger?" It was just like that. Lou began recounting the recent events to the doctor. Under the doctor's probing inquiries, he elaborated further, detailing everything that transpired from his arrival in the Soviet Union until the moment he was taken away by the doctor. "Ah, Stray is not dead. And he is indeed your grandfather. What a splendid Christmas gift," he exclaimed. "Oh, I forgot. Today is not Christmas." The doctor appeared genuinely pleased by this revelation, yet soon adopted a solemn expression, pinching his chin as he remarked, "However, I distinctly intended to find you on Christmas morning when no one else was around. How did it come to this? Speaking of which, doctor, do you have any idea how long it has been since you last sent me back?" Ruka recalled the events of that time, and a surge of frustration welled up within him. Had it been one night? A whole day? The doctor was aware that his TARDIS was somewhat unstable, yet generally, one would not expect significant issues to arise. A month. When it finally came time to disclose the answer, Ruka surprisingly found himself calm. After all, it bore little consequence for him. It was acceptable, nearly so. The doctor nodded, indicating that this margin of error was tolerable. However, speaking of this timing error, do you have any insights? Are you changing the subject? Ruka hesitated before articulating his thoughts in accordance with the doctor's cue. "I suspect this discrepancy may be linked to that light. The kind that renders all attacks ineffective?" The doctor nodded, mentally rummaging through his knowledge of such phenomena, yet his thoughts were consumed with whether such a thing, if it indeed existed, could be employed to prevent the tragedies befalling his race. "Indeed, and I believe it pertains to Norse mythology." "Doctor, are you familiar with Norse mythology?" "Of course I am." But the doctor initially intended to dismiss those myths as fabrications. However, considering this was a parallel universe, he refrained from making absolute statements. "Nevertheless, no matter. Listening to your analysis, it seems they will not engage in conflict again. In light of that, would you like to know where I originally intended to take you?" "Where?" "Over to Leonidas, where Ruka genuinely need not worry." With clear stances declared, their conflicts had diminished significantly, and as the former epicenter of discord, he had now taken his leave, leaving them with little reason to continue their hostilities. "Based on the clues you provided, I learned during my travels with old Sinista that wizards are quite fond of Quidditch. So I thought I would take you to witness a few of the most renowned Quidditch matches in history." The doctor beamed with confidence, as if he had fully grasped the preferences of the wizards, only to be met with Ruka's awkward expression. "You don't like it? It's fine. I'm just not particularly interested. As it seems to me that all Quidditch matches worthy of being chronicled in history have been marred by various incidents, large or small." "You're right. Perhaps we should." The doctor appeared to be formulating new ideas when suddenly, the TARDIS shook violently, and before Ruka could grasp the handrail, he was jolted to the entrance of the TARDIS. "Where are we, doctor?" Ruck felt that they might be forced to land here and quickly inquired. "Berlin, Germany, 1930. The doctor promptly checked the TARDIS, but when he turned around again, he only saw the half-open door of the TARDIS, and Ruck had already vanished. Inside a luxurious car, a middle-aged man with neatly combed graying hair gazed grimly out the window. He possessed the ability to foresee the future, perceiving prophecies within reflections on surfaces such as windows and water. Today he had witnessed something quite disconcerting, a pudgy muggle pointing a wooden wand made of snakewood at him. The mere fact that this individual appeared in his prophecy signified a threat to him. It was unbearable for him to accept that a muggle, whom he had always looked down upon, could pose a danger. However, there was a silver lining that eased his troubled heart. Yet soon, a new vision emerged in the window, An old blue police box. Another Muggle trinket. How was it possible that the wizards had declared themselves innocent internationally while Muggle law enforcement still sought to apprehend him? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of frustration, he rolled down the car window, turning away from the scene, and with a peculiar expression from his subordinate beside him. He drew his wand and cast a spell into the empty sky, venting his discontent. The spell he cast felt powerful and satisfying, even though it was directed at nothingness. It inexplicably offered a sense of release. When Ruck regained consciousness, he found himself cradled in the arms of a rotund individual. It took him a moment to comprehend the situation. Earlier, it seemed that the TARDIS had been attacked mid-air. Amidst the turbulence, he had fallen. Unable to think of a suitable landing method, and transformed into a more agile animagus, spinning a few times before landing on a patch of grass. Legend spoke of an ancient martial art called dissipation. If he could truly master it, perhaps he could land unscathed. However, it was evident that he had been rescued. So it was best to assess the situation. "Hey, Jacob, he seems to be waking up," a black woman remarked, noting Ruck's slight movement. "Oh, really? Haha. I was thinking of bringing him to Newt," exclaimed a man named Jacob, his face lighting up with joy. He was a Muggle, and his story dated back several years. Initially, he merely sought a loan to open a bakery, but by accident, he had taken the wrong suitcase and befriended the renowned magical zoologist Newt. He even developed feelings for a natural-born mind-reader witch, almost embarking on a sweet life together. However, due to Grindelwald, his happiness was shattered. His girlfriend had joined Grindelwald's cause, and the world that had begun to flourish for him, filled with magic and wonder, suddenly felt hollow. The missing half of his life could never be filled. Not even after 3 years. He had intended to distance himself from the magical realm, but a few days prior, the esteemed Lally Hicks, a prominent educator in the magical community and a master of defensive magic, had lured him out of his bakery under somewhat deceptive pretenses. She performed several spells before him, disregarding the international statute of wizarding secrecy. Following that, she brainwashed him, summarizing his bittersweet magical experiences, and in a daze, he agreed to re-enter that world, only to be half-forced onto a train. Of course, seeing old friends brought him great joy, especially with a wand, deemed quite rare, as a gift, albeit without a core. Who knew what would unfold? Everyone had their own tasks, and he accompanied Hicks, witnessing the infamous Grindelwald, the architect of his broken family and the devastation of Newt's brother Theseus's family, declared innocent by a treacherous wizard from Germany. It was infuriating. Had he been a wizard, he would have brandished his wand and struck out. Surely Theseus, experiencing a similar plight, shared his sentiments, and being a wizard, he had acted upon them, only to be overpowered and taken away. Reluctantly, any further entanglement could lead them all to ruin, and thus, Hicks rationally guided him away. After receiving counsel from the venerable and powerful white magic master Albus Dumbledore, he and Hicks attended the soiree that evening. It was likely he would encounter Grindelwald again. Would he perhaps see his cherished fiancée, Queenie? Newt had not come. He was off rescuing his brother, leaving Jacob feeling helpless. Comparatively, Newt, too, faced his own trials. The suitcase he had mistakenly taken, altered with a non-detectable extension charm, was filled with his most treasured creatures, akin to a container of his very soul, now forcibly removed from his possession. Grindelwald, how many families have you destroyed? Returning to the matter at hand, influenced by his friend, Jacob, already kind-hearted, found himself more adept at connecting with these enchanting magical creatures as well as ordinary animals. Upon arriving at the gathering and spotting a little black dog in the grass, he resolved to assist it. If its owner could not be found, he would take it back for Newt to care for. After all, from his perspective, it was hard to discern whether it was a magical creature, but given its presence in such a gathering of wizards, it likely was. Should we place him on the ground? Lally Hicks suggested, misinterpreting Jacob's long moment of distraction as distrust in her judgment, proposing a new idea. All right, Jacob replied. After all, it wouldn't hurt to try. He knelt down, gently placing Ruck on the ground. Rucko stood firmly in place, yet remained utterly still. He found himself unable to move. This time, his transformation had not been stabilized by the sound speed tool, and any movement could lead to significant misunderstandings. What does this mean? Jacob exchanged glances with Rucko before turning to Lolly with a question. A spark of inspiration flickered in Lolly's eyes as she retrieved her wand. Hey, what are you planning to do? Jacob exclaimed, startled by Lolly pointing her wand at the little dog's head. He was still uncertain about the witch's character and could not fathom her intentions. After all, he recalled that Newt had never treated magical creatures in such a manner. An animagus? Lolly disregarded Jacob's inquiry and, after a brief examination, posed her question with a tone of certainty. It appeared they had encountered an expert, given the circumstances. Rucko no longer concealed his true form and reverted to his human shape. Well, Jacob's face lit up with astonishment. I apologize. I encountered a bit of an incident. Where am I? Rucko felt a moment of awkwardness, indicating that he bore no ill will. This is Berlin, he remarked. Lolly opened her mouth and, upon observing Rucko's attire, asked, Are you a Soviet wizard? No, Rucko replied, noticing that his clothing might be somewhat inappropriate, though he was unsure how to articulate this. In his mind, the enmity between the Soviet Union and Germany was still 3 years in the future, Thus, his presence in Berlin should not be problematic. However, the question posed by his interlocutor hinted at possible underlying tensions he was unaware of. Do you support Grindelwald? Lolly inquired bluntly. No, he is far too radical, Rocco answered, echoing Bernard's assessment. From his earlier observations, he noted Jacob's expression when Grindelwald was mentioned. Their stance towards him seemed to be one of opposition. Lolly pressed further. What about Dumbledore? A truly great white wizard, Rocco replied. Very well. Have you eaten? Would you care to join us for a meal? Lolly asked, seemingly pleased with Rocco's response, and promptly extended an invitation to him. Why? Jacob voiced the question that lingered in Rocco's mind. Lolly leaned closer to Jacob, whispering her answer to his inquiry. What Dumbledore desires is unpredictability. Do you not think that this enigmatic little fellow could complicate our plans even further? Within the dimly lit underground cavern, numerous pits had been excavated. Some of these pits contained individuals suspended upside down, all of whom were imprisoned in the shadowy place.